Zhao Wuxie found himself inexplicably transmigrated into the body of an infatuated individual, faced with a momentous decision to extract his supreme bone and gift it to the one he adored. With a dismissive smile, Zhao Wuxie thought to himself, I am no mere sycophant. How could I engage in such folly? Suddenly, a notification chimed, indicating the successful binding of an infinite return system. Bestowing the supreme bone upon another grants the reward of a dual pupil. Zhao Wuxie, let me confirm once more. Do you truly intend to excavate the supreme bone from your body to present it to the young master? An elderly voice echoed in Zhao Wuxie's ears, pulling him from his thoughts. Rubbing his eyes, he gazed at the antique beams of the room, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. Where am I? His attention was drawn to an old man lifting his garments, brandishing a gleaming knife, poised to plunge it into his side. A cold sweat broke out across Zhao Wuxie's forehead as he exclaimed, Wait, what are you doing? The old man, appearing perplexed, retorted, I am performing surgery. Did you not declare your intention to present your supreme bone to the young master? Are you now having second thoughts? The supreme bone could only be successfully transplanted if the original owner relinquished all resistance and cooperated willingly. Any hint of reluctance during the procedure would trigger an automatic destruction of the bone. The old man's insistence on confirmation was a precaution against Zhao Wuxie changing his mind mid-operation. Otherwise, he would have already made the incision. At that moment, Zhao Wuxie was suddenly beset by a piercing headache, memories flooding into his mind. After a brief while, he fully absorbed the memories of this new body. He realized that he had transmigrated following a car accident. The original owner was a baseborn son of the Zhao family in the Qin kingdom of the Tianxian continent, regarded as the most gifted descendant in a century, possessing a powerful supreme bone. However, he was merely a concubine's child, born after the Zhao king's drunken dalliance, and not the legitimate heir. In a family that placed immense importance on propriety and the primogeniture system, the original owner, despite his formidable lineage, was not held in high esteem. His father had even threatened his mother's life to compel him to willingly surrender his supreme bone to his elder brother. Yet, the original owner's mother, fiercely protective, had tragically taken her own life before him, leading him to stubbornly refuse to part with his bone. Over the years, the Zhao household had never ceased their relentless pressure to extract the supreme bone. This time, they had resorted to using the original owner's beloved, Lu Mei, as leverage, demanding he relinquish the bone to his brother, or she would be killed. To save his beloved, the original owner had found himself in the predicament that Zhao Wuxie now faced. How despicable! What a wretched family! Yet, having inherited this body, Zhao Wuxie resolved not to remain subservient any longer. He intended to retaliate against all who had wronged this vessel. The supreme bone would not be surrendered. It was his greatest asset, a safeguard against those who sought to harm him. Losing it would render him utterly worthless to the Zhao family, and he might meet an untimely end. As for the woman named Su Mei, Zhao Wuxie felt something amiss, sensing that she might be deliberately approaching and enticing the original owner. Perhaps her intentions had always been aimed at the supreme bone. Slowly, he rose from the bed and strode toward the door. At that moment, Zhao Lidong leaped down, protesting, Brother, where are you going? Did we not agree you would give me your bone? Zhao Wuxie turned to face Zhao Lidong, whose appearance mirrored his own yet bore a cruel and malevolent demeanor. He replied coolly, Oh, I've reconsidered. I shall not save that woman. You may kill her instead. What? Say that again. Do you know how long we have prepared for this day? Did you not say you would not refuse? Indeed, I have changed my mind. I believe that woman is not worth saving. You may do as you wish. Zhao Lidong's mother, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, pointing at Zhao Wuxie, exclaiming, I never imagined you could be so selfish and irresponsible. Lady Su cares for you deeply, and you wish for her death. Do you have no conscience? The ones who desire her demise are you, not I. If you possessed any scruples, you would not use her life to threaten me, Zhao Wuxie retorted, striding resolutely toward the door. He was eager to locate his hidden advantages, uninterested in the machinations of these individuals. As a standard for transmigrators, he should possess some form of artifact or system. Otherwise, survival in this treacherous Zhao household would be exceedingly difficult. Zhao Lidong grasped Zhao Wuxie's arm, pleading, Brother, please, do not be obstinate. If you give me the supreme bone, I assure you, I will guarantee your safety. Zhao Wuxie felt his lips twitch in disdain. The Zhao household truly sought his demise. To hand over the supreme bone merely for the promise of survival implied they had long harbored murderous intentions against him. It was imperative to escape swiftly. What, brother, do you intend to kill me if I refuse to give you the bone? Of course not. I care for you dearly. However, should you remain obstinate, I cannot guarantee the others in the Zhao family will not turn against you. Is that so? In that case, do not expect the supreme bone from me. Even if I must turn it into soup, I shall never part with it. Zhao Wuxie scoffed, turning his back as he exited. The expressions within the room twisted into grimaces. Zhao Lidong's mother, Lu Xiangling, seethed, shouting, "You wretched spawn. The opportunity to transplant the supreme bone into my son's body is a tremendous fortune for you. How dare you refuse? Your mother was a disgrace, failing to recognize a blessing. Defying the Lord's orders, she met her end. Do you wish to follow in her footsteps?" Zhao Wuxie halted, taken aback. According to the original owner's memories, his mother had committed suicide. Could it be that his memories were flawed? Was there more to the story behind her death? Turning coldly toward Lu Xiangling, he glared with a murderous intent that seemed to freeze her very soul. She trembled, stammering, What do you intend to do?" Chapter 2. The sword intent pill. Zhao Wuxie fixed his gaze intently on Lu Xiangling, demanding, "Pray tell, how did my mother meet her demise?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangling let out a cold laugh, reflecting on how she had almost been intimidated by this worthless fool. It was rather amusing to consider. Although Zhao Wuxie possessed the supreme bone, the Zhao household had never imparted any cultivation teachings to him. Even if he intended to harm her, he would undoubtedly be no match for her strength. With clarity on the matter, Lu Xiangling's courage surged, and she began to advance toward Zhao Wuxie step by step. "You think you can intimidate me, you little wretch? Your deceased mother dared not even lift her head before me. What are you, but a mere trifle?" Confronted by such a vulgar display of insults directed at both himself and his mother, Zhao Wuxie felt an overwhelming urge to strangle this wretched woman. Yet, contemplating his lack of power, he realized he was likely to be overpowered. For now, he would endure. He would meticulously remember this grievance, vowing to take revenge once he had cultivated his strength. "What? You wish to strike me? Come on then. Let me see if you, a mere waste, dare to lay a hand on me." After uttering these words, Lu Xiangling extended her neck, bringing her face closer. Zhao Wuxie gazed upon her fair cheek, unable to restrain himself any longer. How absurd. In all my years, I have never encountered such a bizarre request. With a resounding slap, the sound echoed through the room. Onlookers stood in stunned silence, astonished that the typically cowardly Zhao Wuxie, who hardly dared to lift his gaze, had actually struck the princess. Lu Xiangling, too, covered her face in disbelief. In her lifetime, no one had ever dared to raise a hand against her. Zhao Wuxie shook his hand, which was now swollen and red. What a painful encounter. This woman truly possesses a thick skin. Before he could recover, his entire body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing against the massive tree behind him. The tree shuddered violently, and Zhao Wuxie coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhao Lidong lowered his foot, glaring menacingly. "Zhao Wuxie, you despicable wretch, how dare you harm my mother? You are courting death." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhao Wuxie retorted with a grin. "Zhao Lidong, you better tend to my wounds. Or do you believe I won't die before your very eyes? Just wait and see how you dig up my bones later." Ha! Seeing Zhao Wuxie's deranged demeanor, Zhao Lidong's rage boiled over. How dare this lowly creature threaten him? Just as he was about to erupt, a composed Lu Xiangling intervened, restraining Zhao Lidong. "Calm yourself. Do not stoop to this wretch's level. It is not worth risking your health over him." "But mother, he just treated you like that." "Never mind. He lacks any cultivation. How could he possibly harm me?" As her words concluded, she retrieved a vial of medicine from her storage pouch and tossed it to Zhao Wuxie. "You little wretch. This is a bottle of first-grade healing pills. I trust you've never encountered such a precious item before. Here, consider it a gift. Utilize your wretched arms properly." At these words, the crowd erupted in laughter. This tier of healing elixir was exceedingly inexpensive, typically reserved for the servants of the estate. Zhao Wuxie, devoid of any psychological burden, tucked it into his bosom, for he was utterly destitute. Every resource held immense significance for him. The onlookers, witnessing his impoverished demeanor, laughed even louder. "Ha! This pauper truly treasures those elixirs. How amusing. His destitution is simply delightful. I relish his naive demeanor." At that moment, a voice resonated in Zhao Wuxie's mind. Ding! Infinite cashback system binding in progress. By gifting items to the Child of Fortune, one can receive returns of hundreds of times. The exact multiplier correlates directly with the recipient's fortune. Current eligible recipient, Zhao Lidong, age, 20 years, talent, Thunder Abyss Sacred Body cultivation level, second layer of the Nirvana realm, fortune value, 1,095,010. In the Tianxian continent, cultivation levels are categorized as opening meridians, body refinement, acquired, innate, Nirvana realm, extraordinary realm, golden core realm, tribulation realm, king realm, emperor realm, venerable realm, sage realm, celestial realm, longevity realm. Zhao Wuxie was immediately elated. The system had finally arrived. He was set to embark on a remarkable journey. His joy was so profound that he could hardly contain his smile. The crowd, however, gazed on in confusion, perceiving Zhao Wuxie as mad. Once his laughter subsided, he glanced at Zhao Lidong's attributes and gasped. He was astonished to discover the exceptional cultivation talent of Zhao Lidong. Though he possessed the Thunder Abyss sacred body, he feigned being an ordinary body in front of others. This physique clearly surpassed the supreme bone within Zhao Wuxie. Yet, this scoundrel still coveted the bone within him. Such insatiable greed. At this moment, the system's alert sounded once more. Ding. The host may gift the supreme bone within to Zhao Lidong, receiving in return, innate, sword embryo. Purple extreme heavenly eye. Zhao Wuxie couldn't help but roll his eyes. Zhao Lidong was his adversary. How could he ever allow such a person to possess his bone? Even feeding it to a dog would be more preferable. However, the recent vial of elixir might serve as a suitable test. Thus, Zhao Wuxie cheerfully retrieved the vial from his bosom, rose from the ground, and approached Zhao Lidong. Zhao Lidong looked on, utterly perplexed. Sensing that Zhao Wuxie had likely lost his mind, before he could react, Zhao Wuxie thrust the vial into his hand, grasped Zhao Lidong's hand firmly, and declared, Zhao Lidong, after some contemplation, I believe you are the one in greater need of this elixir. I gift it to you. Zhao Lidong, bewildered, retorted, you little rascal. What do you mean by this? Zhao Wuxie remained silent. He was certainly not a little rascal. At the moment Zhao Lidong accepted the elixir, the voice of the system echoed in Zhao Wuxie's mind once more. Ding. The host bestowed upon the child of fortune 5 first-grade beginner elixirs, which in return yielded 5 fifth-grade superior sword intent elixirs. The sword intent elixirs assist in comprehending the essence of swordsmanship and are exceedingly precious. Zhao Wuxie felt a surge of delight within, and when he raised his gaze once more to Zhao Lidong, he suddenly noticed a drop of 5,000 points in Lidong's fortune value, now totaling 1,090, 010. Could it be that this so-called rebate actually requires the consumption of the opponent's fortune? These 5 sword intent elixirs, were they not merely a preemptive expenditure of the opponent's opportunities? Was it possible that this system could not conjure items out of thin air, but could only pilfer from another's fortune? Zhao Wuxie was engulfed in confusion, yet the system offered no clarification. It seemed he would have to conduct his own gradual inquiries to uncover the truth. Upon glancing at his own fortune value, he was astonished to find it had risen from 0 to 5,000. Chapter 3. Black Hawk Battle Armor. If this were indeed the case, what would happen if this fellow's fortune were to be depleted to 0? Should he bestow the supreme bone upon him, draining Zhao Lidong's fortune? Just as Zhao Wuxie was caught in his indecision, Zhao Lidong shattered the vial of elixirs in his hand and furiously exclaimed, You little wretch! Do you think you can humiliate me? I see you are tired of living. As Zhao Lidong prepared to kick out, Lu Xiangling swiftly grabbed his arm, saying, My dear son, do not act impulsively. This fool is deliberately provoking you. He seeks to perish at your hands, to have you bear the infamy of slaying your own brother. Moreover, the bone within him has yet to be extracted. He cannot die just yet. Zhao Wuxie coldly snorted. Since there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Zhao Lidong shouted from behind, You little wretch, dare to defy me today, and even if you offer me the supreme bone in the future, I shall ensure you regret it. Zhao Wuxie ignored him, knowing that as long as that bone remained within him, they would not dare to press too hard. Not far from the exit, Zhao Wuxie unexpectedly encountered Lu Mei. Upon seeing Zhao Wuxie's pale countenance and weakened state, with blood still upon him, she could not help but feel a cold laugh rising within. It appeared that this fool had already implanted the supreme bone into her brother. Thus, she haughtily inquired, Have you already transplanted the supreme bone into brother Lidong? Zhao Wuxie did not respond to her inquiry, but instead asked perplexedly, Did they not capture you? How are you here? Are you unharmed? Lu Mei laughed heartily, Fool. Let me enlighten you. My name is not Su Mei. I am Lu Mei, the illegitimate daughter of the Lu family head's brother. I am the niece of the princess. How could they possibly kill me? You are simply too foolish. So it was thus. You approached me solely for the bone within me. Huh. You are not entirely dim-witted. Have you gazed into a mirror? How could I ever take a liking to someone as foolish as you? If I were to have a preference, it would undoubtedly be for a grand hero like Zhao Lidong, not a spineless coward like you. Upon the utterance of those words, Zhao Wuxie felt the shackles that had weighed upon his heart vanish without a trace. It was evident that this was the final obsession of the original owner of this body, now finally dissipated. Previously, the original owner had harbored lingering thoughts about this woman, but the venomous and cruel words she had just spoken had extinguished any remaining affection. From this moment forth, this body wholly belonged to Zhao Wuxie, and he felt an immediate sense of relief. With a surge of excitement, Zhao Wuxie laughed heartily, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, thank you, Lu Mei. Are you out of your mind? It seems you've lost your senses. I shall no longer converse with you, a worthless fool. I am off to see my beloved brother Lidong. As Zhao Wuxie lifted his gaze, he noticed the fortune value above her head displayed as 250, 500. Though she was not a woman of destiny, this fortune value was still quite impressive. An idea suddenly struck him. If he were to present her with a gift, would he not gain some advantage in return? Without hesitation, he removed his bloodied coat and, amidst Lu Mei's astonished expression, thrust it into her hands. Indeed, he observed as her fortune value plummeted by 500, settling at 250,000. The system's voice resounded once more, announcing that the host had gifted a coat, resulting in a rebate of a high-level Xian-class Black Hawk armor set. This system did not exclusively require a woman or son of destiny. Even ordinary individuals could receive rewards. However, the benefits obtainable by ordinary people tended to be rather mundane. With a look of disdain, Lu Mei flung Zhao Wuxie's coat to the ground, scolding him, "You're utterly deranged. Who would desire such a disgusting item from you?" Zhao Wuxie chuckled softly and donned the coat once more, declaring, "Thank you. I shall consider this as a gift from you." Ha ha ha. The surrounding maidservants and attendants regarded Zhao Wuxie with contempt. They had not anticipated that after merely a brief absence, the second young master had succumbed so severely to sycophancy. What a pity it was to waste such a handsome visage. Lu Mei, observing Zhao Wuxie's inexplicable smile, felt increasingly repulsed by him. Zhao Wuxie gazed at Lu Mei with a burning desire. He had not yet fully extracted the fortune value hovering above her head. Instantly, he recalled the elixir bestowed by the system, pondering whether it too could yield a reward. Lu Mei, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under Zhao Wuxie's gaze, assumed he was merely indulging in fantasies about her. She instinctively tightened her posture, preparing to rebuke him. Suddenly, her hand was seized once more, and before she could react, a vial was thrust into her palm. However, this time, the system's voice remained silent, and her fortune value showed no sign of diminishing. Indeed, gifts derived from the system bore no rewards. Was that precious elixir destined to be wasted? Just as he felt a pang of regret, Lu Mei flung Zhao Wuxie's vial to the ground, her expression one of disgust as she declared, "Get away from me. Do not dare touch my hand. Only Brother Li Dong is permitted to do so. Who do you think you are? I have no use for your pitiful trinkets. Leave me be." Zhao Wuxie gazed at the intact vial on the ground, and he swiftly ran over to reclaim it within the confines of his system space. A sigh of relief escaped his lips as he mused inwardly, "What a close call. I nearly became a sycophant. It appears that the items bestowed by the system cannot be returned. Such a pity. If only the gifts from the system could be transferred to others. I would have struck it rich." Lu Mei, directing her ire toward Zhao Wuxie, spat contemptuously, "You little wretch. Do not dare to seek me out again, do you understand? Otherwise, I fear my brother Li Dong might misconstrue the situation." "Very well, Lu Mei. I shall not approach you again. However, you must accept the tokens of my affection. After all, my love for you knows no bounds." The servants around them felt a mix of embarrassment and pity, believing that the second young master was beyond redemption. Lu Mei, reveling in Zhao Wuxie's flattery, regarded him with disdain, akin to a dog, and retorted, "Humph. We shall see. I am off to meet my brother Li Dong now. Do not obstruct me. Keep your distance." With that, she held her head high, striding into the inner chamber as if she were above everyone else. Zhao Wuxie remained unfazed. After all, this woman still held some utility for him. He needed to siphon her fortune to procure gifts. After bidding farewell to Lu Mei, Zhao Wuxie made his way toward the scripture pavilion. In this otherworldly realm, power reigns supreme. He must hasten to enhance his strength, otherwise, he would eventually be devoured by the Zhao family, leaving nothing but bones behind. At that moment, a voice pierced through the air behind him. "You little bastard. Stop right there." Chapter 4. The scripture pavilion. Turning in confusion, Zhao Wuxie beheld a tall, lanky man with a balding head glaring at him with disdain. Zhao Wuxie crossed his arms over his chest, observing the spectacle before him. The glaring 50 on the steward Lu's head was glaringly apparent. Seeing that Zhao Wuxie had not bowed in his presence, Steward Lu's fury ignited. He pointed an accusing finger at Zhao Wuxie and shouted, "You little rascal. How dare you not show your respect upon seeing me? You are courting death." With that, he lunged forward, attempting to slap Zhao Wuxie. Quick on his feet, Zhao Wuxie evaded, causing Steward Lu to miss entirely. Enraged, Lu was taken aback. This brat had the audacity to dodge. He must have gained some audacity. Moreover, confusion clouded his mind. This boy had never displayed such boldness before. Zhao Wuxie retorted, "Who are you calling a little bastard?" Steward Lu replied without thinking, "I'm referring to you, little bastard." Zhao Wuxie chuckled, "Oh, so it is the little bastard who is insulting me." Steward Lu stood momentarily stunned, unable to process the exchange. The surrounding servants struggled to suppress their laughter. Eventually, Lu regained his composure and turned to the servants, bellowing, "No laughing, no laughing. Otherwise, I shall break your legs." Instantly, the crowd fell silent, heads bowed, afraid to meet his gaze. Steward Lu was notorious for his cruelty. There had been an incident in the past where a servant, while grooming his hair, accidentally dislodged a few strands, resulting in the servant being brutally killed by Lu. Although this matter is unrelated to the servant, Manager Lu is inherently predisposed to baldness. Yet, he insists on shifting all the blame onto the servant. Unfortunately, these servants have no recourse to voice their grievances, especially since he is a distant relative of the Zhao Wang. Zhao Wuxie has no intention of entangling himself further with such a petty individual. He inquires, "Why are you following me? You brat. Hand over the vial of medicine you just gave to Miss Lu. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuxie immediately removed his foul-smelling shoes and tossed them over, saying, "Here, take them. If I had known you were merely here to beg, I would have refrained from scolding you. Here, take them, don't starve." If he were to inadvertently starve, it would bring great shame to the Zhao Wang's residence. Manager Lu, utterly bewildered, picked up the 2 stinking shoes that had holes in them, his expression one of confusion. He could not fathom why this individual would gift him shoes. Perhaps the elixir was hidden within them? With his nose pinched, he bore the stench and rummaged through the shoes, finally retrieving a black, sticky, foul-smelling pill. He questioned, "Brat, is this truly the elixir you just presented to Miss Lu? What kind of elixir is this? I have never encountered such a thing. And why does it reek so terribly?" Zhao Wuxie chuckled lightly. "This is a body-refining pill. Surely you've seen one before?" "Humph. How could I not have seen one? I have encountered countless treasures. But why is this body-refining pill so odorous? I placed it in my shoe, so of course it smells foul. Why on earth would you put it in your shoe? If I hadn't, it would have been snatched away long ago." Manager Lu pondered this and found it quite reasonable. Given Zhao Wuxie's status at home, anyone could easily take advantage of him. Had he not concealed it in his shoe, it would have surely been pilfered. "Since you possess this elixir, why not consume it yourself?" Upon uttering this question, Manager Lu felt rather foolish. Zhao Wuxie had no cultivation. Consuming the body-refining pill directly would be tantamount to courting death. Zhao Wuxie urged, "If you don't want it, return it to me at once." Manager Lu promptly replied, "Of course I want it." Amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, he carefully tucked the pill into his bosom. At present, Manager Lu was at the initial stage of body refinement, making this pill exceedingly valuable to him. Though Zhao Wuxie's elixir was undeniably foul-smelling, as long as it was effective, he could endure the odor and swallow it forcefully. Zhao Wuxie inwardly scoffed, for he observed that the moment this fellow picked up his shoes, Manager Lu's luck value had inexplicably reached 0. A system notification indicated that Zhao Wuxie had gifted a pair of shoes, yielding a return of a pair of premium yellow-grade shoes, the Cloudwalker boots. Manager Lu approached and kicked Zhao Wuxie's shoes, but somehow, he ended up kicking his own other foot, resulting in an embarrassing fall. The chin struck the ground with a resounding impact, rendering him unconscious. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, yet none dared to approach. After all, Lu, the overseer, was notoriously fierce. If you saved him, he would not express gratitude. Instead, he would resent you for not intervening sooner. Zhao Wuxie slowly approached, seized the shoes from his arms, and carefully put them on before continuing towards the scripture pavilion. In a short while, he arrived at the pavilion, where an elder glanced at Zhao Wuxie and then promptly ignored him. Zhao Wuxie, feeling discontent, exclaimed, "Old man, I wish to cultivate my skills. Quickly, provide me with a more formidable cultivation technique." The elder, lounging over the counter, yawned lazily and replied, "You lack the qualifications to view the techniques here. Begone. Do not disturb my slumber. I am the son of the Zhao King. The entire Zhao Wangfu belongs to the Zhao family. On what grounds do you claim I am unworthy?" The elder scoffed. "The Zhao King has long instructed that unless you bestow the supreme bone upon the young master, your identity shall not be recognized, nor shall you be permitted to cultivate. If I were to relinquish the supreme bone, would I still survive? That is your own concern. It does not involve us." Unable to enter the pavilion, it seemed his only option was to purchase cultivation techniques from outside. However, the external skills were not only exorbitant, but also of poor quality. Nevertheless, anything was better than nothing. He would simply buy them and present them to Zhao Lidong. With that, he turned and walked towards the outer gate. The elder behind him disdainfully snorted and spat on the ground. Zhao Wuxie's expression darkened. Had he not only a pair of trousers left, along with his underwear to give away, he would certainly drain every ounce of fortune from that old man. With a stern demeanor, Zhao Wuxie exited the Zhao Wangfu. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman descended from a palanquin. She cast a cold glance at Zhao Wuxie and spoke. "I have heard that today you are to transplant the supreme bone within you to my fiancée. Has the procedure been successful?" Chapter 5, Qin Fengming Ah. "So it's my sister-in-law. It's been a while." Zhao Wuxie chuckled. Qin Fengming huffed. "Do not divert the topic. I just asked you a question. Have you not given the supreme bone to my fiancée?" "Not at all. I have changed my mind and no longer intend to give it to him. What? How can you go back on your word? You promised. Zhao Wuxie leaned closer to Qin Fengming, grinning. Even if I were to give the supreme bone, I would only grant it to you, my dear sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Qin Fengming immediately recalled Zhao Wuxie's reputation as a sycophant and thought, could it be that this fellow plans to flatter himself? She scrutinized Zhao Wuxie closely and found him quite handsome. Compared to the cold Zhao Lidong, this Zhao Wuxie seemed more relatable. Yet, she quickly shook her head, thinking herself mad for having such thoughts about this waste. Zhao Wuxie, where do you intend to go now? What do you plan to do? I intend to purchase cultivation techniques from outside. Sister-in-law, would you care to join me? Qin Fengming squinted, pondering the multitude of secret realms within the Zhao residence. Did this fellow truly require external methods for cultivating? Was his intellect perhaps somewhat lacking? Casually, Qin Fengming retrieved a scroll of cultivation technique from her storage pouch and tossed it to Zhao Wuxie, saying, I happened upon this extraordinary earth-grade technique. While it may pale in comparison to the methods of the Zhao royal house, it should suffice for your needs. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuxie promptly tucked the scroll into his robe, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sister-in-law. As Zhao Wuxie prepared to depart, Qin Fengming obstructed his path, inquiring, what you mentioned earlier about gifting me the supreme bone, was that sincere? Zhao Wuxie glanced at the golden numeral above Qin Fengming's head, astonished to find it at 1,506,000. Such fortune exceeded even Zhao Lidong's. Could it be that this woman was destined to become the future empress? Yet, recalling her gift of a cultivation technique, he hesitated to exploit her. Just as he contemplated declining, the system's voice resonated. Earth-grade supreme technique, blood demon scripture. This method allows the practitioner to enhance their cultivation by consuming their vitality, facilitating rapid advancement. However, the side effects are severe, significantly depleting the practitioner's potential and jeopardizing their cultivation path. Zhao Wuxie's expression darkened immediately. Was this woman intending to harm him? Yet, uncertain if she was already aware of the technique's drawbacks and intended to deceive him, he refrained from revealing his suspicions. Noticing the sudden pallor of Zhao Wuxie's face, Qin Fengming furrowed her brow, realizing that this rogue dared to deceive her. Zhao Wuxie queried, Sister-in-law, might I inquire about the source of this technique? Setting aside that, regarding the supreme bone you promised to give me, having already bestowed upon you a scroll of cultivation, shouldn't you reciprocate? With a cold smile, Zhao Wuxie retorted, I would gladly offer it, but I fear you may not be able to handle it. How could I not manage? I am a princess. Should I take your supreme bone? Does the Zhao family dare to voice any discontent? Qin Fengming gazed at Zhao Wuxie with fervent anticipation, contemplating the matter. Zhao Wuxie concluded that both Zhao Lidong and Qin Fengming were hardly virtuous individuals. Bestowing the supreme bone upon her might even ignite a conflict between the two. Perhaps it was worth a try. Thus, he nodded, saying, since you desire it, I shall grant it to you. However, sister-in-law, what will you offer in return? I just provided you with a technique, did I not? Not enough. What is it that you seek? Zhao Wuxie's gaze subtly roamed over Qin Fengming, ultimately resting upon her bosom. Immediately, Qin Fengming crossed her arms, her ample softness contorting under pressure. You are being presumptuous. I am your future sister-in-law. Ha ha ha. If sister-in-law is unwilling, let us consider this conversation forgotten. Zhao Wuxie was not bound to relinquish his bone. After all, it was somewhat perilous to extract. Yet, if it could lead to winning this princess as his own, this risk is not without its merits. However, since this woman is unwilling to proceed, it would be unwise to take such a significant risk. With that, Zhao Wuxie turned and walked back towards the inner courtyard. Now that he possessed the cultivation technique, it was time to extract some benefits from Zhao Lidong. Qin Fengming followed closely behind him, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Eventually, she caught up and proposed, I can offer you my personal maidens, Xiaohong and Xiaolu, if you grant me the supreme bone. What do you say? Zhao Wuxie cast a glance at the two beautiful yet timid maidens behind her. Though they were indeed lovely, they paled in comparison to the extraordinary Qin Fengming. Leaning closer to her ear, Zhao Wuxie licked his lips and whispered, Sister-in-law, what I truly desire is you. At that moment, Qin Fengming's ears flushed a deep crimson. Having grown up, this was the first time she had been openly confessed to in such a brazen manner. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Zhao Wuxie had already reached the door of Zhao Lidong's room. From within, a series of sultry gasps echoed, rendering Zhao Wuxie momentarily speechless. He thought to himself, is this Lu Mei truly that skilled? Zhao Lidong and this woman share blood relations. Is this not the very definition of incest? He shook his head, reasoning that perhaps he was overthinking it. It was possible that the woman inside was not who he assumed. Seeing Zhao Wuxie's hand poised to knock on the door, Qin Fengming questioned, what are you doing standing here? Why not enter? Zhao Wuxie awkwardly retreated to her side, gesturing as if to invite her in. The sultry sounds had ceased, replaced by the rustling of clothing. With a puzzled expression, Qin Fengming inquired, "What was that sound just now?" Zhao Wuxie shrugged, "If you enter, you will find out, won't you?" Nodding, Qin Fengming knocked on the door. "Brother Li Dong, are you in there?" Zhao Wuxie felt a wave of disappointment. He had anticipated a thrilling scene, but to his astonishment, the woman exhibited such decorum. Why couldn't she simply kick the door open? She had not been so courteous in front of him. After a prolonged moment, the door creaked open, and Zhao Li Dong emerged, quickly shutting the door behind him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he asked, "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Zhao Wuxie smirked. "Is it not permissible for a princess to come and see? What secrets might you be hiding in your room that you locked the door so swiftly? Who allowed you to approach my room, you little rascal?" Zhao Li Dong exclaimed. "Oh, it was sister-in-law who requested I bring her here. Isn't that right, sister-in-law?" Qin Fengming appeared puzzled but did not deny it. Instead, she asked, "Brother Li Dong, what were you doing in the room just now?" Zhao Li Dong chuckled awkwardly. "I was merely cultivating." "Really? Brother Li Dong, you are truly impressive," Zhao Wuxie observed, bemused by how easily the princess was deceived. In his heart, he resolved to frequently associate with this woman, hoping to extract some cultivation resources from her. He observed Zhao Li Dong and his companion, their hands intertwined, their faces drawing ever closer, ready to exchange flirtatious banter. Without hesitation, Zhao Wuxie thrust the technique bestowed upon him by the princess into Zhao Li Dong's face and turned to leave. "Zhao Li Dong, this technique is now yours." Disrupted and infuriated, Zhao Li Dong removed the technique from his face, glancing at it with rage. "You little wretch. Stop right there. What do you mean by giving me this technique? What else could it be for, but your benefit? Wouldn't you agree, sister-in-law?" Zhao Wuxie grinned at Qin Fengming, causing her heart to flutter. She thought to herself, could it be that he has discerned the flaws in the technique I gifted him? Is he deliberately passing it to his own brother to exploit me and harm him? As Zhao Wuxie observed Zhao Li Dong's fortune points plummet by 200,000, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Having ensnared so much of this fellow's fortune, surely he would acquire an extraordinarily powerful technique. Indeed, Zhao Li Dong was his fortunate star. Zhao Li Dong, witnessing Zhao Wuxie's persistent smile, felt his anger boil over. "You scoundrel! What are you laughing about? You dare to give me such a malicious technique. Are you trying to ruin me? You are overthinking it, Zhao Li Dong. This technique was just bestowed upon me by the princess. Even if you do not trust me, you must trust her." Zhao Li Dong glanced at Qin Fengming, who lowered her head in embarrassment. At that moment, he grasped the situation. Clearly, this woman intended to deceive Zhao Wuxie. He promptly thrust the technique back into Zhao Wuxie's hands, declaring, "Since it is a gift from the princess, you should keep it and cultivate with it." "What do you mean by giving it to me?" Zhao Wuxie nodded with a smile and tucked the technique into his robe as he made his way to the outer courtyard. Zhao Li Dong shot him a cold glare. But with Qin Fengming beside him, he had no time to trouble Zhao Wuxie. Upon returning to his dilapidated straw hut in the outer courtyard, Zhao Wuxie surveyed his surroundings. Ensuring no one was tailing him, he swiftly claimed the technique gifted by the system. It instantly entered his mind and began to circulate autonomously. The surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converged towards Zhao Wuxie, flooding into his body like a tidal wave. His cultivation level surged dramatically, opening meridians first layer, second layer, fifth layer, eighth layer, 10th layer, then into the body refinement realm. First layer, third layer, fifth layer. In no time, Zhao Wuxie's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes, surprised at how swiftly he had attained such mastery. It is worth noting that throughout the history of the Great Qin, even the founding ancestor took a full decade to reach the pinnacle of the innate realm. In a mere span of incense, Zhao Wuxie transformed from an utterly unremarkable individual into a master of innate perfection, an occurrence so astonishing it defied belief. Suppressing his inner excitement, he glanced at the technique residing within his consciousness, known as the Chaos Creation True Scripture. In this world, martial arts are classified into various tiers: yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, king, emperor, divine, saint, and imperial. This particular scripture, originally an imperial-level technique, comprises 13 layers. Mastering it allows the practitioner to reshape their foundational roots, enhance their innate talents, and elevate their understanding of cultivation. Should one attain its utmost pinnacle, they could forge the most formidable physique known as the Chaos Body. Regrettably, this scripture is incomplete, missing the final 2 layers, thus confining it to the lower echelons of the saint tier. Nevertheless, even in its diminished state, this technique suffices for Zhao Wuxie at present. Now equipped with the technique, he found himself lacking in offensive capabilities. Despite possessing the supreme bone, his current cultivation level was woefully inadequate to harness its power. As for the 5 perfect grade sword intent pills he possessed, the time for consumption had not yet arrived, for he had yet to even grasp a sword. To use them now would be an utter waste. He exhaled slowly, only to have his door suddenly kicked open. There stood Lu Mei, her face aflame with fury, glaring at him. Zhao Wuxie, was it you who intentionally led the princess to my brother Li Dong? Zhao Wuxie regarded Lu Mei. Noting the flush on her cheeks, she was evidently the woman he had interrupted moments ago. Did I disturb your little rendezvous with Zhao Li Dong? He teased. Lu Mei's eyes widened in shock, and then darted away. I don't understand what you're talking about. What rendezvous? I know nothing. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Zhao Wuxie leaned in with a mischievous grin. My dear lady, surely you wish for this matter to remain unknown to the princess? Lu Mei immediately clasped her chest, eyeing him warily. What exactly are you up to? Zhao Wuxie chuckled. What do you think? Don't even entertain the notion. My body belongs to brother Li Dong. He regarded Lu Mei's flat chest with disdain, almost as if it were a barren plain, wondering how the original owner could have been utterly captivated by her. I have no interest in you. What I need are combat techniques. Provide me with a few. At his words, Lu Mei appeared deeply insulted. What? You claim you have no interest in me. You're quite the actor. Are you playing hard to get to draw my attention? Only to seize me at the opportune moment? Let me tell you, you can forget it. You'll never have that chance in your lifetime. No, you're overthinking it. I genuinely lack combat techniques. Hurry and give me a few. Lu Mei, with a cold smile, rummaged through her storage bag and produced 2 scrolls, flinging them at Zhao Wuxie's face. Here, take them. Do you want to bring them to your nose and savor the lingering fragrance of my body? Is that not your true intention? Pray, do not be so deceitful. With your incompetence, how dare you claim to possess martial skills? You, who cannot cultivate. Do you believe you are deserving of such prowess? Zhao Wuxie swiftly tucked the secret manual into his bosom and pressed on. Is there anything else? Hand it all over. Chapter 7. Divine Martial Arts Begone. There is nothing left. Even if there were, I would not part with it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuxie delivered a sharp slap to Lu Mei's face, declaring, should you dare to speak to me in such a manner again, I shall end you. Lu Mei clutched her face, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at Zhao Wuxie. You actually dared to strike me. Have you lost your senses, Zhao Wuxie? Ignoring her, Zhao Wuxie strode towards the door. Zhao Wuxie, I am speaking to you. Why the sudden aloofness? Do you think this will make me like you? Dream on. Zhao Wuxie turned a deaf ear to her, inciting Lu Mei's frustration to a boiling point. Before long, he found himself once more before Zhao Li Dong, who was engrossed in a lively conversation with Qin Fengming. Suddenly, 2 scrolls of scripture were forcefully slapped against Zhao Li Dong's face. Zhao Li Dong, these 2 manuals are a gift for you. Enraged, Zhao Li Dong snatched the scrolls from his face and hurled them back, exclaiming, you little rascal. When will you cease your antics? Can't you see I am preoccupied? Zhao Wuxie chuckled as he reclaimed the scrolls, for to him, the mere act of giving was sufficient to fulfill his intent. Observing the number above Zhao Li Dong's head diminish by 100,000, he felt a surge of joy, certain that this time, the martial arts would be exceedingly formidable. With his goal accomplished, he saw no reason to linger further and made his exit. Zhao Li Dong stared at him in bewilderment. Eager to peruse the manuals, Zhao Wuxie hurried back to his humble abode. Outside stood Lu Mei, still waiting. Upon his return, she scoffed, Zhao Wuxie, I shall temporarily overlook that slap, but you previously promised to gift the supreme bone to brother Li Dong. Why have you not done so? Am I not allowed to have regrets? You cannot simply regret. She continued, you made a vow. Brother Li Dong is the destined one, while you, a mere wastrel. Do you truly believe you are worthy of the bone within you? If you present the supreme bone to brother Li Dong, I shall reward you with a piece of my worn undergarment. Otherwise, you shall never see me again. Zhao Wuxie rolled his eyes, if that is the case. Allow me to gift you a pair of my trousers. He promptly removed his trousers and shoes, shoving them into Lu Mei's hands. Lu Mei wrinkled her nose in disdain. I refuse this filthy collection. However, the transaction was already sealed the moment she touched the items. To her astonishment, the fortune above her head decreased by 500. The system's voice chimed, indicating that Zhao Wuxie had successfully gifted his trousers, earning him 5 low-grade, 3rd-tier Nirvana pills. As anticipated by Zhao Wuxie, the items once gifted could not be bestowed a second time. He cast a glance at his undergarments. Lu Mei seemed to sense something amiss, her expression turning vigilant as she regarded Zhao Wuxie. What do you intend to do? Zhao Wuxie flashed a grin and replied, hold your horses. I'm just going inside to fetch something. He dashed into the thatched hut, emerging with a haphazard collection of items which he thrust into Lu Mei's hands. In an instant, her fortune meter plummeted to 0. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have acquired the innate mixed yuan sword body. Lu Mei was bewildered, sensing an inexplicable absence within her being. She scolded with displeasure, Zhao Wuxie, don't you dare change the subject. What I desire is your supreme bone. Who would covet your pile of junk? You can forget about the supreme bone. This is all I can offer you. Take it or leave it. Lu Mei, incensed by his words, retorted, You dare defy my command. Just wait. I shall summon Brother Li Dong to deal with you. After bidding Lu Mei farewell, Zhao Wuxie eagerly integrated the innate mixed Yuan sword body into his own physique. At the moment of fusion, a sword-shaped aura coalesced uncontrollably in his right hand. He felt as though he were born to wield a sword. However, lamentably, he lacked a sword to test his newfound ability. He accessed the system, retrieving 2 previously acquired martial arts manuals, A Sword Dividing the Ages and 1,000 Phantom Mysterious Steps. Both were of divine caliber. A Sword Dividing the Ages comprised a formidable sword technique, delivering a singular strike capable of cleaving mountains and splitting seas. Meanwhile, 1,000 Phantom Mysterious Steps was an extraordinarily powerful movement technique that, when perfected, could produce thousands of clones, each possessing the strength of the original. Seated on his bed, Zhao Wuxie began to cultivate a sword dividing the ages, as his current physique was exceptionally suited for mastering this technique. Meanwhile, within the Zhao Wang residence, Steward Lu had awakened. He slowly rose from the ground, gingerly touching his jaw, only to wince in pain. Glancing around, he found the surroundings utterly barren, which left him quite despondent, as he had hoped to vent his frustrations by seizing a moldy egg. With no other option, he returned to his quarters. Upon feeling his storage pouch, he discovered the medicinal pills he had pilfered from Zhao Wuxie were still intact, which provided him some relief. Thus, he swallowed the earthen pill with great reluctance, then gradually closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the bed, awaiting the effects to manifest. Yet, after a considerable time had elapsed, he sensed no change in his cultivation. Confusion clouded his features. Suddenly, an overwhelming discomfort surged within his stomach, akin to tumultuous waves. At that moment, realization dawned upon him. What he had ingested was no medicinal pill, but merely a muddy ball from inside a shoe. Before he could fully grasp his anger, the abdominal pain became unbearable, prompting him to hastily dash towards the restroom. As he was dashing towards the latrine, he suddenly slipped, crashing headlong into the pit. With a resounding splash, he plunged directly into the foul depths. For someone of his cultivation level, ascending from such a pit should not pose a challenge. Yet today, for reasons unknown, he found himself utterly powerless, unable to muster any strength. He struggled desperately, but could not swim. He could only watch his body gradually sink deeper until all movement ceased. At that moment, a servant carrying a bucket approached. As per routine, he began to collect waste, preparing to fertilize the fields. What on earth is down there? Is the pit truly that deep? It shouldn't be so. Dezhuang, what are you mumbling about? Get back to work, or else that ruthless Steward Lu will be on our backs. What? Is Steward Lu awake now? He has been awake. Someone just saw him. Oh, by the way, did you forget to close the latrine lid while you were at it? How did you know? You scoundrel. I almost stepped right into it while squatting. My apologies, I'll close it right away. Chapter 8. A gift for you after leaving the Zhao residence. Qin Fengming coldly commanded, Go. Eliminate that wretched woman who has entangled herself with Zhao Lidong. Suddenly, a figure emerged behind Qin Fengming. Upon receiving the command, he swiftly made his way to the Lu family. Earlier, while at the Zhao royal manor, Qin Fengming had already perceived the intimate interactions between Zhao Lidong and Lu Mei through her divine sense. She merely feigned ignorance. After all, should this scandal escalate, it would severely tarnish the royal reputation. Though Qin Fengming held no affection for Zhao Lidong, she could not tolerate being humiliated in such a manner. Therefore, that woman must perish. That very afternoon, news of tragedy struck the Lu family. Lu Mei had been murdered. Zhao Wuxie never anticipated that the depletion of his fortune would lead to such horrific consequences. At that moment, the door to Zhao Wuxie's chamber was flung open, revealing Qin Fengming, who, with a look of disdain, covered her mouth and nose. Is this where you reside? You are the son of the Zhao king. Yet this is the treatment you receive? It's less than that of a servant. Zhao Wuxie arose and inquired, Do you seek something from me? Do you remember when I told you that if you were to implant the supreme bone into me, I could not only ensure your safety for a lifetime, but also grant you wealth and prosperity? Zhao Wuxie approached, lifting Qin Fengming's delicate chin with his hand. Smiling as he said, My previous promise still stands. Do consider it carefully. How dare you? The 2 handmaidens behind Qin Fengming gasped in shock. They had not anticipated Zhao Wuxie's audacity to openly flirt with a princess. Qin Fengming forcefully swatted Zhao Wuxie's hand away, icy disdain in her voice. You truly have no fear. What if your brother finds out? Zhao Wuxie shrugged nonchalantly. And what of it? Over the years, I have suffered greatly at his hands and have long harbored a deep-seated grudge. Qin Fengming gazed at Zhao Wuxie's pale countenance and remarked, I heard you got beaten today. With a personality as deserving of a thrashing as yours, it's truly fitting. Zhao Wuxie scrutinized Qin Fengming's fair and exquisite visage, as well as her alluring figure. He examined her from top to bottom, inside and out, several times over, growing increasingly satisfied. This woman's physique was indeed exceptional, akin to a flawless work of art sculpted by the goddess of beauty. Zhao Wuxie couldn't help but wish to bestow upon Zhao Lidong an enormous green hat. Qin Fengming felt uncomfortable under Zhao Wuxie's unabashed gaze. Her cheeks flushed as she scolded, "Scoundrel, have you looked enough? You are not permitted to gaze any longer. Being so beautiful, yet so stingy with your looks." With a smile curving her lips, Qin Fengming could not resist but to accentuate her ample bosom. "If you grant me the supreme bone, I might allow you a touch. What do you say? Will you agree?" Zhao Wuxie let out a cold laugh. Though he was indeed lustful, he was not foolish. As long as he possessed sufficient strength, finding a woman as beautiful as Qin Fengming would not be a challenge. In any realm, the strong are never devoid of attractive women. Zhao Wuxie snorted disdainfully. "Humph. You think a mere touch can procure my supreme bone? Do you believe you are imbued with celestial gold? How ridiculous. Scoundrel, I am a princess. How dare you be so rude? You are utterly unreasonable." Upon returning to her princess manner, Qin Fengming sat vacantly in the bathtub, lost in thought. She pondered the events of the day, particularly recalling the earlier indiscretions involving Zhao Lidong and Lu Mei. A surge of heat coursed through her, an instinctive urge yearning for release. Especially as she reflected on Zhao Wuxie's words from earlier, her heart stirred with restlessness. Qin Fengming was a woman of great ambition. In a world that favored men over women, she harbored grand aspirations for the throne beneath her father's rule. Eager to demonstrate to the world that women too could ascend to the imperial throne. 5 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this time, apart from attending to basic needs, Zhao Wuxie dedicated himself to rigorous training on his bed. He had now essentially mastered the divine combat technique, one sword across worlds, and his understanding of swordsmanship had finally reached a rudimentary stage. Eagerly, Zhao Wuxie consumed a sword intent pill, which dissolved instantly in his mouth, unleashing a tremendous medicinal force that surged towards his sea of stones. He vaguely perceived an elderly man with white hair, raising a sword to the heavens, cleaving the entire firmament in twain. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Zhao Wuxie's forehead. Subsequently, waves of terrifying sword aura erupted from him, shooting in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword aura sliced through the air as effortlessly as cutting tofu, leaving horrific fissures in Zhao Wuxie's humble abode. Then, with a resounding crack, the entire dwelling shattered into pieces and collapsed with a thunderous roar. Nearby servants were startled, exclaiming, "What just happened? The house was perfectly fine, and now it's cracked." They had previously admonished Zhao Wuxie, calling him useless for not solidifying the foundation properly, suspecting he had been slothful. How utterly fitting. This fellow is truly a worthless individual. He cannot even construct a proper house. Utterly useless. Indeed, how could the prince have given birth to such a feckless son? He pales in comparison to the esteemed heir. Quite right. Merely a good-for-nothing. However, one can understand this, considering his mother was merely a maid. His mother is indeed a cunning wretch. She brazenly climbed into the prince's bed while he slumbered, giving birth to this scoundrel, Zhao Wuxie. Tell me, how noble could the child of such a harlot possibly be? Wouldn't you agree? Ha! Indeed, the lady speaks the truth. Zhao Wuxie's mother is a disgrace, and he is the offspring of ignobility. Ha! Zhao Wuxie crawled out from the straw, hearing the derisive jests surrounding him. He slowly rose from the ground, dusting himself off. Then, he produced fragments of spirit stones, addressing those who mocked him. "Gentlemen, come over here. I have delightful offerings for you." These shards of spirit stones were gathered bit by bit, while he helped tidy up the training chamber. He had always been reluctant to use them, but now, they were perfect to bestow upon this rabble. What could such a wretched child possibly possess that is of value? With your meager means, what could you have to offer? Indeed, you are so impoverished you can barely afford a meal, yet you dare to put on airs before us. If you were to kneel and bow to us, we might show mercy and offer you some leftover scraps. What scraps, pray tell? Perhaps the remnants from the pig trough? Just hand it to him. He would surely relish it. Ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter. Only a few among them exchanged knowing glances. They recalled that Zhao Wuxie had previously gifted Steward Lu a body-refining elixir. Perhaps he truly possessed something of worth. Chapter 9. The intent of the sword. What treasures do you possess? Show them to us. Behold, is this truly what you consider valuable? Just tell us if you want it or not. Yes, I absolutely want it. Don't all rush at once. One at a time, please. Zhao Wuxie distributed all the fragmented spirit stones, draining the fortune of these individuals entirely. In total, Zhao Wuxie acquired 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. With such an abundance of spirit stones, he had no intention of purchasing a dwelling. Instead, he made his way to the princess's residence. Qin Fengming regarded Zhao Wuxie with surprise. What brings you here? Have you changed your mind? Zhao Wuxie shook his head. My terms remain unchanged. Humph. Then what are you doing here? My house collapsed, so I came to stay with you for a few days. How dare you treat my home as a mere lodging? Zhao Wuxie paid no heed to her words and directly entered, making his way to Qin Fengming's chamber. Upon pushing the door open, a fragrant breeze enveloped him. Inside, there was an expansive bed, accompanied by an exquisite dressing table adorned with a variety of precious jewelry and cosmetics. On the opposite side of the bed stood a screen painted with elegant depictions of beautiful maidens. Above, there lay a delicate pair of pink undergarments, adorned with intricate patterns. Zhao Wuxie approached, picked them up, and brought them to his nose for a sniff. What is this? Did you just change out of these garments? They smell so delightful. Qin Fengming's face blushed crimson. These were indeed her recently discarded intimate wear, and how brazen he was to behave in such a manner. You must not act so recklessly. That is, Zhao Wuxie chuckled lightly. Why have you ceased speaking? Pray, continue, what is it? Qin Fengming, both embarrassed and furious, attempted to snatch them back. However, Zhao Wuxie was quicker, cradling them to his chest. He then plopped down at the head of Qin Fengming's bed and declared, I shall be residing here for a while. Dear sister-in-law, I trust you will host me splendidly. Absolutely not. This is a princess's residence. Men are not permitted to stay. Then allow me to be your personal little eunuch, and it shall be permissible, no? That is out of the question. You are the son of Prince Zhao, and someone is bound to recognize you. I can appeal to Prince Zhao on your behalf to secure you another residence. Zhao Wuxie shook his head. Do not entertain such thoughts. My father, that miserly man, would never provide me with an alternate abode. Then you cannot stay here. You must leave at once. Sister-in-law, we are family. Such words wound my sentiments. Bah, who has any feelings for you? Reluctantly, Qin Fengming had no choice but to find him a dwelling. The residence she procured was a courtyard, albeit situated in a remote and desolate location, devoid of any human presence for 20 miles. It was exceedingly bleak. Behind the courtyard loomed an expansive mountain range, leaving one to ponder the rationale of those who built a home in such an isolated area, unafraid of encountering ferocious beasts. Yet, for Zhao Wuxie, he was in no position to be choosy. Having a place to stay was a blessing in itself. Upon pushing open the door, a cloud of dust engulfed him, inducing a fit of coughing. The courtyard was overrun with weeds, presenting a scene of utter desolation, exuding the scent of bygone years. At its center stood a dry well, filled to the brim with fallen leaves. Nearby, a towering peach tree loomed, its branches draped in dense cobwebs. Fortunately, the structure itself appeared sturdy and showed no signs of collapse. Qin Fengming remarked, You shall reside here from now on. Zhao Wuxie frowned, at the very least. You could arrange for someone to clean this place up. Humph. You expect someone to tidy up for you? Do not even think about it. Zhao Wuxie turned towards the direction of the princess's residence. In that case, I believe I shall stay at your abode instead. Qin Fengming seethed, her teeth clenched. Very well. I will have someone clean it thoroughly. Moreover, sister-in-law, you must also provide me with daily necessities. You are utterly insufferable. Yet Zhao Wuxie wore an expression of indifference. Unperturbed by her scorn, the handmaidens behind her exchanged glances, astonished, for after years of service to the princess, they had never witnessed her so uncomposed in the presence of a man. After a long time, Zhao Wuxie's courtyard was finally tidied up. Qin Fengming remarked, Is it satisfactory now? Zhao Wuxie entered and conducted an inspection. The house stood in stark contrast to its previous desolate state. The weeds in the courtyard had vanished entirely, and the withered leaves from the well had been cleared away, revealing a pool of crystal-clear water. The cobwebs on the beams had also been removed, and the interior had been furnished with an array of elegant furniture, presenting a delightful sight. Zhao Wuxie appeared quite pleased. However, his eyes, glistening with mischief, strayed towards the two maidens behind Qin Fengming, as he said, Yet, we are still in need of a few lovely maidservants, sister-in-law. Surely, you must assist me. Not a chance. Humph. Xiaohong and Zilf, how could they leave? After everyone departed, the once lively courtyard swiftly fell into a hushed stillness. Not long after returning to the princess's residence, a woman clad in a flowing green gown could not contain her curiosity and asked, Your Highness, isn't that room notorious for its hauntings? Isn't at the site of numerous deaths? Why would you gift it to him? Humph. That little rascal deserves to perish within. She retorted, But, Your Highness, do you not still require the supreme bone within him? Qin Fengming's brow furrowed as she realized her earlier lapse in judgment. She had completely overlooked such a crucial matter. Consequently, she dashed towards Zhao Wuxie's courtyard. As she approached, she suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying sword intent soaring into the sky. Even from a distance, she felt the air, infused with sword energy, sting her skin painfully. The razor-sharp sword aura halted her in her tracks, leaving her rooted in place, hesitant to venture closer. Aunt Shui, what is happening? When did our imperial city become host to such a formidable sword immortal? From behind her emerged a voluptuous and graceful beauty, clad in a pale blue gown. Her fair, radiant shoulders and voluptuous curves were partially exposed to the sun, casting an enchanting allure. The striking whiteness was utterly intoxicating. Her dainty, exquisite feet were fully bared to the air, igniting an impulse to cradle them close. She lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes assessing the terrifying spectacle ahead, and felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. What astonished her most was that this terrifying sword intent emanated from an 18-year-old youth. This exceeded all her previous understanding. It was known that the mightiest sword deity in the entire Qin kingdom had yet to grasp true sword intent, having only comprehended its rudimentary form. Yet, this young man had achieved a terrifying level of sword intent perfection, and it appeared to be growing stronger, seemingly far from its limit. This was utterly terrifying. After a prolonged silence, she withdrew her gaze and, with a complex expression, reported, "Your Highness, this individual is not a sword immortal. He is none other than Zhao Wuxie, the illegitimate son of the Zhao royal household." Upon hearing this, Qin Fengming gasped in astonishment. What? How is this possible? How old is he? To have mastered sword intent already. Moreover, there are individuals from the Zhao Wangfu. Was it not stated that he is incapable of cultivation? Your Highness, it appears he is not only capable of practicing, but possesses extraordinary talent. Chapter 10. What does he mean to me? Just how remarkable can his abilities be? At merely 18 years of age, without any guidance or resources, he has astonishingly achieved the pinnacle of innate perfection. Such aptitude is truly terrifying. Qin Fengming's eyes widened in disbelief. She distinctly remembered that it took her a full 16 years to reach the innate perfection, attaining it at the age of 19. Countless resources were consumed during this period. Even so, she was lauded as the most talented cultivator among the younger generation of the great Qin Empire. Yet Zhao Wuxie, a mere illegitimate son, neglected by his grandmother and unloved by his grandfather, has surpassed her in the speed of cultivation? This is utterly inconceivable. Just as they were lost in thought, the sword energy in the sky suddenly retracted, followed by a tempest raging forth, forming a terrifying tornado within Zhao Wuxie's courtyard. The tornado relentlessly devoured the spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius, compressing it into droplets of spiritual rain. The clouds above were swept up by the storm, transforming from white to black in an instant. The previously clear sky turned ominous, with clouds descending ever lower, rumbling ominously. Qin Fengming exclaimed in confusion, "What is happening? Could someone be undergoing a tribulation?" Aunt Shui maintained a grave expression, her gaze fixed ahead. With a swift motion, she struck her storage bag, unleashing a flurry of array flags that formed an immense barrier, concealing the celestial phenomenon above. At this moment, Zhao Wuxie, situated at the center of the storm, was being crushed by the oppressive spiritual pressure, struggling to breathe. Even more terrifying was the lightning power entwined within the tornado, striking him repeatedly. His body bore numerous wounds, appearing drenched in blood, and he trembled uncontrollably. Fortunately, the spiritual rain from the storm fell drop by drop upon his injured skin, gradually mending his wounds. A golden cocoon of light began to envelop his form, within which faint sounds of the Dao could be heard. Aunt Shui stared in awe, murmuring, "That is the Dao cocoon. How can this be? He has merely broken through to the Nirvana realm. How could such a terrifying phenomenon occur?" Meanwhile, far within the imperial palace, Emperor Qin Chongqing sat upon the dragon throne, observing the images transmitted from the Sky Monitoring Bureau. What is happening? Could it be that a demon beast has invaded our imperial city? The officials of the Sky Monitoring Bureau knelt before him, stating, "Your Majesty, this is likely not a demon beast. It should be a person. A person? Why would a human provoke a heavenly tribulation? Could they be undergoing a tribulation stage? That should not be the case. The aura emanating from him undoubtedly belongs to the Nirvana realm. I cannot say for certain, but according to the feedback from the Sky Monitoring Mirror, it is indeed not a demon beast." At this moment, Qin Chongsheng gazed intently, increasingly convinced that the indistinct figure bore a striking resemblance to the heir of the Zhao royal residence, Zhao Lidong. Could it truly be his own son-in-law? Rising from his dragon throne, Qin Chongsheng intended to soar towards the tempest. However, the Celestial Monitoring Bureau swiftly interjected, "Your Majesty, it is unwise to proceed. Approaching now may expose you to the tribulations of heaven. It would be prudent to wait until the tribulation has concluded before investigating further." Acknowledging their counsel, Qin Chongqing gradually resumed his seat. Meanwhile, Qin Fengming was utterly astonished. The scene unfolding before her surpassed her comprehension. She had never witnessed nor heard of a Nirvana realm cultivator triggering a heavenly tribulation. Could it be that the supreme bone within him was indeed so formidable? If that were the case, she was determined to acquire that supreme bone for herself. The tempest sent a chill coursing through her body, accentuating her alluring silhouette beneath its gusts. Regaining her composure, Qin Fengming turned towards Aunt Shui and inquired, "Aunt Shui, could you possibly conceal him for me? Your Highness, are you suggesting that scoundrel Zhao Wuxie must belong to me? I will not permit anyone else to lay claim to him." Aunt Shui nodded, equally intrigued by Zhao Wuxie, this prodigious talent. After a considerable interval, the storm finally abated, and the ominous clouds began to dissipate. Zhao Wuxie slowly opened his eyes. During this breakthrough, he had ascended to the second tier of the Nirvana realm. More importantly, his sword intent had achieved a state of consummation. Now, even when faced with a master of the fourth tier of Nirvana, he felt prepared for battle. Just as he reveled in his triumph, darkness suddenly enveloped him. Aunt Shui, with a worried expression, cautioned, "Your Highness, would it not be unwise to directly place him into the Qinquan bag? What could be amiss? He won't perish immediately. Come, let us return to the estate. We must ensure that no one else discovers him." With that, Aunt Shui refrained from further protest. She placed an arm around Zhao Wuxie's shoulder and, in an instant, vanished from sight. Shortly after their departure, a man clad in a black dragon robe and an elderly figure with white hair appeared in the sky. Qin Changxing surveyed the scorched earth and the massive crater formed by the storm and thunder. A look of perplexity etched across his face. Where has he gone? How could he vanish so swiftly? The Celestial Monitoring Bureau, bowing respectfully, proposed, "Your Majesty, shall I activate the celestial mirror to deduce his whereabouts?" Qin Changxing promptly waved his hand, declaring, "No need. I know who he is." With that, he flew towards the Zhao residence. At this moment, Zhao Lidong, having just concluded his cultivation, basked in the praises of his mother. "My son possesses truly exceptional talent. He has achieved yet another breakthrough. I dare say that since the founding of the Great Qin, no one can rival my son. Once he has transplanted that wretch's supreme bone, his innate gifts shall undoubtedly surpass all others across the Tianxian continent." Zhao Lidong suppressed a smile, as he shared the same sentiment within. However, he would never utter such words himself, for it would be rather dull to boast about oneself. In truth, Zhao Lidong possessed remarkable talent. He should have long ago transcended the third level of the Nirvana realm. Yet, this individual was perpetually engrossed in romantic pursuits, spending his days in affectionate dalliance with his cousin, which hindered his cultivation. Had it not been for the recent tragic demise of Lu Mei, he might still be lost in a haze of indulgence. Zhao Lidong inquired, "Mother, have we uncovered the truth behind my cousin's death?" "Not yet." Zhao Lidong's expression darkened. "Mother, do you think her death could be linked to that little scoundrel?" Lu Xiangling shook her head. "That is impossible. That little scoundrel cannot even cultivate. Your cousin, at least, possesses innate strength. He could not have harmed her." Chapter 11. The transaction. Zhao Lidong pondered for a moment, acknowledging that perhaps he had been overly concerned. At that moment, two figures flashed into view above the Zhao royal residence, prompting curiosity among the onlookers. Lu Xiangling immediately knelt and proclaimed, "I pay my respects to your Majesty." The others from the Zhao household, alarmed, swiftly dropped to their knees as well. "We pay our respects to your Majesty. Please, rise," Qin Changxing gestured. Lu Xiangling felt an invisible force lift her from the ground. Qin Changxing appraised Zhao Lidong, his eyes suddenly brightening. "So you are the Thunder Abyss sacred body. No wonder your cultivation talent is so formidable, truly deserving of being my son-in-law. Minister Lu, this is where your Zhao royal residence has aired. My son-in-law possesses the Thunder Abyss sacred body. Why was this concealed?" Lu Xiangling, feeling embarrassed, explained that this was the Zhao king's intention, fearing that Qin Changxing might harbor jealousy towards Zhao Lidong's gifts, potentially leading to harm. Thus, they had concealed his physique and cultivation level. However, they had not anticipated that during this breakthrough, he would inadvertently reveal his aura, allowing Qin Changxing to discern it. Qin Changxing smiled at Zhao Lidong and asked, "My dear son-in-law, was that you breaking through just now?" Zhao Lidong nodded, saying, "Indeed, your Majesty, I have just achieved a breakthrough." "Ha, no wonder. The Thunder Abyss sacred body. It makes sense that it would attract heavenly tribulations." "Ha." Zhao Lidong was bewildered. "What heavenly tribulations? What is that?" Qin Changxing inquired with a grin. "When do you plan to marry my daughter?" At the thought of Qin Fengming's alluring figure and captivating beauty, Zhao Lidong couldn't help but swallow hard. "It is entirely at your Majesty's discretion." Qin Changxing affectionately patted Zhao Lidong on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. "Excellent. I propose the wedding be held in half a month's time. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Lidong was overwhelmed with excitement, immediately kneeling and bowing his head. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Changxing swiftly helped him up, frowning slightly. Why are you being so formal? Isn't it time for you to address me properly? What should you call me? Lu Xiangling cleared her throat and prompted, Dear son, why don't you call him Father Emperor? Zhao Lidong, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed. I pay my respects to Father Emperor. Ha! Now that is more like it. At this moment, Zhao Wuxie, confined within the storage pouch, gazed down at the vibrant array of colors beneath him, utterly bewildered. Where on earth was he? No wonder he had found the scent so peculiar earlier. Yet, this aroma felt oddly familiar. Zhao Wuxie inhaled deeply. Wasn't this fragrance reminiscent of his sister-in-law? Meanwhile, Qin Fengming sat at her vanity, her expression a mixture of complexity and contemplation. She hesitated, pondering whether to engage in a transaction with Zhao Wuxie. After all, she was already bound by a marriage contract. If she proceeded with this, what would become of her engagement to Zhao Lidong? However, the commotion caused by Zhao Wuxie's recent breakthrough into the Nirvana realm was still vivid in her memory. Such a significant disturbance indicated that this supreme bone was undoubtedly extraordinary. If she could acquire it, her cultivation talent would soar to unprecedented heights. As she grappled with her thoughts, a sudden recollection struck her, the very storage pouch that held Zhao Wuxie. It was the one where she kept her intimate garments. A blush crept across Qin Fengming's cheeks as she quickly released Zhao Wuxie from the pouch. Zhao Wuxie hastily donned his trousers, still clutching a thin purple object, and lamented. Why did you let me out so soon? Couldn't you have waited just a moment longer? Qin Fengming, puzzled, retorted, Why should I wait for you? Zhao Wuxie awkwardly scratched the back of his head and chuckled nervously. Oh, it's nothing, nothing. Sister-in-law, don't think too much of it. With a bemused expression, Qin Fengming opened her storage pouch to glance inside, only to find it utterly empty. She turned to Zhao Wuxie, bewildered. Where are my clothes? Zhao Wuxie deftly tucked the object into his embrace, then looked skyward, defiantly asserting, How would I know? At that moment, Qin Fengming finally recognized what Zhao Wuxie had just hidden away. Her face flushed with anger as she chastised, You scoundrel! You've stolen my belongings. How can this be considered theft? In the realm of scholars, such actions cannot be deemed as stealing. If anything, it could be classified as a transaction. Do you consider yourself a scholar? Why not? I've diligently studied since childhood. Not wishing to prolong the argument, Qin Fengming cleared her throat, straightened her posture, and with a rosy hue on her cheeks, inquired, Does the deal you mentioned last time still stand? What deal? I don't quite understand. Qin Fengming, incensed, found his previous lecherous demeanor absurdly hypocritical. With a deep breath, as if resolved to take a significant step, she slowly shed her outer garment, exposing her delicate shoulder to the cool air. Her skin, fair as snow and exquisitely smooth, resembled finely crafted jade. With a shy yet bold glance at Zhao Wuxie, she noticed his lack of reaction and felt her frustration simmering. Thus, she gradually loosened her belt, revealing her long, elegant legs, and leaned closer to him. The fragrant aroma emanating from her body sent Zhao Wuxie's heart racing, his face aflame, yet he remained composed. Observing his restraint, Qin Fengming was both impressed and vexed. She initially felt a twinge of surprise, followed by a dawning realization. Suddenly, she covered her mouth with a smile as radiant as blossoms in the spring, leaving Zhao Wuxie momentarily entranced. Observing Zhao Wuxie's dazed expression, Qin Fengming suddenly understood. The rogue demeanor Zhao had previously displayed was merely a facade. He had never even touched a woman. With this revelation, Qin Fengming felt that perhaps she had not been at a loss after all. Thus, she shed her last layer of pretense, revealing her true self to Zhao Wuxie. Her perfect curves ignited a passionate stir within him, leaving Zhao Wuxie parched. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew warm. An hour later, Zhao Wuxie sat on the bed, gazing at the blood-red plum blossom on the white sheets, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Qin Fengming leaned her head on Zhao Wuxie's shoulder and teased, What's wrong? Are you afraid? Afraid of what your brother might think and how he might deal with you? Zhao Wuxie chuckled lightly. How could I fear him? I merely feel as though this entire experience is a dream. Upon hearing this, Qin Fengming playfully bit his shoulder, leaving behind 2 rows of teeth marks. Then, tilting her head, she asked, And now? Do you still think you're dreaming? Zhao Wuxie replied with a grin, Let us do it again. Even if it is a dream, I wish to linger in it a little longer. At his words, Qin Fengming felt a pang of anxiety. She exclaimed no? Oh. But Zhao Wuxie was not inclined to grant her wish. He leaned in to kiss her fragrant lips, and his hands began to explore with audacious intent. Chapter 12. The indomitable body of war. The following day, Zhao Wuxie awoke with satisfaction. Xiaohong and Xiaolu, blushing, entered with a wash basin. Zhao Wuxie smiled, and playfully patted each of their pert derrieres. The two beautiful maids, startled like frightened little rabbits, hurriedly fled. Qin Fengming lay on the bed, her mouth slightly agape, looking feeble. She could hardly recall how many times they had shared the night before. Zhao Wuxie approached slowly, brushing aside a lock of hair that clung to her lips. He spoke softly, "Sister-in-law, it's time to rise." Qin Fengming slowly sat up, her face pale as she said, "You remember our agreement, don't you? You are to give me your supreme bone now." Zhao Wuxie furrowed his brow. "So your fervor last night was all to obtain my supreme bone?" Qin Fengming chuckled lightly. "What else would you think? That I might have feelings for you?" Though Zhao Wuxie had mentally prepared himself for this, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Had Qin Fengming asked for his supreme bone earlier, he might have readily acquiesced. However, now that she had become his woman, the first to embrace him in this world, he truly did not wish to harm her. Just as he contemplated how to refuse, Qin Fengming drew forth a crimson sword, placing it against Zhao Wuxie's neck, her voice icy. "Last night, you also indulged. According to our agreement, you must now give me your supreme bone. If you dare to renege, I will not hesitate to end you." Zhao Wuxie was taken aback, realizing this woman had donned her armor and forgotten their bond. Fury ignited within him. Last night, he ought not to have been so gentle. He should have stood firm and shown her his strength. Zhao Wuxie sighed and, with a hint of resignation, said, "Very well. I promise to provide you with the supreme bone, but heed my warning. This bone may be too much for you to handle. Should anything untoward occur, do not cast blame upon me." Qin Fengming laughed. "As a princess with phoenix blood coursing through my veins, how could your supreme bone possibly harm me? Enough of your prattling. Let us commence the transplantation procedure at once." No sooner had she spoken than Aunt Shui appeared out of thin air. Zhao Wuxie was taken aback. Qin Fengming scoffed. "You are truly lacking in discernment. A master like Aunt Shui can conceal herself so adeptly that you would never notice." Zhao Wuxie, puzzled, inquired, "Are you suggesting she has been in the room all along?" "Indeed, Aunt Shui has been quietly safeguarding me from the shadows." "Then, when we were folding blankets together last night, was she also present?" Qin Fengming's eyes widened in astonishment. The thought of what transpired last night, if witnessed by Aunt Shui, was indeed alarming. Aunt Shui covered her mouth with a smile, refusing to admit that she had been openly observing them the entire time. "Your Highness, rest assured, I was not present last night." Upon hearing this, Qin Fengming let out a sigh of relief. Aunt Shui turned her gentle gaze towards Zhao Wuxie and asked, "Young master, are you willing to proceed with the transplantation of your supreme bone?" Zhao Wuxie grinned mischievously. "If the beautiful lady would allow me a kiss, then I would gladly agree." Aunt Shui was taken aback, not expecting this audacious young man to flirt with her. She turned to Qin Fengming, seemingly seeking her approval. Qin Fengming huffed, "Zhao Wuxie, do not overstep your bounds. I have already acquiesced to all your demands last night. It is time for you to honor your promise." Zhao Wuxie cast a regretful glance at Aunt Shui. The mature aura she exuded stirred feelings within him, and he longed to taste her sweetness. Alas, had he known such a captivating beauty existed beside Qin Fengming, he would have made his move last night. Qin Fengming urged, "Hurry and begin. I can hardly wait any longer." Aunt Shui nodded in acknowledgement and addressed Zhao Wuxie, "Young master, if you are ready, please lie down on the bed." Zhao Wuxie asked, "Will it hurt, beautiful lady?" Qin Fengming interjected with a scoff, "I did not cry out in pain last night. What do you have to fear as a grown man? That is not the same. Last night, I merely scraped my skin. Today, I am to have my bones severed." Aunt Shui smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, young master. I shall do my utmost to minimize your discomfort." Yet Zhao Wuxie remained apprehensive. "Beautiful lady, please be gentle." Aunt Shui nodded with a smile, but her hands showed no mercy. As soon as Zhao Wuxie lay down, she swiftly made an incision in his abdomen. Zhao Wuxie instantly cried out in agony. "Ah!" The sound of his scream shattered the teapot in the room. Had it not been for Aunt Shui, who had already activated the soundproofing barrier, the commotion would have undoubtedly drawn attention. The agonizing screams likely startled even the emperor deep within his palace. After a considerable time, the supreme bone transplantation surgery was finally completed. The phoenix blood within Qin Fengming seamlessly merged with Zhao Wuxie's sovereign blood. Glimmers of fire erupted from Qin Fengming's body as a golden phoenix circled above her, emitting a series of resounding cries. Aunt Shui smiled and remarked, "Marvelous. This sovereign blood not only harmonizes perfectly with your highness's phoenix blood, but has also elevated it to a higher realm. This supreme bone seems as if it were destined for your highness." Unfortunately, at this moment, Qin Fengming's body was still undergoing transformation, and she had succumbed to slumber, entirely oblivious to Aunt Shui's words. Seeing that Qin Fengming had completed the fusion, Aunt Shui felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then turned to Zhao Wuxie and inquired, "Young master, how do you feel now?" Zhao Wuxie's pallid complexion betrayed him as he replied, "I feel as though I am on the brink of death." Without hesitation, Aunt Shui produced a restorative elixir and administered it to Zhao Wuxie. Yet, he sensed his body growing increasingly frail. If he did not promptly claim his system reward, he might meet his demise here. He disregarded the potential revelation of his secrets to Aunt Shui, focusing solely on escaping danger. Thus, he hastily claimed his system reward. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. The host is awarded a piece of supreme bone, returning a pair of heavy pupils and the indomitable battle body. Will you integrate them now? Zhao Wuxie opted for the indomitable battle body, fusing it into his being. As for the heavy pupils, he resolved to integrate them later in solitude. Upon merging the indomitable battle body with his form, Zhao Wuxie's previously ravaged body began to mend rapidly. The grievous wound on his abdomen healed in the blink of an eye, and his once pale cheeks gradually regained their color. Among the myriad of extraordinary physiques, while the indomitable battle body may not be the most formidable, its swift healing capabilities certainly place it among the elite. Chapter 13. The cost. Aunt Shui gazed in astonishment at Zhao Wuxie's abdomen. She distinctly remembered the horrifying wound that had marred it moments ago. How could it have healed so swiftly? Logically, having lost a piece of supreme bone, one would expect severe illness, if not death. Yet, what was the matter with Zhao Wuxie? Not only was he alive, but he appeared vibrant and full of life, as if nothing had transpired. A multitude of questions swirled in Aunt Shui's mind, demanding answers. Unable to contain her curiosity, she gently placed her delicate, fair hand upon the site of Zhao Wuxie's injury. After a prolonged examination, she found no abnormalities. Puzzled, she mused, could this restorative elixir be this effective? Casting a doubtful glance at Qin Fengming's abdomen, she observed a blood-stained mark upon her otherwise smooth belly. Although the phoenix blood within Qin Fengming was mending her injuries at an astonishing pace, the wound was still far from being healed in an instant. Snow Ant curiously glanced at Zhao Wuxie and inquired, "How did you accomplish this?" Zhao Wuxie smiled and replied, "Beautiful sister, do you truly wish to know?" Snow Ant nodded earnestly. Zhao Wuxie continued, "If you allow me a kiss, I shall divulge the secret to you." "What do you say?" Snow Ant chuckled, covering her mouth. "You little rascal, I could be your mother, yet you still dare to flirt with me." Zhao Wuxie explained, "My mother passed away when I was very young. Everyone in the Zhao Wangfu bullied me, and I dearly miss my mother. She was the only person who ever loved me in this world. Seeing you reminds me of her. Beautiful sister, could you perhaps give me a hug?" Upon hearing this, Snow Ant felt a surge of compassion for Zhao Wuxie. With a tender expression, she embraced him, soothingly saying, "Do not be sad. Since you have lost your mother, let me love and care for you in her stead." Zhao Wuxie nodded with a smile, one hand encircling Snow Ant's soft waist while the other, somewhat uncontrollably, slid down to her curvaceous form. Eventually, he buried his head amidst her ample bosom, greedily inhaling the sweet fragrance. Yet, Snow Ant made no attempt to stop him. Her sole desire was to comfort Zhao Wuxie. Unable to bring herself to refuse him, time passed unmeasured until a eunuch from the royal palace arrived at the princess's residence, inquiring, "Where is Her Highness the Princess?" One of Qin Fengming's maidservants replied, "The princess is still asleep. Please wait a moment while I fetch her." The elderly eunuch frowned. At such a late hour, she is still asleep? After a considerable time, Qin Fengming was finally awakened and approached the eunuch, looking somewhat feeble. The eunuch asked, "What has happened to you, Your Highness?" Qin Fengming smiled gently. "I am fine. May I inquire, Masterly, what brings you here?" "Your Highness, we have come to bring you good news." "Oh, what good news?" "The Emperor has selected a date for your wedding, to be held on the 20th of this month. There are only 14 days remaining." Upon hearing this, Qin Fengming was taken aback, having just concluded an agreement with Zhao Wuxie the previous night, and now she was informed of her impending marriage. The eunuch stood there for quite some time. As per custom, the princess was expected to present him with a generous red envelope. However, he waited in vain for any sign of movement from Qin Fengming. Fortunately, her maid, Xiao Lu, promptly reacted and hurriedly handed a pouch of spirit stones to Masterly. Upon receiving the spirit stones, the eunuch's expression brightened. "Your Highness, shall we return to the palace now?" "Wait, Masterly. Was it not agreed that the wedding would take place 3 years from now? Why has it been moved forward?" The eunuch chuckled. "Ah, you see, just yesterday, His Majesty discovered that your fiancé is, in fact, the Thunder Abyss sacred body. In his delight, the Emperor decided to advance your wedding to merely half a month from now." Qin Fengming's pupils constricted in shock. She had never imagined that her seemingly ordinary fiancé possessed such extraordinary talents. Fortunately, she has now transplanted Zhao Wuxie as supreme bone, and her current talents must surely surpass Zhao Lidong's by a considerable margin. After bidding farewell to the old eunuch, Qin Fengming returned to her chamber and coldly addressed Zhao Wuxie, who was still reclining on the bed. "Enough. You may leave now." Zhao Wuxie, dissatisfied, retorted, What is the matter? Have you turned your back on me now that you're dressed? Qin Fengming sat down on the edge of the bed and replied, in half a month, I shall be wed. The agreement made between us last night must remain a secret. If you dare to speak of it, I will ensure your demise in the most gruesome manner. Why? Why can't you wait for me? Once I have perfected my cultivation, I will marry you. Qin Fengming gazed deeply at Zhao Wuxie and replied, this is not my decision. It is the emperor's command. Moreover, even if you were given time, what would it matter? You have lost the supreme bone. You are but a shell of a man now. Rest assured, you shall always be my first man. And I shall ensure you live a life of luxury. Zhao Wuxie furrowed his brow and glanced at Qin Fengming's attributes panel. Name, Qin Fengming. Age, 20. Talent, possesses phoenix blood, supreme bone cultivation, nirvana level 3. Fortune value, 2,006,000. Zhao Wuxie was left dumbfounded. He could not comprehend why her fortune value had not only remained unchanged, but had actually increased by 500,000. He raised his head to check his own fortune value and was astonished to find it had also risen by 500,000. Could it be that the system was malfunctioning? Noticing Zhao Wuxie's gaze lingering on her face, Qin Fengming could not help but feel a surge of delight. After a while, Zhao Wuxie was returned to the four-sided courtyard where he had previously faced tribulations. Aunt Shui, perplexed, inquired, Your Highness, why have you returned him here? Did you not say this house is haunted? Qin Fengming coldly replied, Humph. Those who have slept with me cannot expect to live. Not a chance. Aunt Shui frowned and said, But Your Highness, he is still your man. I am destined to become the Empress. A mere man means nothing. Our affair shall not be mentioned again. Aunt Shui continued to advise, Your Highness, if you truly wish to avoid him, you need not concern yourself with him at all. However, Qin Fengming had made up her mind. Zhao Wuxie must die. Little did she know that from the moment she harbored thoughts of killing Zhao Wuxie, her fortune value plummeted by 1 million. This meant that obtaining Zhao Wuxie's supreme bone had cost her 500,000 in fortune value. A heavy price indeed. Chapter 14. Blood Evil Spirit. Upon returning to his residence, Zhao Wuxie filled in the pit left by the thunder tribulation. He then resumed his meditation in the courtyard, beginning to consume the sword intent pill. After a considerable time, Zhao Wuxie slowly opened his eyes, feeling his sword intent significantly strengthened. Having reached the early stage of sword intent level 2, with his current strength, he could contend even with a nirvana level 6 expert. Then, ensuring no one was around, he collected his system rewards and began to merge his heavy eyes. When he opened his eyes once more, he seemed to perceive, faintly yet distinctly, the primordial scenes of the creation and annihilation of the universe, evoking a chilling sensation. After merging his pupils, Zhao Wuxie discovered that the entire world had transformed dramatically. Everything around him appeared to move at a fraction of its usual speed. Yet, this was not the most significant revelation. Now, with a single glance, he could even behold the royal palace, where Qin Changsheng and his queen, the mother of Qin Fengming, were engaged in a game of cards. This woman, truly, was deserving of her title as Qin Fengming's mother. Her beauty and form were simply extraordinary. As Zhao Wuxie surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly noticed, beneath him, a colossal eye, fixed intently upon him. Panic seized him, causing him to stand abruptly. What are you? He exclaimed. The enormous eye below did not respond, but merely rolled ominously. By now, the sun had long set, and the night had stealthily enveloped the land. Zhao Wuxie could vaguely hear the howls of monstrous beasts resonating from the depths of the mountains, a cacophony that sent shivers down his spine. However, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming realization was that Zhao Wuxie's dwelling was swiftly sinking. From the depths below, a sanguine malevolence rose like steam. The once solid ground was gradually transforming into a sea of crimson. Everything around him was cloaked in an eerie, blood-red hue, resembling a vast ocean of blood, exuding a pungent metallic scent. Beyond this blood-colored prison lay an abyss of infinite darkness, stretching beyond sight. Standing amidst the blood sea, the dampness and slickness beneath his feet sent chills coursing through his body. Suddenly, a gigantic red claw emerged from the sanguine ground. Zhao Wuxie widened his eyes and peered into the depths below. There, he beheld a ghastly figure, devoid of skin, its body of vivid red, extending a long, scarlet tongue, drooling hungrily with greedy crimson eyes fixated on him. The sight sent a wave of dread over Zhao Wuxie. Name? Species, blood fiend. A creature that delights in devouring humans. Age. Cultivation level, perfected golden core stage. Fortune value, 0. Zhao Wuxie gulped nervously, unable to restrain himself from pleading, Dear brother, I am merely passing through. I shall leave at once. I promise to burn some paper money for you later. Please, do not eat me. I am not delectable. The blood fiend clawed its way out from the ground. Towering over 4 meters, its emaciated frame was ensnared in chains. With a mouth full of jagged teeth, exuding a chilling aura of death. A sinister wind swept through, sending a shiver down Zhao Wuxie's spine. The blood fiend lunged a claw toward him. Grabbing a wooden stick from the ground, Zhao Wuxie swung it with all his might, invoking the technique A Sword Across Worlds. An astonishing wave of sword energy surged forth, akin to a dazzling river of stars, aimed at the blood-red claw. Upon collision, a resounding crack echoed through the air as the sword energy shattered upon contact with the claw. However, the strike momentarily halted the blood fiend's advance. The blood fiend was momentarily taken aback, a sharp pain coursing through its hand. It was utterly astonished that this mere human, akin to an insignificant ant, could unleash such formidable sword energy. Did that sword energy perhaps harbor a sense of sword intent? Although this energy could not harm its body, which had been tempered through countless trials, the fact that such a youthful individual could comprehend sword intent and wield such a powerful technique was simply astonishing. Was this prodigy not excessively extraordinary for a mere human? Was it truly possible for a human to achieve such feats? Yet, to its knowledge, no one in the Great Qin had comprehended complete sword intent thus far. The blood fiend directed a chilling, raspy voice towards Zhao Wuxie. Human, your sword technique is commendable. Surrender it to me, and I shall grant you the privilege of becoming my blood servant. Otherwise, I shall devour you. Zhao Wuxie had no interest in becoming a blood servant. Rather, he was intrigued by the nature of this blood fiend. Curiously, he inquired, esteemed elder, may I ask who you are, whence you hail, and what your intentions are? The blood fiend emitted a thunderous roar. Human, answer my question. Will you choose death or servitude? The terrifying sound waves assaulted Zhao Wuxie, causing blood to spill from his orifices as his body staggered backward. Fortunately, his indomitable battle body swiftly mended his injuries. Beads of cold sweat broke out on Zhao Wuxie's forehead. The blood fiend's cultivation far exceeded his own. He was no match for it. Casting his gaze to the ground, Zhao Wuxie observed the intricate array of mysterious formations. Emanating from these formations were black iron chains that pierced through the bones of the blood fiend. Its collarbone, thigh bone, and arm bones were all transgressed. Additionally, 2 chains penetrated its golden core, binding its cultivation. In total, there were 8 chains, corresponding to 8 directions, securely confining the blood fiend in the center. No wonder his previous strike had caused a brief halt in the fiend's arm. It was unable to exert its full power. With this realization, Zhao Wuxie felt less frantic than before. He feigned composure, and the power of his dual pupils surged forth. 2 violet beams of light erupted from his eyes, instantly piercing into the blood fiend's own. A searing pain shot through the fiend's eyes, blood streaming from its orbs as it cried out in agony. You little imp! You have thoroughly enraged me. With a wave of its hand, it lunged toward Zhao Wuxie once more. However, the trajectory of its attack had been laid bare before Zhao Wuxie's keen perception. Before the fiend's arm could reach him, Zhao Wuxie activated the phantom steps, transforming his body into an ephemeral shadow and evading the giant claw's assault. Although he had not fully mastered this movement technique, evading the clumsy giant's attacks was still well within his capability. Seeing its strike miss, the blood fiend was instantly consumed by rage. Clawing at Zhao Wuxie again and again, the chains rattling ominously with each movement. It lunged towards Zhao Wuxie countless times, only to be repeatedly pulled back by the chains. The blood fiend, enraged, pounded its chest and roared, "Little thief. If you have the guts, don't run. Face me head on." Zhao Wuxie sneered. Only a fool would confront a formidable adversary at the Golden Core realm directly. Realizing it could not reach Zhao Wuxie's body, the blood fiend refused to relinquish such a prime source of nourishment, for it had been starving for over half a year. Thus, it slammed its palm onto the ground, and a surge of blood-red malevolence burrowed into the earth. Suddenly, a crimson skeletal claw burst forth from below, seizing Zhao Wuxie's right leg. Immediately following, a multitude of blood-red corpses emerged from the ground, emitting a cacophony of clattering sounds as they rushed towards Zhao Wuxie. Many of these corpses possessed the strength of the Nirvana realm, with the strongest reaching the 5th level of Nirvana. Chapter 15. The blood fiend's aura. With a single stroke of his sword, Zhao Wuxie cleaved the skeletal claw, gripping his ankle in two. Then, with another swing, a terrifying beam of sword light erupted from the wooden staff in his hand. The blood skeletons within 5 meters ahead were obliterated in an explosive shower of dust. The headless corpses collapsed to the ground. Just when Zhao Wuxie believed the ordeal was over, the blood-red powder on the ground began to coalesce once more, reforming into skeletal figures. These corpses crouched down, retrieving their severed heads and placing them back upon their necks. Zhao Wuxie's expression turned grave. Did this mean that these skeletons were essentially inexhaustible? However, Upon further contemplation, he sensed something amiss. In truth, there had never existed a creature in this world that was genuinely immortal and indestructible. Surely, they must possess a flaw. After all, even his so-called indestructible battle body, which boasted of eternal life, was merely a testament to resilient vitality. When the time came, it would still perish. Zhao Wuxie's eyes glimmered with a purple light as he scrutinized the surrounding corpses. He discerned that each of them was bound by 5 minuscule, nearly imperceptible blood-red threads. One thread penetrated the forehead of each corpse, while 2 entered their arms and another to their legs. The other ends of these threads were tightly bound to the blood fiend's fingertips. Recognizing this, Zhao Wuxie swiftly severed all the threads with his sword. Instantly, the corpses lost their control and toppled to the ground. The blood fiend was taken aback, unable to comprehend how this mere nirvana realm ant could unveil the flaws in its sorcery. It was equally perplexed as to why such a small nirvana realm practitioner proved to be so troublesome. Who is your master, boy? In the blood fiend's mind, Zhao Wuxie's formidable prowess indicated that his master must be exceptionally powerful, perhaps someone it could not afford to provoke. Before attempting to eliminate Zhao Wuxie, it needed to ascertain whether this youth had backing. If he did, then that person must be spared. If not, well, then it would be a different story altogether. This is the hard-earned wisdom gleaned after suffering a significant setback. Zhao Wuxie remarked, given my ability to wield such formidable swordsmanship, do you truly remain oblivious? Upon hearing this, Blood Fiend's heart jolted in astonishment. This young man's swordplay was remarkably advanced, and he had grasped the essence of the sword. Could it be that he is the sword god of the Qin kingdom, Li Qingyang? Wasn't he in seclusion? Moreover, he had no disciples. Is it possible that during his seclusion, he achieved mastery in swordsmanship and comprehended the sword's essence, subsequently taking this young man as his apprentice and imparting both the sword's essence and techniques to him? Yet, is it truly so effortless to attain such comprehension? Could this young man really grasp it so readily? Such extraordinary talent would be remarkable indeed. Blood Fiend gazed at Zhao Wuxie's head, drooling like a waterfall in anticipation. Blood Fiend mused, if only I could transfer such a brilliant mind to my own head. Then I, too, could wield this terrifying sword essence and techniques. At that moment, these chains would be no match for my blade. However, it also pondered that if it were to slay this young man, Li Qingyang would undoubtedly seek retribution. In that case, escape would not be guaranteed. Reluctantly, it considered the prospect of devouring Zhao Wuxie, yet it feared the unpredictable consequences. Thus, with a glint of cunning in its eyes, it addressed Zhao Wuxie, young man, should you assist me in severing these iron chains and liberate me, I shall spare your life. What do you say? Zhao Wuxie retorted with a cold laugh. Release you? Do you think I would survive that? You take me for a fool? Blood Fiend chuckled. Young man, this matter leaves you no choice but to comply. Have you not realized? You are currently afflicted with blood poison, and within half a stick of incense, you shall succumb to its effects. Zhao Wuxie glanced down at his body, scrutinizing himself closely. He detected no abnormalities. You lie. I am not poisoned. Impossible. My blood fiend energy is not something a mere nirvana realm creature like you can withstand. You must be mistaken. No, I assure you, I am not poisoned. It cannot be. You are deceiving me. You must feel countless ants gnawing at every inch of your skin, do you not? Zhao Wuxie examined his body once more, finding still no signs of affliction. I truly am not poisoned. There is nothing wrong with me. Blood Fiend, infuriated, rose from the ground, brandishing its chains, and shouted, do not lie. Strip off your clothing this instant, and let me see. You must be suffering from the poison's effects. Hearing this, Zhao Wuxie cautiously regarded the frenzied Blood Fiend while slowly removing his garments. He then inspected his flawless physique. Finally, he declared once more, you are deceiving me. I am not poisoned. Blood Fiend stared in wide-eyed disbelief at Zhao Wuxie's unblemished body. How could this young man be so extraordinary? Even the blood poison and death energy had failed to take effect. It is worth noting that even a golden core master would face certain death from just a hint of his blood fiend energy. The young man, having inhaled so much of the bloodthirsty aura, should have succumbed to the poison by now. Is this body truly human? Could it be that he is of his own kind? Zhao Wuxie suddenly recalled his indomitable war body, which must have neutralized all the toxins. As the poison gradually eroded his body, the indomitable war body swiftly repaired it. Consequently, the rate of poisoning was outpaced by the speed of recovery. Thus, Zhao Wuxie remained unscathed. The bloodthirsty ghost's mentality shattered completely. It could not fathom the origin of this creature, which seemed even less human than itself. In confusion, it queried, boy, what manner of monster are you? And what is your name? I am Zhao Lidong, hailing from the Zhao Wangfu. Very well, I shall remember you. Boy, I ask you once more, are you willing to rescue me? If you do so, I can serve as your protector. What say you? Zhao Wuxie resolutely shook his head. This creature, in such a ghastly form, likely had countless enemies. Associating with it could very well lead to his demise at the hands of righteous cultivators. Upon witnessing Zhao Wuxie's refusal, the bloodthirsty ghost erupted in fury. With a wave of its hand, the corpses on the ground were once again commanded to rise. Zhao Wuxie, seeing this, let out a cold laugh. Did this old fellow have no other tricks up its sleeve? He swung his sword once more, severing all the threads again. Chapter 16. Gold coins. The bloodthirsty ghost, witnessing Zhao Wuxie cut through its magic once more, emitted a series of impotent roars of rage. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Wuxie activated his heavy pupils. 2 irises, one large and one small, displayed a swiftly revolving yin-yang symbol. A yin-yang diagram flew forth from his pupils, rapidly expanding to fill much of the crimson confinement. The authority of the yin-yang diagram loomed in the air, pressing down on the bloodthirsty ghost, forcing it lower until it finally knelt upon the ground. While enduring the immense pressure, the ghost gazed at Zhao Wuxie, who hovered above like a deity, looking down upon it with disbelief. How could this young man be so formidable? Merely losing focus for a moment led to its suppression by this boy. What kind of technique was this? The yin-yang diagram spun rapidly, and the entire crimson prison shattered in an instant. The courtyard, once shrouded in bloodthirsty miasma, was once again illuminated by daylight. The might of the yin-yang diagram grew ever stronger, leaving the bloodthirsty ghost powerless, sprawled on the ground. Zhao Wuxie spoke coldly. Submit to me, or perish. His voice resonated as though from the ninth heavens, imbued with an air of authority that was both sacred and inviolable. However, the bloodthirsty ghost, inherently rebellious, would not heed Zhao Wuxie's command. Moreover, Zhao Wuxie's cultivation was significantly inferior. To submit to him would only invite ridicule from others. Little brat, do not become complacent. Once I rise, I shall skin you alive. It exerted all its strength, attempting to rise from the ground. The ground was crushed into fragments beneath its weight. Slowly, the figure began to rise from the earth. As it appeared poised to crawl upwards, Zhao Wuxie's pupils constricted. From the Taiji diagram, 2 chains emerged, one black and one white. The white chain pierced the corporeal form of the blood fiend, and mysterious runes spread across its entire being, instantaneously sealing both its physical form and cultivation. Its body gradually petrified, transforming into a statue. The blood fiend was engulfed in terror as its soul swiftly fled from the statue, seeking escape. At that moment, the black chain shot forth, swiftly impaling the blood fiend's soul. Similarly, an array of enigmatic runes enveloped its entire essence, rendering its soul immobile and forcibly drawing it back into its body. Zhao Wuxie gasped for breath, realizing that his cultivation was still woefully inadequate. Utilizing this ocular technique had proven somewhat strenuous. Nevertheless, success was achieved. He gazed at the stone statue below, planning to take it the following day as a gift for his dear brother, Zhao Lidong. He pondered what treasures this offering might unveil, and excitement bubbled within him. The next morning, Aunt Bai arrived at Zhao Wuxie's courtyard, her expression one of astonishment as she surveyed him. Young master, you are still alive? Zhao Wuxie queried, perplexed. Why wouldn't I be? Aunt Bai replied, are you aware that this house is haunted? You must leave immediately. It is perilously dangerous. And please, do not disclose that I informed you of the haunting. She added, I must return now. I cannot be away from Princess for too long. I was meant to come yesterday, but the princess kept a close watch on me. Zhao Wuxie felt immense gratitude upon hearing this. He embraced Xiefeng, his hands beginning to wander inappropriately. Aunt Shui playfully tapped Zhao Wuxie's forehead with her petite fist, admonishing, you little rogue, even now, you think of taking advantage? You must hurry and vacate this house. It is far too perilous. Zhao Wuxie buried his head into Xiefeng's shoulder, chuckling. It's all right. That ghost has been captured by someone else. You need not worry about me. Aunt Shui regarded him with skepticism. Really? Of course, he assured her. Aunt Shui gently stroked the back of Zhao Wuxie's head, saying, well then, since you're safe, I must take my leave. If the princess were to find out, it would spell trouble. Zhao Wuxie, puzzled, looked up and asked, Aunt Shui, with your formidable power, why do you serve others as a guard? Because the Qin family once extended kindness to me. I am repaying a debt of gratitude. Understanding dawned on him, and he mused that when dealing with Qin Fengming, he should have secured her freedom. Aunt Shui chuckled. So, what do you think of the princess's physique? Are you satisfied? Quite so, but I am more eager to experience Aunt Shui's form. Aunt Shui covered her mouth with a laugh. Oh, you little rascal. Well, I must take my leave now. I shall visit you again in a few days. All right, but you must remember to come. You cannot go back on your word. After Shui departed, Zhao Wuxie gazed upon the stone statue in the courtyard. Such a colossal piece would be impossible to carry back single-handedly, especially since the Zhao family regarded him as someone incapable of cultivation. He needed to enlist the help of some villagers to assist with the transport. Thus, he traversed the vicinity, ultimately locating 4 woodcutters. He retrieved a spirit stone from his pocket and divided it into 4 portions, declaring, "If you transport this statue to the Zhao Wangfu, these spirit stones shall serve as your reward." The woodcutters exchanged glances. One of them, bolder than the rest, exclaimed, "Sir, what on earth is this? If you wish for us to assist you, at least offer something of value. This trinket cannot be consumed or drunk. What use is it to us?" Zhao Wuxie's lips twitched in realization. He had completely forgotten that these villagers had never encountered a spirit stone before. However, he found himself devoid of silver. For the past few days, he had been relying on the princess's hospitality, spending not a single coin. Consequently, he swung his staff, causing a nearby towering tree to crash to the ground, shaking the earth beneath them. He inquired, "What if I offer this tree as your reward? Does that suffice?" The woodcutters immediately fell to their knees, bowing repeatedly. "We were blind to the greatness before us and have offended a celestial being. We sincerely apologize. We shall move the statue for you at once." Zhao Wuxie nodded in satisfaction. Together with the woodcutters, they comprised a party of 5, pushing the statue in a grand procession towards the Zhao Wangfu. In the recent days since Zhao Wuxie's departure from the royal residence, a significant event had transpired within the Zhao Wangfu. Following the revelation of Zhao Lidong's cultivation talent, he had been subjected to several assassination attempts. Although all were thwarted by the elders within the Wangfu, many servants had met tragic fates. Had Zhao Wuxie been present, he would have recognized those fallen servants, those who had once received spirit stones from him and had previously bullied him. As Zhao Wuxie's group passed through a marketplace, he quickly sought out a cultivator, exchanging a quarter of a spirit stone for 5,000 gold coins. The woodcutters, witnessing this, were filled with regret. Had they accepted that small piece of spirit stone at the time, they would have struck it rich. Their hearts ached with despair. Yet they overlooked the fact that even if they possessed the spirit stones, they would have no means to find buyers. Even if they did, those cultivators might not pay them and could potentially bring about their own demise. Clutching a large bag of gold coins, Zhao Wuxie contemplated gifting the woodcutters their reward, but suddenly realized that this might endanger them. After all, offering gifts could deplete their fortune. Thus, he abandoned the notion of compensating them. However, he did have numerous enemies within the Zhao Wangfu. He would address each of them in due time. Chapter 17. A coin for life. Throughout the journey, the group of woodcutters gazed longingly at the large sack of gold coins held by Zhao Wuxie. Yet he showed no inclination to share. Upon arriving at Zhao Wuxie's residence, the guards immediately obstructed his path. "Step aside, you wretched brat. This place is no entry for you. Do you not recognize me? I am Zhao Wuxie, the son of the Zhao King. By what authority do you deny me entry?" One guard, disdainingly, cleared his throat and replied, "Madam has instructed that today is the birthday of His Highness the young master, and you, the little wretch, are forbidden to enter. With your pitiful appearance, you would only be an eyesore. If you do not leave, I shall break your legs." Zhao Wuxie cast a discerning glance at the guard's crown, discerning his fortune value to be a mere 3. "Ah, a single coin shall suffice." With a flick of his finger, a gold coin landed in the guard's palm. "Will this coin grant me passage?" The guard's eyes widened with delight as he swiftly placed the coin in his mouth, biting down to confirm its authenticity. A broad smile broke across his face. "Oh, little wretch, had you only been this agreeable earlier, I would not have had to lay a hand on you. If you wish to enter, allow me to offer you a suggestion." He pointed to a small dog hole beside the Zhao King's residence, chuckling, "That hole suits you perfectly. It aligns splendidly with the lowly blood coursing through your veins. You may crawl in there, and I shall permit your entry." The other guards, overhearing, grew displeased. "No, he cannot enter without offering us a benefit. Little wretch, dare to enter, and I shall break your legs." Zhao Wuxie surveyed the remaining guards, noting that they were but a swarm of insignificant ants, their fortune values beneath 5, unworthy of even a name. He generously bestowed a coin upon each of the 5 guards. As they accepted the coins, their fortune values plummeted to 0 in an instant. Zhao Wuxie waved to the 4 woodcutters, saying, "Hurry, let us together bring the statue inside." The 6 guards exchanged glances, a glint of greed in their eyes. "Wait a moment. You only offered us coins for the dog hole. You have not compensated us for the grand entrance. Moreover, these 4 have not given us anything." The woodcutters, realizing they would earn nothing and instead incur a loss, immediately recoiled. "Esteemed ones, we have pressing matters at home. Might you allow us to depart?" With a resigned wave, Zhao Wuxie acquiesced. "Very well. You may leave." Yet the 6 guards, upon witnessing the woodcutters' intent to flee, swiftly barred their path. "Halt! You think you can come and go as you please? Do you consider the Zhao King's residence your home?" The woodcutters trembled in fear, dropping to their knees, pleading, Esteemed sirs, we beseech you, allow us to leave. We merely came to deliver goods, with no intention of entering. The 6 guards erupted into laughter, reveling in their dominance. They thrived on the weakness of others, finding pleasure in bullying those who were vulnerable. Come, come. Each person must contribute a gold coin for me to allow your departure. Otherwise, you shall kneel here until death. How dare you, a blind bunch, associate with this despicable wretch? You deserve your misfortune. Zhao Wuxie's countenance darkened ominously. Yet, he understood that this was not the moment to reveal his true strength. Thus, he produced 6 gold coins and tossed them upon the heads of the 6 individuals. Here, each of you shall receive a coin. Let them go. As soon as he finished speaking, 6 bolts of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, instantly charred the 6 guards to a crisp. Zhao Wuxie stood in stunned silence. What was happening? Could it be that after the fortune value reached 0, it could no longer bear my offerings? Had the crossing of the threshold of fortune triggered divine retribution? If this were true, it was indeed fascinating. The 4 woodcutters gazed at the 6 charred corpses on the ground, trembling in fear, huddled together. Zhao Wuxie cleared his throat and said, "Cough. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly help me carry this statue into the Zhao Wang residence." The woodcutters exchanged glances, gulped nervously, and shakily rose to their feet, lifting the statue as they made their way inside. Along the way, they drew the attention of many onlookers. At that moment, Zhao Wuxie spotted Qin Fengming in the VIP section and approached her, saying, "Sister-in-law, I owe these 4 men 10 gold coins each. Could you kindly settle this for me?" Upon seeing Zhao Wuxie, Qin Fengming appeared as if she had seen a ghost. "Why you re-alive?" A cold smirk crossed Zhao Wuxie's mind. This woman truly wished for his demise. If it weren't for the fact that she was his first woman, he would have relished the thought of shoving thousands of gold coins into her hands. "Sister-in-law, I shall visit your residence soon to discuss this matter in depth. But for now, please assist me with the payment." Lu Xiangling interjected, "Little Zhao Wuxie, how can you speak to your sister-in-law in such a manner, lacking any decorum? It's merely 40 gold coins. I shall cover it." Lu Xiangling exuded an air of grandeur, appearing exceedingly gracious. Uninformed observers might have thought she treated Zhao Wuxie exceptionally well. The 4 woodcutters, filled with trepidation, accepted the gold coins and turned in unison to Zhao Wuxie. He nodded and said, "You may leave now." The woodcutters, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, realized that the Zhao Wang residence was a perilous place, one not meant for them. They hurriedly fled the scene. At that moment, one of the guests pointed at the statue on the ground and asked, "What is that?" Zhao Wuxie replied with a smile, "Oh, this is a birthday gift I prepared for my brother." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lidong let out a cold laugh. This fellow was so impoverished that he could barely afford a thing. What valuable offering could he possibly present? His entire being contained only that 1 bone of worth. Nevertheless, out of courtesy, he rose from his seat. He approached and lifted the stone statue that knelt on the ground. At that moment, the crowd finally discerned the visage of this statue. Lu Xiangling, upon seeing the grotesque appearance of the statue, was immediately enveloped in a dark and displeased countenance. She distinctly recalled instructing her guards to prevent Zhao Wuxie from entering, making it abundantly clear that this impudent wretch was not to be allowed inside. How dare these guards treat her words as mere whispers in the wind? It was utterly detestable. This insolent wretch deserved a grim fate for daring to embarrass her son. Indeed, this scoundrel should have had his supreme bones unearthed and met his end long ago. Chapter 18. The statue must remain. One of Lu Xiangling's personal maids noticed her mistress's grim demeanor and immediately seized the opportunity to chastise. "Second young master, today is the birthday banquet of the heir. How could you disrupt the festivities with such an unsightly object?" The other members of the Zhao household quickly reacted, voicing their derision. "You expect a wretched maid to possess any semblance of proper upbringing? It is only due to the kindness and magnanimity of the princess that she tolerates his incessant provocations towards the heir. Zhao Wuxie, dispose of this filthy object at once, lest it offend our eyes. Indeed, take your hideous statue and leave immediately. You've marred our feast, and now I can hardly muster an appetite." Upon hearing this, several servants of the Zhao household promptly approached, taking the statue from Zhao Lidong's hands and carrying it outside. Meanwhile, a number of art enthusiasts intercepted those who sought to destroy the statue. "Wait, you cannot smash this statue. It is a flawless work of art. Yes, it must not be destroyed. If you do not want it, you may give it to me. I am willing to pay 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for it. I offer 2,000 spirit stones. I will pay 5,000 spirit stones. Do not compete with me." The Zhao household's servants exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by why these nobles would express interest in such an unappealing object. The art enthusiasts, gazing at the vividly crafted bloodthirsty ghost statue, marveled, "Remarkable, truly remarkable. This statue is nothing short of a masterpiece. Look at the fierce, malevolent gaze, and the anger and resentment reflected in its eyes. I can feel the suppressed fury emanating from this statue, even from a distance. It conveys the artist's profound longing for home. Is there really such depth? I fail to see it. How often have I urged you to read more, yet you persist in neglecting your studies to tend to swine. Look now, you have become illiterate. I am reading. I am indeed reading. At that moment, one individual sensed an unusual aura. Why do I feel that this statue exudes a terrifying pressure? Is that so? Let me take a closer look. The crowd concentrated their energies into their eyes, gazing intently at the statue. Instantly, they widened their eyes in astonishment, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Several individuals were so terrified that they collapsed to the ground. Trembling in fear, they beheld a bloodthirsty demon, its long, crimson tongue lolling, drooling as it fixed its scarlet gaze upon them, as if ready to pounce and devour them whole. The most alarming aspect was the terrifying aura emanating from the statue, rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly. Zhao Lidong, too, was paralyzed with fright at the sight of this stone effigy. Qin Fengming stared in astonishment, beads of perspiration trickling down his body. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the venue. That statue. Do not look at that statue. It is extraordinary. A true treasure. It possesses a wisp of divine thought. Dad, what is divine thought? It is the essence of a formidable being, infused into the statue during its creation. If activated, it can unleash boundless power. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The most crucial point is that within the divine thought lies fearsome combat techniques. Mastering even a fraction of them could benefit one for a lifetime. Perhaps one could even become a disciple of the statue's master. Father, was this powerful being immensely strong? Strong beyond imagination. From the aura radiating from this statue, the divine thought contained within possesses the cultivation of the peak golden core stage. What? The creator of this statue must have an extraordinary level of strength. It is uncertain, but undoubtedly higher than the golden core stage. Everyone gasped in disbelief. The mightiest warriors in the entire Great Qin Empire were merely half a step into the tribulation stage. If this entity surpassed the peak golden core stage by a significant margin, could it not imply that the master of this statue could effortlessly annihilate a nation? At that moment, those quick to react immediately knelt down, offering fervent prayers. Please, immortal, take me as your disciple. Zhao Wuxie felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had not anticipated that this ghastly creature would be revered as an embodiment of divine thought. However, he had no intention of exposing the truth. Lu Xiangling gazed at the grotesque statue, her eyes glimmering with an unusual fascination. In an instant, the statue no longer appeared ugly to her. She found it remarkably beautiful. Simultaneously, she secretly mocked Zhao Wuxie, reflecting on how foolish he was to part with such a formidable treasure. What a fool, just like his mother. In the end, it would only benefit my precious son. Ha! At that moment, Zhao Wuxie slowly approached, hefting the statue as he prepared to leave. Lu Xiangling gasped in alarm. Hey, Zhao Wuxie, where do you think you're taking that statue? Zhao Wuxie replied nonchalantly. Didn't you all just say you didn't want this statue? I'm merely taking it back, so it won't offend your eyes. Hearing this, Lu Xiangling shot a fierce glare at those who had mockingly ridiculed Zhao Wuxie. The members of the Zhao family immediately lowered their heads. Zhao Lidong approached with a smile, saying, My dear brother, look at you, quarreling with those lowly servants. You truly resemble a child who is yet to grow up. Zhao Wuxie retorted irritably, I have little patience. Tell your people not to provoke me. After speaking, he went to lift the statue once more. Seeing this, Lu Xiangling became anxious and began to stamp her feet. If she were unaware of the statue's value, it would be one thing, but now that she was informed, there was no reason to let it slip away. Thus, she rushed to Zhao Wuxie and said, Zhao Wuxie, do not be angry. I shall punish these blind fools immediately to avenge you. What do you think? The individuals from the Zhao residence, who had mocked Zhao Wuxie, immediately hung their heads, appearing dejected. Zhao Wuxie, surprised, asked, Is this true? Lu Xiangling smiled slyly, thinking to herself, this boy is indeed quite foolish and easy to manipulate. Of course it's true. Rest assured, I guarantee that as soon as the birthday banquet concludes, I will punish them without delay. Upon hearing this, the staff of the Zhao residence relaxed, recognizing the insincerity in Lu Xiangling's words. After all, how could the princess punish them, the servants? For the sake of a mere illegitimate child? Zhao Wuxie shook his head and insisted, no, they must be punished now. Otherwise, I will leave this moment. Lu Xiangling secretly hoped he would depart, yet she had to keep the statue. Thus, she forced a smile and said, Zhao Wuxie, there are so many guests present. Acting this way would bring shame to the prince. Zhao Wuxie replied nonchalantly, It doesn't matter. I am not the one who will be embarrassed, so I do not care. Chapter 19. The second sail, Lu Xiangling, suppressing her fury, retorted, "You are the prince's own son. How can you be indifferent?" Zhao Wuxie laughed. "So you do acknowledge that I am the prince's son? Just a moment ago, you were calling me a lowly, illegitimate child with such glee." Lu Xiangling's expression darkened upon hearing this. Were it not for the numerous guests present, she would have long ordered his confinement and a sound beating. Zhao Wuxie urged, "If you intend to act, do so quickly. I am waiting." Zhao Lidong interjected, "Zhao Wuxie, do not go too far. She is my mother." Zhao Wuxie glanced at the fortune value above Zhao Lidong's head, and his smile widened. This time, he had managed to sever 500,000 fortune points from him. Remarkable. The onlookers, witnessing Zhao Wuxie's laughter, assumed he had lost his mind and exchanged puzzled glances. At that moment, Qin Fengming transmitted a message, "Zhao Wuxie, give me the statue, and I shall accompany you for another night." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuxie's eyes lit up, yet he glanced at the Zhao royal household members surrounding him with predatory intent. His expression troubled. To retrieve the statue and present it to Qin Fengming before such a crowd would be quite a challenge. Recognizing Zhao Wuxie's predicament, Qin Fengming was determined to have the statue. She quickly transmitted again, "As long as you can give it to me, I shall grant you any wish tonight." Zhao Wuxie replied, "Can I use it to rinse my mouth? And can you provide a backdoor?" Qin Fengming frowned, momentarily bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly seemed to grasp something, her face flushing crimson as she instinctively pressed her thighs together. However, upon contemplating the rarity of this item, she gritted her teeth and conveyed, "All right, I shall comply with your wishes." Zhao Wuxie had now acquired the fortune of Zhao Lidong. As for this peculiar entity, he could easily procure another. The thought of this pristine princess ultimately transforming into a figure akin to a courtesan due to his actions brought him immense satisfaction. After all, it was she who sought to bring him harm. Consequently, Zhao Wuxie declared, "Enough, enough. I shall not impose upon you any further. I will simply bestow it upon my sister-in-law. After all, in half a month, you shall be wed to her, so it is the same." Upon hearing this, Qin Fengming's expression darkened immediately. This scoundrel, with such words, had revealed to everyone that the statue was in her possession. How could he hope to claim it for himself then? Lu Xiangling also wore an expression of discontent. In her view, everything belonging to Zhao Wuxie should rightfully be inherited by her son. What did it mean to gift it to Her Highness the Princess? Was he attempting to leverage this statue to curry favor with the royal family? This lad was exceedingly cunning. At that moment, Zhao Lidong wore a foolish grin, fixated on Qin Fengming. To him, both the statue and Qin Fengming were already within his grasp. Leaving the statue with Qin Fengming for a few days was of no consequence. Thus, he cheerfully nodded in agreement. Certainly. Qin Fengming approached, shooting a fierce glare at Zhao Wuxie before stowing the statue into his storage pouch. Zhao Wuxie leisurely walked towards those who had previously mocked him, producing a handful of gold coins. He personally handed them over to each individual, leaving the crowd in a state of perplexity. They could not comprehend what scheme the second son of the Zhao estate was concocting. Had he not just claimed he lacked gold to repay his debts? How then did he suddenly possess such a bounty of coins? Zhao Wuxie remained unfazed by their bewildered gazes and addressed the members of the Zhao household. "These gold coins are a gift for you. I am grateful for your encouragement. I, Zhao Wuxie, shall forever remember the events of today." He continued, and to the princess, "I shall repay your gold 1,000-fold." As Zhao Wuxie approached Lu Xiangling with 4,000 gold coins in hand, she adamantly refused to accept them, retreating at every attempt. She did not allow him to even brush against her garments. Zhao Wuxie's face fell in disappointment. He had intended to seize this opportunity to rid himself of this venomous woman. The crowd grew increasingly perplexed. If this fellow possessed such an abundance of gold, why not directly bestow coins upon the 4 woodcutters instead of opting for a loan? Was it possible he found the princess's gentle and charming demeanor appealing, seeking to take advantage of the situation? Moreover, how was it that he now appeared to threaten others? If he harbored discontent towards them, why distribute gold coins? Was it merely to flaunt his wealth? Indeed, this lad must have struck it rich. Otherwise, where could he have acquired such an impressive statue? He certainly possessed even more formidable treasures. It is essential to cultivate a favorable relationship with this god of wealth. Consequently, numerous officials, along with the offspring of officials, eagerly gravitated towards Zhao Wuxie to offer toasts. A cacophony of flattery resonated throughout the venue. Even many of the officials' wives cast flirtatious glances towards Zhao Wuxie, as if he had assumed the role of host for the entire soiree. Naturally, Zhao Wuxie graciously accepted their advances. After all, it is always advantageous to be acquainted with more officials within the imperial city. Zhao Lidong and her son seethed with frustration. Qin Fengming, observing the throng surrounding Zhao Wuxie, felt a pang of discomfort. To her, Zhao Wuxie was inherently hers, and thus, All that he possessed should rightfully belong to her. She cleared her throat and declared, "I am fatigued and shall take my leave." Zhao Lidong and her son promptly escorted her out. As Qin Fengming passed by Zhao Wuxie, she shot him a fierce glare and whispered, "If you wish to avoid sleeping alone tonight, you had better come out promptly." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Wuxie hastily declined the toast from the crowd and swiftly extricated himself from the throng, following her outside. Upon returning to the princess's residence, Qin Fengming, swaying her alluring figure, seated herself in front and inquired, "Speak. From whence did that statue originate? And do you possess any more such treasures? Why should I divulge that information to you?" Qin Fengming's face flushed with irritation at his response. However, after a moment of contemplation, she realized that he was not entirely in the wrong. After all, she was merely Zhao Wuxie's sister-in-law, not his wife, and thus had no authority over him. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she proposed, "Then do you wish to spend the night with me again? If so, you had better behave." Zhao Wuxie shook his head and replied, "I do not wish to. After our affair, I intend to return home. I have no intention of staying here overnight." Qin Fengming was immediately incensed, her chest rising and falling with agitation. What did he mean by returning home after their affair? Did he regard her as a mere courtesan? Zhao Wuxie urged, "Let us get on with it. We must attend to business first, as I must return afterward." Qin Fengming suddenly smirked, "Humph. If you do not honestly clarify matters, you shall accomplish nothing today. Do you wish to backtrack? Huh. Even if I wanted to, what could you possibly do about it?" Zhao Wuxie frowned at her words, approached her, and lifted her effortlessly, saying, "Sister-in-law, to others, you may appear as a lofty princess, an inviolable deity, but to me, you are merely a woman who exists to please me." Chapter 20. Thunder arrives. The people of the princess's residence looked on in astonishment as they witnessed their mistress being so brazenly accosted by Zhao Wuxie. They were at a loss, unsure whether to intervene or to remain passive, for they all understood the nature of Zhao Wuxie's relationship with the princess. Qin Fengming's long tresses cascaded onto Zhao Wuxie's chest as she wrapped her arms around his neck, feebly struggling, "Release me at once. Otherwise, I shall summon your brother to deal with you." Zhao Wuxie chuckled lightly. "What do you think will happen when he arrives? Should I be fearful or exhilarated? Huh. You shameless scoundrel. You shall pay for this. Sister-in-law, let us engage in a spirited exchange this time. And I implore you not to beg for mercy as you did previously." For hours later, Zhao Wuxie finally emerged from the princess's palace. This time, he executed all that he had previously contemplated, ruthlessly trampling upon the dignity of her highness until she surrendered and begged for mercy. In this battle, he achieved a resounding victory, finally releasing a pent-up sense of indignation. How dare that wicked woman attempt to harm me? As soon as he exited the princess's palace, Zhao Lidong, far away in the Zhao royal residence, received a message from Zhao Wuxie. He wore a perplexed expression. What could this little scoundrel possibly be doing at the princess's palace for such an extended period? Just then, Lu Xiangling entered and inquired, "What is it, dear son? Have you discovered the origins of this little scoundrel's statue?" Zhao Lidong shook his head and replied, "After leaving the Zhao royal residence, this little scoundrel lingered in the princess's palace for over 4 hours. What? What could he possibly want there? Is it not forbidden for men to enter the princess's palace? I am uncertain about that. My spies cannot penetrate the princess's palace. I have no means to see or hear what transpires within." Lu Xiangling furrowed her brow in contemplation. "I just heard from the servants that this little scoundrel has not been residing in the Zhao royal residence lately and has been living outside. Do you think it possible that in order to safeguard his supreme bone, he has allied himself with the royal family?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Lidong's heart sank. If that were indeed the case, it would be disastrous. This little scoundrel might truly escape our grasp. No, that cannot be allowed. The supreme bone within this little scoundrel must be mine. I cannot allow it to slip away. Lu Xiangling reassured him, "Dear son, do not be hasty. The situation in the northwest is dire, and your father is stationed at the frontiers. The royal family may not wish to offend our Zhao royal residence over a mere illegitimate son of the Zhao family at such a critical juncture." Zhao Lidong slowly nodded. Yet he remained somewhat anxious. Thus, he dispatched another team of spies to gather intelligence. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuxie had returned to his residence. As soon as he arrived, he eagerly claimed his rewards. This time, he had distributed a total of 55 gold coins and received 55,000 lower-grade spirit stones in return. Furthermore, by bestowing that statue, he acquired a mid-grade holy-level beast mastery scripture and a divine-level Tian Shuexian sword. This verdant long sword floated in mid-air, emitting a series of resonant quivers. The sword exuded a terrifying aura akin to shimmering water waves. Zhao Wuxie bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the Tian Shuexian sword. In an instant, he felt a profound connection with the sword, as if their very essences were intertwined. At that moment, He suddenly sensed that he was being watched from the shadows. He swiftly opened his heavy eyes and surveyed his surroundings, discovering 4 cloaked figures observing him from a distance of 20 meters. Among these 4, 2 were at the 5th stage of nirvana, 1 at the 6th stage, and 1 at the 7th stage. All 4 fixated their gaze intently upon the precious sword in Zhao Wuxie's possession. One of the individuals whispered softly, "This little brat indeed harbors a secret. This sword is at least of heavenly quality. We are destined for greatness." "What do you mean by greatness? Brother, shouldn't we surrender this sword? Fool, if we hand it over. Do you think that the astute princess will reward us with anything more than a handful of inferior spirit stones? We would be better off keeping it for ourselves and selling it for ample cultivation resources. But what if someone finds out? Idiot. As long as we eliminate this little brat and keep our secret, who would ever know what transpired here?" At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from behind them. "But I know." The 4 cloaked figures swiftly turned around to see Zhao Wuxie grinning at them. They were momentarily startled and stumbled backward. "When did you appear behind us?" Zhao Wuxie replied with a smile. "Since the moment you plotted to hoard my sword." "How is that possible? Aren't you incapable of cultivation?" Zhao Wuxie produced a handful of gold coins from his bosom and cheerfully remarked, "Gentlemen, please, do not be alarmed. After all, I am not a vicious fiend. How about this? I shall part with some wealth to avert disaster, and in return, you spare my life." The black-clad figures immediately relaxed. Zhao Wuxie was merely a useless individual incapable of cultivation. There was no need to fear him excessively. One of them proposed, "Then you should state your price. If it is satisfactory, we may not need to kill you. Indeed, if you reveal your secrets to us and surrender all your valuables, we can grant you your life." One of the black figures communicated quietly, "Brother, are we truly going to let him go? Fool, I am merely deceiving him. Once we possess his treasures, he will undoubtedly harbor resentment and inform the Zhao royal residents of our theft, sealing our fate. Thus, this little brat must die. All right, brother, I will heed your commands." Just as they were deliberating, a pile of gold coins suddenly flew into their hands. Instinctively, they caught the coins, confusion washing over them. Zhao Wuxie's voice rang out, "Those coins are a gift for you." The 4 looked at the handful of coins as though they had been gravely insulted and yelled, "Scoundrel, are you mocking us? Quickly relinquish all your valuables, or I shall have you tortured mercilessly. Yes, hand them over, and we may spare your life." Zhao Wuxie stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the sky. He snapped his fingers, "Let the thunder come." The 4 exchanged glances. Sensing that Zhao Wuxie was not quite right in the head, resembling a simpleton, before they could hurl insults at him, the sky suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar. 4 bolts of lightning descended with ferocity. The 4 were struck by the lightning, their bodies enveloped in black smoke. Zhao Wuxie turned around, a look of confusion on his face as he gazed at them. "Oh, how are you still alive? You little wretches. Did you truly believe that these tricks could vanquish us? We are of the illustrious Nirvana." Before his words could fully escape his lips, 4 bolts of heavenly lightning descended from the sky. A charred shoe plummeted to the ground before Zhao Wuxie, signifying the glorious demise of the 4. He approached the 4 ashen bodies, searching through them until he discovered 4 storage bags. Upon inspection, he found a meager total of 152 spirit stones and a few bottles of healing potions. What a pitiful bunch, he scoffed. So impoverished, yet they dared to venture out. Bah! He spat disdainfully onto the ground before dragging their lifeless forms towards the back mountains. This secluded forest was dense with thriving trees and an array of bizarre beasts. Oddly enough, these creatures never sought trouble with him. Was it possible that these beasts possessed some understanding of humanity as territorial claims, thus refraining from encroaching upon this land? Zhao Wuxie was filled with questions, unaware that it was not a lack of beasts descending from the mountains, but rather that those who dared to enter this realm had all fallen prey to the blood fiend ghost. For safety's sake, Zhao Wuxie adorned himself with the Black Hawk battle armor and the cloud-soaring boots. Ahead, 50 meters away, he spotted a cave where an enormous black bear lay asleep. This bear stood 5 meters tall and possessed the strength of a 7th-layer Nirvana cultivator. Zhao Wuxie was uncertain if he could defeat it, but he was merely here to dispose of the bodies. Surely, nothing untoward would occur. Just as he cautiously approached, a sudden crisp crack echoed beneath his feet. Zhao Wuxie had inadvertently stepped on a dry branch. The giant bear abruptly opened its eyes and lunged toward him. Dropping the bodies, Zhao Wuxie swiftly activated his footwork technique. Leaping into a nearby tree, the bear glanced up at Zhao Wuxie, then down at the 4 corpses on the ground. Sensing no malice from him, it seized one of the bodies and dragged it into its lair. Zhao Wuxie was quite pleased with the bear. It was an exceptionally diligent cleaner. After the bear had dragged the last body into its cave, he felt secure enough to depart. At that moment, however, a foul stench wafted toward him. accompanied by an unsettling chill creeping along his spine. He quickly looked up, only to find a green, 7th-layer Nirvana poison python, its maw wide open, preparing to strike at his head. In a swift motion, Zhao Wuxie swung his sword towards the snake's throat. A blade of translucent energy, as delicate as a cicada's wing, sliced through the serpent effortlessly, cleaving it in two. The python's blood gushed forth, threatening to drench him like a drenched chicken. Zhao Wuxie quickly activated his footwork technique, transforming into a fleeting shadow that evaded the impending deluge. The giant python in the cave trembled in fear upon witnessing the scene. This formidable serpent had been a long-standing adversary of the great bear, and their conflicts were not infrequent. However, despite numerous encounters, the bear had never managed to gain the upper hand. The python's scales were as resilient as armor, making it exceedingly difficult for the bear to breach its defenses, even when exerting all its strength. Little did it know that this time, it would face an anomaly like Zhao Wuxie. Despite possessing only the cultivation level of the 2nd stage of Nirvana, Zhao effortlessly pierced through the python's defenses with a single strike. Zhao glanced at the dumbfounded bear, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He had envisioned that once he mastered the beast-taming scripture, he would ride this creature as his steed. Alas, it seemed this bear was nothing more than a coward. He stuffed the 2 scales of the giant python into his storage pouch, knowing that the flesh and demon cores of these beasts could fetch a handsome sum in spirit stones. Upon returning to his dwelling, Aunt Shui visited once more. Zhao skillfully nestled into her embrace and asked, "Aunt Shui, why have you come to see me so soon?" She replied, "The princess has sent me to keep an eye on you." "What? Why must she track my movements?" "She wishes to uncover your secrets." How greedy this woman was. Hadn't the previous 2 encounters sufficed? Aunt Shui smiled gently. "Worry not. I will assure her upon my return that you harbor no secrets." "How long can you stay with me this time?" "That depends on the princess and when she summons me back. I suspect she will be quite occupied these next few days." "Why is that?" "Perhaps you should inquire about that. Your recent actions have left her bedridden for days." "Huh. Had I known, I would have been even more ruthless, ensuring she remained incapacitated for half a month." "You are exceedingly wicked. After all, she is the princess." "Humph. Who told her to continually plot against me? By the way, Aunt Shui, I plan to enter seclusion to break through my current limits. Do you know of a suitable place?" Aunt Shui was taken aback for a moment. How is it that so little time has passed, and you are already seeking another breakthrough? Zhao Wuxie sighed. "Ever since my battle with the Blood Fiend, I have felt my strength to be woefully inadequate. I must elevate my powers swiftly, for the number of those observing me grows, and my situation becomes increasingly perilous." After a brief contemplation, Aunt Shui replied, "Your breakthroughs create quite a commotion. It would be unwise to attempt it here. I can lead you to a secluded area deep within the back mountain. However, you must promise me not to wander about, as the beasts there are far too powerful, and you are no match for them." Zhao nodded in agreement. Following Aunt Shui, they journeyed into the depths of the mountains. Amidst the dense foliage, Zhao Wuxie beheld numerous formidable beasts. Fortunately, they were all frightened away by the powerful aura emanating from Aunt Shui. She guided him to a cave, and upon entering, she seized a fiery lion by the neck and flung it outside. The proud Lion King, confronted with Aunt Shui's overwhelming prowess, scurried away with its tail between its legs. After a brief cleansing, Zhao Wuxie settled into a meditative position and consumed the Nirvana pill, preparing for his cultivation. Aunt Shui skillfully established the grand array that would shield him from the sun and sky. Before long, ominous clouds enveloped the heavens, and bolts of lightning struck down towards Zhao Wuxie. Even though Aunt Shui had witnessed Zhao Wuxie's tribulation once before, she was still taken aback by the terrifying spectacle, her heart racing with fear. After a considerable time, the thunderclouds finally dissipated. Zhao Wuxie's cultivation had ascended 2 levels, reaching the 4th tier of Nirvana. However, he remained somewhat dissatisfied with this outcome. Such strength was sufficient to easily overpower any adversary among the younger generation. Yet it still paled in comparison to the talents of the previous generation. Chapter 22. A further breakthrough. Contrarily, Aunt Shui held a different perspective. She vividly recalled the arduousness of her own ascension through the Nirvana realm, where each breakthrough took her over 3 months. Even that pace was considered remarkably swift. Yet, witnessing Zhao Wuxie's effortless breakthroughs was unprecedented in her lifetime. As she pondered, a surge of terrifying sword energy erupted in all directions. The cave was instantaneously sliced into countless fragments, collapsing in a thunderous crash. Zhao Wuxie emerged from the rubble, coughing. Aunt Shui rushed over to help him up, brushing the dust from his clothes. "To what level has your sword intent ascended?" she inquired. "I have only reached the 2nd tier of sword intent, in its grand completion," Zhao Wuxie replied. Aunt Shui was momentarily speechless. The sword god of the great Qin Empire had dedicated a lifetime to the art of swordsmanship. yet had not attained sword intent. And here was Zhao Wuxie, achieving the second tier with such ease. His tone suggested he was still discontent with his swordsmanship. The old sword god would likely be driven to despair upon hearing this. At this moment, as Zhao Wuxie's sword path advanced, he radiated the aura of a drawn blade, rendering him almost unapproachable. Even Aunt Shui, a master in the Golden Core realm, felt the sting of the sword energy emanating from him against her skin. Noticing the tattered state of Aunt Shui's clothing, revealing her flawless, fair skin, Zhao Wuxie quickly reined in his sword energy. He gently grasped her delicate shoulder. Aunt Shui, are you all right? I'm fine, truly, she insisted, though the beads of sweat on her forehead and her furrowed brow betrayed her discomfort. You're injured. I must check the severity. No need, she replied, but just as the words left her lips, a tearing sound echoed as her attire was completely ripped apart in the struggle between them, exposing her voluptuous and unblemished form. All was laid bare beneath Zhao Wuxie's gaze. An alluring sight indeed. With fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs, she possessed a bosom that surged like turbulent waves. Her waist was slender, easily encompassed by a single hand, and her ample, rounded hips were enticingly prominent. If one were to liken his sister-in-law to a flower in full bloom, then Aunt Shui would be the perfectly ripe peach, ready to drip with nectar. She exuded the intoxicating fragrance of a mature woman, rendering one helplessly entranced. Her beautiful apricot eyes, seemingly innocent, constantly radiated an alluring aura. Their eyes met, and Aunt Shui, slightly embarrassed, turned her head away. Zhao Wuxie swallowed hard and said, Aunt Shui, you're injured. Let me tend to you. Ah, how will you do that? Just lie down, remain still, and don't move until I tell you to. Oh, all right. How long will it take? Do not speak. Let your body feel. After 2 hours, Aunt Shui lay on the ground, glistening with fragrant sweat, her face flushed. Her mouth slightly parted as she stared blankly at the sky. Happiness radiated from her features. Since her partner's death, she had not felt such joy in many years. Zhao Wuxie wiped the honey from the corner of her mouth and chuckled. Aunt Shui, why are you drooling? With a playful scold, Aunt Shui shot him a glance. You're the one to blame. Didn't you say you would heal my wounds? She hesitated, feeling too shy to continue. Zhao Wuxie chuckled. Just tell me if it feels good. Humph. I must take my leave. The princess just summoned me back. Aunt Shui, when will you come to keep me company again? What if I miss you? I'll come as soon as I can. All right. Don't make me wait too long. Aunt Shui nodded shyly. After escorting Zhao Wuxie home, she gifted him a grand array of protection before returning to the princess's residence. Qin Fengming lay half reclined on her bed, gazing at Aunt Shui with confusion. Oh, Aunt Shui, why have you changed your clothes? Aunt Shui smiled awkwardly. I accidentally soiled my clothes, so I changed. Qin Fengming nodded, not pondering further. Aunt Shui, have you gathered any results from monitoring that Zhao Wuxie? What secrets does he hold? Aunt Shui shook her head. I haven't noticed anything unusual. What does he do in his daily life? Just the same as before, eating and cultivating, nothing else. Furrowing her brow, Qin Fengming murmured. Could it be that he knows we are probing into his secrets and is deliberately putting on an act? Your Highness, I doubt that is possible. His strength is too weak for him to detect me. Then where did that stone statue come from? Is it possible he acquired it by chance? Qin Fengming was perplexed, feeling that Zhao Wuxie harbored a significant secret. Your Highness, how is your health now? It's nothing serious, just a bit painful. Your Highness, you must take care of yourself and not push yourself so hard. Qin Fengming felt a surge of anger. Did you think I desired to struggle so fiercely? It is that scoundrel's fault. He shows no concern for his own sister-in-law. Aunt Shui found it difficult to persuade her further. In her eyes, the princess was merely asking for trouble. Why provoke Zhao Wuxie for no reason? That boy, gentle as he is, has been incited to such rudeness by her actions. Your Highness, shall I continue to keep an eye on him for you? No need. Tomorrow I shall pay him a visit personally. Upon hearing this, Aunt Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that the princess has a penchant for self-destruction? Is she unable to endure a day without being reprimanded? Aunt Shui understood that Zhao Wuxie had significantly advanced in his cultivation and physical prowess. At present, even 3 of the princess would struggle to contend with him. Aunt Shui hesitated, contemplating whether to caution this foolish princess. After careful consideration, she shook her head. After all, Zhao Wuxie is her man. How could she betray him? Qin Fengming, observing Aunt Shui's shifting expressions, exclaimed angrily, Aunt Shui, what are you doing? My intention is merely to converse with him. I will not engage in any dealings. Rest assured, I shall not allow that scoundrel to lay a finger on me. If he dares to act improperly, I shall bite him to death. Aunt Shui gazed at the fierce yet endearing princess, her eyes filled with concern. Chapter 23, The Free Ride Within the Zhao Wangfu. Zhao Lidong wore a grave expression as he addressed his mother. Mother, I have just received word that the individuals I sent to monitor Zhao Wuxie have gone missing. Lu Xiangling furrowed her brow in response. What is happening? Could they have betrayed us? That seems unlikely, as their families remain in our grasp. They would never dare to turn against us. Then what could have transpired? Surely these four did not simply vanish into thin air. Zhao Lidong pondered deeply. I suspect the royal family is involved. They must have engaged in some clandestine transaction with that wretched child. What shall we do? That supreme bone cannot simply slip away. Isn't father returning soon? Once he is back, I refuse to believe that the royal family would truly oppose us for the sake of that lowly child. Lu Mei nodded in agreement, though she had no better solutions at hand. By the way, dear son, you must refrain from going out during this time. Ever since your cultivation talent was revealed, our household has endured a string of fatalities. We have already lost 121 servants, especially your father's distant relative, Steward Lu, who met a gruesome end, drowning in a latrine. It is truly horrifying. Zhao Lidong nodded in acknowledgement. The Zhao Wangfu had seen far too many deaths recently. Some were poisoned, others struck by lightning, some choked while eating, and others suffocated while drinking. In short, there were all manner of bizarre deaths. The servants had nearly all been replaced. A pall of gloom enveloped the entire Zhao Wangfu. Once, everyone vied to serve in the Zhao Wangfu. Now, the mere mention of working there sends them trembling in fear. Only those on the brink of starvation are willing to seek employment at the Zhao Wangfu. Previously, the requirements were stringent. Candidates had to be not only youthful and robust, but also possess a certain level of cultivation, starting from the foundational body refinement stage. However, now the Zhao Wangfu seeks anyone who is alive, yet they still struggle to find sufficient manpower. The fear of an untimely demise at Zhao Wangfu looms large. Lu Xiangling sighed, overwhelmed by the plethora of recent troubles. Suddenly, Zhao Lidong spoke up. Mother, could you visit the princess's residence and bring back that statue? At the banquet, I sensed a faint calling emanating from within it. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangling trembled with excitement, having read numerous tales where protagonists, upon receiving such summons, were guided by extraordinary beings, leading to their meteoric rise in cultivation. Alternatively, some protagonists gained astonishing legacies after responding to calls, embarking on a path of vengeance. Her precious son, undoubtedly, was destined for greatness. Lu Xiangling nodded fervently. Rest assured, I shall go at once to retrieve that statue. Meanwhile, within the princess's residence, the statue nestled in Qin Fengming's storage pouch was subtly emanating a crimson glow, its seal gradually weakening. It would not be long before the bloodthirsty specter broke free. Zhao Wuxie's cultivation was woefully inadequate. He could only maintain the seal for a limited duration. However, due to his inexperience, he mistakenly believed he had vanquished the specter. Qin Fengming felt an inexplicable chill, despite the warmth of the summer day, as she wrapped herself in a quilt. At that moment, the image of Zhao Wuxie's broad, warm chest inexplicably surfaced in her mind. Surely, it would be comforting to embrace and sleep against such warmth. She promptly slapped her own cheek, realizing she had been influenced by Zhao Wuxie's roguish demeanor, transforming into a rather disreputable woman. Just as her thoughts wandered, a servant announced the arrival of the Zhao Wangfei. Qin Fengming, puzzled, quickly donned her attire and descended from the bed. In the hall, Lu Xiangling awaited patiently. As Qin Fengming entered, trembling slightly, Lu Xiangling hurried to support her. Your Highness, what has happened? Are you injured? Qin Fengming offered an awkward smile. I'm fine, just twisted my ankle. How careless of me. Please, be cautious, let me help you sit. No, I can stand. Qin Fengming protested, yet with Lu Xiangling's assistance, she settled onto a stool. However, as soon as she made contact, pain shot through her, and she leapt back up, grimacing. Lu Xiangling, puzzled, asked, Your Highness, did you injure your backside as well? Qin Fengming blushed furiously and hurriedly shifted the topic. Might I inquire about the reason for your visit, Zhao Wangfei? Lu Xiangling forced a smile and said, It is as such. My son wishes to borrow that statue. I wonder if your Highness would be so kind as to oblige. Qin Fengming furrowed her brow, somewhat displeased. She had sacrificed so much to acquire that statue, and before it had even begun to warm in her possession, the Zhao family was already demanding it. How could this be acceptable? Would that not mean she was allowing them to take advantage of her? Seeing Qin Feng's troubled expression, Lu Xiangling's heart sank. Could it be that the princess had also sensed the statue's call and uncovered its secrets? If that were indeed the case, what could she do? She could not allow her son's opportunity to be snatched away. She hastily added, Your Highness, please do not hesitate to state any conditions you may have, as long as you would lend it to my son for a period. Qin Fengming, puzzled, inquired, Does Brother Lidong have some pressing matter that cannot wait these few days? What urgent matter could he possibly have? He merely found the statue intriguing and wished to examine it more closely. Qin Fengming did not believe a word of Lu Xiangling's claims. Yet, faced with her future mother-in-law, she found it difficult to refuse. Thus, she nodded and replied, very well. Lu Xiangling beamed with joy as she accepted the storage bag containing the statue. Upon leaving the princess's residence, she did not return directly to the Zhao Wangfu, but instead instructed her servant, "Do you know where that little wretch is currently residing? Take me there at once." Under the servant's guidance, Lu Xiangling arrived outside Zhao Wuxie's abode. She surveyed her surroundings meticulously, resembling a delicate city dweller suddenly thrust into a backward rural setting. With each step, she felt as though she sullied her feet. Irritated, Lu Xiangling cast a disapproving glance at the servant attending her. In the past, she had never needed to utter a word. Her personal maid would intuitively discern her thoughts from a mere glance and promptly attend to her needs. However, not long ago, for reasons unknown, her devoted maid had suddenly passed away. The servant now at her side was a scrawny, unrefined country girl, utterly ignorant of the ways of the world. Chapter 24. Not worthy of regret. With a sharp crack, Lu Xiangling delivered a stinging slap to the maid's face. "What are you still doing standing there? Hurry and knock on the door." The maid, covering her face with tears welling in her eyes, rushed forward, exclaiming, Oh, I shall go knock right away. No need for you to go. If it weren't for the Zhao residence currently being short-staffed, I would truly wish to rid myself of your uselessness." At that moment, Zhao Wuxie heard the commotion outside and opened the door, only to find Lu Xiangling reprimanding the maid. "Oh, you have arrived? What brings you here?" Zhao Wuxie inquired. Lu Xiangling, incensed, retorted, "What, little wretch, do you mean to say I am not welcome here? You would do well to watch your tongue. You must understand that this is a remote mountain forest. Should I decide to do something to you, no matter how loudly you scream, no one would come to your rescue." Lu Xiangling, upon hearing his words, immediately crossed her arms over her chest, her ample bosom quivering with the sudden release of tension. With a wary gaze directed at Zhao Wuxie, she exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? I am your nominal mother. You must not act recklessly. Speak plainly. What do you want from me? Where did that statue of yours originate? Do you still possess it? It's gone. There was only that one, and I cannot disclose its origin." Zhao Wuxie retorted defiantly. "Humph, you wretched brat. How dare you conceal the truth from me? Have I not disciplined you enough lately?" Lu Xiangling raised her hand, aiming to strike Zhao Wuxie. In a swift motion, Zhao Wuxie grasped her arm and yanked her forward, causing her to tumble into his embrace. Lu Xiangling gasped in shock. "What are you doing?" Zhao Wuxie cast a glance at the voluptuous woman before him. It must be said that Zhao Lidong had enjoyed a sumptuous diet in his youth, for she appeared to be well fed. This woman, with her stunning looks and figure, was indeed remarkable, albeit excessively sharp-tongued. "I wish to know how my mother truly met her demise," he demanded. At his words, a flicker of terror flashed in Lu Xiangling's eyes. She took her own life. "Why do you ask this?" Zhao Wuxie keenly perceived her emotional shift. This woman was lying. Without hesitation, he forcefully pulled Lu Xiangling towards the room. The young maid trailing behind them stood frozen, utterly perplexed. As it was her first day on the job, and she was untrained for such scenarios, Lu Xiangling struggled fiercely. "Let go. You're hurting me." Zhao Wuxie shoved her onto the table, demanding, "Speak. How did my mother die?" Rubbing her right hand, Lu Xiangling retorted, "You little wretch, you've hurt me. I've already told you, she committed suicide." Zhao Wuxie sneered, "Is that so? Then I shall not hold back." He flipped Lu Xiangling over and pressed her head against the table. Suddenly, her eyes widened in alarm. What are you doing? You must not act rashly." Oh, that hurts. Be gentler." Slap, slap, slap. Oh, be gentle. It hurts." Zhao Wuxie brought his palm down once more upon her rear. Lu Xiangling, having lived a life of comfort, was unaccustomed to such indignities. Tears began to well in her eyes, evoking a sense of pity. Yet, Zhao Wuxie showed no signs of relenting, tugging at her again. Nevertheless, he had to admit, the sensation was quite pleasurable, soft and comfortable. Unable to resist, he squeezed once more. Lu Xiangling's face flushed with embarrassment. Strangely, she neither resisted nor struggled further. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly charged. After 2.5 hours, Lu Xiangling emerged from the room, her face flushed. Finally, Zhao Wuxie had gleaned the information he sought. It turned out, his mother had not taken her own life. She had been murdered by Zhao Wang. It was solely due to Zhao Wuxie's mother pleading for mercy from King Zhao, hoping he would show leniency and spare her son. Enraged, King Zhao ordered her to be brutally beaten to death. Previously, Zhao Wuxie had harbored suspicions that his mother had been killed by Lu Xiangling and her son. However, further investigation was necessary. Additionally, Zhao Wuxie learned from Lu Xiangling that King Zhao was a formidable being of the Golden Core realm and would return shortly. A profound sense of urgency surged within Zhao Wuxie. He needed to become stronger without delay. As he pondered, a sudden scream echoed from outside. Zhao Wuxie rushed out to find Lu Xiangling brandishing a bloodied long knife, surrounded by a multitude of corpses. Enraged, he demanded, "Why did you kill them?" Lu Xiangling coldly responded, "They were merely a few servants and lowly concubines. Their deaths are inconsequential. Why are you so agitated?" Zhao Wuxie's gaze turned icy as he regarded her. Initially, he had considered refraining from further trouble with her and her son, but now, it seemed they were utterly unworthy of compassion. Lu Xiangling, taken aback by Zhao Wuxie's frigid stare, stammered, What are you looking at? Do you wish for King Zhao to learn of today's events?" Zhao Wuxie inhaled deeply, glancing at the dragon steed cart beside her. "You've killed them. How will you return? Can you even drive the dragon steed?" Lu Xiangling was momentarily stunned. She had only intended to resolve the matter swiftly and hadn't contemplated who would handle the dragon steed afterward. Turning to Zhao Wuxie with a pleading expression, she sought his assistance. Zhao Wuxie turned away, feigning ignorance of her plight. Lu Xiangling stomped her feet in frustration, exclaiming that all men were worthless. Suddenly, Zhao Wuxie recalled the array gifted by Aunt Bai, along with 2 serpent corpses. He approached Lu Xiangling, who, noticing him, defiantly turned her head away. "Humph. Now you care for me. Where were you just moments ago?" Zhao Wuxie handed her the storage pouch containing the array flags and the beast corpses, saying, "This is a gift for Zhao Lidong. Please deliver it to him." Lu Xiangling frowned in confusion. Typically, she and her son had tormented Zhao Wuxie and had even attempted to end his life on more than one occasion. If not for the bone within Zhao Wuxie, he would have perished countless times. Facing her bewilderment, he chose not to explain, merely stating, "If you don't intend to take it, I'll reclaim it." "Of course I will," she replied eagerly. "What other treasures do you possess? Hand them over, and I will deliver them all together." Zhao Wuxie rolled his eyes at her insatiable greed. "That's it. Nothing more. What about the supreme bone within you? When will you give it to my son?" "Leave." Lu Xiangling huffed angrily, sulking to one side, her fair bosom quite the distraction. Before long, Zhao Lidong finally dispatched a group to escort Lu Xiangling back to the Zhao royal residence. Chapter 25. The manifestation of the divine treasure that night. Zhao Wuxie received feedback from the system and acquired a set of divine level, flawless formation, the 4 symbols great array. This formation not only conceals the secrets of heaven, but also integrates both offense and defense. It harbors the guardianship of the 4 spirits, Zhuke, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Qinglong. Furthermore, he obtained 3 5th-grade supreme elixirs, the spirit refining pills, which can forge a formidable consciousness. Thus, Zhao Lidong's fortune had been nearly exhausted by Zhao Wuxie, leaving him with merely 5 points of fortune. At this juncture, if Zhao Wuxie desired to eliminate him, he need only bestow upon him a gold coin, sealing his fate without a doubt. Zhao Wuxie promptly arose and planted the flags of the 4 symbols great array at the 8 cardinal points of his courtyard. As soon as the flags were set, an energy shield enveloped his courtyard. The spiritual energy within a 20-mile radius surged wildly toward Zhao Wuxie's domain. In a short time, the spiritual energy within his courtyard had thickened to the point of resembling the morning mist, making it difficult to open one's eyes. The peach trees within the courtyard were blooming at an astonishing rate, bearing large peaches one after another. Here, even a single breath of the spiritual energy was equivalent to several days of arduous cultivation for others. Zhao Wuxie sat cross-legged, swallowing a spirit-refining pill. Once the elixir entered his abdomen, his soul suddenly ignited with a blazing white flame. The flames continuously refined the impurities within his soul, rendering his spiritual power even more potent and pure. After a considerable duration, Zhao Wuxie finally assimilated the vast medicinal potency. His soul had become extraordinarily stable, and his consciousness could effortlessly extend over a 20-mile radius, allowing him to clearly perceive individuals and flora and fauna within 30 miles. Who are these individuals? Zhao Wuxie observed 3 figures approaching within a 10-mile radius, an elderly man flanked by a man and a woman. The old man exclaimed, "Hurry! I just felt that in this direction, immense spiritual energy is converging. There must be a treasure manifesting." The man following him inquired, "Master, what kind of treasure do you think it is to cause such a commotion?" "Uncertain," the old man replied. "We will know upon arrival. Quickly, let us not allow others to seize it first." From a distance, Zhao Wuxie scrutinized the 3. The elder was at the pinnacle of the transcendence realm, just a step away from entering the golden core realm, with a fortune value of 5,000 points. The other 2 were formidable as well. The man was at the first layer of the transcendence realm, holding a fortune value of 3,500 points, while the woman was at the second layer, boasting a fortune value of 15,000 points. As the trio approached Zhao Wuxie's courtyard, they realized that someone had already arrived ahead of them. The woman pointed at Zhao Wuxie and reprimanded, "You there? Did you see any treasure manifesting here just now?" Zhao Wuxie shook his head. "I did not see anything." The man behind the woman interjected, "Senior sister, Why waste time with this brat? Just slay him with a single strike, and then search his corpse. The old man nodded with a smile. Indeed. Truly, my disciple, you have finally received my true teachings. Upon hearing this, the man wore an expression of pride and reached out to grasp Zhao Wuxie's head. The woman frowned slightly, sensing the inappropriateness of the situation, yet did not voice her objections. Zhao Wuxie furrowed his brows. How could these three, upon their first meeting, resort to violence? Thus, he swiftly produced a storage bag and exclaimed, "Wait. Do not act hastily. I shall give this to you." Seeing this, the man retracted his hand and laughed heartily. "You truly are timid, boy." Zhao Wuxie respectfully presented the storage bag to the elder, saying, "Senior, this is a gift for you." The elder received the bag without even a glance, tossing it directly to the man beside him. "Inspect it. See if there is any trickery." "Yes." The man promptly began his examination. Zhao Wuxie frowned at the elder's excessive caution. However, it was fortunate that the elder's 5,000 points of fortune had transformed into a blood-red 10. The elder was doomed. After inspecting the storage bag, the man discovered it contained only a few healing potions and 10 spirit stones, nothing more. He felt utterly mocked and seethed with rage, yelling at Zhao Wuxie. "You dare to play tricks on me, boy?" As the man prepared to strike, Zhao Wuxie tossed another storage bag toward him, saying, "Another gift for you." The man, momentarily taken aback, seized the storage bag and retorted angrily, "Humph. If you dare to play me again, I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end." Upon receiving the bag, the man's fortune points shifted to a blood-red 5. Zhao Wuxie turned his gaze toward the woman. Her fortune points were remarkably high, but regrettably, he had nothing left to offer her. Upon opening the storage bag, the man found nothing but cheap trinkets, devoid of the treasures they sought. Enraged, he bellowed, "Boy, you are courting death." Hardly had he finished speaking when a deafening thunderclap echoed through the sky. A bolt of lightning struck the elder, instantly reducing him to charred remains. Lifeless on the spot, the man and woman stood dumbfounded, shocked by the sudden turn of events. "What is happening? How could master? Sister, what should we do now? How should I know?" Zhao Wuxie chuckled. "Perhaps they have committed too many wrongs and are now facing retribution." The man, pointing furiously at Zhao Wuxie, shouted, "You little thief! Silence! I will kill you." Yet, before he could finish, another bolt of lightning descended, and he fell dead on the spot. The woman, pale with fright, surveyed her surroundings in terror. "Who is nearby? Show yourself. Do not hide." Zhao Wuxie replied, "Beautiful lady, there is no one else here, only I." Upon hearing this, the woman regarded Zhao Wuxie with caution, realizing she could not discern his cultivation level. Could it be that this fellow was a formidable master? However, from the scene of her master and senior brother's demise, it was evident that the young man remained utterly motionless throughout the ordeal. It should be impossible for him to have been the one to strike. Could it be the Heavenly Tribulation? Yes, indeed. It must be the Heavenly Tribulation. It is undoubtedly a tribulation summoned by a precious artifact. An artifact capable of invoking such a tribulation must be extraordinarily powerful. If I could locate this artifact, perhaps I could exact my vengeance. With fervor gleaming in her eyes, she turned to Zhao Wuxie and declared, "You boy, quickly hand over that artifact. I can spare your life." Zhao Wuxie responded, exasperated, "I truly do not possess any artifact." Chapter 26. The Golden Zen Temple. Such a tremendous commotion can only signify the emergence of a formidable artifact. It is destined for this humble monk to receive such fortune. A rotund monk, his chest bare, came soaring through the air like a cannonball. The woman turned to face the monk, only to discover that he was a formidable golden core cultivator. Instantly, fear rendered her motionless. The plump monk glanced at the woman beside him and politely inquired, "Amitba, dear benefactor, have you witnessed the appearance of any artifacts here?" Shaking her head, the woman gestured towards Zhao Wuxie, stating, "I have only just arrived. If there are any artifacts, you must inquire with him, as he has been here the entire time." The monk chuckled, "Is that so? Thank you." Just as the woman was about to respond courteously, the monk's expression suddenly shifted. He struck the woman's chest with a palm, sending her crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string, creating a deep crater upon impact. Zhao Wuxie, who had been stealthily rummaging through the storage bags of the two corpses, was startled. Have these monks become so ruthless in this day and age? After committing his violent act, the monk turned to Zhao Wuxie with a smile and said, "Amitba, dear benefactor, that artifact is fated to be with this humble monk. Might you return it to me?" Zhao Wuxie swallowed hard, replying, "Oh, revered monk, I truly have not found any artifact." Noticing the monk's smile gradually darken, he quickly added, "I'll give it to you. All the treasures I possess are yours. Just don't come any closer." He hastily picked up the storage bags from the two corpses and threw them towards the monk, exclaiming, "These treasures are all for you." After casting the items, He dashed towards the courtyard. Regret flooded him as he pondered why he had been so greedy as to sneak out. The monk, however, did not reach for the storage bags tossed by Zhao Wuxie. Instead, his gaze remained fixated on Zhao Wuxie. This agility was astonishingly swift. Could it be a royal-level movement technique? If that were the case, the monk's fortune would be beyond compare. It is known that within the entire Qin Empire, the most formidable movement technique is merely at the kingly level. This is the national treasure of the Qin Empire. Previously, he had besieged Qin Chongsheng, hoping to observe the Emperor of Qin in action, yet all his requests were denied. If he could possess this young man's movement technique, who in the entire Qin would stand as his adversary in the future? This youth must be captured alive. Thus, he extended a golden hand towards Zhao Wuxie. Reaching out to seize him, Zhao Wuxie gazed upon the colossal hand before him, a size surpassing his entire frame, and a chill of dread coursed through him. Summoning all his strength, he endeavored to escape the impending doom of that hand, which drew ever closer. Just as it seemed he would be ensnared by the monk. In this critical moment of peril, Zhao Wuxie's agility reached a remarkable threshold. His speed surged dramatically, transforming him into a mere afterimage. Evading the grasp of that hand by a heartbeat and fleeing back to the courtyard. Upon his return, Zhao Wuxie immediately activated the formation, successfully sealing the enormous hand outside. The monk, astonished to find his hand thwarted, wore a look of incredulity. With a cultivation level of golden core, 8th layer, he was among the elite of the Great Qin Empire. The fact that this formation could impede him was beyond his comprehension. Could it possibly be a royal-level formation? If so, he had struck an extraordinary fortune. Here, not only lay treasures capable of summoning heavenly tribulations, but also formidable formations. More importantly, this young man possessed an exceptionally impressive agility. He was akin to a windfall for the monk. The monk's gaze towards Zhao Wuxie grew increasingly fervent, as if he beheld a stunning maiden unclothed. Uncomfortable under the monk's stare, Zhao Wuxie retorted, "You baldy, are you in heat? Shall I introduce you to a few courtesans?" The monk, unfazed, merely smiled and replied, "Benefactor, we share a fateful connection. Why not step forth and engage in a discussion on the Dharma with me?" Zhao Wuxie scoffed, "To hell with your Dharma. I am an atheist, a believer in science. I don't subscribe to your superstitions." The monk, undeterred by Zhao Wuxie's refusal to emerge, declared, "Then do not blame me for resorting to force." With palms pressed together, a golden Buddha figure materialized behind him, reciting incantations. A golden palm descended towards Zhao Wuxie with tremendous force. Yet, with a resounding crash, the energy barrier held steadfast. In contrast, the Buddha figure staggered back, nearly toppling. The rotund monk gazed incredulously at the energy barrier, as solid as a turtle's shell. What kind of formation is this? Why is it so unyielding? Zhao Wuxie retorted, "The dead have no right to know." With a swift gesture towards the monk, a melodious cry of the vermilion bird echoed forth, manifesting a vivid image upon the energy barrier. The vermilion bird erupted from the barrier, engulfed in flames, and lunged at the monk. The monk chuckled derisively, feigning divinity. "Watch as I extinguish this little bird with a single strike." With a sudden burst of power, the monk pressed his palms together, and the golden Buddha figure mirrored his actions, preparing to swat the vermilion bird as one would a fly. "Benefactor, you would do well to emerge from your formation. These tricks are futile against me." Just as the monk reveled in his triumph, the golden Buddha figure's palm ignited with a fierce blaze. The pair of Buddha palms melted away like freshly fallen snow, while the flames surged forth with a terrifying velocity, spreading towards the torso. In the blink of an eye, the ethereal image of Buddha was reduced to ashes. The plump monk's expression shifted dramatically, and suddenly, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth. He was unable to tend to his own injuries as his body retreated hastily. Yet, the vermilion bird pursued him relentlessly, akin to a living creature, charging forward without hesitation. The monk fled in a state of disarray, entirely stripped of his previous composure. Zhao Wuxie called out, "Monk, I sense a profound connection between you and this vermilion bird. Why not pause and engage in a discussion of Buddhist principles with it?" The monk, drenched in sweat and pursued by the bird, had no time to respond. Any moment of distraction could lead to being engulfed by the flames. Zhao Wuxie's gaze narrowed. Allowing the monk to escape could spell endless trouble. Hence, he pointed once more, and the energy from the protective shield surged forth towards the vermilion bird like a spring. Upon receiving this infusion of energy, the bird emitted a joyful cry. Its body expanding significantly, the flames now more ferocious than before, and its speed markedly increased. The plump monk, witnessing this, turned pale with fear and immediately pleaded, "Please, spare me. I am the national master of the Great Qin Empire, the former abbot of the Jinshan Temple. You cannot slay me." Zhao Wuxie was unperturbed, directly commanding the vermilion bird to swiftly execute its attack. With a piercing scream, the monk's upper body was consumed by the flames, leaving only the lower half to plummet to the ground. Zhao Wuxie turned to observe the spot where the woman had fallen, and to his astonishment, a towering tree had sprouted there. Within the massive trunk, a human face appeared, identical to that of the woman from before. Though filled with confusion, Zhao Wuxie, having watched Ultraman on Blue Star, understood that he must act swiftly to eliminate the threat before the transformation was complete, lest further complications arise. He directed the vermilion bird towards the colossal tree. Upon sensing the intense heat, the face suddenly opened its eyes and pleaded, "Spare me. Please. Give me a reason not to perish. I am of the elven race. I can grant you the divine ability to communicate with flora and fauna." This innate divine ability, as its name suggests, requires no learning and can be mastered immediately. Moreover, these abilities evolve alongside one's cultivation, potentially advancing to sacred or even imperial levels, making them exceedingly precious. Even the most esteemed families in the divine or sacred realms covet such gifts. But isn't the elven race extinct? Zhao Wuxie questioned. I am the last of my kind. My vengeance remains unfulfilled. I cannot die yet. I beseech you, grant me mercy. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wuxie ultimately decided to spare her life. Serve me as your master. Become my maid, and I shall grant you your life. Agreed. A golden fruit fell from the great tree. The fruit soared towards Zhao Wuxie, who caught it, radiating with vibrant life. Curiously, he inquired, "What is this?" The woman replied, "As a member of the elven clan, each individual, upon awakening the elven bloodline within, bears a spirit fruit. One can only bear a single fruit in a lifetime. Consuming it grants one an additional life and the ability to command our existence." Zhao Wuxie opened the system to review the information, confirming its veracity as the woman had proclaimed. It was indeed a remarkable item. He opened his mouth and swallowed the fruit whole. Upon consuming the fruit, Zhao Wuxie felt every cell in his body rejoicing with exuberance. He sensed a profound connection with the woman. All her information appeared in his mind without the need for the system. Her name among the elven clan was Cessair, while in the human realm, she was known as Yulinger. She was already 231 years old. The elven clan possessed a unique constitution. Upon birth, they would enter a slumber lasting several centuries. The longer the slumber, the greater the innate talent and purity of their bloodline, thus increasing the likelihood of awakening their elven heritage. Yulinger had slept for 208 years, narrowly escaping a catastrophic massacre of her race. Upon awakening, she was found and adopted by a human couple. At the age of 6, she revealed exceptional cultivation talent and subsequently became a disciple of an eccentric old man. In addition to acquiring her information, Zhao Wuxie also gained complete control over her life. With a mere thought, he could easily bring her existence to an end. He asked, "How long will this state last?" "Approximately half a month." She replied, "Is there a way to expedite this process?" "Spirit energy. I require a substantial amount of spirit energy." Zhao Wuxie, upon hearing this, immediately manipulated the formation, expanding the coverage of the 4 symbols array to encompass Yulinger as well. The spirit energy surged toward her like a tidal wave under his command. Yulinger exclaimed with joy, "Thank you, master." Before long, the leaves of the colossal tree began to yellow, falling to the ground like autumn leaves. A look of anguish crossed Yulinger's face as she approached a critical moment in activating her bloodline. If successful, her cultivation talent would become extraordinarily formidable. If she failed, it would mean death. Zhao Wuxie learned from the memories of the elven bloodline that prior to activating their bloodline, the elves typically underwent an enigmatic ritual, requiring the blessing of the Tree of Life. Even then, the success rate of activation was not particularly high, resulting in the demise of many elven individuals, which contributed significantly to the rarity of their kind. For someone like Yulinger, who had not received the Tree of Life's protection, the risks were exceedingly perilous. Zhao Wuxie felt a wave of anxiety. Having finally acquired such a powerful attendant, he could not allow her to perish so easily. He hastily accessed the system to see if there was anything that could assist him. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, announcing the acquisition of a vial of celestial essence. This celestial essence is a highly concentrated and extraordinarily pure form of spiritual energy, imbued with the essence of the Great Path. Upon consumption, it aids in comprehending the laws of the Great Path. Zhao Wuxie was uncertain whether this substance would be beneficial to Yulinger, but he promptly approached her. He let a single drop fall onto her lips. As the essence entered her mouth, Yulinger radiated a vibrant green glow. Her previously wilting form suddenly blossomed with vitality. The agony etched on her face eased, even giving way to a hint of joy. Zhao Wuxie glanced at the now empty vial in his hand. Astonishingly, it contained only a single drop. How miserly! However, seeing that Yulinger had escaped danger, he felt a profound sense of relief. He then began to survey the battlefield, collecting the storage bags from 3 corpses. They yielded a total of 500 low-grade spirit stones, a high-grade profound sword, a set of low-grade earth-tier soft armor, 3 intermediate healing elixirs of the 3rd grade, a low-grade heavenly tier Buddhist sword, and a collection of assorted low-grade healing potions. Zhao Wuxie stowed them all away. As he turned around, he caught sight of Yulinger emerging from the gnarled tree trunk, completely unclad. Her flawless and alluring form, illuminated by the moonlight, radiated a pure glow that was utterly captivating. Like the fabled beauties of the elven race, she was breathtakingly enchanting. Yulinger felt a twinge of embarrassment under Zhao Wuxie's gaze, as it was her first time revealing herself before a man. She lowered her head and, in a barely audible voice, timidly asked, "Master, may I put on some clothes now?" Zhao Wuxie smiled and replied, "Come, let me help you dress." He approached her, carefully assisting her into each piece of clothing, all the while marveling at her exquisite form, akin to a flawless jade sculpture. Her skin was translucent and radiant, and her long, slender legs beckoned to be admired. Moreover, she exuded a fragrance unlike any human woman, a truly unique allure. As Zhao Wuxie helped her don her garments, his hands were far from idle, causing Yulinger to flush with shyness, occasionally emitting a soft, delicate sound that made one's cheeks burn. After a considerable time, Zhao Wuxie finally finished dressing her. Meanwhile, within the Zhao royal residence, the stone statue emitted a crimson glow, releasing tendrils of malevolent blood energy that slithered toward Zhao Lidong, who lay on the bed. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and a grimace of pain crossed his face as cold sweat broke out all over his body. He tossed and turned restlessly on the bed. Chapter 28. Another transaction this time. Upon activating the elven bloodline, Yulinger's fortune surged to an astonishing 7,350,000. Perhaps it is because she is the last of the elven race in this world. At the moment she activated her elven bloodline, the fate of her entire lineage coalesced within her. This fortune surpasses that of even Qin Fengming. A woman of such destiny has unexpectedly become my maid. Zhao Wuxie felt a surge of excitement. More importantly, ever since she awakened her bloodline power, her cultivation had astonishingly reached the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. While this strength may not be the most formidable in the Great Qin, it certainly places her among the elite. Suddenly, Yulinger embraced Zhao Wuxie from behind, resting her head upon his shoulder. Zhao Wuxie was taken aback. Could it be that his charm was so potent that it could move an elven beauty? Just as he pondered this, a swirling vortex of emerald green spiritual energy enveloped both him and Yulinger. Within this verdant aura, numerous green leaves danced. And as the green energy intensified and swirled faster, the two were gradually ensconced within a protective cocoon of energy. Zhao Wuxie felt as though he had transformed into a seed, slowly germinating and taking root in the soil, drawing nourishment from the earth. Gradually, tender shoots sprouted and flourished, growing into a towering tree. After a considerable time, a hand emerged from a green cocoon of light. With a mere thought, a robust vine erupted from the ground, extending skyward at an alarming rate. With a wave of his hand, a resounding crack echoed as the vine tore a fissure in the earth. Zhao Wuxie sensed an extraordinary connection with the surrounding flora and fauna, granting him the ability to manipulate their growth at will, summon them to aid in battle, and monitor everything nearby. Previously, his spiritual awareness could cover a radius of 30 miles, but now, if he merged his consciousness with the trees and plants, he could extend his perception to a 100-mile radius, even penetrating the depths of the earth. Zhao Wuxie withdrew his awareness and glanced at the weakened Yulinger, feeling deeply moved. This woman is remarkable. I must cherish her from now on. With that, he lifted her and gently placed her on the bed. The following morning, Qin Fengming, accompanied by Aunt Shui, knocked on Zhao Wuxie's door. "Open up for this princess. If you don't, I shall smash your door." Zhao Wuxie opened the door with a frown and replied, "Sister-in-law, what is the matter? Why the anger?" "Humph, you have the audacity to ask. That scoundrel of yours took advantage of me." Aunt Shui behind her stifled a chuckle. Zhao Wuxie, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean I took advantage of you? When have I ever failed to pay after such encounters?" Qin Fengming's face flushed crimson with indignation. Fortunately, she and T brought her maid this time. Otherwise, it would have been utterly embarrassing. "Zhao Wuxie, my statue has been stolen. I demand compensation. If you can't even protect it, how can you blame me? You can forget about compensation, but I can offer you something else." "Bah, don't even think about it." Qin Fengming stepped directly into the courtyard. Suddenly recalling the rumors of haunting, she promptly retreated. Zhao Wuxie, puzzled, inquired, "Since you are here, why not come in and sit for a while?" Qin Fengming looked at Zhao Wuxie with curiosity and asked, "During your stay here, have any unusual events occurred? Or have you seen anything peculiar? What could possibly be wrong? I have been sleeping soundly lately." "Really? Of course. Come on, let us go inside." No, I'd rather stay outside." Zhao Wuxie chuckled, not expecting her to be so timid. Who took your statue? Your brother Zhao Lidong. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuxie felt a flicker of anger. What? Did you two sleep together last night? What are you thinking? How could I possibly sleep with him? If I were to sleep with someone, it would be with you. Go to hell. Ha. It's not like we haven tea before. Qin Fengming immediately fumed, regretting her decision to come here. This man was perpetually infuriating. My belongings were taken. You either help me retrieve them or compensate me. Humph. I only have one of these. Where do you expect me to find another? As for compensation, at that moment, Zhao Wuxie finally noticed that Qin Fengming's fortune value had inexplicably decreased by 1 million. He distinctly remembered that after bestowing the supreme bone upon her, her fortune value had increased by 500,000. How could it have not only diminished, but also decreased by 50,000 now? What was going on? Was there a glitch in the system? Out of curiosity, he placed a gold coin into Qin Fengming's hand. Here is a gold coin for you. Qin Fengming stared at the coin in her hand, her eyes widening in disbelief. What do you mean by this? You think one gold coin will suffice to appease me? Zhao Wuxie glanced at her fortune value, which had increased by 2 points. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. The last time her fortune value had increased was after she had been with him. Could it be that her fortune value only rose after such encounters? But why would it increase and then decrease again? Seeing that Qin Fengming was on the verge of losing her composure, he said, if you accompany me once more, I shall gift you a high-grade mysterious tear sword. All right, I'm in. Aunt Shui, overhearing this, looked on in disbelief. Your Highness, do you truly lack a high-grade mysterious tear sword? I recall that your worst treasures are of at least high earth tier. Was it really necessary to sell herself for such a sword? Aunt Shui could not comprehend. Zhao Wuxie chuckled lightly and swept Qin Fengming into the inner room. Just then, Yulinger emerged. Qin Fengming, incensed, pointed at Yulinger and demanded, who is she? My maid. Qin Fengming immediately wriggled free from Zhao Wuxie's embrace, seething as she stormed out. Aunt Shui, let us go. We shall not return here again. Before leaving, Aunt Shui cast a deep glance at Yulinger. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Wuxie immediately grasped the situation and promptly conveyed through thought, Shui. She is truly just my maid. There is nothing between us. Shui responded with a smile. Haha, I understand. Shui is not bothered by it. Zhao Wuxie, bewildered, thought to himself, what do you understand? I genuinely haven't done anything. Yulinger slowly approached, her head bowed in self-reproach. Master, did I come out at an inopportune time? No. You arrived perfectly on time. Chapter 29. The Return of the Thunder Tribulation. Zhao Wuxie gazed at Yulinger's exquisite visage, unable to resist caressing her cheek. You just ruined my good fortune. Do you realize that? I'm sorry, Master. I didn't mean to. Humph. Mere apologies won't suffice. You must adequately compensate me. What do you mean by compensation, Master? As Yulinger lifted her gaze, she was met with Zhao Wuxie's intense stare. Instantly, her heart fluttered, and her face turned crimson as she lowered her head, nearly pressing it against the towering peaks of snow. Zhao Wuxie chuckled, when one errs, punishment is in order. I am about to administer a fitting punishment. He grasped Yulinger's delicate hand and lifted her into his embrace, making his way towards the inner chamber. 2 hours later, Zhao Wuxie emerged, casting his gaze skyward, suddenly enlightened. A terrifying sword aura erupted from his being, swirling around him like ethereal fish. The sword intent emanating from him intensified continuously. At that moment, within a secret chamber in the great Qin Empire, Sword God Li Qingyang sensed something amiss. Frowning, he turned his attention toward a particular direction. This marked the third time in recent days that he felt the presence of an exceptionally sharp sword within the great Qin Empire, its terrifying sword aura compelling him to bow in reverence. Yet, every time he attempted to rise and seek it out, the sword's aura vanished instantaneously, leaving him restless in his cultivation. However, this time, the sword aura felt even more formidable and distinct than before. Though Li Qingyang had yet to comprehend why the sword's aura grew increasingly intense, it did not deter him from pursuing it. With a swift motion, he soared into the air, leaving the surrounding disciples astonished. Could it be that the master has broken through? Zhang Muyang, brimming with excitement, bowed and exclaimed, Congratulations. Master, your cultivation has reached new heights, elevating your swordsmanship further. The others quickly followed suit, bowing in unison. Congratulations to the master for emerging from seclusion. Congratulations to the sect leader for breaking through. Li Qingyang's gaze remained fixed on a certain direction, a look of disappointment crossing his face. Why has it disappeared again? What is the meaning of this sword aura? Mo Qingyi, perplexed, inquired, Master, what troubles you? Li Qingyang replied with a sigh, just moments ago, I sensed an exceptionally sharp sword. Its aura soared to the heavens, yet, inexplicably, it vanished. The crowd exchanged glances. Realizing that a sword capable of garnering such esteem from sword god Li Qingyang must be an extraordinary rarity, Mo Qingyi inquired, "Master, can you perceive its exact location?" "I can only sense the approximate vicinity," he replied. "Then should we not go and search for it?" Li Qingyang found this reasoning compelling. After all, remaining in seclusion indefinitely was not a viable option. Accompanied by his disciple Mo Qingyi, Li Qingyang approached the nearby forest. "This is the area," he declared. Mo Qingyi scanned the surroundings and noticed a figure seated in the courtyard. "Master, there is someone over there. Should we inquire?" Li Qingyang nodded and swiftly flew towards the individual. Just as they were about to greet him, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy rushed toward the man in the courtyard. The torrent of energy nearly toppled Mo Qingyi from the sky, but Li Qingyang promptly grasped her arm. "Master, what just happened?" Mo Qingyi observed her master staring intently in a particular direction, his expression filled with astonishment. Following his gaze, she saw that a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy had formed around the man in the courtyard. The energy from a 10-mile radius swirled towards him like a tidal wave, coalescing into a river that soon engulfed the man. His cultivation was skyrocketing. Nirvana Stage 5, Nirvana Stage 6, Nirvana Stage 7, Nirvana Stage 8, Nirvana Stage 9, Nirvana, Great Perfection. Li Qingyang and his disciple were left dumbfounded. Was such a breakthrough even possible? Typically, one would require months, if not years, to advance a single level. Goodness. His rate of breakthrough is astonishingly swift. Mo Qingyi swallowed hard and asked, "Master, did you not say that my progression from Nirvana Stage 2 to Nirvana Stage 3 in 3 months was considered a rare talent? How can this individual?" Li Qingyang remained unresponsive, his focus solely on the man in the courtyard. At that moment, memories of words spoken by his master years prior echoed in his mind. "Qingyang, do not allow your youth, having reached Nirvana Stage 1 at merely 18, to make you feel invincible. Remember, there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people." Initially, he had dismissed this counsel, as he had been hailed as the greatest prodigy among his peers since childhood. As he matured, he became the most formidable sword god of the Great Qin Empire, having never encountered a rival. Yet now, in the twilight of his years, he found himself in a secluded forest, face to face with an even more extraordinary genius, a prodigy he had never before witnessed or imagined. In just a few minutes, the man had surged through 6 levels of cultivation. He recalled that his own ascent from Nirvana Stage 4 to Nirvana Great Perfection had taken 2 arduous years. Even then, he was still regarded as a monster among men. What manner of being was this individual in the courtyard? How could such a phenomenon exist in this world? Li Qingyang's heart was tumultuous, unable to find peace. At that moment, the surroundings abruptly darkened. Mo Qingyi, puzzled, glanced upwards. She beheld the sky thickly shrouded in dark clouds, which pressed down oppressively, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Within the clouds, flashes of lightning flickered. Upon witnessing this, Mo Qingyi felt not fear, but exhilaration. She shook Li Qingyang's arm and exclaimed, "Master, it is the thunder tribulation. Your thunder tribulation has arrived. Master, you are finally going to break through to the tribulation stage." At this juncture, Li Qingyang snapped back to reality. He lifted his gaze to the heavens and saw the tumultuous storm clouds. Indeed, it was the thunder tribulation. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. He distinctly remembered failing in his seclusion breakthrough. How could there still be a thunder tribulation? However, he surveyed the surroundings and noted that only the 3 of them were present. His disciple was at the first level of transcendence, while the young man below had attained the pinnacle of nirvana. It seemed that only he was worthy of attracting the heavenly calamity. Thus, he forcefully pushed Mo Qingyi aside and shouted, "Foolish disciple, quickly take cover, lest you be caught in the tribulation." Mo Qingyi, touched yet anxious, cried out, "Master, please be careful." Li Qingyang, brimming with heroic spirit, declared, "Qingyi, watch as I face this tribulation. If I should fail and meet my demise, remember to return and inform the elders to select a new leader." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Mo Qingyi's face, as if experiencing a heart-wrenching separation. "Whoa, Master, you must succeed in overcoming the tribulation. You cannot die. Master, the sword sect cannot exist without you." Li Qingyang looked at Mo Qingyi with paternal affection, saying, "Silly disciple, I am the sword god. How could I perish? Do not frighten yourself. Now quickly retreat to safety." Mo Qingyi nodded, sobbing as she swiftly flew to the periphery of the tribulation. Seeing that she was far enough away, Li Qingyang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then drew his sword towards the sky, exclaiming passionately, "Come forth, heavens! Let me witness the might of your thunder tribulation. Master, you must survive," she wailed. Chapter 30. Striking the wrong person, Li Qingyang pointed his sword to the heavens, filled with fervor. Yet, why did the lightning veer off course? A resounding crash echoed through the air. Zhao Wuxie, within the courtyard, was struck by the thunder, leaving him grievously wounded. Meanwhile, Li Qingyang, who was meant to be the target of the lightning, remained utterly unscathed. Mo Qingyi stood in stunned silence. Li Qingyang, frozen in place, maintained his stance. Sword raised to the sky. His arm grew weary, yet the lightning showed no inclination to heed him. One bolt after another descended upon Zhao Wuxie, as if intent on obliterating him. At that moment, Yulinger heard the commotion from the courtyard. Trembling, she leaned against the wall and stepped outside, only to witness the relentless lightning striking Zhao Wuxie. The blinding flashes rendered her unable to open her eyes, leaving her utterly astonished. Though she had long known her master to be extraordinarily formidable, witnessing a nirvana-level individual attracting a thunder tribulation was beyond anything she had ever heard or seen. This situation is utterly absurd. Logically, one would expect that the tribulation should only be summoned after achieving the transcendent stage. Could it be that the master's extraordinary talent has provoked the heavens' jealousy? If that were indeed the case, it would make sense. However, as Yulinger pondered deeply, she sensed something amiss. Historically, she had heard of individuals who could invoke heavenly jealousy, even at the nirvana stage. Meanwhile, Li Qingyang, who had been forsaken by the thunder tribulation, finally realized that something was not right. It appeared that the tribulation was not meant for him. How embarrassing. The thought of his earlier remarks to his disciple made him feel mortified. He would rather the lightning strike him directly, even if it meant perishing beneath its fury, than endure this humiliation. Mo Qingyi stared wide-eyed, filled with confusion. Hadn't the master stated that he was to face the tribulation? How could the lightning possibly target the wrong person? The heavens must truly be losing their sight. She glanced at Zhao Wuxie, who was being mercilessly bombarded by the thunder in the courtyard, and felt a surge of sympathy. Poor fellow. He was so unfortunate as to shield his master from the heavenly calamity. Yet, one could only blame him for choosing to reside in such a remote mountain forest. Ah well, she thought, she would have to collect his remains later. After all, he was standing in for her master during the tribulation. The ferocity of the lightning was indeed ruthless. It had killed him, and yet showed no mercy even to his corpse, continuing its assault. The intensity of the thunder seemed to escalate. Was it determined to reduce him to ashes? If so, it would save the trouble of burying him. Yet, one could not help but feel pity for the poor soul. Mo Qingyi looked up at her master, only to find him still staring blankly at the courtyard. In disbelief, she wondered if the figure inside was still alive. After considering, she dismissed the idea. After all, that individual, despite his astonishing cultivation speed and monstrous talent, was still merely at the nirvana stage. In the face of such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, survival was improbable. The lightning in the courtyard was blindingly bright. Even a mere glance caused discomfort to her eyes. She couldn't fathom why her master was so fixated on the scene. Out of curiosity, Mo Qingyi turned back to the courtyard. What? How had that lad not perished yet? Inside the courtyard, Zhao Wuxie's body, though bloodied and battered by the lightning, was visibly mending at an astonishing rate. What on earth was happening? Not only did she find it incomprehensible, but even her master, Li Qingyang, was baffled. He had never anticipated that after living a life of invincibility, on the brink of death, a simple outing would shatter his understanding of reality. He felt as if his worldview was on the verge of collapse. Everything about Zhao Wuxie defied logic. It seems that the emergence of this young man is destined to shatter the conventional wisdom of the cultivation realm. Not only is his speed of cultivation astonishing, but the fact that he can attract a thunder tribulation even at the nirvana realm is simply extraordinary. Moreover, the lightning does not harm him. Rather, it tempers his physical form. Much like the process of forging iron, it fortifies his body, rendering him increasingly formidable. After a considerable period, the storm clouds finally dissipated. Zhao Wuxie slowly rose, stretching his limbs. To be candid, such prolonged meditation is quite exhausting. I wonder how those individuals who seclude themselves for decades manage to endure it. Do they not experience numbness in their legs? Do they not feel the need to relieve themselves? He finds it incomprehensible. Little does he know, those individuals cannot fathom his experience either. Upon seeing that the thunder tribulation had finally vanished, Yulinger hurried over and leaped into Zhao Wuxie's embrace, exclaiming, "Master, I was so worried about you. Are you all right?" Zhao Wuxie chuckled, playfully pinching one of Yulinger's pointed elf ears. "I'm fine. A mere thunder tribulation cannot harm me." Not only is he unscathed, but his cultivation has also reached the pinnacle of the nirvana realm, while his sword intent has ascended to the initial stage of the third level. Zhao Wuxie then looked up at the two figures in the sky and inquired, "Who are you?" Mo Qingyi introduced, "We hail from the Sword Pavilion. This is my master, Li Qingyang, and I am his direct disciple, Mo Qingyi." Zhao Wuxie nodded. "Oh." He then supported Yulinger and made his way towards the room. Mo Qingyi was left utterly bewildered. Did he not realize that the Sword Pavilion is one of the most powerful sects in the Great Qin Empire? Did he not know that Li Qingyang is the sect leader? Did he not understand that Li Qingyang is the sword god? Did he not comprehend that Li Qingyang is the mightiest expert in the Great Qin Empire? What was that reaction he just displayed? Shouldn't he have sought to ingratiate himself with them? Shouldn't he have endeavored to curry favor with them, hoping for my master to take him as a disciple? This is the sword god. He is the one with the greatest potential to cultivate sword intent in the past 500 years of the Great Qin Empire. Who in the empire is not familiar with him? This young man cannot possibly have been in these remote mountains for so long that he is oblivious to such fundamental knowledge. Li Qingyang also wore a perplexed expression. This young man's response was exceedingly subdued, leaving him quite unaccustomed. In the past, upon hearing his name, individuals would practically kneel and worship him. Yet this young man, upon hearing his name, reacted as though he had merely heard the name of a humble farmer. He had initially intended to take him as a disciple, but now it seems he must reconsider. If this young man were to realize that his indifferent demeanor led him to miss such a significant opportunity, he would surely be filled with regret. With this thought, Li Qingyang felt somewhat relieved. After assisting Yu Linger into the room, Zhao Wuxie emerged once more. Please, everyone, come inside. Li Qingyang's furrowed brow finally relaxed. This is how it should be. In this world, who does not prostrate themselves upon hearing his name? Chapter 31. The Monk of Emptiness. Upon entering the grand hall, Zhao Wuxie poured a cup of tea for each of the two visitors. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? He asked. Mo Qingyi replied. We have come here in search of treasures. Not again, Zhao Wuxie thought. Feeling an onset of frustration, observing the politeness of these two, they hardly appeared to be nefarious individuals. It seemed rather unreasonable to contemplate their demise. Li Qingyang, noticing Zhao Wuxie's furrowed brow, curiously inquired, Might I ask, young brother, if you have seen any treasures manifest? Zhao Wuxie shook his head. I have not. Li Qingyang appeared taken aback. He had sensed a peculiar glimmer in Zhao Wuxie's eyes that hinted at concealed knowledge. His intuition suggested that this young man was undoubtedly aware of something. Thus, he proposed, Dear brother, if you could share the whereabouts of that artifact, I would be willing to accept you as my disciple. What do you say? Zhao Wuxie wore a look of discontent. These individuals were indeed quite arrogant, presuming that everyone would eagerly kneel before them, begging for apprenticeship. After all this time, they hadn't even inquired about his name. Yet, for those perched high above, such trivialities were inconsequential. Even if he divulged his name, they would likely forget it the moment they turned away. He shook his head and replied, I truly have not encountered any treasures. This remote forest harbors none. Li Qingyang's expression soured at his words. He believed this young man was clearly lying. Young brother, you must understand that possessing hidden treasures can be perilous. Though your talents are commendable, that artifact is beyond your grasp. You would do well to hand it over to me. I can ensure your safety. Zhao Wuxie retorted, if it does not exist, no amount of persuasion will make it so. Li Qingyang persisted. Do not let momentary greed jeopardize your life. You shall not threaten my master. Suddenly, Yu Linger emerged outside, her countenance dark as she glared at Li Qingyang. Li Qingyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly the elven race? I cannot believe they still exist in this world. Mo Qingyi, too, was captivated by the sudden appearance of this enchanting woman. Although Yu Linger had graced their presence before, their attention had been solely on Zhao Wuxie at that time, leaving them oblivious to her beauty. Yu Linger approached, shielding Zhao Wuxie behind her. Li Qingyang, puzzled, asked, How have you survived? Yu Linger coldly retorted, That is of no concern to you. Mo Qingyi, dissatisfied, interjected, How can you speak to him that way? My master is merely showing concern for you. Zhao Wuxie interjected, She does not require your concern. My care for her suffices. Li Qingyang sighed, his expression a blend of complexity as he regarded Zhao Wuxie. Young brother, you truly astonish me. The events unfolding around you grow increasingly remarkable. Zhao Wuxie nonchalantly replied, It is hardly anything significant. Li Qingyang continued, Do you not realize how many in the cultivation world covet the elven race? Are you referring to that little fruit? I've already consumed it, so your envy is in vain. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You ate it? That item holds far greater significance for the elven race than life itself. How could this woman simply give it away? Mo Qingyi also wore a look of astonishment. She had heard of such a fruit, which not only grants an additional life, but also allows one to command the existence of elves. In the realm of cultivation, it is an exceedingly precious, priceless treasure. It is precisely due to the rarity of this item that countless powerful beings covet the elven clan. Yet, this elven woman possesses cultivation that far surpasses that of the young man. Why would she bestow upon him her most treasured possession? Both Li Qingyang and Mo Qingyi were perplexed. Suddenly, Zhao Wuxie sensed unusual activity outside the courtyard. He promptly activated the formation. Outside stood an elderly monk, accompanied by 18 others. Ba, may I trouble you to open the formation and allow this humble monk to enter? The group stepped outside. Li Qingyang chuckled. Old man, what brings you here? Li benefactor, you are here too? I have come in search of my wayward disciple. Are you referring to Monk Jiekong? What has happened to him? Just yesterday, his life talisman shattered. Before his demise, he transmitted information indicating that he had been here. Thus, I have come specifically to investigate the cause of his death. Li Qingyang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a powerhouse like Jie could fall. What secrets lay hidden here? Or rather, what terrifying existence resided in this place? The monk continued, I wonder, have you seen my disciple by any chance? Zhao Wuxie shook his head. I have not seen him. Li Qingyang glanced at Zhao Wuxie, suspecting he was likely lying. But why? Did he not realize that providing information to Monk Wukong could earn him a favor? After all, a grand completion golden core expert like him is a rarity. With only 6 such individuals in the entire Deqin Empire, gaining a favor from such a master would undoubtedly pave the way for a smoother cultivation journey. Was this young man truly indifferent to the opportunity? Or was he simply an ignorant bumpkin, unaware of the names of these powerful beings? Contemplating this, and recalling Zhao Wuxie's calm demeanor upon hearing his own name, it seemed this fellow genuinely lacked understanding of the old monk's significance. The old monk, clearly taken aback, recalled seeing this very courtyard in the memories transmitted before Jiekong's death. How could this person not have encountered his disciple? Thus, he altered his line of questioning. Benefactor, may I inquire if you witnessed anyone fighting outside yesterday? Zhao Wuxie shook his head. I do not know. I was not home yesterday. A glimmer of gold flashed in Wukong's eyes. No, you are lying. Zhao Wuxie was astounded. How had the old monk discerned this? Li Qingyang was astonished and exclaimed, have you truly mastered the heart communication technique? The monk, Wukong, shook his head, saying, alas, I am but a dullard, unable to comprehend this fearsome skill, having grasped only the surface. However, discerning whether others speak falsehoods is still within my reach. Zhao Wuxie, no longer concealing the truth, spoke up. The monk Jiekong has perished. Yet, he met his just deserts. As a monk, he succumbed to greed and anger, and even took the life of an innocent woman. He deserved to die. Wukong's expression darkened as he glared. So, you imply that the death of my disciple is related to you? Chapter 32. Could it be another calamity? Seeing Wukong teetering on the brink of fury, ready to unleash havoc, Li Qingyang quickly interjected, Monk, please remain calm and allow him to finish speaking. This young man, with such meager strength, surely lacks the ability to have slain Jiekong. Wukong scoffed. Whether he did or did not is of no consequence. Anyone connected to this matter must perish. 18 arhats. Engage and break the formation. Yes. The 18 monks behind him leaped into the air, heading toward various points of the formation. Li Qingyang hastily called out, Monk, please, exercise restraint. Emochini swallowed hard. The 18 arhats were among the mightiest forces of the Golden Zen Temple, one of its crucial weapons, typically stationed on the mountain to guard the sect. Today, they descended in full force merely to confront a minor Nirvana realm practitioner. This lad continually astonished everyone. Yet, it would soon come to an end. Regardless of his prodigious talent, he remained merely an unripe insect. Provoking the Golden Zen Temple, this boy was as good as doomed. At that moment, Li Qingyang transmitted a message. Young man, if you can entrust that treasure to me, I assure you will not perish. What say you? Zhao Wuxie replied with a smile. A mere dozen or so bald heads, I can manage. Li Qingyang snorted, humph. Arrogant youth, don't come begging me later. At this point, the 18 arhats had drawn forth golden staffs. Boom. With perfect synchrony, they struck toward different directions simultaneously. After the first strike, the formation remained unyielding. They continued to assault the energy barrier. Mo Qingyi turned to Li Qingyang. Master, is this the resonance technique you spoke of? By striking at different points, following a specific frequency, to create resonance and shatter the formation? Li Qingyang nodded. Indeed, this method is effective against nearly all formations. However, it appears simple, yet is exceedingly difficult to execute. It requires 18 individuals to be in perfect harmony, striking simultaneously, with impeccable timing. As Mo Qingyi listened to the rhythmic sounds in her ears, she was astonished to find that there was not a hint of dissonance. Their coordination was so flawless that even Li Qingyang was left in awe. With such perfect synchronization, it would not be long before your formation is breached, young brother. Have you truly considered this? Upon hearing the introductions of the two individuals, Zhao Wuxie felt a twinge of anxiety, his dual pupils quietly swirling. A mere glance later, he found solace. The 18 arhats, formidable as they were, ultimately paled in comparison to his formation. Slowly, he retrieved the storage pouch of the monk Jiekong from his bosom. Tossing the pouch aside, he declared, "You bald donkey, here are the relics of your disciple. Receive them as a gift from me." Li Qingyang twitched at the corners of his mouth, realizing this rascal was keen on riling up the monks. Upon opening the pouch, the monk Wukong discovered it indeed contained the possessions of his late disciple, which incited his wrath. "Very well, this little brat. My disciple's demise is undeniably linked to you. I shall kill you. I will make you suffer 1,000 cuts." The old monk's fury surged, his cultivation erupting, distorting the air around him. Despite the barrier, Mo Qingyi felt a chill of dread cascade down her spine. Yu Linker immediately positioned herself in front of Zhao Wuxie. Li Qingyang shook his head inwardly, lamenting the situation. Truth be told, he held high hopes for the lad's talent, but it was this knack for trouble that surpassed even his cultivation prowess. He had envisioned refining the boy before taking him on as a disciple, yet it appeared that future was now lost. As the crowd pondered, a sudden thunderclap echoed through the sky, prompting everyone to glance upwards. Li Qingyang murmured, "This weather is indeed peculiar. How can it thunder on a clear day? It can't be another heavenly tribulation, can it?" Just as he pondered, a bolt of lightning struck the old monk's shiny bald head with a resounding crash. The monk stumbled, nearly toppling over. Zhao Wuxie clicked his tongue in astonishment, marveling at the old man's resilience. How could he survive such a strike? Li Qingyang opened his mouth in disbelief, muttering, "Could it be that this bald donkey is about to enter the tribulation realm before me? This old fellow is hiding secrets far too deep." The 18 monks ceased their assault on the formation. Their curiosity piqued as they turned to their elder. "Elder, are you about to undergo a tribulation? How splendid. If you succeed, our Jinshan Temple shall become the mightiest sect in the entire Deqin Empire. Elder, we are counting on you. The prosperity of Jinshan Temple rests upon your shoulders." "Ha! Heaven bless our Jinshan Temple." Mo Qingyi wore a scowl, feeling indignant, convinced that the heavens must be blind. Clearly, her master possessed unparalleled strength and talent, ranking first in the entire Dixia kingdom. Why should this old monk be the first to face the tribulation? Yu Linger appeared worried, deeply concerned that if the old monk succeeded, his power would significantly increase, leading to trouble for them. At that moment, the old monk silently lamented. He had no intention of facing a tribulation. Years ago, he had witnessed a Taoist fail in his tribulation, obliterated by the heavenly wrath, which extinguished any desire he had for such an endeavor. Although he had claimed to be in seclusion these past years, he had merely been idling on the mountain, waiting for death. Facing a tribulation was an experience he had resolved never to attempt. Yet now, what on earth was happening? He had clearly exerted great caution in suppressing his cultivation. Why then did the heavenly tribulation descend upon him? Could it be that in a fit of rage, he inadvertently broke through his cultivation bottleneck? Yet, why had his own power not increased? Before he could ponder further, a thunderous roar echoed as another bolt of lightning struck down. The old monk swiftly channeled his energy to resist it. A radiant light of Buddha shimmered in his hand, forming an impenetrable golden wall above his head. The 18 monks marveled in admiration. Truly, the Grand Elder was remarkable. This display of skill was extraordinary. Such mastery could not be attained without decades of cultivation. Even Li Qingyang silently nodded. This maneuver, even at his full strength, might not breach the defense. Just as the 18 monks reveled in their pride, a resounding crack shattered the air. A fissure appeared in the golden wall, which rapidly expanded, culminating in a thunderous explosion. The old monk immediately spewed forth a mouthful of blood. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Before anyone could react, a third bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The old monk, struck with dread, hastily fled. However, the lightning pursued him relentlessly, akin to a parasite. Another deafening crash resounded, and the old monk collapsed to the ground. "Elder, are you all right?" One of the nearby arhats anxiously inquired, wanting to rush forward to assist, but hesitating due to the overwhelming power of the tribulation. Bloodied, the old monk slowly rose from the ground. At that moment, another bolt of lightning streaked down. A fierce glint flashed in the old monk's eyes as he swiftly grabbed one of the arhats nearby. Amidst the terrified screams of the arhat, he hurled him toward the lightning. A deafening explosion followed, and the arhat's body disintegrated into a mist of blood. A cultivator at the second level of the Golden Core had thus met his demise. The onlookers were left aghast. The old monk had gone mad. To save himself, he even turned against his own. Before the remaining 17 arhats could react, the old monk, with a grim expression, vanished from sight, only to reappear and hurl another arhat into the air, colliding him with the lightning. Another life was extinguished. The remaining 16 instantly grasped the gravity of their situation, pleading for mercy while attempting to flee. "Spare us. Elder, we are your own. Please, calm down. We truly are your own. Help us. I do not wish to die." "Boy, quickly open the formation. I must enter." "Open it now." Otherwise, I will not spare you. Zhao Wuxie observed the monks frantically striking the energy barrier, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. These individuals, so accustomed to wielding power and authority, could hardly articulate their words. Mo Qingyi, feeling a pang of compassion, suggested, "Perhaps you should let them in. After all, it is a matter of life and death." Zhao Wuxie shot her a frosty glance. Had it not been for her gender, he would have relished the idea of casting that saintly woman out to shield the old monk from the tribulation. Mo Qingyi, indignant, retorted, "What was that look you just gave me? How can you be so indifferent to the lives of others?" Zhao Wuxie scoffed, "You are perfectly free to venture out and save them. I shall not impede your efforts. Just because this formation prevents outsiders from entering does not imply that those within cannot escape. You are capable of leaving." Li Qingyang abruptly interrupted Mo Qingyi, saying, "Qingyi, do not speak further. This is not our territory." At this, Mo Qingyi huffed, turning her head away in frustration. Meanwhile, anguished screams echoed from outside as 5 more arhats met their tragic end. Li Qingyang shook his head, having once believed that the monk, who was devoid of emptiness, shared his convictions. He was taken aback by the monk's demeanor in the face of death, willing to sacrifice his own disciples to stave off catastrophe. Such behavior was truly disgraceful. Outside, the remaining arhats were on the brink of collapse. Some wept bitterly, others cursed their fates, while some pleaded on their knees. A few, emboldened, rallied together, with one arhat raising his arm and proclaiming, "Brothers, we have reached this critical juncture. Do you believe that begging for mercy will be of any use? Why not fight with all our might? There may yet be a glimmer of hope. Fight. With what shall we fight? Our strength pales in comparison to his. With only a handful of us left from the 18, the formation has been shattered. Even united, it would be futile. Shall we merely await our demise as the elders pick us off one by one?" These 18 brothers, who had shared meals, lodging, and both joys and hardships, once seemed to share an unbreakable bond. Yet, at this crucial moment, a rift had emerged. The monk who had called for resistance felt a surge of indignation. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and an invisible force propelled him into the air. He caught sight of a blinding blue light before plunging into utter darkness. The sole individual among them who had chosen to resist was now gone, leaving the others a disorganized rabble, consumed by the instinct to flee or plead for mercy. Soon, the remaining arhats perished one by one. Zhao Wuxie observed the efficiency of the old monk with great satisfaction, as he had not even needed to lift a finger. His subordinates had eliminated themselves. Yet, at that moment, the storm clouds in the sky appeared to be dissipating. The old monk, overwhelmed with emotion, was on the verge of tears. Li Qingyang regarded this elder, who was his equal, with a complex expression, harboring deep disdain. Even if the old man succeeded in transcending and became a formidable being, the success gained through the sacrifice of his own disciples was utterly contemptible. Zhao Wuxie noticed the clouds thinning and immediately turned to Li Qingyang, stating, "That old monk is about to succeed in his transcendence. If you do not act swiftly to eliminate him, we shall surely meet our end." Mo Qingyi chuckled coldly, replying, "I dare say the one destined to perish will be you. What does any of this have to do with us? We have witnessed him slay his own comrades. Do you truly believe he would hesitate to silence us as well?" At her words, Li Qingyang felt a weight settle heavily upon his heart. Indeed, this old fellow, is quite capable of such deeds. At this moment, Mo Qingyi also recognized the gravity of the situation. She shot a fierce glare at Zhao Wuxie, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. Why did you provoke him for no reason?" Zhao Wuxie replied with a smirk, "If we don't act now, once he successfully transcends, we shall be doomed." Li Qingyang took a deep breath, and with a swift motion, drew his long sword from his back. A faint sword aura began to emanate from him. The old monk outside sensed the murderous intent radiating from Li Qingyang, and immediately spoke, "Li Qingyang, you must think this through. I am an elder of the Golden Zen Temple. Should I perish here, the people of the temple will not spare your sword pavilion." Zhao Wuxie scoffed. "With so many golden core masters lost, your temple's strength has been severely weakened. Do you truly believe the sword pavilion still fears you? Elder, act quickly. Do not give him a moment to breathe." Li Qingyang's eyes flashed like lightning as he swung his sword. A remarkably robust sword aura sliced toward the old monk with tremendous force. The old monk silently cursed and summoned all his strength to resist. A golden Buddhist figure enveloped him entirely. Bang! The sword aura struck like a heavy toll on a colossal bell, leaving a mark upon the golden statue. Zhao Wuxie's lips twitched. Is this it? This is the so-called sword god. This sword aura is far too dull. It feels more like a scraping than a strike. Within the Buddhist figure, the old monk was in great discomfort, trembling as blood oozed from his body. He gritted his teeth and said, "Li Qingyang, do not be incited by that little thief. The Golden Zen Temple has been on amicable terms with your sword pavilion for generations. Do not let trivial matters ruin the friendship between our clans. Zhao Wuxie coldly retorted. Between sects, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Previously, your amicable relations were merely due to the equal strength of both sects, neither able to overcome the other. Today, should you break through to the Transcendence realm, the Golden Zen Temple's power will surely surge. Will you still regard the Sword Pavilion as friends then? Li Qingyang remained somewhat hesitant. Zhao Wuxie rolled his eyes. Hesitating to strike? What good is your sword practice? A sword should either remain sheathed or be wielded decisively. Once drawn, there is no reason to retract it halfway. Li Qingyang was momentarily dumbfounded, realizing that he, a renowned sword god, was being schooled by a mere youth. Observing the old man's bewilderment, Zhao Wuxie continued. Have you not noticed how dull your sword aura is? A true swordsman must have clarity of thought. If your intent is unclear, what good is your sword practice? Upon hearing this, Li Qingyang's body trembled. He suddenly recalled the moment when his master first taught him to wield a sword. His master had said, Qingyang, the first lesson today is this. As a swordsman, the most crucial aspect is speed in drawing and ferocity in striking. You must never hesitate. Once hesitation creeps in, defeat is inevitable. Years had passed, and Li Qingyang had nearly forgotten his master's words. Yet today he found himself reminded by this young upstart. His furrowed brow relaxed, and a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. He felt a vague clarity enveloping the swordsmanship shrouded in mist. Suddenly, the essence of it crystallized. The long sword in his hand emitted a sharp, resonant quiver. The robust sword energy became overwhelmingly formidable. With a single stroke, a thin line of crimson appeared on the old monk's face. His eyes widened in shock as he muttered, You old rascal. In an instant, his entire being, along with the Buddhist apparition, was cleaved in two, yielding a surface as smooth as a mirror. A scar, 100 meters long, was etched into the ground. Li Qingyang erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, I did it. I truly grasped the sword intent. Zhao Wuxie, perplexed, inquired, You've comprehended the sword intent? Li Qingyang replied, Almost. Just a step away. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingyi joyfully proclaimed, Congratulations, master. This is magnificent. You will be the first in the Great Qin Empire to realize sword intent in nearly 5 centuries. Li Qingyang, stroking his beard with pride, laughed boisterously. Zhao Wuxie, however, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was this truly worthy of such excitement? A mere novice unable to even grasp the sword intent. This old fool's talent in swordsmanship was indeed rather lackluster. With the old monk now deceased, Zhao Wuxie seized the opportunity while Mo Qingyi was still lavishing praise. He quietly slipped over and tucked away the monk's storage bag. Regrettably, the storage bags of the arhats had perished in the heavenly lightning. Observing this, Li Qingyang felt a twitch in his own lips. Yet, as an elder and a master, he could hardly bring himself to contest Zhao Wuxie for the spoils. Mo Qingyi, however, had no such reservations. She immediately interjected, Hey, how can you act this way? This man was slain by my master. How dare you seize the spoils? Zhao Wuxie retorted, He came to kill me. Without my diversion, would your master have succeeded in his hunt? You scoundrel, and you dare to say that. If it weren't for you, how would my master have made an enemy of the Golden Zen Temple? Zhao Wuxie chuckled lightly. Why are you so ungrateful? If I hadn't lured them here, that old fellow might have succeeded in transcending his tribulation. If he had become a transcendent master, would your sword pavilion have any peaceful days ahead? You should be grateful to me. I helped you eliminate a massive threat. No, it was my master who killed him. What does that have to do with you? Without me, would that old monk have descended the mountain? If he hadn't descended, could your master have slain him? In the end, you should still thank me. You twist words and reason. You are utterly unreasonable. Seeing his disciple tremble with rage at Zhao Wuxie's words, Li Qingyang coughed lightly. All right, Qingyi, we should return. Then, turning to Zhao Wuxie, he said, Young brother, I see potential in your swordsmanship. Would you like to become my disciple? I shall teach you the art of the sword. Zhao Wuxie shook his head. I have no interest whatsoever. Li Qingyang was taken aback. He could hardly believe that someone in this world would refuse to accept him as a master. After all, he was the sword god. A normal person, upon hearing that someone wishes to take them as an apprentice, would typically express profound gratitude, kneeling in reverence to pay their respects to their master. However, Mo Qingyi shot a fierce glare at the young man, warning, You better not regret this. My master does not easily take on disciples. Li Qingyang scoffed. Qingyi has left. Since the individual is unwilling to accept the apprenticeship, are we to beg him? With that, he turned to depart. Let us return to the sword pavilion. Noticing her master's evident annoyance, Mo Qingyi refrained from speaking further. She merely cast a venomous glance at Zhao Wuxie before flying off towards the sword pavilion with Li Qingyang. Zhao Wuxie opened his storage bag to inspect its contents. Discovering 5 third-tier premium elixirs, the golden body pill, along with 500 low-grade spirit stones, and 53 second-tier intermediate healing potions. There was also a copy of the Diamond Sutra. This haul was quite satisfactory. The system had also procured a small vial of phoenix blood, which would be immensely beneficial for Qin Fengming. Glancing at the still-dazed Yulinger, he inquired, "Are you hungry?" Yulinger finally snapped back to reality, responding, "Master, I'll go prepare a meal right away." Zhao Wuxie shook his head. "I know a place where we can eat for free. Follow me." Meanwhile, within the princess's residence, Qin Fengming remained in a huff. The mere thought that Zhao Wuxie, that scoundrel, had found such a beautiful maid within moments of leaving her side left her utterly devoid of appetite. Aunt Shui chuckled softly. "Come now, Your Highness, do not harbor anger. What man in this world is not drawn to beauty? If a man were not, would he still be considered a man?" Qin Fengming retorted with a cold snort. "But he shouldn't act this way. It hasn't even been a day, and he has already entangled himself with someone else. What a disgrace. Humph, that woman is truly shameless. To even catch the eye of a rogue like Zhao Wuxie. Is she so lonely and desperate for a man?" Aunt Shui's face flushed, and she lowered her gaze. After venting her frustration, Qin Fengming asked, "Will that rascal Zhao Wuxie come to dine with me today?" Aunt Shui pondered briefly before nodding. "He should, since he doesn't know how to cook." "Humph, just because he can't cook, does that mean his maid cannot? What is a maid for? If not to serve men in every way?" Just as she was in the midst of her tirade, a familiar voice called from outside, "Sister-in-law, you are the most capable person in the world." Qin Fengming's heart leapt with excitement as she looked up, only to see the woman behind Zhao Wuxie, causing her mood to sour immediately. Her expression fell. "Humph, you are not welcome here. Leave." Chapter 35. Qin Feng. Zhao Wuxie smiled and approached her naturally. Embracing Qin Fengming and planting a gentle kiss on her lips, she instinctively closed her eyes, but suddenly realized something was amiss. Wasn't she supposed to be angry? Then, why are you biting me? Zhao Wuxie touched his tongue, finding it bleeding. This woman was truly fierce. Qin Fengming coldly huffed. "Who told you to come here? Don't you have a personal maid? Why are you here? Are you jealous?" "Humph, who's jealous?" I merely sighed as Zhao Wuxie kissed me once more. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Zhao Wuxie cast a glance at the fortune value atop Qin Fengming's head and was astonished to discover that the previously deducted fortune value had remarkably replenished. A notion began to form in Zhao Wuxie's mind regarding his system. Could it be that only when the other harbors affection for him would the gifts bestowed enhance the recipient's fortune value? Conversely, if the other bore hostility, would accepting the gifts lead to a deduction of fortune value? Qin Fengming looked at Zhao Wuxie with a perplexed expression. At this juncture, how could Zhao Wuxie still be preoccupied with trivialities? It was then that Zhao Wuxie finally regained his senses, only to be met with the enchanting gaze of Qin Fengming. In an instant, he comprehended that this woman was once again captivated. However, he found himself feeling a bit peckish. "Might I trouble you for something to eat? I am rather hungry." Qin Fengming nodded, instructing her servants to bring forth some food. Zhao Wuxie then said, "Aunt Shui, Yulinger, please join me at the table." Qin Fengming retorted, "Why would you allow the servants to dine at the same table? Why not? They are both quite commendable. Is it possible that Aunt Shui, who has always protected you, is unworthy of sharing a meal?" "I did not mention Aunt Shui. I referred to that long-eared woman. My relationship with Yulinger is akin to that of Aunt Shui's with me. If Aunt Shui is permitted to dine at the table, then Yulinger should be as well." Qin Fengming was momentarily confounded. Zhao Wuxie patted the adjacent seat and urged, "Come, sit and eat." Yulinger obediently took her place beside him, delicately using her chopsticks to savor her meal. Aunt Shui also settled on Zhao Wuxie's other side, partaking in the feast. Occasionally, Aunt Shui would serve Zhao Wuxie with food from her bowl, and at times, even personally fed him morsels she had deemed delicious. Qin Fengming felt an inexplicable sense of unease, yet she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. Once they finished their meal, Qin Fengming pressed, "We have yet to conclude our previous transaction. Hurry, bring me a knife." Zhao Wuxie chuckled, "Let us forego the knife. I shall offer you something else. However, this time, I wish to trade for the next fortnight of your time." Qin Fengming nodded in agreement. "Very well." Zhao Wuxie was taken aback. This woman did not inquire about the nature of his offering. He then produced a small vial of phoenix blood and placed it upon the table. Instantly, everyone was captivated by the vial, which contained a golden phoenix flitting about within. The bottle emanated a searing aura. The phoenix blood within Qin Fengming resonated uncontrollably with it. She eagerly accepted the vial, exclaiming, "Is this for me?" Zhao Wuxie nodded. "Now, dear sister-in-law, will you be obedient and compliant?" Qin Fengming eagerly affirmed. "As long as you give it to me, I will do as you say. Whatever you command, I shall follow." Zhao Wuxie then rose. sweeping Qin Fengming into his arms as he strode toward the inner chamber. Come, sister-in-law, let us converse in private. 3 hours later, Zhao Wuxie emerged. He turned to Aunt Shui and said, would you care to join me for a moment? Although Aunt Shui felt a certain allure, she hesitated. Without Qin Fengming's consent, it would be inappropriate for her to wander about. Moreover, if she were to leave for several hours, it would seem rather unreasonable. Regretfully, she shook her head and replied, I must remain to protect Her Highness the Princess. Zhao Wuxie nodded in understanding and was about to take his leave when suddenly a melodious phoenix cry resonated from behind him. Following that, a brilliant golden flame ignited. Zhao Wuxie stepped inside, witnessing Qin Fengming's cultivation surge dramatically, breaking through to the pinnacle of nirvana. Her fortune value had also reached an astonishing 2.6 million. Qin Fengming slowly opened her eyes, glanced at Zhao Wuxie, and chuckled, humph. My cultivation has soared. I shall not be outdone by you again. Zhao Wuxie replied with a light laugh. Very well, sister-in-law, we shall engage in sparring another day. I must take my leave now. He took Yillinger's hand and walked towards the exit. Just as they exited the princess's residence, they encountered the plump second prince approaching them. Oh, is that the so-called waste of the Zhao family, Zhao Wuxie? What brings you here? Looking for your sister to play? Upon seeing Yillinger beside Zhao Wuxie, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Such a stunning beauty was a rare sight even across the vast Qin Empire. Fanning himself, he approached Yillinger and inquired, may I ask, how old are you, and are you already betrothed? As Qin Feng's pudgy face drew nearer, Zhao Wuxie quickly stepped in front of Yillinger and declared, she is my woman. Do not even think about it. Qin Feng immediately wore a look of disdain, as if he had stepped into something unpleasant. With a waist like you, do not tarnish such a beautiful woman. He urged Yillinger, you should come with me. Yillinger, standing her ground, replied, I am his maid. I acknowledge only him. Qin Feng laughed in anger. The women I desire are never beyond my reach. With that, he extended his plump hand towards Yillinger's chest. Zhao Wuxie swiftly seized that greasy, rotund arm. At that moment, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the old man behind Qin Feng, who then summoned a greenish glow at his fingertips and aimed it at Zhao Wuxie. Simultaneously, a vine shot out from Yillinger's hand, striking towards the gaunt old man. The terrifying sound of the whip slicing through the air sent shivers down spines. The old man turned pale with dread, retreating in a panic. Yet, he was unable to evade the strike and was violently thrown to the ground, writhing in pain. Seeing this, Qin Feng cursed, useless. All of you are useless. Did you not see His Highness being assaulted? Hurry and save me. Finally, the guards behind Qin Feng reacted, drawing their long knives and charging at Zhao Wuxie. Zhao Wuxie glanced at them. 4 were in the postnatal realm, 2 in the innate realm, and 1 at the first layer of nirvana. Humph. Mere ants. With a single palm strike, he sent all 7 crashing to the ground. Qin Feng, filled with terror, stammered, You, how do you possess such cultivation? Aren't you a waste? Why is your cultivation so high? With a single strike, so many were sent flying. Such strength is likely beyond even Zhao Lidong, the so-called foremost among the younger generation. Chapter 36, Clan Competition. Zhao Wuxie, you had better release me. Otherwise, my father will not spare you. Zhao Wuxie cast a glance at the fortune value hovering above this fellow's head. To his astonishment, it was a mere 12. After all, he was a prince, yet his fortune value was lower than that of the servants of the Zhao royal household. Could it be that being born into royalty had already drained him of all his luck? Zhao Wuxie felt a surge of pity. He decided to offer 2 gold coins as an apology. Oh, I truly apologize. Please accept these coins as a token of my contrition. Qin Feng, bewildered, accepted the coins. Yet, soon he felt a profound insult and wished to return them. However, upon recalling Zhao Wuxie's terrifying strength, he quickly subdued his thoughts and obediently pocketed the coins. Zhao Wuxie noticed that the fortune value above the man's head had diminished by 10, leaving only 2. After some contemplation, he resolved to spare his life. After all, the sudden demise of a prince could easily raise suspicions within the royal family. Thus, he gently took the hand of Yillinger and began to depart. Qin Feng, with a sullen expression, glared at the half-dead old man on the ground. Were you not the one claiming to be invincible below the transcendence realm? How is it that you cannot even defeat a young girl? The old man, appearing frail, responded weakly. It is the elven race. That woman belongs to the elven race. The elven race inherently counters the toxic arts of my sect. What? The elven race has been declared extinct. This must be the last of their kind in existence. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. How intriguing, truly intriguing. This Zhao family, a branch of the family, possesses so many secrets. I wonder what would happen if I were to reveal the existence of an elven woman by Zhao Wuxie's side. Zhao Wuxie, how dare you provoke me? This time, I shall see whether you survive. Your Highness, this matter may not be wise. If others from foreign nations discover that our great Qin has an elven race, it may incite envy and lead to turmoil within Qin. There is another significant reason that the frail old man did not voice. He too coveted that woman. The techniques of their heavenly poison sect required the ingestion of various toxins during cultivation. Although the poisonous skills cultivated this way were immensely powerful, they inflicted great harm upon the body. The higher one's cultivation, the deeper the toxins eroded their physique. In severe cases, one could even lose their life. In this world, there exists but one solution to the backlash of the toxins within him. That is, to use the heart and liver of an elven person as the key ingredient to concoct a pill. Only then could the backlash issue of the heavenly poison sect's techniques be thoroughly resolved. Thus, that woman was a prize he must possess. If he could obtain her, the strength of the heavenly poison sect would rise to new heights. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan, unwilling to relent, exclaimed, "Are we truly to let that fellow go?" The withered old man let out a chilling, eerie laugh, akin to a nocturnal owl's call. "Hee. Your Highness need not worry. This matter shall be entrusted to me." The old man vowed to transform that young lad into a mere puddle of venom. Did you not just suffer defeat? Upon hearing this, the old man's countenance darkened, and he defended himself. "I was simply unprepared. Had I known beforehand that she belonged to the elven race, I would have been ready and assuredly would not have lost to her." Qin Fan remained indifferent. "I care not for how you achieve victory. I only regard the outcome. Furthermore, that elven girl is a rare gem. She must be captured alive. How dare she refuse my royal presence? I shall thoroughly ravage her." The old man lowered his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. "As you wish, Your Highness." Meanwhile, at Zhao Wuxie's residence, Lu Xiangling had been waiting for quite some time. Zhao Wuxie wore a perplexed expression. Why had this woman come without her guards or maids this time? Lu Xiangling turned to Zhao Wuxie and said, "Zhao Wuxie, your father will return in 3 days. He intends to hold a clan competition. I have come specifically to inform you." "Oh, who is the woman behind you? Is this trivial matter truly worth your special visit? After all, you have never allowed me to participate in the competitions." Lu Xiangling plopped herself down in a chair, flicking the handkerchief in her grasp. "This time is different. Your father has achieved a great victory at the border and gained considerable fame. Numerous powerful factions will send representatives to observe the clan competition. As his son, you have no reason to abstain." Zhao Wuxie looked puzzled. "Does he not fear I shall bring him disgrace? It is certainly better than being a coward. You may simply concede upon entering. There is no need to engage in genuine combat. Those youngsters from the clan can be quite reckless. Do take care not to get injured." Zhao Wuxie regarded her with suspicion. "Why are you so concerned for my well-being?" Lu Xiangling's face flushed instantly, her eyes darting nervously. "I am merely worried that you might injure the supreme bone within you. My son is waiting for a transplant." Zhao Wuxie was not convinced. However, to verify his suspicions, he retrieved a gold coin from his pocket and placed it in Lu Xiangling's hand. "This coin is for you." Lu Xiangling accepted the coin, her expression one of confusion. Zhao Wuxie glanced at her fortune value above her head. It had not diminished. This implies that she harbors no ill intentions. Seeing Zhao Wuxie gazing at her with intrigue, Lu Xiangling lowered her head, her cheeks aflame. "I truly only care about the bone within you. I am not concerned about you at all." "Really?" Lu Xiangling nodded vigorously. Zhao Wuxie observed this elegant, graceful, and dignified woman, suggesting, "Shall we enter and converse further?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangling immediately crossed her legs, her face growing ever redder. She bit her lip, her large, watery eyes seemingly capable of ensnaring hearts. Noticing her silence, Zhao Wuxie too fell quiet, respecting her wishes. After a considerable time had passed, Lu Xiangling, seeing that Zhao Wuxie remained unmoved, wore a look of disappointment. Zhao Wuxie lifted her chin and inquired, "Are you certain you do not wish to talk?" Lu Xiangling, blushing, softly replied, "There are others present. This is improper." Zhao Wuxie chuckled lightly. "Fear not. She is my woman. Nothing shall transpire." Yu Linger, her cheeks flushed, exited the room. Zhao Wuxie remarked, "Well, now that there are no outsiders, shall we converse?" Lu Xiangling nodded in agreement. 3 hours later, a retinue arrived outside. "Your Highness, it is time for us to return." Oh, yes, I understand. Please wait a moment." After quite some time, Lu Xiangling emerged, escorted by a group of guards, returning to the Zhao royal residence. Chapter 37. Visitors from Jinshan Temple. Zhao Wuxie produced 5 golden body elixirs from the old monk and presented them to Yu Linger. "These 5 elixirs are for you." Although Yu Linger was somewhat puzzled, she nonetheless accepted them with a nod. After receiving the elixirs, her fortune value did not diminish. The system's voice echoed, bestowed upon Yu Linger 5 golden body elixirs, returning 5 6th-tier supreme grade elixirs, Bodhi-Vajra elixir. Zhao Wuxie promptly swallowed one of the resplendent elixirs. Upon ingestion, his entire being radiated a golden glow. Yulinger gazed in astonishment. Master, have you also cultivated the imperishable Buddhist Vajra skill? Zhao Wuxie smiled and handed her a golden elixir, saying, consume it. You too can master the imperishable skill. Yulinger stared at the golden elixir with longing, yet hesitated to accept it. She recognized the elixir's extraordinary value. This was a 6th-tier elixir, a rare treasure unseen even by the emperor of the Great Qing. If this elixir were to fall into the wrong hands, it could incite a bloody upheaval. Yulinger shook her head, saying, Master, this elixir is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Zhao Wuxie chuckled. What is this in comparison? As long as you remain by my side, there will be many more treasures to come. With that, he produced another elixir, the Spirit Refinement Elixir, for Yulinger. Her cultivation method involved communicating with flowers, plants, and trees, drawing upon their spiritual essence. This method demanded a high level of spiritual awareness. The stronger one's spiritual force, the more extraordinary the cultivation speed would become. Yulinger regarded the two exceedingly valuable elixirs with a complex expression. In truth, she had observed Zhao Wuxie's power was significantly inferior to hers. Had she not been left with no choice, she would never have agreed to serve as his attendant. Yet now, it seemed that being his attendant might prove to be a wise decision. Zhao Wuxie urged, hurry and consume the elixirs. Enhance your strength. I am counting on you to protect me. Yulinger nodded, sitting cross-legged and swallowing the elixirs. Zhao Wuxie activated the formation once more, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy to aid Yulinger in her cultivation. Soon after, she had fully absorbed the potency of the two elixirs. Both her physical strength and spiritual power experienced a qualitative leap. With her enhanced physical strength, she would be steadier when facing tribulations in the future. Observing Yulinger's delicate elfin ears, Zhao Wuxie inquired, Linger, do you have any way to conceal your elven identity? Yulinger shook her head. Our elven bloodline, once awakened, cannot be hidden. Zhao Wuxie felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Suddenly, he recalled the Diamond Sutra he had recently acquired, along with a set of Earth-rank soft armor, a Mystic-rank long sword, and a Celestial-rank Buddhist blade, as well as a collection of low-tier healing elixirs. Perhaps bestowing these upon Yulinger would yield some unexpected rewards. Thus, he unceremoniously stuffed them into her arms. Although she was perplexed, she dutifully accepted them. On this occasion, Zhao Wuxie received a resurrection pill of the 7th rank, renowned for its ability to assist spirits in reconstituting their physical forms. While valuable, it was regrettably of no use to him. Additionally, he obtained a set of holy rank armor, the Dragon Emperor's battle armor. This armor not only boasted formidable defensive capabilities, but also embodied both offensive and defensive attributes. It was imbued with dragon energy that would automatically counterattack when faced with aggression. The Diamond Sutra also granted him a supreme holy rank body refinement technique, the Dragon Elephant Thunder Prison method, which allowed for the tempering of the flesh through heavenly thunder and mastery over its might. Furthermore, he acquired a holy rank artifact, the Thunderborn Bow, and a divine rank artifact, the Moonslaying Blade, along with 125 low-tier healing elixirs of the 4th rank. Zhao Wuxie gifted the Moonslaying Blade to Yulinger, as she was already adept with swords. That evening, a throng of monks surrounded Zhao Wuxie's courtyard, 256 in total, all martial monks wielding staffs. Among them were 1 at the 9th layer of the Golden Core realm, 2 at the 8th layer, 6 at the 7th layer, and 54 Transcendent Realm experts, with the remainder being in the Nirvana realm. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Wuxie and Yulinger emerged. Zhao Wuxie inquired, have all the monks from Jinshan Temple mobilized? The leading monk, clad in a robe, replied, the death of our esteemed elder and the monk Jie Kong is indeed connected to you. Zhao Wuxie shook his head and asserted, your esteemed elder was slain by Li Qingyang of the Sword Pavilion. We are not involved. Are you speaking the truth? The monk pressed. Zhao Wuxie rolled his eyes. The corpse of your elder lies beneath your feet. You may unearth it and verify. Upon hearing this, the crowd directed their gazes downward, for individuals discovered a grave head beneath their feet, inadvertently flattened by their own steps. They were instantly struck with horror and hastily stepped back, reciting sutras, murmuring, my apologies, my apologies. Amipa. They promptly excavated the body from the grave. Upon seeing their elder, now in 2 halves, they could no longer maintain their composure. It truly was the esteemed elder, severed cleanly in 2 by a single strike. How ruthless Li Qingyang is. What a sharp sword energy. This wound, indeed, was inflicted by sword chi. Such sword chi could only be wielded by Li Qingyang. Why does the elder's corpse bear scorch marks? Could it be that Li Qingyang intended to desecrate even his remains? This so-called sword god is utterly intolerable. We must confront him and avenge our esteemed elder. We must demand justice for the murder at the hands of that brigandly. Abbot, issue your orders. Let us declare war on the sword pavilion. Zhao Wuxie, reveling in the chaos, continued to stoke the flames. At that time, your esteemed elder was undergoing tribulation, striving to break through to the next realm. Just as he was on the verge of success, Li Qingyang struck with a single sword, and thus, your elder met his demise. What? No wonder I noticed so many scorched patches on the elder. It turns out it was the Heavenly Tribulation that struck. This scoundrel Li took advantage of the situation and launched a sneak attack on our esteemed elder. Despicable and shameless. He is nothing but a villain. I have long maintained that those who wield swords are hypocrites, yet you refuse to believe me. This involves the tribulation realm. Had your elder succeeded, our golden Zen temple would undoubtedly have emerged as the mightiest force in the great Qin Empire. Even Qin Changsheng would have to bow before us. Our opportunity for ascendance has been ruthlessly snuffed out. This Li scoundrel, may he meet a wretched end. As the crowd seethed with righteous indignation, their abbot remained unusually composed. If it was Li Qingyang who killed the elder, then what of my master uncle, Jie Kong, who was responsible for his death? His eyes glimmered with a golden light as he spoke. Zhao Wuxie felt a chill run down his spine. It was that infamous lie detection technique of the Golden Zen Temple. Chapter 38. The Golden Buddha Zen Sound Array Benefactor. Why do you remain silent? Zhao Wuxie retorted. The affairs of your Golden Zen Temple are of no concern to me. The abbot's expression darkened. Did you kill him? My cultivation is at the peak of nirvana. How formidable is your master uncle's power? Benefactor, why do you not confront my question directly? Zhao Wuxie replied with displeasure. Why should I answer your inquiries? Are we so well acquainted? If not for dire necessity, I would truly prefer to avoid a bloodbath. However, should this group of monks continue to press me, they shall have no one to blame but themselves. The abbot raised his hand and reached toward Zhao Wuxie. Since you refuse to cooperate, I will have no choice but to probe your soul. Zhao Wuxie's expression darkened. In that case, I must invite you all to your demise. The abbot's palm struck the energy barrier, thwarted by the four symbols' great array. A flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. In all his years of cultivation, he had never encountered a formation capable of blocking a strike from a golden core realm expert. Not only had he never witnessed such a phenomenon, but none of those present had either. One of the monks beside him sensed something amiss and inquired, Abbot, what is happening? Is there some trickery afoot with this array? The abbot smiled faintly. Nothing of consequence. I merely lost my focus for a moment. But fear not, I shall attempt once more. He summoned his power again and struck out at Zhao Wuxie. Once again, the array repelled him. He was left astounded. What was happening? Had his cultivation regressed? How could he not break through such a trivial array? The other monks were equally astonished. They had never imagined there existed such a formidable formation in this world. Zhao Wuxie sneered. This array, let alone a mere golden core, could potentially withstand even a tribulation realm expert. You may leave. I have no desire to slaughter you. The abbot inquired, Benefactor, was it through this array that you killed my master uncle, Jie Kong? Zhao Wuxie chose not to respond to the inquiry and merely remarked with a hint of disdain. The monk Jie Kong from your Jinshan temple has committed heinous acts and has slaughtered innocents. Thus, his demise is nothing short of deserved. Whether my master should perish is not for outsiders like you to decide. Even if he has indeed committed unspeakable atrocities, it is for us to handle. What right do you, as outsiders, have to judge him? If you refuse to answer my question, I shall consider it as your own culpability in his death. Fellow disciples, let us avenge Master Jie Kong. Form the formation. Yes, for Elder Jie Kong's vengeance. The monks' resounding voices reverberated, causing Zhao Wuxie's eardrums to throb painfully. A circle of monks gathered, commencing their recitation of sacred texts. Suddenly, four fierce Vajra warriors materialized, towering over 5 zhang. One wielded a trident in his right hand, adorned with a necklace of human bones around his neck, while the other held a skull bowl in his left, with green faces and bared fangs. Their fierce eyes glowed like lanterns. Under the imposing gaze of these wrathful figures, Zhao Wuxie's courtyard appeared minuscule. Moonlinger, witnessing the overwhelming presence of the wrathful Vajras, swallowed hard, drenched in cold sweat, and instinctively retreated a couple of steps. However, upon casting a glance at Zhao Wuxie, she summoned her courage and resolutely positioned herself before him, drawing her moon-cutting blade and shielding him with her body. Zhao Wuxie regarded the wrathful Vajras and laughed heartily. Well, such a tyrannical Jinshan temple. If that is the case, I shall not hold back. With a mere wave of his hand, the formation shifted from defense to offense. The vermilion bird, white tiger, azure dragon, and black tortoise opened their eyes. The black tortoise remained to guard their stronghold, while the other 3 deities charged towards the wrathful Vajras. The monks were momentarily taken aback by the terrifying aura emanating from the 3 spirits. How could this formation even attack? The white tiger leapt forward like a famished predator, sinking its teeth into the neck of one Vajra. Enraged, the Vajra thrust its trident towards the white tiger. With a glint of ferocity in its eyes, the white tiger exerted a mighty bite, and with a resounding crack, the head of the Vajra was severed. A multitude of monks coughed up blood, their spirits dampened. They were horrified, having underestimated the formation's terrifying power, suffering a significant loss from a mere initial encounter. Before they could ponder further, the vermilion bird let out a piercing cry, igniting a conflagration that surged towards another wrathful Vajra. Simultaneously, the azure dragon emitted a series of thunderous roars, its formidable presence pressing down on the gathered monks, leaving them breathless. The abbot bellowed, "Do not panic. Be cautious in maintaining the formation. Stay composed. These are merely 3 wretched beasts, not to be feared. As long as we do not disrupt our ranks, victory is assured." Upon hearing the abbot's words, the monks swiftly regained their composure and engaged in battle with the Vajras and the 3 spirits. One wrathful Vajra, brandishing a trident, aimed for the vermilion bird, which unleashed a torrent of flames. The trident ignited, engulfed in flames that consumed it entirely in an instant. The terrifying flames surged along the right arm. The mighty warrior, filled with dread, swiftly severed his entire right arm with a single strike, halting the flames' advance. Yet, before they could exhale a sigh of relief, the vermilion bird appeared before him, unleashing another torrent of fire. The warrior's head was engulfed in flames, and he crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, his massive form toppling a swath of trees. A group of monks fell to the ground, bloodied and gasping. Meanwhile, the azure dragon, crackling with lightning, swept its tail, sending another warrior sprawling. A multitude of monks clutched their chests in agony, blood spewing from their mouths. The white tiger was not idle either, its claw piercing the chest of yet another warrior. In a mere instant, the once formidable warriors lay defeated. The abbot's countenance darkened, as if it could drip with despair. This was nearly the entirety of his temple's combat force, capable of effortlessly annihilating a small nation. Yet, in the face of this peculiar formation, they crumbled so easily. Unable to accept this reality, he bellowed once more, "Change the formation. Activate the great sound of the golden Buddha." The previously lethargic monks immediately forced themselves upright, swallowing healing elixirs before resuming their chants. The recitation gradually transformed into mysterious symbols, which coalesced in the air into a colossal golden Buddha. The golden statue radiated a divine light, its benevolent visage emanating rhythmic chants that pierced through the formation's defenses, striking directly at Zhao Wuxie and Yulinger's souls. They exchanged a glance, only to find the golden Buddha's voice somewhat grating. Everything else seemed tolerable. Had they arrived earlier, this mental assault might have posed a threat to Yulinger. Alas, both had consumed spirit-enhancing pills, rendering the sonic attacks ineffective. Chapter 39. The Dragon Elephant Thunder Prison Technique. The monks were deeply engrossed in their chanting, lost in a trance, oblivious to whether Zhao Wuxie and the others were moved by their fervor. In any case, they were profoundly touched, with many moved to tears, prompting Zhao Wuxie to hesitate in interrupting. The abbot shouted, "Benefactor, surrender willingly and hand over your formation. We can grant you a swift end. Otherwise, we shall ensure your soul is scattered, never to be reborn." Zhao Wuxie responded with a cold smile, gesturing for the vermilion bird, white tiger, and azure dragon to strike once more. In an instant, the golden Buddha exploded, transforming into a myriad of golden motes. The monks were instantly left bloodied and collapsed, their faces stricken with terror. They had not anticipated that the mightiest combined formation of the Golden Zen Temple would still fall short. What on earth was this? At that moment, the abbot finally realized he might have encountered an insurmountable obstacle, and the entire sect could be at risk of annihilation here. As the vermilion bird, white tiger, and azure dragon charged towards them, he immediately shouted, "Benefactor, please show mercy. We can discuss this. Surely you do not wish to become enemies with Jinzhan Temple." Alas, it was too late. Zhao Wuxie had already granted them an opportunity to flee, which they had chosen to ignore. Now that matters had escalated to this point, how could he allow them to escape? Moreover, these individuals were the upper echelon of Jinzhan Temple's combat strength. Should they fall here, the temple would pose little threat. With a swift gesture, Zhao Wuxie commanded the vermilion bird to unleash a barrage of fireballs. Instantly, flames engulfed the surroundings, accompanied by anguished cries. The ground was scorched to molten rock, billowing clouds of black smoke. In no time, the hundreds of individuals had been thoroughly eradicated. After the flames subsided, Zhao Wuxie felt a pang of regret. In his fervor, he had forgotten to seize their storage bags. He had presumed these bags were crafted from special materials, impervious to blades and flames, but he was unprepared for the sheer ferocity of the vermilion bird's fire. Not only had the storage bags been incinerated, But even the treasured artifacts had been reduced to vapor. The flames were indeed formidable. He resolved to exercise caution in the future, refraining from the reckless use of the vermilion bird's fire. Yulinger gazed at Zhao Wuxie, lost in thought as she stared at the heap of corpses. She inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" Zhao Wuxie shook his head. "It's nothing. I am well." Suddenly, Yulinger turned sharply towards a direction, her expression grave. Zhao Wuxie sensed something amiss as well. A venomous snake darted towards him with alarming speed. Yulinger reacted swiftly, cleaving the snake in two with her blade. Before they could exhale in relief, a swarm of serpents surged towards Zhao Wuxie and her. The sight of writhing snakes on the ground was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Though these snakes were merely low-tier beasts, their numbers were staggering, and all were venomous. While guarding Zhao Wuxie, Yulinger urged, "Master, I will hold them off. You must retreat to the courtyard." Zhao Wuxie chuckled, "It's nothing. They are merely spicy strips. I have faced worse." As he donned the Dragon Emperor armor, he snapped his fingers. The vermilion bird soared forth, incinerating the swarm of venomous snakes in its wake. Zhao Wuxie then called out to the depths of the forest, "Come out. What sort of hero hides in the shadows?" From within the thicket, an elderly man emerged, hunched over, chuckling. Who would have thought that the so-called worthless Zhao Gongzi, so often derided, possesses such formidable spiritual awareness? I wonder how Zhao Wang would react if he knew. Zhao Wuxie recognized the man as the elder who served the second prince. "Old fool, what is it that you seek?" The elder replied with a smile, "Zhao Gongzi, I harbor no ill intent towards you. There is no need for such vigilance. Yet you have summoned a multitude of venomous snakes to assassinate me, and you claim to hold no malice?" Zhao Wuxie retorted, "Circumstances change. Had I known earlier that Zhao Gongzi had mastered such a terrifying formation, perhaps I would have refrained from attempting to assassinate you." Zhao Wuxie's eyes blazed with murderous intent. The eccentric old man continued, "Young Master Zhao, do not be hasty in your actions. In truth, we could sit down and negotiate a beneficial transaction. Speak your mind. Do not hesitate." The old man maintained his cheerful demeanor, unperturbed by Zhao Wuxie's dismissive attitude. "I wish to purchase your maid from you. I am prepared to offer a handsome sum." Zhao Wuxie regarded the old man with a look of incredulity. "Have you finished? If so, you may meet your demise." Upon hearing this, the old man's expression darkened. "Second young master, do you not wish to hear the price I propose?" "Not interested. Yulinger is my woman. My woman. And she is not for sale." Yulinger gazed at Zhao Wuxie, her eyes filled with gratitude. The old man, with a shadow of a smile, remarked, "Young Master Zhao, your situation within the Zhao royal manor is quite precarious. Do you truly believe you can protect your woman?" Zhao Wuxie remained silent, continuing to regard the old man with a frosty glare. The vermilion bird perched upon his shoulder continued to watch the old man with keen intensity. The old man persisted. "I can take you as my disciple and devote my efforts to help you secure the title of heir to the Zhao royal manor. What do you think?" Zhao Wuxie lifted his gaze to the heavens and proclaimed, "The Zhao royal manor is too small. The Qin kingdom is too small. The Tianxian continent is also too small. This world is far too small." He then looked down at the old man and declared, "You are too weak. You lack the qualifications to be my master." The old man felt a profound insult. How could he be deemed weak? It was utterly absurd. He was a formidable practitioner at the second level of Golden Core. Wherever he went, people treated him with deference. Noticing that the old man had not fled, Zhao Wuxie pondered that perhaps the old man had not witnessed the fate of those monks from Jinshan Temple. The insignificant ant that was a second-level Golden Core practitioner held no interest for Zhao Wuxie. He turned to Yulinger and commanded, "Eliminate him." Yulinger nodded, and with a swift motion of her blade, she struck, then sheathed her sword. The old man, ready to mock her for the perceived lack of power in her strike, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The world around him became inexplicably distorted. His left eye beheld his right cheek, while his right eye saw his left cheek, along with half of his body. The eccentric old man had not even the time to utter a cry of despair before he met his end. In his final moments, he could not comprehend how he had perished. Zhao Wuxie, at long last, discovered a storage pouch. Joyfully, he presented it to Yulinger. This time, the system rewarded Zhao Wuxie with a drop of heavenly spirit liquid. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhao Wuxie promptly sat cross-legged and consumed the heavenly spirit liquid, commencing his cultivation. Before long, the courtyard resonated with the sound of thunderclaps. Having already achieved an indestructible physique, the lightning posed no threat to him. Zhao Wuxie calmly activated the Dragon Elephant Thunder Prison technique, dispersing the thunderous energy that struck him throughout every cell in his body, forming them into small orbs known as thunder nuclei. This process took approximately 2 hours. He has finally mastered the first layer of the Dragon Elephant Thunder Prison technique, condensing a thunder core in every cell of his body. Chapter 40. The auction house. Zhao Wuxie glanced up at the sky, noticing that the thunderclouds had long since dissipated. A look of regret etched upon his face. He had been so engrossed in his training. How disappointing that it ended so soon. Nevertheless, he was relieved that his cultivation had reached the second level of the extraordinary realm. At last, he could fly. Rising to his feet, Zhao Wuxie declared, "Ling, let us go to the princess's residence for a meal." Yulinger nodded enthusiastically, clearly intrigued by the delicacies of the princess's abode. Zhao Wuxie instructed Yulinger to don a headscarf and a veil. After all, her identity as an elf was far too eye-catching. Upon arriving at the princess's residence, Aunt Shui informed him, "The princess is unwell today and cannot attend to you." Zhao Wuxie smiled and replied, "Then, Aunt Shui, might you attend to me?" Aunt Shui smiled gently and said, "If you could keep your movements subtle, it should be fine." For hours later, Zhao Wuxie gently stroked Aunt Shui's hair. A look of tenderness on his face as he asked, "Does this tire you?" Aunt Shui shook her head. "Not at all. After all, I am a formidable practitioner of the Golden Core realm. How could I tire?" Zhao Wuxie smiled faintly, recognizing her effort to maintain composure, and chose not to press the matter. Instead, he placed a Bodhi diamond pill into her mouth. Aunt Shui felt the immense medicinal power and was astonished. "What exactly have you given me? Such a precious item. It can enhance your constitution." "Indeed, it is quite valuable," Zhao Wuxie replied. "But for you, Aunt Shui, no price is too steep." Aunt Shui gazed at Zhao Wuxie with a flirtatious glance, eager to reward him handsomely. However, her current weakness hindered her from doing so. It seemed she would have to owe him a favor. After leaving the princess's residence, Zhao Wuxie encountered the second prince, who inquired, "Yesterday, my subordinate sought you out regarding our discussion. What have you decided? Was it you who sent that old man yesterday?" Zhao Wuxie asked. The second prince, with a smug expression, replied, "Naturally. Without my command, he would not have approached you." He then turned his gaze fervently towards Yulinger, completely disregarding Zhao Wuxie. Zhao Wuxie felt a surge of anger. Initially, he had considered sparing this brat out of respect for his friendship with the princess. It seemed there was no need for mercy. He took out a gold coin, broke off a small piece, and handed it to the second prince. "Here is your coin," he said, before turning and leading Yulinger away. The second prince stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the tiny fragment of gold in his hand, utterly perplexed. What was the meaning of this? A gift of gold, yet so miserly. However, he dared not express his frustration, for he and his subordinates could not hope to contend with Zhao Wuxie. Zhao Wuxie glanced at the large zero above the second prince's head and mused, "This brat indeed harbors ill intentions towards me. In that case, I shall not hold back. Let him meet his end." That afternoon, devastating news arrived. The second prince had succumbed to excessive drinking, dying on the spot. Qin Changsheng was filled with fury, slaughtering all of the second prince's subordinates without hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuxie, accompanied by Yulinger, arrived at an auction house, one that belonged to the royal family, renowned as the most opulent auction house in the Great Qin Empire. The items in Zhao Wuxie's possession were primarily gifts from the system. He needed to sell those that were of no use to him. Just as he was about to enter, he was halted by a subordinate. "Excuse me, young sir, do you possess an invitation to the auction house?" Zhao Wuxie was puzzled. "What do you mean? Is an invitation really necessary for an auction?" At that moment, a rotund man, adorned in gold and exuding wealth, approached with a fan in hand. Laughing heartily, "Ha ha ha, where did this country bumpkin come from? He doesn't even know that an invitation is required." Zhao Wuxie instantly recognized the man. He was the pampered son of the esteemed Minister Dong, notorious in the capital for his reckless spending. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Wuxie casually draped an arm over the rotund man's shoulder and turned to the guard. "We are together. May we enter now?" The plump man disdainfully pushed Zhao Wuxie's hand away. "What level are you at? You think you can be associated with me? Look at you, a mere pauper." At that moment, a sharp-featured man approached from behind. "Ha ha ha, Dong, what is the matter? You're associating with such a destitute fool?" Fuming, Dong retorted, "You insolent monkey, do I need your guidance on whom to befriend?" The sharp-featured man, whose name was Ho Jia, turned pale with rage. He was the son of the Minister of Revenue, and due to his father's animosity towards Minister Dong, their relationship was fraught with tension, bordering on lethal. Dong then seized Zhao Wuxie's arm. "Come. If you find something you fancy at the auction, I shall cover the expenses." Zhao Wuxie was taken aback by the man's extravagant generosity. It was well known that the items within the auction house were notoriously expensive, something the average person could never afford in several lifetimes. This plump fellow was indeed generous. However, Zhao Wuxie was not in need of money. He had no desire to take advantage of this offer. He smiled, "Dong Tianbao, there is no need for you to buy me anything. I merely wish to gain entry." Dong Tianbao looked puzzled. "Have we met? How do you know my name?" Zhao Wuxie replied, "I am Zhao Wuxie, the second son of King Zhao." The sharp-featured Ho Jia smirked mockingly. "Ah, So it is the useless Zhao Wuxie. Your father is a towering figure in the great Qin Empire, yet you turned out to be such a waste of space, incapable of cultivation. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wuxie retorted coldly, you insolent monkey. It seems you are the one courting death. Hou Jie's expression darkened. You dare to speak to me in such a manner? You, a mere illegitimate son, have the audacity to insult me. Do you believe I want to have my father cut off your father's supplies? Zhao Wuxie smirked. What is the matter? Does your Hou family truly think the national treasury belongs to you? Hou Qing suddenly realized he had misspoken. Zhao Wuxie, you worthless fool. I shall kill you. Zhao Wuxie could distinctly sense the murderous intent radiating from this individual. A smile crept onto his lips. Perfect. What I truly fear is that you lack the courage to act upon your murderous thoughts. Thus, he retrieved a spirit stone from his bosom and tossed it over. Calm down. Anger is detrimental to one's health. This spirit stone is a gift for you. Instinctively, Hou Qing caught the stone, but his anger flared anew. Zhao Wuxie, do you take me for a beggar? With that, he hurled the spirit stone back at Zhao Wuxie. Zhao Wuxie skillfully caught the stone again and chuckled. If you do not desire it, then I shall reclaim it. Chapter 41. The national uncle Dong Tianbao, witnessing Hou Qing's humiliation, erupted into laughter. He then draped his arm over Zhao Wuxie's shoulder and said, Come, let us head to the auction house and procure some items. Do not concern yourself with this wretched beggar. Enraged, Hou Qing pointed at Zhao Wuxie and commanded, You, halt. You dare challenge me to a duel? Zhao Wuxie had no intention of engaging in a quarrel with a man destined for death. It was best for this fool to perish far away, devoid of any sight of blood. Yet, Hou Qing was relentless, clutching Zhao Wuxie's clothing with a vice-like grip. Zhao Wuxie felt increasingly exasperated. Just as he contemplated whether to bestow yet another gift to hasten Hou Qing's departure, a signboard from the royal auction house suddenly fell, striking Hou Qing squarely on the forehead. A crowd quickly gathered around, exclaiming, Wow, someone has been struck by the signboard. Who is this unfortunate soul? Isn't that the son of the Ministry of Revenue's official? What a stroke of bad luck. They marveled at how so many passed without incident. Yet he was the one to suffer. Surely, he cannot be dead. Someone speculated. After all, he is a formidable practitioner of the postnatal realm. It would not be so easy for him to perish. Several maidens rushed out from the auction house, promptly removing the signboard and aiding Hou Qing to his feet. Young Master Hou, are you all right? Hou Qing, clutching his head, bellowed, You wretched maidens. You cannot even safeguard a signboard. Summon your superior. One of Hou Qing's servants interjected. Young master, we are in the royal auction house, and the supervisor here is His Highness the Crown Prince. Upon hearing this, Hou Qing instantly composed himself. He then struck the servant sharply across the face, exclaiming, You fool, why did you not tell me sooner? The servant, covering his face, looked aggrieved. Young master, shall we still proceed into the auction? Hou Qing scoffed. Regardless, I am a master of the postnatal realm. A mere signboard cannot harm me. By the way, where are Zhao Wuxie and that rotund fellow Dong? The servant hesitated to speak. With growing impatience, Hou Qing chided, Speak. Cautiously, the servant replied. Young Master Zhao expressed concern that you might extort him, so he urged young Master Dong to keep his distance, and they both entered together. Upon hearing this, Hou Qing's fury ignited. He struck the servant again with force, exclaiming, You infuriate me. Dong the fat, Zhao the thief. I will see you both dead. The servant's head spun from the blow, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The crowd fell silent, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Indeed, a master of the realm beyond the ordinary, striking terror with such prowess. After concluding his grim task, Hou Qing strode nonchalantly towards the auction house. Dong Tianbao declared, Zhao Wuxie, I have made my decision. You shall henceforth be my little brother. The humiliation you inflicted upon that wretched monkey was truly satisfying. Get lost. Who would want to be your subordinate? Zhao Wuxie retorted. Let me tell you, being my little brother would not be an insult. I possess considerable wealth. I am also quite affluent. Nonsense. If you truly possessed wealth, you wouldn't be without even a single invitation. This royal auction is a gathering of the affluent. Every wealthy individual receives an invitation, leaving no chance for oversight. Moreover, as far as I am aware, you are merely an unappreciated illegitimate son of the Zhao royal household. How could you possibly be wealthy? Zhao Wuxie addressed a beautiful maid. My dear lady, I have items to auction. Where may I send them? The maid initially hesitated, finding him unfamiliar and not particularly resembling a man of means. Yet, adhering to her professional ethics, she guided Zhao Wuxie to a back hall, knocking gently on the door. Elder, this young master claims to have items for auction. The elder shot her a cold glare. Get out. Do you not see that I am busy? Startled, the maid lowered her head as if she had erred. Zhao Wuxie, probing with his senses, discerned the elder currently entangled with a seductive woman. After a considerable time, the elder emerged, visibly irritable. He glared at the maid. Humph. Should you act so recklessly again, beware that I shall sever your tongue. Terrified, the maid trembled. The elder then turned his gaze to Dong Tianbao. It is you. Wishing to auction something? President, let me take a look. Just as Dong Tianbao was about to respond, Zhao Wuxie stepped back, stating, We seek your esteemed master. The elder scoffed. Who do you think you are? Do you believe just anyone can meet His Highness the Prince? Look in the mirror and reflect upon your own character. If you refuse to present your items, then be gone. How dare you disturb my leisure? Gently, Zhao Wuxie placed a hand upon the elder's shoulder. The elder, bewildered by this gesture, wondered what Zhao Wuxie intended. Suddenly, a surge of powerful electricity coursed from Zhao Wuxie's arm into the elder's body, causing him to convulse violently, emanating smoke. The air crackled with arcs of electricity. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Dong Tianbao swallowed hard, scarcely able to believe his eyes. He never imagined someone would possess such audacity to provoke the elder of the prince's family. At that moment, guards approached, drawing their swords and admonishing Zhao Wuxie, You brat. How dare you harm the royal uncle? Release him at once. Zhao Wuxie glanced at the elder, now rendered helpless and soiled, before withdrawing his hand. The guards hurried to assist the fallen elder. The elderly man, trembling, pointed at Zhao Wuxie and exclaimed, Kill. Slay him. The guards, upon hearing this command, narrowed their eyes with a fierce glint and lunged towards Zhao Wuxie with their blades drawn. Halt. A man clad in mourning attire approached from behind. The crowd immediately knelt in unison, proclaiming, We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Qin Linshan surveyed the surroundings with a darkened expression and inquired, What is happening here? Zhao Wuxie replied, I came to auction some items, and this old man wants me to leave. The elderly man, incensed, quivered as he pointed at Zhao Wuxie, stammering, Your Highness. He intends to kill me. He shows complete disregard for your authority. Your Highness, you must stand up for me. Qin Linshan cast a cold glance at Zhao Wuxie and demanded, Who are you? Why are you causing a disturbance in my territory? My name is Zhao Wuxie, the second son of King Zhao. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly understood, realizing why this young man was so audacious, treating even the national uncle with disdain. However, was not Zhao Wuxie a cultivational failure? How could he have incapacitated a master at the peak of the acquired realm? Could it be that, like his brother, he had been concealing his cultivation aptitude all these years? Chapter 42. Danwen. Upon hearing Zhao Wuxie's introduction, Qin Linshan's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he smiled warmly, addressing Zhao Wuxie. Ah, so it is young Master Wuxie. I've long admired your name. Zhao Wuxie's lips twitched. Could it be that this foolish prince was mocking him? The prince continued, I wonder, young Master Wuxie, what do you intend to sell? Allow me to assist you in evaluating it. Your Highness, do not be deceived by him. This fellow is but a pauper. What valuable possessions could he possibly have? He cannot even sustain himself, and has likely come here merely to scrounge. At that moment, Ho Qing entered the scene, his expression dark. Zhao Wuxie, surprised, remarked, Oh, how are you still alive? Did that blow not finish you off? Humph, a mere plaque could not possibly take my life, he exclaimed. And as soon as he finished speaking, he performed an exaggerated fall before the crowd. Zhao Wuxie swiftly dodged. He could not allow this man to perish beside him. Ho Qing's misstep resulted in him breaking his own front teeth. Blood filled his mouth as he grimaced in pain, eliciting sympathetic winces from the onlookers. Zhao Wuxie quipped, You haven't come here to extort money from His Highness, have you? Ho Qing spat out two of his teeth and retorted, Silence. Not everyone is as impoverished as you. The prince furrowed his brow, having just attended the funeral of the second prince. He was already burdened with numerous woes when a servant reported that the son of the Minister of Revenue, Ho Qing, had been struck on the head by the plaque he had hung. Consequently, he rushed back only to find his father-in-law being bullied by Zhao Wuxie. Now, this Ho Qing was performing a charade of self-inflicted injury before him. What was his intention? He seriously suspected that Ho Qing had deliberately allowed the plaque to fall on him, aiming to extort money from him. Unbeknownst to Ho Qing, the princess gaze towards him had turned distinctly suspicious. He continued to speak passionately, completely oblivious to the blood spilling from his mouth. Your Highness, this Zhao Wuxie is blatantly bullying the Duke, clearly showing he holds you in utter disregard. You must not let him go unpunished. The old man, equally incensed, added, Your Highness, while I may not care about the bullying of an old fool like me, he is striking a blow to your dignity. Zhao Wuxie rolled his eyes in disdain. You old man, can you truly represent the royal family? Is it merely a slight injury? I shall compensate you. He glanced at the fortune above the old man's head, then produced 10 gold coins, tossing them into the old man's embrace. The elder's face turned a shade of fury. Zhao Wuxie turned to the prince and said, Your Highness, I suggest we let this matter rest. What say you? Qin Linshan's expression darkened. He too could sense the utter lack of respect Zhao Wuxie held for him. Yet, he hesitated to confront him. For Zhao Wuxie's father had just secured a victory at the border. Engaging in conflict with his son at such a critical juncture might earn him his father's displeasure. Thus, he forced a smile and declared, "Indeed, this is merely a misunderstanding. Let us dismiss it. No further mention of this matter. Your Highness." But silence. The old man attempted to interject, but Qin Linshan shot him a fierce glare, cutting him off. Zhao Wuxie pinched his nose, disgusted that the old fool had soiled himself yet remained in his soiled trousers. Quite revolting. Only then did the crowd react, scurrying outside. The servants finally realized what had transpired and hurriedly led the old man away to change. Once he had departed, the air felt considerably fresher. The prince remarked, "Young Master Wuxie, did you not mention something for auction? Allow me to assist you." Zhao Wuxie nodded and retrieved 3 low-grade healing pills of the 4th rank from his bosom. Ho Qing burst into laughter. "Ha! What rubbish pills are these? They lack even the slightest fragrance. Is this what you dare to auction? Hilarious. You're killing me." The crowd erupted in laughter. Dong Tianbao covered his face, feeling utterly embarrassed. His brother had truly shamed himself. Only Qin Linshan stared intently at one of the pills, lost in thought. Observing this, Ho Qing became even more smug. The prince, furrowing his brow, appeared to be contemplating how to save face for the young man. Upon regaining his composure, he excitedly grasped Zhao Wuxie's shoulder. "Do you have more of these pills? I want them all. The price is negotiable." Zhao Wuxie shook his head. "This is all I have." The prince's expression fell, but he quickly regained his eagerness. "Young Master Wuxie, who crafted these pills? Could you introduce me?" Zhao Wuxie replied, "I stumbled upon them by chance. I do not know the alchemist." The crowd exchanged glances, utterly bewildered by the prince's fervor. Could it be that these pills were truly remarkable? Ho Qing felt a twinge of apprehension, but quickly dismissed it. After all, Zhao Wuxie was merely an insignificant illegitimate son. What could he possibly possess of value? This is likely a performance orchestrated by His Highness the Crown Prince, intended to preserve the dignity of the Zhao royal residence. Qin Linshan, perceiving the bewilderment of the crowd, fervently elaborated. "This pill is a 4th-tier low-grade elixir. It not only manifests the full potency of its ingredients, but has also formed intricate pill patterns. This elixir is worth its weight in gold." Only then did the crowd begin to grasp the significance of the revelation. Subsequently, their expressions morphed into sheer astonishment. It is widely acknowledged that during the alchemical process, if one fails to extract the full potency of an elixir, it may result in the formation of pill toxicity. Such toxicity could erode the internal organs, obstructing the flow of meridians within the body. In severe cases, it could even lead to death. The more potent the elixir, the lesser the toxicity and the stronger the efficacy. With each increment in potency, the effects increase exponentially. Ordinary alchemists are capable of harnessing only 40 to 50% of an elixir's potency, which is already commendable. Achieving 60% qualifies one as a master alchemist. In the entire Great Qin Empire, there are scarcely 5 alchemists capable of achieving 80% potency. Alchemists who can extract 100% potency are exceedingly rare across the entire Tianxian continent. As for those capable of condensing pill patterns, not a single one exists on the entire continent. These patterns not only lock in the elixir's potency, preserving its effects for millennia, but they also enhance the elixir's efficacy over time, elevating its grade. Legend has it that elixirs adorned with pill patterns, given sufficient time, can even transform into humanoid forms and embark on a path of cultivation. Thus, it is evident that Zhao Wuxie's elixirs are not merely precious. They are invaluable treasures. As the onlookers comprehended this, their gazes grew increasingly fervent. For them, if an alchemist within their family could acquire even one of these elixirs and glean a hint of the legendary alchemist's techniques from it, the alchemical prowess of their family would undoubtedly undergo a remarkable transformation. Chapter 43. Achievements that shake the master. Hao Qing narrowed his eyes, skeptical of Zhao Wuxie's claim of possessing such miraculous elixirs. This elixir must be counterfeit. The pill patterns must have been inscribed. I even suspect that this is not an elixir at all. Otherwise, how could it lack even a hint of medicinal fragrance? Upon hearing this, the crowd swiftly regained their composure. Indeed, while the elixir bore peculiar patterns, it was not necessarily genuine. After all, they had never seen an elixir with pill patterns, let alone one with complete potency. As for discerning the authenticity of these elixirs, they were utterly inexperienced. Zhao Wuxie, upon hearing their doubts, chose not to respond but instead returned the elixir to his pocket, declaring, "Since you fail to recognize its worth, I shall reclaim this elixir. It is no longer for sale." The crown prince, upon hearing this, hastily detained Zhao Wuxie, saying, "Wuxie, do not be hasty. We harbor no suspicions regarding your intentions. It is merely that the origins of this elixir are unclear. We cannot definitively assert its authenticity. How about this? You can leave it with me for the time being. I will arrange for someone to verify the goods for you. Once the items are confirmed to be in order, I shall offer you a satisfactory price. What do you think? Zhao Wuxie inwardly smirked. Allow him to take charge? It was highly likely that this would result in a one-way trip, akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, with no return. Although acquiring this elixir was not particularly difficult for Zhao Wuxie, he had no intention of being taken advantage of. Thus, he shook his head and replied, no need. I will seek another person for the appraisal. Farewell. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince's expression turned urgent. Wuxie, how could you seek another's appraisal for this elixir? Do you hold me in such low regard, inferior to a stranger? Zhao Wuxie gazed at the Crown Prince with bewilderment. Such a statement implied a familiarity between them that simply did not exist. In truth, they had only met once. And to call each other strangers was far from an exaggeration. Yet here the Crown Prince was, attempting to impose a moral obligation upon him. With a light chuckle, Zhao Wuxie said, Your Highness, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Wuxie, I command you. Halt. Leave the elixir here with me. The Crown Prince's words ignited an unnamed fury within Zhao Wuxie, causing it to blaze fiercely. This insufferable prince truly believed himself formidable. How dare he issue commands to me? Zhao Wuxie's stubbornness flared, and his facade of compliance vanished. His expression soured as he completely disregarded the Crown Prince's orders and strode out, inciting a flush of anger on the prince's face, his breath quickening. Ho Qin could hardly contain his glee. Zhao Wuxie's blatant disregard for the Crown Prince's authority was nothing short of reckless. He respectfully leaned toward Qin Linshan and remarked, Your Highness, this Zhao Wuxie is utterly arrogant. He clearly holds you in no esteem at all. If a mere illegitimate son behaves thus, surely the entire Zhao family must harbor some dissent. While he did not voice every thought, the implication was unmistakable. The gathered onlookers, all astute individuals, quickly grasped the underlying meaning. At that moment, one of the court officials bowed and said, Your Highness, the Zhao family wields considerable influence over the court and maintains close ties with several generals who command substantial forces. I fear that Lord Zhao may harbor ulterior motives. Qin Linshan neither endorsed nor opposed their remarks, choosing instead to remain silent. The others, sensing the Crown Prince's silence, began to speculate on his thoughts. If the Crown Prince held such a stance toward the Zhao family, what of the Emperor? Was this perhaps the Emperor's own sentiment? The chilling realization coursed through them, evoking a sense of sorrow akin to the death of a rabbit and the grief of a fox. The ancestor of the Zhao family had fought valiantly alongside the founding emperor of the Qin state. At the dawn of the Qin dynasty, he had achieved remarkable feats, and it could be said that without the Zhao ancestor, there would be no present-day Qin state. It was precisely because of the immense contributions of the Zhao ancestor that the founding emperor had bestowed upon him the title of the only foreign king of the Great Qin. Thus, the title became hereditary, and for over 500 years of the Great Qin's existence, one emperor after another ascended the throne. However, the Zhao Wangfu remained steadfast and unyielding. The successive heirs of the Zhao Wangfu have never disappointed the Qin royal family. Their loyalty to the Great Qin is unwavering in times of conflict. They lead from the front and personally guard the borders to ensure the tranquility of the Great Qin. The emperor of the Great Qin places immense trust in the Zhao Wangfu. But does this trust now approach its conclusion? Initially, they anticipated that the Zhao Wangfu would achieve great merit and were even contemplating ways to ingratiate themselves with it. Now, it seems they will need to tread carefully to avoid complications. After leaving the auction house, Zhao Wuxie found himself reflecting on the events that transpired there. He genuinely wished to ascertain the authenticity of the elixirs in his possession. The verification process is quite simple. One merely needs to scrape off a little powder and have a professional alchemist appraise it to discern the truth. Yet, why did the prince not take such action? The implications are all too clear. This prince appears to be inclined towards cunning usurpation. Zhao Wuxie silently cursed his own oversight, never expecting these elixirs to be so valuable. Dong Tianbao occasionally glanced at Zhao Wuxie, his words faltering. Growing impatient under the scrutiny, Zhao Wuxie exclaimed, You glutton! What exactly are you staring at? Speak your mind. Dong Tianbao, struck dumb, thought to himself, How could this fellow turn so quickly? Just moments ago, he was calling me brother, and now that we have exited, he acts as if he no longer knows me. Nevertheless, he replied, Zhao Wuxie, you ought to be cautious in not giving the prince face. Be wary of him seeking retribution once he ascends the throne. You should know, the royal family is hardly magnanimous. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuxie immediately recalled the capricious Qin Fengming and the recently deceased Qin Fun. Indeed, those individuals possess a narrow-mindedness. Zhao Wuxie chuckled, Thank you, my brother. Dong Tianbao, still wearing a grave expression, cautioned, Zhao Wuxie, you must exercise caution. I have heard from my father that the prince seems to harbor considerable apprehension towards your Zhao family. A cold smile crept across Zhao Wuxie's lips. Yet again, the narrative of the high achiever threatening the sovereign and the crafty hare eliminating its hound reared its head. Back in the Blue Star, he had grown weary of hearing such tales. Without his advantages, he might have feared them. However, now that he possesses a system, this pathetic royal family holds no weight in his eyes. If they dare to provoke his ire, he could easily support a puppet to ascend or even take their place himself. That Qin Fengming, however, is quite agreeable. He is obedient in bed and would serve well as emperor. Not long after parting ways with Dong Tianbao, Yulinger suddenly remarked, "Master, we are being followed." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuxie's lips curled into a cruel smile. Initially disheartened by his lack of purchases at the auction, he now found the prospect of someone so courteous as to personally deliver themselves to him quite delightful. Thus, he resolved to graciously accept them all. Chapter 44. The man in black. Zhao Wuxie and Yulinger led the cloaked figures following them into a secluded forest. Zhao Wuxie smiled and said, "Come forth, everyone. Your posteriors are already exposed. Why hide?" The group of black-clad individuals exchanged glances upon hearing his words. With a series of swift sounds, Zhao Wuxie and Yulinger found themselves encircled. Zhao Wuxie inquired, "Who sent you?" The cloaked figures remained silent, raising their blades menacingly at him and his companion. Zhao Wuxie surveyed his surroundings. All these men wielded standard military long knives, 48 in total. Among them, 25 were at the 6th level of Nirvana realm, 10 at the 8th level, 7 at the 9th level, 5 at the pinnacle of Nirvana realm, and 1 at the 8th level of Transcendence realm. Huh, merely ants. Zhao Wuxie declared. "Linger, you need not intervene. Leave them to me." The leader of the Transcendence realm scoffed. "You, a mere waste, think you can defeat us? Ridiculous. If you wish to live, surrender the elixir." Zhao Wuxie asked, "Did the Crown Prince send you? Do not attempt to extract information from us. I'll say it again, hand over the elixir." Zhao Wuxie retorted with a cold smile. He pointed a finger, unleashing a blade of sword energy that pierced through the heads of two cloaked figures. The black-clad men were instantly struck with fear. Wasn't he, this Zhao Wuxie, supposed to be a weakling? How could he be so vastly different from the intelligence report? He was so young. Yet he had just slain 2 masters of the Nirvana realm with a mere gesture. What kind of being was he? What technique was this? Confusion swirled within their minds. The leader among them shouted, "Spread out. Do not give him a chance to strike." Zhao Wuxie let out a cold laugh, executing 4 more gestures in quick succession. 4 additional black-clad figures fell into a pool of their own blood. The leader was taken aback, yet he bellowed, "Charge. Do not merely evade." Immediately, the group lunged at Zhao Wuxie with their blades drawn. Dozens of long knives pierced through Zhao Wuxie's form, just as they prepared to revel in their victory. His body transformed into an illusion and vanished. Suddenly, within the crowd, a shadow darted like a specter. Waves of sword energy erupted incessantly, and in the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with corpses. Yulinger observed with wide, glimmering eyes. The leader of the Transcendence realm swallowed hard and stammered. Who are you?" "A scion of the Zhao family cannot possess such power." Zhao Wuxie, unhurried, replied coolly, "All you need to do is tell me who sent you, and I may spare your life." The cloaked man shook his head defiantly. "I cannot betray him. You might as well give up. Besides, I am a master of the 8th level of Transcendence realm. You may be swift, but you are not necessarily my match." With that, he swung his blade towards Zhao Wuxie. Zhao Wuxie quickly called out, "Stop! Aren't you after the elixir? I can give it to you. Why resort to violence?" With that, he tossed a storage bag towards him. The black-clad man, filled with delight, immediately opened the bag and peered inside. A pale sword energy surged forth from the storage bag, instantly piercing his brow. Confusion and resentment filled his eyes until his last breath. He could not comprehend how he had met his end. It is indeed regrettable that, on this occasion, although Zhao Wuxie bestowed gifts upon him, the system did not reciprocate with any offerings, nor did it seize his fortune points. Zhao Wuxie found himself in a state of perplexity as he meticulously recalled the prior instances where his gifts had been returned. Could it be that this individual bore no intent to kill him, nor any fondness? Perhaps he approached Zhao Wuxie merely to fulfill a command, which ultimately led to the failure of the gift's return. After pondering, Zhao Wuxie could not arrive at a conclusion and thus decided to set the matter aside. He proceeded to cleanse the battlefield, collecting all the storage bags from the fallen corpses, which he then presented to Yulinger. Curiously, she inquired, "Master, do you wish for me to help you store these?" Zhao Wuxie replied with a smile, "All of these are for you." Yulinger remained puzzled, unable to comprehend why Zhao Wuxie consistently gifted her. Gently, he caressed her ear and chuckled, "If you feel indebted, then upon your return, do serve me well." Blushing, Yulinger nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Zhao Wuxie lifted his gaze toward the rear. In the distance, several groups of individuals were approaching him, evidently with ill intent. Before they could utter a word, Zhao Wuxie drew a sword from his storage bag. With a swift stroke, the technique known as a sword divides worlds unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy, sweeping toward the cloaked figures like a cosmic river. The black-clad assailants had no time to react before being engulfed by the lethal force, leaving a total of 15 lifeless bodies in its wake. The subsequent arrivals of black-clad individuals were struck with horror upon witnessing this terrifying spectacle, causing them to hesitate in their pursuit. Regrettably for them, Zhao Wuxie had no intention of granting them further chances. Having pursued him, they would not be spared. In an instant, Zhao Wuxie vanished from his position, sword in hand, and charged towards the remaining black-clad figures. With each strike, he felled one of them. The assailants were consumed by fear. They had never encountered an adversary with such speed. His presence was ghostly, silent as a shadow, wielding a sword technique so formidable. How could they possibly defend themselves? Their only recourse was to flee. One panicked individual shouted, "Do not come any closer." Zhao Wuxie merely smirked, showing no mercy with his sword. Before long, this batch of black-clad foes was entirely eradicated. Zhao Wuxie had lost interest in contemplating which factions had dispatched these attackers. He had resolved that regardless of the identity of those who provoked him, they would all meet their demise. No exceptions, not even for an emperor. After collecting the storage bags from the fallen, he gifted them all to Yulinger. This time, Zhao Wuxie had acquired a total of 158 low-grade healing elixirs of the 4th tier, 5 drops of heavenly essence, a mid-grade sacred tier sword technique known as Moonblade Slash, and 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Wuxie bestowed upon Yulinger the art of swordsmanship, along with 2 precious drops of heavenly spirit liquid. Once he completed these gestures, he made his way home. As he approached the courtyard, he encountered a contingent of armored men stationed at the entrance, exuding an aura of menace. Confusion clouded Zhao Wuxie's expression. Had he inadvertently offended so many? Or was it that the insufferable Lu Xiangling had returned? Regardless, he felt compelled to return home. Thus, he discreetly reinserted the flags of the 4 symbols array at the 8 cardinal points surrounding the courtyard. Having done so, he strode confidently back, hand in hand with Yulinger. Upon entering, he was met by a middle-aged man with a scarred visage, leisurely sipping tea in the main hall. The man did not spare Zhao Wuxie a glance, instead coldly stating, "I recall instructing you before my departure that you were to transfer the supreme bone within you to your brother before my return. Did you dare disregard my words? You traveled all this way merely to discuss this matter with me?" At this, Zhao Wang's fury erupted, slamming his hand upon the table. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged through the room, shattering the table into splinters and cracking the floor tiles. The atmosphere thickened with tension, prompting the soldiers outside to peer in, curious about the commotion. "Who permitted you to address me in such a manner? You stand before me, yet do not even utter the word father. Truly, you are the offspring of that wretched woman," Zhao Wang declared. "I have come today to inform you of 2 matters. First, you must expeditiously transplant the supreme bone to the princess before the onset of winter. Second, I have arranged a marriage for you. The lady is Zhang Chunxiao, the daughter of a minister of rites. This matter leaves no room for your refusal." With that, Zhao Huai departed, accompanied by his entourage of guards. Meanwhile, within the Zhang residence, chaos reigned. A young woman hurled a vase to the ground with fervor. "Father, I refuse to marry. I will not wed that useless man. If I must marry, it shall be to someone like Zhao Lidong." "Oh, daughter, do not speak such foolishness. Zhao Lidong is a prince. How could you aspire to wed him?" Her father lamented. "Do you think I wish for you to marry Zhao Wuxie, that good for nothing? It is a matter of necessity. For I have unwittingly offended the notorious Zhao Li. Then marry him yourself. Why must I be sacrificed?" She retorted, "Daughter, do not utter such nonsense. I am a man. Men cannot marry. Besides, even if I were willing, your mother would never agree. Thus, you must endure this." "Absolutely not. I refuse," Zhang Chunxiao exclaimed, throwing more objects in frustration, creating a veritable storm of debris in the courtyard. Zhang Donglin looked on, attempting to placate his daughter. "Calm down. Be careful not to hurt your hands. It would pain me greatly. If you truly care for me, then swiftly annul this marriage." At this moment, a middle-aged woman approached, expressing her discontent. "My lord, how could you allow our daughter to marry someone like Zhao Wuxie? I vehemently oppose this." Upon hearing her words, Zhang Chunxiao rushed over to clasp her mother's arm, playfully pouting, "Mother, you truly care for me. Unlike this ineffectual father who would trade his own daughter for his own wealth and glory." The middle-aged woman shot a fierce glare at her husband. "You old fool. It's not as if Chunxiao is your only daughter. You also have an illegitimate daughter. Marry her off instead. An illegitimate daughter is well suited for a concubine. It's a perfect match. Indeed, Marry off that hideous creature. It would save us the trouble of having her around. Zhang Shilang frowned and replied, but how can this be? If she, an illegitimate daughter, marries off, won't the Zhao King have me killed? Humph. Why the concern? Are you lamenting for that seductress daughter of yours? Why not spare a thought for my daughter? She lamented. It is pitiful that both my daughter and I are stuck with a heartless scoundrel like you. Zhang Chunxiao, with a mischievous glint in her eye, began to cry as well. Zhang Shilang, feeling a headache coming on, could only sigh in resignation as their cries grew louder. Finally, with gritted teeth, he relented. Fine. I shall go to the Zhao King's residence to discuss this matter. Really? That would be splendid. I knew father cares for me the most, she exclaimed, planting a fervent kiss on Zhang Shilang's cheek. He wore an expression of helplessness. In a dimly lit room within a secluded courtyard of the Zhang residence, the sound of persistent coughing was heard. A frail young girl, cradling a bowl of medicine, quietly squatted beside the bed, tending to the gravely ill woman lying there. The girl was clad in a faded, oversized azure gown that seemed ill-fitting against her petite frame. Her once delicate features were marred by a terrifying scar. She gently propped the ailing woman up, saying, "Mother, it's time to take your medicine." The pale-faced woman looked sorrowfully at her daughter's scarred hands, shook her head, and replied, "Qingying, cough cough, do not exert yourself, for I do not have long to live. In the days to come without me, you must take good care of yourself." The girl shook her head, holding back tears, gritting her teeth in defiance. "Mother, you will be fine. I shall seek help from father. He must have a way to cure your illness." Huang Yueying shook her head, forcing a bitter smile. "Do not ask that heartless man. He will not save me. After I am gone, you must flee Zhang Manor at the first opportunity. Do not linger here. This place cannot harbor you." Zhang Qingying wept silently. Over the past few months, in her desperate attempts to cure her mother, she had sought help everywhere, but the entire Zhang family treated her like a pariah, refusing to acknowledge her. Even her biological father would not grant her an audience. It was evident to all that Zhang Shilang wished for her mother to wither away. Yet, at this moment, Zhang Qingying felt she had no alternative but to appeal to her father. Just as despair began to consume her, suddenly, the dilapidated door of her home was forcefully kicked open. Zhang Chunxiao, pinching her nose in disgust, exclaimed, "Phew, it reeks terribly. You two despicable creatures. Why don't you come out and greet this young lady?" Zhang Qingying immediately rushed out, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing her head, pleading, "I beg you, sister, please save my mother. She is on the verge of death." Zhang Chunxiao glanced at the frail Huang Yueying lying on the bed and remarked, "Oh, this woman is still alive. How unfortunate." The maid behind Zhang Chunxiao sneered. This woman was indeed close to death. But it seems this little wildling has somehow obtained a prescription from Scholarly. Now, she goes up the mountain daily to gather herbs. Which is why this woman has survived until today. Intrigued, Zhang Chunxiao responded, "Oh, could it be that this wretch has slept with Scholarly to procure that prescription? Ha ha. Truly, my lady is astute. This little wildling exchanges glances with that sour scholar every day. Perhaps they are already involved. I suspect that is the case. Otherwise, why would that sour scholar frequently linger around here?" Zhang Qingying felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. She wanted to retort, but feared that it might anger Zhang Chunxiao and jeopardize her mother's chance of survival. Thus, she remained silent, enduring the humiliation. "Speak up, you little wretch. Have you and that sour scholar been intimate?" Zhang Chunxiao viciously kicked Zhang Qingying, sending her sprawling to the ground. The frail girl's body could hardly withstand such harm, and she instantly turned pale, unable to rise due to the pain. Huang Yueying, filled with concern, weakly cried, "Cough. Cough. Do not harm my daughter." Her voice was so frail it was barely audible. Zhang Chunxiao smirked coldly. "Humph. Putting on such a pitiful act. Who do you think you were trying to entice? You two shameless vixens. Even on the brink of death, you're still not behaving. By the way, I have good news for you. Your daughter. She will no longer have the opportunity to entice other men. Father has just agreed to marry her off to the illegitimate son of the Zhao Wangfu." Ha ha. A wildling and a little wretch make a perfect match. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingying's previously despondent eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. The Zhao Wangfu. Yes, if she could marry into the Zhao Wangfu, her mother would be saved. It was as if she had grasped the last straw of hope. She hurriedly proclaimed, "I am willing to marry into the Zhao Wangfu. As long as they can save my mother." Zhang Chunxiao replied with a mocking laugh. "Do you think you have the right to negotiate? I am merely here to inform you. Now, let us leave. It truly stinks in here." After Zhang Chunxiao departed, Zhang Qingying approached her mother, smiling. "Mother, you have hope. As long as I marry into the Zhao Wangfu, your illness will be cured." Huang Yueying, with a pained expression, gently caressed the scar on Zhang Qingying's face, saying, "I'm sorry, Qingying. It is I who failed to protect you. Mother, your daughter is getting married. Should you not be happy?" Joyful as she was, Huang Yueying's heart was heavy with concern for her daughter, Zhang Qingying, whose scarred visage troubled her deeply. Once blessed with extraordinary beauty, Zhang Qingying had inherited her mother's exquisite looks. Yet, Zhang Chunxiao, consumed by jealousy, had deliberately marred her face. Now, as her daughter prepared to marry into the Zhao royal family, the scar posed a significant dilemma. With a forced smile, Zhang Qingying reassured her mother, "Do not fret, mother. If he does not find me appealing, then so be it. I shall suffer no loss." Huang Yueying sighed in resignation. At that moment, Zhao Wuxie had arrived at the Zhang residence. Upon learning of the arranged marriage, he hastened there, aware that this matter significantly impacted his future. How could he allow that old coot to dictate his fate? Today, he intended to call off the engagement. Upon entering, Zhao Wuxie was met with a chaotic scene. What on earth has happened here? Has a bandit raided the village? He inquired, puzzled. Zhang Chuanxiao's mother, eyeing Zhao Wuxie curiously, asked, "Might I ask who you are?" "Young sir, what brings you to our Zhang residence?" "Ah, I am Zhao Wuxie. I have come regarding my marriage," he replied. Hearing this, Zhang Chuanxiao's mother grew anxious. Could it be that this young man was interested in her daughter? Had he somehow discovered their plans to substitute a hideous bride for him? Zhao Wuxie noticed her heart racing, igniting a flicker of confusion within him. Had his allure increased to the point of captivating a married woman? Yet, he could not help but feel repulsed. This woman was rather plump, aged, and unattractive. Just then, a voice from within the courtyard called out, "Mother, I have spoken with that little wretch. She has agreed to marry." "Who are you?" Zhao Wuxie queried, glancing at the short, stout woman before him. "I am Zhao Wuxie." "And you are?" Zhang Chunxiao gazed dreamily at Zhao Wuxie's handsome features, completely oblivious to their conversation. Her mother interjected, "She is my daughter, the esteemed young lady of the Zhang family." Disappointment washed over Zhao Wuxie. He should have tempered his expectations. How could this old hag possibly select a suitable bride for him? "So, she is my fiancée then?" he asked. "No, not at all," the middle-aged woman quickly countered. "My daughter has no intention of marrying you. Your fiancé is someone else entirely." Zhang Chuanxiao's mother spoke too hastily, leaving her daughter no chance to intervene. Had this been before she met Zhao Wuxie, she would have adamantly refused to marry him. Yet, after witnessing his handsome visage, regret flooded her heart, lamenting her previous rejection. Zhao Wuxie's striking appearance aligned perfectly with her dreams of an ideal husband. "I am willing. I wish to marry you," she declared impulsively. Zhao Wuxie stood in shock, utterly bewildered by the antics of this mother-daughter duo. Setting aside her willingness, he thought, "Even if you desire it, I certainly do not. Not only are you unattractive, but you also possess a coarse tongue and a bitter disposition." In any cinematic narrative, this character embodies the quintessential antagonist. Zhang Chuanxiao's mother instantly grasped her daughter's innermost thoughts. Yet, this was hardly the moment for infatuation. As someone seasoned in life's trials, she was acutely aware, without power or wealth, mere beauty holds no value. After all, in the grand realm of the Great Qin, she had witnessed countless handsome men who peddled their charms for mere coin. The middle-aged woman remarked, "My dear, I must have a word with my daughter." "Of course, please proceed." She pulled Zhang Chunxiao into a secluded corner. Zhang Chunxiao, with a hint of annoyance, stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Mother, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? I should be asking you the same. What do you intend to do?" With a playful smile, Zhang Chunxiao replied, "I want to marry him. He is so handsome." "Oh, foolish daughter, do not be so naive. There are plenty of handsome men in this world. Why settle for a mere illegitimate son? Listen to your mother. We shall not pursue this man. In due time, your father and I will find you a suitable match. But can you find someone as dashing as he?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman fell silent. Indeed, there were many good-looking men in the Great Qin, yet to find one as striking and influential as Zhao Wuxie seemed quite the challenge. However, she resolutely refused to allow her daughter to wed a bastard. She had heard whispers that Zhao Wuxie's mother was once a servant girl who ascended through unscrupulous means to bear him, a lineage akin to that of a lowly harlot. Such lascivious foxes and their offspring were the bane of her existence. In her eyes, those of lowly birth ought to accept their fate and not harbor delusions of grandeur, thinking that by climbing into their master's bed, they could alter their destiny. Thus, she smiled and reassured her daughter, "Rest assured, I shall find you a man as handsome as he." Chapter 47. Healing Zhang Chunxiao, persuaded by her mother's elaborate ruse, reluctantly acquiesced. Subsequently, Zhao Wuxie was led by the two women to meet Zhang Qingying. "This is your fiancé. Go on and see for yourself. I shall no longer intervene." Zhao Wuxie surveyed his surroundings, noting that they bore an uncanny resemblance to his previous lodgings. He mused to himself that this young woman likely faced similar disdain. Should he choose to annul their engagement at this juncture, her fate would surely be dire. From a distance, he could hear the sound of coughing emanating from within the room, and he slowly pushed the door open. Inside, Zhang Qingying looked up in confusion. Young master, whom do you seek? Zhao Wuxie smiled. Surely, you must be my betrothed? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingying's expression turned to one of panic, her small hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. She had not anticipated her fiancé's arrival so soon and had not yet prepared herself. As Zhao Wuxie entered, he cast a glance at the woman on the bed and discreetly activated his ocular enhancement, allowing him to perceive her physical condition with remarkable clarity. Zhao Wuxie discerned the state of the woman before him. She was burdened with anxiety, her heart meridian severely compromised. Coupled with years of malnutrition and relentless toil, she had not received the necessary rest, leaving her utterly depleted. For Zhao Wuxie, this ailment posed no significant challenge. The healing elixirs bestowed upon him by the system not only mended wounds, but also revitalized the body. At that moment, Zhang Qingying fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head as she implored, "Please, save my mother. I am willing to serve you as a humble servant in gratitude." Zhao Wuxie glanced at her crown, astonished to discover she was indeed the daughter of fortune, with a fortune value of 1,531,000. Confusion clouded his mind. This girl appeared to possess no extraordinary constitution. Why then was her fortune value so remarkable? Unable to fathom it, he decided it would be prudent to take her back. Such potential should not be squandered. He helped her to her feet and reassured her, "Do not worry. I will save her." "Really?" she exclaimed. "Of course." Zhao Wuxie retrieved a pill from his robe, preparing to administer it to the ailing woman. Just then, a voice called from outside, "I heard that the esteemed son-in-law has arrived." Zhao Wuxie turned to see a lean man staring intently at him. "May I inquire who you are?" Zhao Wuxie asked, puzzled. "Ah, I am Zhang Qingying's father." "And thus your father-in-law," he replied. As soon as he spoke, his gaze fell upon the pill in Zhao Wuxie's hand, and his eyes widened in astonishment. "Son-in-law? What kind of elixir is that? It bears alchemical patterns." The onlookers behind Zhang Shirlang began to murmur among themselves. "Mother, what are alchemical patterns?" A middle-aged woman, lacking understanding, looked to a shrewd steward beside her for clarification. Alchemical patterns are said to be formed by legendary alchemists during the creation of potions, extremely precious and exceedingly rare. I read about them in books, but I never believed those tales until now. The crowd was left in awe. They had not anticipated that a mere illegitimate child would nonchalantly possess a legendary elixir. Even Zhang Chunxiao and her daughter, despite their ignorance, recognized the value of the pill. Zhang Chunxiao quickly interjected, "Such a precious elixir. How could you give it to this wretched woman? That would be an egregious waste." The others echoed her sentiment. "Indeed. Young master, this woman is beyond saving. Do not squander such a rare elixir." "Precisely. Even if she were saved, it would not be worth it. Her worthless life pales in comparison to that single elixir. Yes, this wretched creature is not worthy of it. Better to bestow the elixir upon me." Hearing these familiar, biting remarks ignited a surge of fury within Zhao Wuxie. Zhang Shirlang gazed at the elixir with fervor and said, "Son-in-law, your marriage to my daughter Zhang Qingying has been agreed upon, yet the betrothal gifts have yet to be established. I find this elixir quite suitable. Just 2 would suffice." Zhang Chunxiao arrogantly proclaimed, "If you were to gift me that elixir, I might consider drawing closer to you." Zhao Wuxie felt a chilling laugh within his heart. How could one so unattractive dare to harbor such lofty aspirations? Beside him, Zhang Qingying gazed longingly at the precious elixir. If only she possessed this pill, her mother's ailment would surely improve. Yet, she was acutely aware of its exorbitant cost and found herself unable to voice her desires. Zhao Wuxie paid no heed to these avaricious individuals. He placed the elixir into Huang Yueying's mouth. Zhang Shirlang, in agony, cried out, "Son-in-law, no." He rushed over and struck Huang Yueying's face fiercely, exclaiming, "Wretched woman, spit it out. You cannot consume such a precious pill." Alas, the elixir dissolved instantly upon entry, rendering it impossible for her to expel it at will. A middle-aged woman attempted to pry open Huang Yueying's mouth, while others sought to do the same. Zhang Qingying, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed forward to intervene, shouting, "Stop! Do not lay a finger on my mother." Unfortunately, her frail physique was easily knocked to the ground by a gentle shove. What was happening? Why was there no elixir in her mouth? Where had it gone? It must have been swallowed by that wretched woman. What now? Could it truly end like this, allowing her to benefit? Zhang Chunxiao coldly declared, "Get a knife. Cut her open and retrieve the elixir." Yes. If we act quickly, it may not be too late." "Miss, you are truly wise. I have a knife." Zhao Wuxie stood in stunned silence, unable to believe the shamelessness of these individuals. Thus, he seized each one, tossing them out of the room as if they were mere sandbags. When he next beheld Huang Yueying, her face bore 2 distinct red handprints, swollen and marred. However, The medicinal efficacy of the elixir was swiftly mending her injuries. In no time, she returned to her former self, her skin now radiant and luminous, completely devoid of the pallor that had plagued her before. Witnessing Huang Yueying's rapid recovery left the onlookers in shock. Previously, they had doubted the authenticity of the elixir. Yet now, it was evident that their concerns were unfounded. This elixir was not only genuine, but miraculous. How regrettable that it had been consumed. Such a waste. Zhang Shirlang, in a fit of rage, pointed at Zhao Wuxie, declaring, Zhao Wuxie, what do you intend to do? I am a scholar from the Ministry of Rites. How dare you treat me this way? I will report you. Zhao Wuxie responded with a chilling smile, slowly approaching Zhang Shirlang. He delivered a harsh kick to his groin, producing a sound akin to that of an egg shattering. Zhang Shilang's anguished screams echoed for a kilometer, a sound that brought sorrow to those who heard it and tears to those who witnessed it. Chapter 48. The perverse Zhang Shirlang, sweating profusely from the pain, eventually fainted. The middle-aged woman, rising from the ground, berated, You scoundrel! What have you done to my husband? Zhao Wuxie chuckled lightly. Nothing much. Merely provided him with a thorough cleansing. The middle-aged woman glared at Zhao Wuxie, venomously cursing, You wretched spawn. The people from the Zhao Wangfu were indeed right. You are nothing but a vile wretch. Just like your mother, you are a disgrace. You both deserve to perish. Mother, it's all the fault of those two wretches. They must have used some trick against young Master Zhao. We must teach them a severe lesson this time. The Zhang family members looked at Zhao Wuxie with malevolent expressions, eagerly waiting for a signal from the middle-aged woman or Zhang Chunxiao to pounce and inflict punishment upon him. Zhao Wuxie slowly raised an arm, unleashing a torrent of electricity that surged forth from his hand. In an instant, the entire area was enveloped in a net of electric currents, rendering the Zhang family members incapacitated, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Wuxie pinched his nose and turned to the dazed Zhang Qingying, saying, Let us depart. You can no longer stay here. Zhang Qingying lowered her head, a flush of embarrassment crossing her face. But we are not yet wed. This feels inappropriate. Are you planning to let your mother be bullied here, every day? Zhang Qingying hesitated momentarily. Huang Yueying interjected, My dear daughter, let us accompany him. Surely, no outcome could be worse than remaining in this place. Zhao Wuxie smiled faintly, delighted to engage with such an astute daughter. Within the princess's residence, Qin Fengming glared at Zhao Wuxie, brimming with indignation. In just one day apart, and you've already attracted the attention of two wild women. Coming here for a meal was one thing, but now you wish for them to reside in my palace. What are you trying to accomplish? Do you take me for a fool? Zhao Wuxie chuckled awkwardly. Sister-in-law, we are well acquainted. There's no need to fuss over such trivialities. Qin Fengming scoffed. Acquainted? We have barely spent a few days together. What nonsense? Zhao Wuxie, grinning, replied. Indeed, we are not very familiar yet, so we must become better acquainted. We should engage in a more profound exchange. Humph, what do you intend to do? Zhao Wuxie took her hand, leading her towards the inner chambers, grinning mischievously. Why? Of course, to deepen my understanding of you. Qin Fengming feigned a struggle, but upon reflection, she felt no need to resist. After all, they were practically familiar with one another by now. For hours later, Qin Fengming relented. She had initially believed that having integrated the phoenix blood would guarantee her victory, only to discover that Zhao Wuxie's strength had ascended to an even greater level. He was nothing short of a monster. Zhang Qingying, wearing a puzzled expression, questioned Huang Yueying. Mother, why did my fiancé converse with the princess for so long? Huang Yueying's cheeks flushed crimson, her entire face warm. She scolded, You are still a child. Do not inquire so much. But I am already 15. That is still quite young. With that, Huang Yueying glanced at her daughter's chest, sighing inwardly, lamenting that years of malnutrition had hindered her physical development. Slim and diminutive, with a dark complexion, her singularly striking visage was marred. Such a lamentable state rendered her incapable of competing. Oh, such a beautiful princess. I can only hope she is still young enough to continue her growth. Otherwise, sighing at this thought, she cast her gaze upon her prominent bosom. At that moment, Zhao Wuxie emerged, proclaiming, The princess has granted you permission to reside here. Do not be afraid. I am a close friend of hers. Feel free to make yourselves at home, without hesitation. Zhang Qingying and her daughter nodded in acknowledgement. The palace maid promptly arranged accommodations for the mother and daughter duo. Meanwhile, within the crown prince's residence, Qin Linshan paced anxiously. What is the matter? A whole day has passed, and Pang the guard has yet to return. Your Highness, not yet. And Zhao Wuxie? What is that boy up to now? I heard he just visited the princess's palace and has not emerged since. Qin Linshan furrowed his brow, perplexed. What could he possibly want at the princess's palace? That is unclear. Send a few men to bring Zhao Wuxie to my residence. Understood. As Zhao Wuxie departed the princess's palace, he sensed the presence of someone following him. Initially intending to lure these individuals to a secluded spot and eliminate them as he had done before, he reconsidered. This time, he had not brought Yulinger along, nor did he carry his formation flags. For the sake of caution, he decided against alarming the pursuers. After all, inadvertently attracting a formidable opponent would spell disaster. Someone is tailing me. Zhao Wuxie spun around and unleashed a bolt of thunder. The two guards who had just arrived were instantly struck by the lightning, convulsing uncontrollably. Unable to speak, Zhao Wuxie glanced at the pair, realizing they were merely two innate realm ants. Such meager strength dared to follow him. A glint of cold light flickered in Zhao Wuxie's eyes as he prepared to dispatch them. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Young Master Zhao, please stand down. They are guards of the Crown Prince." Zhao Wuxie retracted his lightning, and the two guards collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth and trembling. The newly arrived captain of the guard cast a complex glance at the fallen men, astonished. The rumors of Zhao Wangfu's illegitimate son being an incapable waste were evidently unfounded. This second son was not only not a cultivation failure, but rather a prodigious talent. The Crown Prince's guards, all seasoned warriors, had been defeated in a single strike. But did he just employ the power of thunder? Could it be that Zhao's second son, like Zhao Lidong, possesses the Thunder Abyss sacred body? If that is indeed the case, it would elucidate the Crown Prince's wariness towards Zhao Wangfu. It is one thing to possess great merit. It is another that both of his sons are monstrous geniuses. Seeing the captain lost in thought, Zhao Wuxie inquired with curiosity, "What is the matter? Why are you in a daze?" The captain of the guard snapped back to reality, responding, Nothing. I found myself momentarily distracted by personal matters. Pray tell, Your Highness, do you harbor any peculiar inclinations? What do you mean by huh? If it were not for some eccentricity, why would you dispatch someone to shadow a respectable young man like myself? Chapter 49. The harsh and ungrateful. The captain of the guard wore an expression of embarrassment, as he too sensed that his prince's behavior bordered on the bizarre. Were they to follow a fair maiden, he could comprehend the rationale. However, tracking a man seemed decidedly abnormal. Could it be that the prince possessed an unorthodox preference? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Reflecting upon the prince's attentiveness and concern over the years, he felt a tightening in his stomach, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Zhao Wuxie, perplexed, inquired, "What troubles you?" Nothing at all. By the way, His Highness has summoned you to the prince's residence." Zhao Wuxie frowned, reluctant to comply. The royal family was hardly composed of amiable souls. Even that woman, Qin Fengming, had only submitted after he had bested her in bed. Nonetheless, he reconsidered. Now was not the time to sever ties with the royal family. Creating a scene would prove unwise. As for whether the prince would dare to take his life, that thought did not cross his mind. As long as Qin Linshan was not a fool, he would not dare to harm him, but would rather eliminate Zhao Huizhong first. As long as the Zhao king remained alive, the Qin royal family would not dare to touch him. Zhao Wuxie nodded and said, "Lead the way." Upon arriving at the prince's estate, the prince, with a gentle demeanor, addressed the captain of the guard. "You have worked hard. Go and rest." The captain felt a sudden tightening within. Noticing the captain's pallor, Qin Linshan approached with concern, producing a handkerchief to wipe the captain's brow. "What troubles you? You look quite ill. Are you unwell?" The captain swallowed hard, his conviction regarding the prince's inclinations growing stronger. Yet, he earnestly wished to be spared. "I am straight. Can you please let me be? I am merely a guard. Why do you appear increasingly distressed?" Zhao Wuxie observed, a chill running down his spine. He had always heard tales of the decadent lifestyles of the elite, yet he had not anticipated such extremes. To think that even his own guards were not exempt from such treatment. "Are you not concerned that today you may be the one on the receiving end of such actions?" Qin Linshan recalled his father's teachings. One must treat talented individuals with respect, especially one's own guards. Only in doing so would they entrust their lives to him. He had always held this belief and practiced it diligently over the years. Whenever a guard fell ill, he would be the first to visit, even personally testing their medicine. The captain was on the verge of tears. "Your Highness, I beseech you, spare me." Hearing this, the prince beamed with satisfaction, secretly thinking to himself, "Indeed, I am a born sovereign." Yet another fool moved to tears by my compassion. He adjusted the attire of his guard and remarked, "The weather has turned cool. Ensure you dress appropriately. Now, you may leave." Upon hearing this, the captain of the guards swiftly departed. Qin Linshan then turned his gaze toward Zhao Wuxie, intending to employ the same tactics once more. Zhao Wuxie, however, retreated warily, leaving the prince empty-handed. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he inquired, "Wuxie, do you comprehend the purpose of my summons?" Zhao Wuxie shook his head. Qin Linshan, hands clasped behind his back, declared, "I am the crown prince, the future emperor of the great Qin. I find your 3 elixirs quite exceptional. I am rather fond of them." Zhao Wuxie remained silent, observing Qin Linshan, anticipating a proposal. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Qin Linshan failed to mention how many spirit stones he was willing to part with. Qin Linshan, in turn, awaited Zhao Wuxie to voluntarily present the 3 elixirs, but after an extended pause, Zhao Wuxie still did not speak. The 2 men fell into an awkward silence, each waiting for the other to break it. Qin Linshan's eyes hinted insistently. Zhao Wuxie pondered. Why was this fellow so fixated on him? Could it be that he truly harbored a different inclination? After a considerable time, Qin Linshan conceded defeat. He cleared his throat and said, ahem, Zhao Wuxie, do you desire my favor? Zhao Wuxie shook his head vigorously, not in the least. He preferred to distance himself from the royal family entirely. With the exception of Qin Fengming, he relished the idea of maintaining a close yet respectful distance from Qin Fengming. As for the other members of the royal family, he wished to steer clear. Qin Linshan continued, since you wish to earn my favor, you claim you do not desire my recognition? What is the issue? Do you understand that I am the crown prince of the great Qin Empire, the future emperor? With a mere word, I can grant you life or bring about your demise. Zhao Wuxie interjected, your father is still alive. Are you so eager to ascend the throne? Qin Linshan's complexion darkened. Let me be direct. I have taken a liking to your elixirs. Surrender them to me. Zhao Wuxie shrugged helplessly. You are too late. What do you mean? Have you sold the elixirs? No, they were taken from me. The prince, upon hearing this, grasped Zhao Wuxie's arm excitedly, asking, who stole my elixirs? I do not know. They were clad in dark garments, concealing their appearance. I could not discern their identities. Qin Linshan fell into contemplation. Zhao Wuxie asked, do you have any means of retrieving my elixirs? I would gladly gift them to you. Qin Linshan snorted coldly. Very well. You may leave now. Zhao Wuxie touched his nose, thinking how ungrateful this prince was. After Zhao Wuxie departed, Qin Linshan summoned his personal guards. Go. Follow that lad and ascertain whom he associates with. Yes. Qin Linshan paced restlessly within the room, occasionally furrowing his brow. He then called another guard. Investigate the whereabouts of Guard Pang. Has he absconded with my elixirs? Your Highness, I believe that is unlikely. Guard Pang is renowned for his filial piety. If he were to betray you, he would undoubtedly take his family with him. However, his family is still alive. Qin Linshan shook his head and coldly declared, then we shall capture his family. I refuse to believe that with them in my grasp, he can evade me. Upon hearing this, the guards felt a wave of desolation. The crown prince truly displayed a heart devoid of compassion. As Zhao Wuxie had departed from the crown prince's residence, he soon discerned that he was being followed. A smile crept upon his lips as he leisurely made his way towards the residence of the third prince. The third prince was the favorite son of the great Qin emperor. It was rumored that the emperor wished to depose the eldest and designate the third prince as heir. Although this remained mere gossip, Zhao Wuxie did not believe that Qin Linshan would remain indifferent to such matters. He intended to cultivate a rapport with the third prince, hoping to instigate a rift between the two brothers, perhaps even inciting them to clash, so that he could enjoy the spectacle from the sidelines. Chapter 50. Coercion. Zhao Wuxie had scarcely taken a few steps when a guard approached him. Young Master Zhao, my lord requests your presence. Zhao Wuxie smiled, pleasantly surprised by the third prince's courtesy. Lead the way, then. At that moment, the third prince awaited Zhao Wuxie's arrival in the hall. As soon as Zhao entered, the third prince sprang to his feet and grasped Zhao Wuxie's arm, exclaiming, Young Master Zhao, you have finally arrived. Please come in. Zhao Wuxie found it rather unexpected. The third prince appeared to be more adept at theatrics and winning hearts than the crown prince himself. May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons, your highness? The third prince replied with a smile, in a few days, it will be my father's birthday. I have heard that you possess 3 miraculous elixirs. Would you consider selling them all to me? May I ask how many spiritual stones you are willing to offer, your highness? How does 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones sound? You mean 1,000 for a single elixir? No, I meant 1,000 for all 3. A cold chuckle resonated within Zhao Wuxie's heart. Even if he were to sell his elixirs for 10,000 spiritual stones each, it would still be a bargain. Yet, the third prince audaciously attempted to propose a price of merely over 300 spiritual stones per elixir, which was akin to coercion. Zhao Wuxie responded, Your Highness, this jest is far from amusing. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. You must understand. I am the emperor's most cherished prince, the one most likely to ascend the throne. Should you sell the elixirs to me, I will remember your kindness. Once I am crowned emperor, perhaps I can ensure your succession to the title of Duke Zhao. One must admit, the third prince possessed an impressive knack for persuasion and grandiose promises, truly surpassing the crown prince. Had Zhao Wuxie not been frequently subjected to such grandiose illusions by his superiors back on Blue Star, he might have genuinely believed this fellow. Zhao Wuxie chuckled. In that case, let us discuss the elixirs once you ascend to the throne. Young Master Zhao, do you not realize the difference between enhancing beauty and providing assistance in times of need? Once I become emperor, everything in this world will belong to me. At that time, even if you are unwilling to part with your elixirs, you will be compelled to present them to me willingly. Your Highness, have you finished speaking? If so, I shall take my leave. Under the dark gaze of the third prince, Zhao Wuxie left without raising his head. After Zhao Wuxie departed, the third prince summoned his personal guard. Follow him, find a secluded spot, and eliminate him. Remember to bring back the elixir intact. Yes. Meanwhile, within the prince's residence, Qin Linshan furiously hurled the bedding onto the floor. What did you say? That scoundrel went to Qin Mu's estate. Indeed, Your Highness. That rascal. Could it be that he has already delivered the elixir to Qin Mu? Qin Linshan felt besieged by misfortunes. Not long ago, his father-in-law had tragically choked to death while eating tofu. The son of the Minister of Revenue, Ho Qing, had inexplicably perished in his auction house. Now, the Minister of Revenue suspected him of having a hand in Ho Qing's death. No matter how he explained, the man refused to believe it was an accident. What infuriated him the most was that the current Minister of Revenue was elderly, and Ho Qing's father had become the most likely candidate to inherit the position. If the misunderstanding could not be resolved, this man might very well align himself with Qin Mu. That would create a significant dilemma. All of this was already enough to weigh on his mind, and now Zhao Wuxie was meddling with the Qin state. Alas, this was simply intolerable. Suddenly, Qin Linshan recalled the guards he had dispatched days prior. He pondered, could it be that his guards had not betrayed him? Had they been slain by Qin Mu's men? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was indeed the truth. Thus, he waved his hand and summoned his personal guard. Continue to track Zhao Wuxie. If you encounter any of Qin Mu's men, eliminate them and frame Zhao Wuxie for it. The guard was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the crown prince intended to turn against the third prince? Though he did not fully comprehend, he still expressed his respect. As Zhao Wuxie made his way home from the third prince's estate, he sensed that two individuals were following him closely. Moreover, one of them exuded a palpable aura of hostility. Both were at the first level of the transcendent realm. This was quite the grand display. Zhao Wuxie lured them to a sufficiently remote location. Gentlemen, you have been tailing me for quite some time. Aren't you tired? The two hidden guards were momentarily stunned. They could not fathom how he had noticed them, and why he referred to them as two. There was clearly only one of them. They slowly emerged from the shadows, both gazing at each other in astonishment. Who are you? And who might you be? I am a guard of the third prince. Who are you? The crown prince's guard grinned widely. A guard of the third prince, you say? Ha! You are precisely the one I seek. With that, the crown prince's guard drew his sword and lunged at the other. The other guard was taken aback. What are you doing? Are you mad? Thus, the two sides clashed fiercely. Zhao Wuxie was utterly bewildered. Were these individuals not sent to kill him? Why were they now fighting amongst themselves? Digging into his storage pouch, Zhao Wuxie produced a handful of gold coins and said, I will pay you. Please, cease the fighting. The two guards stealthily evaded Zhao Wuxie's gold coins. You brat, go back where you came from. Can't you see we are occupied? Indeed, when masters engage, what business do you, a novice, have here? Zhao Wuxie's face darkened instantly. Since you refuse my coin, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The two guards burst into laughter at his words. Kid, are you not afraid of being beaten for speaking like that? Exactly. This kid thinks he is Zhao Lidong. But even if he were Zhao Lidong, what of it? He is just an ant. As their words fell, Zhao Wuxie pointed, and from the depths of the earth, a robust vine emerged. The two guards barely had time to react before they were ensnared. Shocked, they exclaimed, what is happening? Where did this vine come from? Zhao Wuxie approached slowly, removed their storage bags, and stuffed a handful of gold coins into their arms. Consider these coins a gift, he declared, turning to leave without a backward glance. The guards cursed. You little brat. Come back. Return my storage bag. Zhao Wuxie, return my belongings, or when I come down, you shall pay dearly. As their threats faded, the sky rumbled violently. Two bolts of lightning struck down, instantly scorching them. Chapter 51. Kill him. Meanwhile, the anxious third prince received a report from his guard. Your Highness, your personal guards have been struck dead by lightning. The third prince sprang from his seat in disbelief. What? Is that true? The guard threw the charred corpse onto the ground. Your Highness, see for yourself. Frowning, the third prince inspected the body and, confirming it was indeed his guard, collapsed in despair. Why is this happening? Could it be that Zhao Wuxie is a prodigious cultivator? Yet even if he were extraordinary, he should not be able to overpower my guards. After all, that scoundrel is merely 18. The thought of having provoked such a terrifying genius filled the third prince with dread. Biting his thumb, he appeared utterly helpless. His guard, noticing his anxiety, reassured him, Your Highness, you need not worry. Zhao Wuxie could never possess such strength. If you claim he lacks this power, then how do you explain the death of my guard? Did he accidentally get struck by lightning while walking? He is a transcendent expert. Even a fool knows to seek shelter during a storm. The guard continued. Your Highness, when I found your guard, I also saw another corpse. It appeared to belong to someone from the Crown Prince's residence. What? Where's that corpse? Take me to see it. The group made their way to the site of the lightning strike. There, the Crown Prince knelt, examining the body of his guard. Upon noticing their arrival, he looked up and saw the third prince. It's you. The third prince sneered. What brings you here, brother? Qin Linshan stared intently at Qin Mu, his gaze brimming with murderous intent, almost spilling from his eyes. Coldly, he inquired, Third brother, speak honestly. Was it you who ordered the assassination of my personal guard? I have my own question for you. Did you kill my personal guard? The subordinates of the third prince, in perfect synchrony, laid the charred corpse upon the ground. Upon witnessing this, the crown prince's furrowed brow relaxed, a sigh of relief escaping him. Thank goodness, the enemy's personal guard has also perished. The third prince observed the faint smile at the corner of the crown prince's lips and the easing of his brow. He immediately grasped the situation. His own guard had undoubtedly been slain at the hands of this scoundrel. Qin Mu replied coldly, What? Brother, do you find this amusing? At his words, Qin Linshan ceased his pretense and burst into laughter. Ha ha, indeed, it is quite humorous. Ha ha. The third prince's expression turned a dark shade of anger. Brother, were my men truly slain by your orders? The crown prince sneered, and if so, what then? Whether it is true or false, what can you do to me? Qin Mu, remember, I am the legitimate firstborn. You are merely a lowly, illegitimate son. The throne is not something a mere illegitimate child like you can aspire to. Upon hearing this, the corners of the third prince's mouth curled in a cold smile as he slowly retrieved a jade rui from his storage pouch. Brother, do you see what this is? Qin Linshan focused his gaze, and disbelief filled his eyes as he exclaimed, Impossible. How could father possibly entrust such an item to you? Humph. What is impossible? Father has confided in me that I am his true loyal heir. He will depose you and appoint me as the crown prince. Upon hearing this, Qin Linshan's fury surged, his veins bulging. Since ascending to this wretched position of crown prince, he had prided himself on maintaining decorum, carefully treading a path filled with trepidation. Yet, he could not comprehend why his father consistently favored the third prince, even bestowing upon him the jade rui. A symbol of imperial authority, jealousy tinged Qin Linshan's eyes a deep crimson, while fear gripped him regarding his uncertain future. If he were indeed deposed, history had shown that a deposed crown prince faced certain death. He could not allow himself to be cast aside. Gritting his teeth in silent resolve, he declared, Everyone, join me in slaying Qin Mu. His guards exchanged glances, apprehension evident in their faces. They were merely sent by the emperor to protect the crown prince. Would participating in this fraternal conflict lead to their annihilation? Qin Mu, alarmed by Qin Linshan's words, stumbled back and fell to the ground, trembling as he pointed a shaking finger at Qin Linshan. What are you planning to do? Qin Linshan cast a disdainful glance at Qin Mu before turning to his guards. Listen, you are my loyal guards, and you must understand that if I am deposed, your fates will not fare any better. However, should you aid me in eliminating the third prince, and I ascend the throne, I promise to grant you noble titles as lords of different surnames. The 13 personal guards behind the crown prince were visibly swayed by his words. Pray tell, how many in this world can withstand such temptation? They exchanged resolute glances, determination igniting within their eyes. Let us act. Thus, they surged forth towards the personal guards of Qin Mu. As an ordinary prince, Qin Mu was accompanied by merely 6 guards, placing him at a significant disadvantage in both numbers and combat prowess. One of the captains among the guards bellowed, Quickly, take his highness to safety. I shall hold them off. Qin Linshan sneered coldly. Escape? Do you really believe you can flee now? Attack. Slay them all. Terrified, Qin Mu trembled and cried out. You must ensure my safe passage. Once the deed is done, I shall reward you lavishly. In that moment, the once suave Qin Mu was reduced to a quivering coward. Utterly frightened, Qin Linshan, with a look of disdain, spat upon the ground. In a matter of moments, under the onslaught, the captain of Qin Mu's guards was brutally slain. The remaining guards immediately turned their attention to pursuing Qin Mu. Just as the prince believed victory was within his grasp, he remained blissfully unaware that within the palace, the emperor of the Great Qin had already witnessed the unfolding events through the celestial mechanism. The supervisor of the heavenly monitor bowed respectfully, Your Majesty. Shall we send someone to rescue the third prince? Qin Changsheng, intrigued, observed the fraternal conflict displayed within the celestial mechanism. He gently drummed his fingers upon the armrest of his dragon throne, chuckling. Not yet. Let us wait a while longer. We shall intervene when the moment of life and death draws near. The supervisor's spine chilled at these words. Truly, the emperor was devoid of compassion. It became evident that Qin Changsheng, In the eyes of the public, feigned affection for the third prince merely to incite discord between him and the crown prince, leading the third prince to believe he possessed a chance at the throne. This would compel him, either willingly or unwillingly, to engage in the struggle for succession. The sole purpose of the third prince was to serve as a counterbalance to the crown prince and to maintain equilibrium within the court. Once his utility waned, this merciless sovereign would unceremoniously cast him aside. Chapter 52. Intrigued Qin Chongqing inquired, what precisely was the nature of the 2 bolts of lightning that struck down earlier? Do you have any insights now? The supervisor of the Heavenly Monitor responded with utmost respect. Your Majesty, those 2 bolts were divine punishment. Oh, divine punishment? What could warrant such a phenomenon? Why would 2 mere personal guards trigger divine retribution? This matter eludes my understanding. Qin Chongqing rose from his throne, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The recent days had been exceedingly peculiar. First, within the Zhao royal residence, hundreds of servants had perished under mysterious circumstances. The Grand Master of the Great Qin, Monk Jiekong, had vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, one of his sons also met an untimely demise. Then, there were the sudden deaths of the Ministry of Revenue's officer's son and the Crown Prince's father-in-law. An alarming number of individuals had succumbed to death recently. The instincts of a sovereign warned him that something was amiss. He had dispatched individuals to investigate this matter discreetly, yet the findings consistently pointed to mere accidents. However, if these incidents had occurred 1 or 2 at a time, he might have dismissed them as unfortunate coincidences. Yet, the simultaneous occurrence of these events could not possibly be mere chance. In recent days, he has made attempts to contact Jinshan Temple, hoping they could provide information regarding the whereabouts of the monk Jiekong. However, inexplicably, the temple has recently closed its gates. This is simply astonishing. Ever since Jiekong became the national master, the monks of Jinshan Temple have expressed their desire to descend the mountain and propagate the teachings of Buddhism on numerous occasions. Initially, Qin Chongqing had refused their requests out of concern for the empire's safety. This indicates that Jinshan Temple is not content with its current state. They aspire to enhance their influence within the Qin Empire. Yet, if that is the case, they should not have chosen this critical moment to seal themselves off. Qin Chongqing inquired multiple times about the reason, but the monks merely evaded him with justifications about the Buddhist path being distant from worldly affairs. It is clear that something significant must have transpired at Jinshan Temple. As an emperor, it is deeply unsettling to realize that events are unfolding within his own realm of which he is unaware. Qin Chongqing asked, have those 2 royal guards committed any heinous acts recently? To which he received the reply, Your Majesty, they have been trailing a young man named Zhao Wuxie. It was during this pursuit that they were struck by lightning. Oh, why were they following him? Your Majesty, they were dispatched by the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, with the objective of acquiring 3 elixirs imbued with medicinal patterns that Zhao Wuxie possesses. Upon hearing this, Qin Chongqing's spirit surged. What did you say? Medicinal pattern elixirs? Is this true? Indeed. This matter is absolutely verifiable. Many witnesses at the auction house can attest to it. Such extraordinary elixirs. And they do not present them to me. This fellow must be punished. By the way, who is this Zhao Wuxie? He is the illegitimate son of the Zhao Wang and a maid within the household. He usually maintains a low profile and seldom appears in public. Upon hearing the name Zhao Wang, Qin Chongqing's expression turned grave. Initially, he had considered coercing Zhao Wuxie into surrendering the elixirs and revealing their origins. It now appears that he must deliberate more cautiously. He commanded, from now on, keep a close watch on this Zhao Wuxie. If anything is discovered, report it to me immediately. At this moment, the third prince's personal guards had been completely exterminated, and one of the guards' left arms had been severed. Qin Linshan, wielding a bloodied sword, laughed maniacally. Ha, little brother, today is your day of reckoning. You thought you could be so arrogant. A mere illegitimate son dares to climb above me. You truly deserve this. Qin Mu's face had turned pale, his features contorted in pain. He trembled and pleaded, Elder brother, please spare me. I shall never dare again. Qin Linshan coldly scoffed. Now you seek mercy? It is too late. With that, Qin Linshan swung his sword, aiming for Qin Mu's neck. In that critical moment, Qin Chongqing suddenly descended from the heavens, accompanied by a squad of dragon guards. Unfilial son, cease this at once. The voice of Qin Mu reverberated, threatening to shatter the eardrums of those present. Several nearby royal guards were left bloodied and unconscious from the shock. Qin Linshan, filled with terror, gazed at his father, the emperor, his sword slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. He fell to his knees, exclaiming, Father. He sought a pretext to obfuscate the matter, yet after much contemplation, he could not conjure a plausible excuse. Qin Chongqing snorted coldly, Silence. How cruel you are to your own brother. It is a disgrace that you are Zheng's son. From this day forth, you shall no longer be the crown prince. Zheng will strip you of your title. As for your guards, they shall be punished along with your entire clan. The dragon guards promptly detained the crown prince's loyal attendants. Your Majesty, spare us. We were compelled. It was the crown prince who forced our hand. Qin Linshan felt as though his spine had been severed, collapsing helplessly to the ground. He understood that with the loss of his title, his fate was sealed. Qin Mu trembled with excitement, aware that his time was about to dawn. After all, his father cherished him greatly. Wasn't the position of crown prince a certainty? Qin Chongqing helped Qin Mu to his feet, offering him a healing pill. He patted Qin Mu's shoulder, reassuring him, rest well and recover, and then soared into the sky. Qin Mu stood dazed, bewildered. Wasn't this the moment to declare him the next crown prince? What did rest well mean? Was this the end? Yet, upon reflection, he found solace. Surely, his father intended for him to heal before ascending to the throne. Yes, that must be it. His father truly loved him. At that moment, Zhao Wuxie felt a chill creep down his spine, sensing a pair of eyes watching him from behind. Each time he turned, he found nothing but emptiness. He contemplated activating his heavy pupil to investigate, but feared his secret might be uncovered. Suppressing his unease, he hurried back to his residence. By now, Yuling had finished her training, having reached the 7th level of the Golden Core. In the grand scheme of the Qin Empire, this level was considered exceptional. Zhao Wuxie was pleased. The stronger she became, the more secure he felt. Upon returning to his abode, the sensation of being watched vanished entirely. Meanwhile, within the palace, the astral monitor murmured, "What is happening? Why can I no longer detect him?" Zhao Wuxie chuckled coldly. Having been spied upon for so long, it was now his turn to observe. Chapter 53. Whom do you favor more? Upon activating his heavy pupil, Zhao Wuxie finally discerned who had been watching him. A sudden alertness surged within him as he realized he had caught the attention of that old emperor. He silently resolved to exercise more caution in the future. Yuling gazed at Zhao Wuxie with her beautiful eyes, curiosity evident on her face. Zhao Wuxie turned to her, a smile gracing his lips. He lifted Yuling effortlessly, playfully tapping her soft posterior, a sensation that sent a delightful shiver through Zhao Wuxie. Last time, she had promised to serve him well. Now it was time for her to exert herself. The next day, as was his custom, Zhao Wuxie brought Yuling to the princess's residence for a meal. Qin Fengming was inexplicably grinning, as if celebrating some joyous occasion. Zhao Wuxie inquired, "What is it that has you so cheerful? Have you struck it rich?" "Not at all." "Haha, you won't believe it. Yesterday my 2 foolish brothers got into a brawl, nearly causing a calamity. What does their quarrel have to do with you?" "Why the merriment?" "Humph, you don't understand. My father has only 3 sons, and my second brother recently passed away. If my eldest brother and third brother were to fight to the death, do you think my father would let me ascend to the throne?" "Haha, just thinking about it gets me a bit riled up." Zhao Wuxie could not help but roll his eyes. "You must be dreaming." Setting aside the fact that they are both alive, even if they were to die, the throne would not fall to you. "Why not? Your father is still young and can have more children." Qin Fengming was immediately doused with cold water at this revelation. In truth, the old man, Qin Chongqing, had been frequenting the harem lately, engaging in procreation activities almost daily. Zhao Wuxie observed this with keen clarity. Qin Fengming huffed, "Do I truly have no chance at all?" "There is a chance, but it hinges on your willingness to comprehend and seize it." "And how would I do that?" Zhao Wuxie gestured to himself. "I can lend you a helping hand." Qin Fengming cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Wuxie. "Huffed, you? Indeed. Just wait until the day my father unexpectedly passes away. I will ascend to the throne of Zhao and command the Western Liang cavalry. If you wish to be emperor, wouldn't it be merely a matter of my word?" "Impossible. Even if the Zhao king were to die, the throne would never fall to you. You are merely a bastard." Gently caressing Qin Fengming's fair cheek, he smiled. "I dare to pursue a princess and even win her affection. So why shouldn't I take a shot at the Zhao throne?" With a frosty demeanor, Qin Fengming retorted. "You dare to say before me that you intend to usurp my fiancée's throne? Do you have no shame?" Zhao Wuxie leaned in, kissing the delicate skin of her neck. "Sister-in-law, who do you find more to your liking, me or Zhao Lidong?" Qin Fengming, gradually succumbing to her emotions, let out soft gasps. Don't tease me. Even if I prefer you, how would you claim the throne? My father would never agree. This matter need not concern you. You must understand that in this world, when faced with absolute power and wealth, all rules become mere illusions. And I, above all, possess an abundance of both. Princess, if you aspire to become empress, you must serve me well." Zhao Wuxie's lips and hands grew increasingly audacious. For hours later, he withdrew the formation flags from the room and stepped out. Deep within the palace, the astronomical bureau found itself in utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend the actions of the young Zhao Wuxie in the princess's chamber. Their astonishment escalated upon witnessing Qin Fengming emerge from the room, his face flushed. They could not help but marvel silently at Zhao's audacious prowess, managing to ensnare even a princess. Did he not fear the wrath of the emperor? After some time, he regained his composure and wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating whether to inform the emperor. Revealing such a scandal could lead to dire consequences for him as the keeper of this secret. Yet, to remain silent would be an act of disloyalty. Just as he grappled with his dilemma, a cacophony of screams echoed from outside. The head of the astronomical bureau furrowed his brow and stepped outside, only to encounter a hurried eunuch. He halted the eunuch, curiosity piqued. What has transpired outside? Why such a clamor? The chief eunuch chuckled lightly. Is this not our esteemed master of the astronomical bureau, who knows the heavens and the earth? Surely, you can deduce the cause of this minor disturbance without needing to inquire of me? Li Xinhai retorted with irritation. This is the imperial palace. How could I dare to pry indiscriminately? The chief eunuch scrutinized Li Xinhai, his eyes darting with mischief. I could divulge this matter to you, but what? Li Xinhai pressed. The eunuch raised a hand, rubbing his index and middle fingers against his thumb. You understand. Frustration surged through the elder as he regarded the insatiable greed of these individuals. However, it was undeniable that the most reliable information within the palace resided with the eunuchs. Reluctantly, he produced a silver coin and placed it in the eunuch's palm. Now can you speak? The eunuch waved the coin, an expression of disdain crossing his features. Is this all? Quite meager. Yet, recognizing Li Xinhai's favor with the emperor, he begrudgingly accepted the coin and replied, Those old codgers heard that the emperor intends to strip the crown prince of his title, and they all knelt before him, attempting to pressure him. In a fit of rage, the emperor condemned them all to death by beating. What? You mean they were executed? The chief eunuch chuckled. 200 strokes for each. Administered by the fiercest of the dragon guards. Is this not a death sentence in itself? Oh, Li, did you witness that gruesome spectacle? My heart raced with every thud. Li, what do you intend to do? I must seek an audience with the emperor. Li, do not be foolish. After all these years, do you not understand the emperor's mind? What do you mean? Consider it. The emperor has been engrossed in his pursuit of immortality, consuming vast resources, while these ministers provide no relief and only hinder him. If they are not to perish, then who shall? At these words, a chill ran down Li Xinhai's spine. In the eyes of His Majesty today, could it be that all his sons are merely pawns? If he treats his own flesh and blood this way, what of himself? Is he not even worth a pawn? Chapter 54. The clan comparison begins. How many ministers are there in total? Perhaps about 40% of the court. After all, the court must be maintained. Li Xinhai felt utterly disheartened by this emperor's coldness. Originally, he had intended to risk his life to report the matter between Zhao Wuxie and the princess to Qin Chongqing. However, it seemed unnecessary. Such a cruel emperor was not worth his effort. Coming to this realization, Li Xinhai's guilt dissipated entirely. He exhaled deeply and returned once more. The chief eunuch looked on, perplexed. Following Qin Chongqing's recent purge, the entire Qin Empire found itself devoid of dissent against his use of national resources for cultivation. Upon returning to his residence, Zhao Wuxie was unexpectedly greeted by Lu Xiangling once again. It was hard to tell if it was an illusion, but he felt that her skin appeared even more fair and radiant than before. If one were to judge her solely by appearance, disregarding her aura, one might easily believe she was but 18 years of age. What brings you here? Lu Xiangling feigned anger. What? Are you not welcoming me? Zhao Wuxie stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her waist. Lu Xiangling retorted playfully. How dare you? Are you not afraid of my father seeing? He is currently entangled with another woman and has no time for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangling stiffened, her expression turning exceedingly grim. How do you know this? Zhao Wuxie buried his head into the peaks of her shoulders, inhaling the fresh air above. And who are those two women? Lu Xiangling pouted. The two princesses of the later Jin. Zhao Wuxie was taken aback. Could his father be so audacious? Did he not fear being discovered by Qin Chongqing, leading to his family's annihilation? Sensing Zhao Wuxie's shock radiating from him, Lu Xiangling smiled. Your father is quite similar to you, a bold fellow indeed. But do not worry excessively. Your father once frequented brothels with His Majesty in his youth. Their bond is so close that they could share the same pair of trousers. He would not harbor suspicions over such trivial matters. You speak of brothels when Qin Chongqing was yet to ascend the throne, correct? Indeed, back then, His Majesty was merely an uncherished prince of Jin. Your father played a significant role in his rise to the throne. After hearing this, Zhao Wuxie could nearly conclude that his father had long since been marked for death by Qin Chongqing, a man aware of the emperor's youthful indiscretions, wielding military power and boasting significant merit, capable of influencing the succession of the throne, and one who flaunts his favor by consorting with a foreign princess. Any one of these factors suffices as grounds for his demise. With all these points combined, Zhao Wuxie could hardly believe that Qin Chongqing would allow him to remain unharmed. Lu Xiangling gently caressed Zhao Wuxie's head, a charming smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "Are you merely planning to savor the aroma, or do you intend to engage in a more profound conversation with me?" Zhao Wuxie grinned widely, lifting her effortlessly and striding towards the room. For hours later, Lu Xiangling wiped the fragrant sweat from her brow, her face flushed as she stated, "I came here solely to inform you that tomorrow is the clan competition at the Zhaowang mansion. Do remember to attend, and do not overexert yourself. If you find yourself outmatched, concede immediately. I cannot bear to see you hurt, for it would truly distress me." "Understood," Zhao Wuxie replied. After Lu Xiangling departed, he presented the items he had acquired from the 2 personal guards to Yu Ling. This time, he had procured a total of 5 drops of celestial essence, all of which he generously bestowed upon her, for she was his chief bodyguard and devoted companion. The following morning, Zhao Wuxie arrived at the Zhaowang mansion as promised. This visit was markedly different from the previous one, as he was greeted by an array of unfamiliar faces. Most of those who had bullied him in the past had either perished or were no longer present. The new arrivals were far more respectful and allowed him entry without a hitch. Upon entering, Zhao Wuxie encountered Zhao Yu, the very individual who had tormented him mercilessly. "Ah, who might that be?" Zhao Yu mocked. "It is none other than the useless Zhao Wuxie. After all these years, I am surprised you have not been disowned by the family." Zhao Wuxie regarded him, adorned in gleaming golden armor and flanked by an entourage of sycophants, and replied coolly, "I too am astonished that you are still alive. They say the battlefield is perilous, a place where survival is a mere chance. I see no scars on you. Could it be that you have fled from battle?" Zhao Yu's expression darkened at this retort, and his companion, Zhao Qin, immediately rebuked Zhao Wuxie. "How dare you speak so? Brother Zhao Yu has returned from the front lines, risking his life for the Zhaowang mansion. Instead of expressing gratitude for his contributions, you stand here with your sarcastic remarks. You are simply despicable." The surrounding crowd echoed her indignation, launching a barrage of mindless accusations at Zhao Wuxie. Just a waste of space. If he weren't the family head's son, he would have been expelled long ago. Indeed, his incompetence is one thing, but to harbor jealousy towards the capable is nothing short of villainous. Zhao Yu, reveling in his moment of triumph, would have relished the opportunity to force a handful of gold coins into Zhao Wuxie's mouth had it not been for the watchful eyes of the officials discreetly monitoring the situation. However, the thought only fueled his ire further. He approached Zhao Wuxie, placing a hand lightly on his shoulder. "Remove your filthy hand, you scoundrel. Do not soil my armor." Zhao Yu bellowed. Zhao Wuxie merely smiled, remaining silent. Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed from his palm, enveloping Zhao Yu entirely. Just as Zhao Yu opened his mouth to curse, no sound escaped. His body convulsed, and he promptly fainted. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. What had just transpired? Why had Zhao Yu collapsed? It must be a case of acclimatization issues. I shall summon the doctor at once. A few individuals, having discerned the unfolding events, could not suppress their nervous gulps. Their gazes towards Zhao Wuxie were laden with apprehension. Zhao Wuxie flashed a grin, addressing them. "My friends, what is the rush?" One at a time, he advanced towards the crowd, and with each step he took, another person inexplicably collapsed to the ground. At this juncture, even the most obtuse among them recognized that this predicament was undoubtedly linked to Zhao Wuxie. Expressions of terror filled their faces as they stammered, "Why you, stay back, or I shall scream." "Zhao Wuxie, do not be so arrogant. I am a formidable practitioner in the body refinement stage. I fear you not." Yet, Zhao Wuxie offered no reply, continuing his slow approach. He relished the psychological torment he inflicted upon others. Before long, the ground was strewn with individuals convulsing, frothing at the mouth, and rolling their eyes, 8 in total. Zhao Wuxie stepped into the fray. Today, the Zhao residence was graced by a gathering of notable figures from the Qin Empire, including the esteemed Li Qingyang and Mo Qingyi from the Sword Pavilion. At that moment, Zhao Lidong was ingratiating himself with Mo Qingyi, who was laughing heartily at his flattery, completely neglecting his beautiful fiancée. It served him right for being cuckolded. Upon Zhao Wuxie's entrance, the previously cheerful Mo Qingyi's demeanor shifted to icy disdain. She had not forgotten that this man had spurned her master's invitation. "Humph. What brings you here? Regretful, are we? Seeking to implore my master to accept you as a disciple?" The surrounding crowd, upon hearing her words, ceased their conversations. Their curiosity piqued. Zhao Lidong, perplexed, inquired, "Miss Mo, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that your master wishes to take my brother Zhao Wuxie as a disciple?" Eager ears perked up at this revelation. After all, this was none other than the legendary sword god. It had been over 20 years since there had been any indication of him accepting disciples. Countless talents had sought his mentorship during this time, only to be gently rebuffed by sword god Li Qingyang, who had declared that he would not accept students unless they were extraordinary prodigies. Was it possible that the sun had risen from the west this time? Was Li Qingyang finally inclined to take on a disciple? Yet, why would he choose Zhao Wuxie, deemed a failure? Wasn't Zhao Wuxie incapable of cultivation? So many questions swirled in their minds, as they pondered whether the sword god had indeed changed his mind about accepting disciples. No one believed Zhao Wuxie to be an extraordinary genius. He appeared far too ordinary. There were no celestial phenomena heralding his birth. To all appearances, he seemed merely a common individual. Mo Qingyi nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, my master does intend to take him as a disciple, but that fool actually rejected the offer." What? Such a thing truly occurred. Zhao Lidong could no longer remain seated, rising in excitement. At that moment, a conjecture began to form in his mind. He harbored grave suspicions that the fragment of the supreme bone within Zhao Wuxie was intricately linked to the path of the sword. And this particular bone was anything but ordinary. Otherwise, with Li Qingyang's temperament, he would never have taken a fancy to someone as devoid of cultivation as Zhao Wuxie. After all, he had just been rejected by Li Qingyang. Despite being the Thunder Abyss saint body, it had not stirred Li Qingyang's heart, which underscored the stringent criteria he currently held for accepting disciples. Hence, that fragment of the supreme bone was something he coveted fervently. Lightning flickered in Zhao Lidong's eyes. But amidst the thunder, there was a faint hint of bloodlust. The moment he felt a stir of ambition, he sensed his heart racing uncontrollably. A voice echoed in his mind. "Kill him! Kill him!" Zhao Lidong experienced a moment of dizziness, vigorously shaking his head until he regained his composure. He clutched his chest, attributing the sensation to a lack of rest and dismissing it lightly. When the crowd learned of Zhao Wuxie's rejection of Li Qingyang's invitation, some sighed in regret. Others pounded their chests in frustration, some seethed with jealousy, and a few wore sardonic smiles. There were even those who, in a fit of rage, rose from their seats, pointing at Zhao Wuxie and berating him. "You are a fool. No, you are even less than a fool. Zhao Wuxie, you have truly infuriated me. How could you squander such a splendid opportunity? You are as useless as mud that cannot be molded." Zhao Wuxie surveyed the surroundings, committing the faces of his detractors to memory. When the day came that he was no longer under surveillance, he vowed to reward each of them with a gold coin. While others continued their tirades, some quick-witted individuals had already begun kneeling to Li Qingyang in hopes of becoming his disciples. Among them was a portly man who slid to the ground in a seamless motion, leaving onlookers astonished. Dong Tianbao knelt, prostrating himself fully and imploring, "I beseech the sword god to accept me as a disciple. I, Dong Tianbao, shall dedicate myself to the art of swordsmanship daily and will not disappoint your dedicated teachings." Only then did the crowd realize, internally cursing, that this lad was exceedingly cunning. Why had they not thought of that? With Dong Tianbao's lead, the others were eager to follow suit. Li Qingyang felt a surge of exasperation. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force lifted Dong Tianbao from the ground, while simultaneously preventing the others from kneeling. He spoke earnestly, "Please, do not kneel. You do not meet the requirements. I shall not accept you as disciples. My conditions remain unchanged. My final disciple must be an unparalleled prodigy. Otherwise, I shall not take on any more students." The crowd was perplexed. One person pointed at Zhao Wuxie and exclaimed, "Could it be that this rascal is the unparalleled prodigy?" Another chimed in, "Indeed. We do not meet the criteria. Does that mean Zhao Wuxie does?" They exchanged incredulous glances. He hardly resembled an exceptional talent. The people of the Zhao Wangfu claimed he was a waste who understood nothing of cultivation. "Li Sword God, do not appease Zhao Wang at our expense." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyang's expression darkened, and the aura of his sword surged forth. The crowd turned pale with fear. The individual who had just questioned Li Qingyang was instantly struck with terror, trembling in fear. He hastily knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Li Qingyang let out a cold snort, declaring, "Humph! Why should I, the sword god Li Qingyang, bow to anyone? And you? Do you truly believe you are worthy of my deceit? You overestimate yourself." Yes, I was wrong. I was too arrogant. Please forgive me, esteemed senior. Begone." Indeed. Thank you for sparing my life." The man promptly scrambled to his feet and fled in disgrace, casting a venomous glance at Zhao Wuxie before departing. Zhao Wuxie approached the amused Qin Fengming and inquired, "Who was that fellow who just pointed at me and called me worthless, then dared to glare at me as he left?" That person. I know him, but I shan't reveal his identity." Zhao Wuxie smiled, whispering into Qin Fengming's ear, "No worries. I shall ensure your lips are sealed soon enough." Qin Fengming shot him a fierce glare, retorting, "Humph. Do you think I fear you?" In the distance, Zhao Lidong was seething with rage. That scoundrel was too close to his stunning fiancée. It was utterly intolerable. He silently vowed that once he acquired Zhao Wuxie's supreme bone, he would exact 1,000-fold vengeance. Farther away, Lu Xiangling was so furious she was stomping her feet. She had intended to take advantage of her husband's absence to have a private conversation with Zhao Wuxie, but to her dismay, he seemed only to have eyes for the princess. Chapter 56. Where have the monks of Jinshan Temple gone? Li Qingyang surveyed his surroundings, perplexed, and remarked, "Why do I not see any high monks from Jinshan Temple? Aren't they usually eager to join the fray? Returning to you, esteemed senior. It is said that Jinshan Temple has recently closed its mountain." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyang breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the monks from Jinshan Temple would seek revenge on him. Zhao Wuxie secretly conveyed, "Esteemed senior, why do you think they have closed their mountain?" Li Qingyang immediately recalled the incident of slaying the monk Bukong. He mused, could it be that they are afraid after I killed their elder? He contemplated this notion, finding it quite plausible. Yet, he still feigned profundity and asked, "So, Zhao, what do you believe is the reason for Jinshan Temple's closure?" Hearing this, Zhao Lidong's heart soared with joy. He knew that the sword god held him in high regard, even addressing him as a friend and treating him as an equal. The crowd was equally astonished, resolutely deciding to cultivate a good relationship with Zhao Lidong. He promptly responded, "Esteemed senior, I suspect they might be preoccupied with some urgent matter." Li Qingyang remained non-committal, turning his gaze toward Zhao Wuxie. Zhao Wuxie tapped his ear, directing his gaze elsewhere, feigning ignorance. He did not wish to provide this old man with an opportunity to show off. Mo Qingyi scolded, "Zhao Wuxie, my master is speaking to you. Why do you not respond?" The crowd erupted in astonishment. The esteemed sword god referred to this friend as a mere illegitimate son of the Zhao royal family. Why? What gave him the right? This was the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Zhao Lidong found himself in a mortifying predicament, wishing desperately for a crevice to swallow him whole. Zhao Wuxie remarked, "Oh, I thought he was conversing with my brother." At this utterance, the crowd once again turned their attention to Zhao Lidong, who, in his embarrassment, felt as if he could fashion a 3-room apartment beneath his feet. Mo Qingyi coldly interjected, "Is there not just you as my master's only friend? Who else could it possibly be?" Zhao Wuxie nodded. "Oh, I was unaware, my apologies. But what about my master's query? You ought to respond promptly." Scratching his head, Zhao Wuxie mused, "I believe the reason Jinshansi has sealed its mountains may be related to the demise of the monk Bukong." The crowd gasped, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. What? The monk Bukong has perished? Surely not. He is a pinnacle of the golden elixir. Who could possibly have slain him? No wonder they sealed the mountains. They must be afraid and unwilling to descend, considering these bald monks have a penchant for meddling and have offended many. How did the monk Bukong meet his end? One individual inquired, skepticism tinged in his voice. Perhaps Zhao Wuxie is merely spinning tales. If the monk Bukong truly had perished, there would be some sign of it. Sealing the mountains is a significant occurrence. What sort of commotion were they expecting? That does seem plausible. Otherwise, one cannot fathom why these bothersome bald monks would opt to seal themselves away. Another asked, "Zhao Wuxie, how did you come to know of this? Who told you?" It was Senior Li. The crowd erupted in astonishment, casting glances toward Li Qingyang. Li Qingyang affirmed, "Indeed, the monk Bukong has passed." "What? Senior Li, do you know how he met his demise?" "Yes, who in this world could have killed him? Was it perhaps an assassin from the later Jin?" Li Qingyang slowly produced a recording stone. As it glimmered with a white light, an ethereal screen materialized in the air, displaying the scene of Bukong's tribulation. The crowd buzzed with excitement. "Oh, why is it thundering? Is the thunder pursuing the monk Bukong? Could it be that he is undergoing tribulation? Truly, a remarkable high monk. Undoubtedly a venerable elder of Jin Shanxi. Since the founding of our great Qin Empire, we have yet to witness a practitioner of tribulation. Alas, it is regrettable that he likely perished during the trial. No wonder he met such a fate. With such terrifying thunderbolts pursuing him, it would be nearly impossible to survive." "What a pity," one enlightened individual exclaimed. "What the hell? This bald monk is allowing his juniors to shield him from the thunderstorm. Is he even human? Such behavior is beastly. This hypocritical creature deserves to be struck down by the very thunder he invokes. Indeed, such an old wretch brings this upon himself. Let the thunder strike him down." The crowd's sentiments toward Bukong shifted dramatically, their prior admiration now replaced with vehement disdain. The final image from the recording stone lingered on the moment the last Arhut was struck down. The crowd lingered on, dissatisfied. Why has it ended? I wanted to witness the scene of the old monk's demise. How could it just stop? Exactly. It was utterly unsatisfying. I was fully engrossed. Why has it ended? Li Qingyang cleared his throat and said, "Gentlemen, do not rush. I possess another recording stone." "Excellent, Senior Li. Hurry. Let us see how that bald monk met his demise." "Very well, I shall reveal it now." Zhao Wuxie couldn't help but roll his eyes at the old man's penchant for ostentation. Li Qingyang activated the second recording stone, and the scene displayed within the luminescent screen unveiled the moment when Li Qingyang delivered his final strike, cleaving the monk Wukong. The onlookers were taken aback by the revelation. They had not anticipated that the formidable monk Wukong would fall to the sword of the legendary sword god, Li Qingyang. Even more astonishing was the realization that the monk had failed to withstand a single strike from the sword god. Rumors had long circulated that the two were evenly matched. Could it be that Li Qingyang's swordsmanship had ascended to new heights? At that moment, one among them inquired, "Sword god, have you perhaps mastered the essence of the sword?" Li Qingyang stroked his beard and smiled. "Not yet, but I am close. Just a step away." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Since the founding of the Great Qin, no one had yet grasped the essence of the sword. Li Qingyang was poised to carve his name into history. Mo Qingyi, filled with pride, could not resist taunting Zhao Wuxie. "Zhao Wuxie, do you not feel a pang of regret for having rejected my master?" Ha! Her words turned Zhao Wuxie into the target of scorn, with the crowd expressing their disdain for his lack of discernment, calling him short-sighted and hopeless. Zhao Wuxie found himself at a loss for words in the face of such an unreasonable woman. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in armor entered the room, exuding the scent of blood and stained with gore. Upon his entrance, he spoke, "My apologies for keeping you waiting. His Majesty summoned me for an urgent matter, and thus I was delayed. Please forgive my lack of hospitality." "Greetings, Your Majesty Zhao. Where might you have been?" Zhao Huai responded. "The Jinshan Temple has committed treason, attempting to incite rebellion. His Majesty dispatched me to quell the insurrection, which has now been subdued." The assembly gasped in disbelief. Could it be that this ancient and powerful Jinshan Temple had been eradicated by the decree of the Great Qin Emperor? The thought was terrifying. How had they accomplished such a feat? Even with Wukong's demise, the temple boasted numerous formidable golden elixir experts and a powerful protective array. Although the Great Qin Empire's military was formidable, annihilating them would not be an easy endeavor. How had Zhao Huai managed to extinguish the Jinshan Temple before any rumors had circulated? And why would His Majesty seek to destroy the Jinshan Temple? As for Zhao Huai's claims of rebellion, none present were fools. They were utterly unconvinced. Their instincts told them that this operation to eradicate the Jinshan Temple had been meticulously planned, as such swift success seemed improbable without prior scheming. After all, this is the mighty Qin Empire, the second most powerful sect. Li Qingyang wore a solemn expression. He felt a sense of melancholy akin to the sorrow of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox upon hearing of the destruction of the Jinshan Temple. Simultaneously, a wave of unease washed over him, fearing that the emperor of the Qin Empire might one day whimsically decide to target the sword pavilion. He tightened his grip on the sword he cradled, and his anxiety dissipated instantly. After all, he was the sword god, the supreme being of the entire Qin Empire. Even if the emperor were to set his sights on the sword pavilion, he would have to reckon with the long sword in his hand. Zhao Huaizhong declared, "Now that everyone is gathered, let us commence." An elderly man with silver hair beside him nodded and stated, "This clan competition will proceed in a one-on-one format. The name I announce will be the one to ascend the stage. The rules are simple. Whoever is thrown off the platform first, or who voluntarily concedes, will lose. The victor must refrain from further attacks. Do you understand?" The Zhao clan disciples chorused, "Understood." The first round, Zhao Wuxie versus Zhao Yu. Zhao Wuxie frowned. Sensing that this old man was targeting him, he distinctly recalled that previous competitions were determined by drawing lots to ensure absolute fairness. Yet this time, the order was dictated by that old man's whims. The onlookers exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that there was something amiss with this competition. However, since it was a private matter of the Zhao royal family, they felt it sufficient to merely observe. At the same time, they were keenly curious to discover the capabilities of the youth whom the sword god Li Qingyang had favored. As Zhao Wuxie took to the stage, he waited for an extended period. Zhao Yu did not ascend the platform. The crowd's confusion grew, scanning the area but failing to locate him. Zhao Huaizhong's expression turned a shade of iron. He had not anticipated that a junior he had favored would falter at such a critical moment, bringing shame upon the Zhao royal family in front of so many. Zhao Wuxie yawned and asked, "Elder, may I step down?" The elder glanced at Zhao Huaizhong, who remained silent, neither nodding nor shaking his head. The elder, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Please wait a moment longer." He also sent someone to seek out Zhao Yu. Before long, Zhao Yu was carried in by a group of attendants. The crowd looked on in bewilderment at this figure clad in golden armor, yet charred all over, resembling someone who had just returned from coal mining. Zhao Wuxie immediately leapt down from the platform and rushed to Zhao Yu's side, delivering a resounding slap. "Wake up! Wake up! What time is it? How can you still be asleep?" The sharp sound of the slap made the onlookers shudder involuntarily, each one instinctively touching their own face, silently remarking on the ruthlessness of this young man toward his clan brother. Zhao Yu's face swelled from the slap, and he awoke in a daze. Still unable to comprehend the situation, Just then, another slap echoed. Zhao Wuxie finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, very well. It is finally symmetrical. It looks much more pleasing now. Zhao Yu covered his face, which had been beaten into a pulp, and pointed at Zhao Wuxie, exclaiming, Zhao Wuxie, are you seeking death? Zhao Wuxie grasped Zhao Yu's hand and replied, Cousin, I am merely showing concern for you. Why are you so enraged? Is this how you express concern? I believe you are simply seizing the opportunity to exact revenge. Have I not previously struck you, berated you, humiliated you, and tormented you? For such trifles, must you harbor resentment? Oh, my handsome face. If it becomes disfigured, just wait and see how I will deal with you. The onlookers averted their gazes. Bemused. Was this fellow truly dazed from the beating? Did he not hear the absurdity of his own words? He had treated Zhao Wuxie this way. Was it not natural for others to hold grudges and retaliate? Zhao Wuxie chuckled awkwardly. Huh? Cousin, how could you think that? I am not one to hold grudges. As he spoke, he helped Zhao Yu ascend the arena, glancing at the elder and inquiring, Shall we commence? The elder nodded in affirmation. Just as the elder's head had barely settled, Zhao Yu was still trying to grasp the situation when Zhao Wuxie delivered a powerful punch to Zhao Yu's face. A bloodstained tooth flew out. Zhao Yu winced in pain, his words escaping through clenched teeth. Zhao Wuxie, what are you doing? Are you seeking death? No sooner had he spoken than another punch landed squarely on his face, his mouth now full of blood, rendering the number of broken teeth unidentifiable. Zhao Yu stumbled, nearly toppling off the arena, but Zhao Wuxie quickly steadied him, saying, Be careful, cousin. You mustn't fall. Come, stand in the center of the arena. It's dangerous near the edge. Dazed, Zhao Yu was pulled to the center. He could not fathom why his clan brother, who had just been so fierce, was now treating him so amiably. The spectators exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar. They thought, this lad is truly wicked. To take this chance for revenge. He won't even allow his clan brother to lose. Those Zhao family members who had previously bullied Zhao Wuxie felt a chill down their spines. But upon recalling that Zhao Wuxie was not skilled in cultivation, their fears subsided. Their gazes, however, turned increasingly sinister, fixated on Zhao Wuxie. Only Qin Fengming was doubled over with laughter, nearly gasping for breath. She found Zhao Wuxie utterly delightful in his mischief. Her maid, anxiously patting her back, feared she might not catch her breath and faint. Lu Xiangling gently caressed her ample bosom, genuinely concerned for Zhao Wuxie's well-being. However, it appeared that fortune smiled upon him today, as Zhao Yu was indeed injured. Only Zhao Lidong and his son wore expressions as grim as storm clouds. Chapter 58. Zhao Ke. As soon as Zhao Yu was assisted to the center of the arena, Zhao Wuxie executed a shoulder throw, slamming his opponent to the ground. Then, with a flurry of punches raining down like torrential raindrops upon Zhao Yu's face, the latter found himself entirely bewildered. He had no understanding of the unfolding events. Nor could he comprehend why Zhao Wuxie was suddenly attacking him. He did not even grasp where he was or what he was meant to do. Whenever he felt on the brink of losing consciousness, Zhao Wuxie would express profound concern and discreetly administer a life-saving blow to his heart. The scene on the arena was gruesomely violent. It had transcended mere combat, evolving instead into an exhibition of unilateral brutality. The elder cast another glance at Zhao Huaizhong, seeking to gauge his opinion on whether to intervene in a contest that had long since determined its victor. He was genuinely apprehensive about the potential for fatality if the fighting continued. Suddenly, Zhao Huaizhong slammed his hand against the armrest of his seat and stood up, declaring, Enough. This battle concludes here. Zhao Wuxie, still unsatisfied, protested, But he hasn't surrendered yet. I said it's over, so it is. Do you not comprehend human speech? With a resigned gesture, Zhao Wuxie withdrew from the arena. A throng of servants promptly ascended the stage to carry away Zhao Yu, whose visage was obscured by blood, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Following Zhao Wuxie's auspicious initiation, the subsequent battles witnessed the Zhao family descendants exhibiting extreme ferocity, each fearful that a moment of leniency might render them the next Zhao Yu. In no time, a considerable number of Zhao family members were carried off the stage. Li Qingyang chuckled nervously. Zhao Wang, the members of your household display remarkable bravery. They face their kin as if confronting enemies on the battlefield. Zhao Huaizhong replied, If this is a family competition, it cannot be taken lightly. One must engage earnestly in battle. Li Qingyang had intended to counsel him to advise the Zhao descendants to temper their ferocity, reminding them that it was merely a contest meant to be conducted within reasonable limits. However, it was evident that Zhao Wang's treatment of his kin was harsher than he had anticipated. A person so ruthless towards his own kin would hardly be expected to extend kindness to outsiders. Li Qingyang inwardly shook his head, resolving to maintain distance from Zhao Wang's household. Before long, Zhao Wuxie was summoned to the arena once more. This time, his opponent was a fellow named Zhao Ke, whose gaze was menacing and demeanor fierce. He was the wolf child encountered by Zhao Wuxie during a hunting expedition. Such wolf children are raised by wolf demons, having been nurtured on their milk and grown up amidst wolf packs. Consequently, they possess not only the formidable physique of a wolf demon but also its ferocity. Upon first encountering Zhao Ke, Zhao Wuxie felt an uncanny recognition, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Overjoyed, he took him from the wolves, adopting him as a foster son, and trained him rigorously. Zhao Ke proved to be an extraordinarily rare talent in cultivation. At merely 22 years of age, he had already attained the first level of nirvana. Coupled with years of battlefield experience, his prowess was undoubtedly capable of surpassing his peers. Lu Xiangling, with a worried expression, cried out, "Wuxie, surrender quickly. You are no match for him." Zhao Wuxie, perplexed, inquired, "Since when did you grow so fond of him?" Zhao Lidong was equally bewildered. Previously, whenever his mother saw or even mentioned Zhao Wuxie, she would seethe with resentment. What had changed this time? Why was she so concerned about that little rascal? Lu Xiangling was suddenly filled with panic, her eyes darting nervously as she stammered, I am merely concerned about the supreme bone within him. That is my son's supreme bone." Zhao Wuxie reassured her, "You need not worry. I have already instructed Keir to exercise caution. He will not harm that precious bone." On the arena, Zhao Ke was equipped with 2 blood-red bone blades, crouched low like a wolf, charging towards Zhao Wuxie with astonishing speed that left the onlookers in awe. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. The previous matches had been mere skirmishes among novices, with the highest cultivation level being merely the acquired realm, and most contestants only at the body refinement stage, some even at the meridian opening stage. At last, they were about to witness a true battle of formidable warriors. The only regret was that Zhao Wuxie's strength seemed somewhat lacking. As the crowd watched, it appeared that Zhao Ke was about to overpower Zhao Wuxie. However, Zhao Wuxie remained calm and collected, delivering a single kick. Zhao Ke was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing off the arena. The spectators were left bewildered. What just transpired? How did this youth lose so quickly? Wasn't he supposed to be a ferocious wolfman? This was utterly disappointing. He couldn't even withstand a seemingly casual kick. Zhao Huaizhong's expression darkened ominously. If Zhao Yu's defeat had been an anomaly, this outcome was certainly no accident. He had observed clearly. His adopted son's attack method was sound. It was that rebellious child. That prodigal son had anticipated Keir's assault trajectory and swiftly identified his weakness, rendering Zhao Ke's appearance of weakness misleading. Could it be that this wayward son had received guidance from a master? Li Qingyang nodded in approval, remarking, "Unflappable in crisis, quick to react and remain calm." He discerned his opponent's weakness in the shortest possible time. This Zhao young friend is indeed remarkable. The crowd, however, was perplexed by Li Qingyang's assessment. Remarkable? How had they missed that? They had not perceived any fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from Zhao Wuxie's seemingly ordinary kick. It was as if a blind cat had stumbled upon a dead mouse. Zhao Huaizhong, confused, inquired, "Elderly, why did you refer to my son as a young friend?" Li Qingyang chuckled, "Your son, Zhao Wang, is quite intriguing. I had intended to take him as my disciple, but he declined, hence I now regard him as an equal." This revelation darkened Zhao Huaizhong's countenance further. This rebellious child had not only moved out of the Zhao royal residence while he was away, but had also engaged with someone from the Sword Pavilion, without permission. This wayward son sought to escape his control. How utterly detestable. Just like his late mother, he was not one to abide by rules. Would it not be simpler to heed his words and surrender the supreme bone to Li Dong? Why must he create such turmoil? Zhao Huaizhong had initially considered sparing him after extracting the bone. It appears that it is best to send him to meet that deceased mother sooner rather than later. A rebellious son, uncontrollable, has no right to exist in this world. Zhao Wuxie was utterly oblivious to the fact that within this fleeting moment, his own biological father harbored murderous intent against him. Just as he was about to turn and descend from the stage, he suddenly felt as if he were being targeted by some ferocious beast. Chapter 59. Rendered helpless, Lu Xiangling shouted, "Be careful." As Zhao Wuxie turned, he beheld Zhao Ke wielding 2 curved blades, lunging at him like a wild wolf, emanating a bloodthirsty aura. One blade slashed towards Zhao Wuxie's neck, while the other aimed for his waist. Zhao Wuxie swiftly planted his foot on the ground, executing a roll, and then delivered a powerful stomp right onto Zhao Ke's waist. With a resounding crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed, sending shivers down the spines of those present. With such a blow, wouldn't he be rendered an invertebrate? The onlookers within the Zhao royal manor were filled with disbelief at Zhao Wuxie's victory. After all, they had bullied him since childhood. No one knew better than they the extent of Zhao Wuxie's capabilities. Yet, he had triumphed once more. If his previous victory against Zhao Yu was attributed to mere luck, then what could this one possibly signify? Surely, This lad cannot be fortunate every single time. Could he? Could it be that Zhao Wuxie possesses the ability to cultivate, and with exceptional talent for it? All these years, he had been performing a charade within the Zhao royal manor. Otherwise, how could one explain why the sword god, Li Qingyang, had chosen him as a disciple? If this were indeed the case, then it would spell disaster. They had bullied Zhao Wuxie for so long. Once he reaches full cultivation, wouldn't he seek revenge with a vengeance? The atmosphere within the Zhao royal manor began to spiral into chaos. Zhao Huaizhong's gaze towards Zhao Wuxie grew increasingly laden with malice. Zhao Ke was a killing machine he had painstakingly nurtured, utterly obedient and devoid of fear of death, with high potential for cultivation. He never anticipated that today, this rebellious son would incapacitate Zhao Ke with a single kick. He could not allow such an affront to stand. Thus, Zhao Huaizhong turned to Zhao Lidong and commanded, Lidong, remember to teach that scoundrel a severe lesson later. Show no mercy. Make sure he learns his lesson well. It would be best to disable his dantian, lest we face further troubles in the future. Yes, Zhao Lidong replied, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Lu Xiangling furrowed her brows and advised, we are family. This is not a good course of action. Moreover, there are so many outsiders watching. They will say our family is discordant. Zhao Huaizhong snorted disdainfully. Were you not the most eager in the past? Why the sudden change of heart after just a few days apart? Zhao Lidong, equally displeased, retorted, Mother, how can you side with an outsider? Outsider? He is your brother, after all. Humph, I have no such brother. He won't even give me a mere bone. What use is such a brother to me? Lu Xiangling wished to voice more, but Zhao Huaizhong interjected with determination, enough. There is no need for further discussion. My decision is final. This matter shall be handled as I see fit. He exchanged a meaningful glance with the elder, who nodded in understanding. The elder then called out to Zhao Wuxie, saying, Zhao Wuxie, do not rush to descend just yet. You are set to compete in the next match as well. Zhao Wuxie's eyes narrowed slightly as he cast a glance at Zhao Huaizhong, who was looking back with a murderous intent. In that moment, Zhao Wuxie realized that the elder was indeed targeting him. The identity of his opponent remained a mystery. With a leap, Zhao Lidong ascended the arena, declaring, Let me be your adversary. Zhao Wuxie's gaze lingered on Zhao Huaizhong for a moment. To his astonishment, he noted that Zhao Lidong had progressed to the 5th level of nirvana within just a few days. This was highly irregular. Only days ago, he had barely reached the 2nd level of nirvana. Even with the formidable Lei Yuan's sacred body, such rapid advancement was implausible. Unlike himself, who had the advantage of external aid for swift cultivation, what justified Zhao Lidong's extraordinary progress? Noticing Zhao Wuxie's dazed expression, Zhao Lidong mocked, What? Are you afraid to accept my challenge? Why would I be afraid? Zhao Wuxie retorted. The onlookers from the Zhao residence shouted, Your Highness, you must teach him a severe lesson. We cannot allow this waste to be so arrogant. Go, let him know that a waste shall forever remain a waste, and he will never rise again. Li Qingyang shook his head in disbelief. The Zhao royal household was truly perplexing. Zhao Wuxie was undoubtedly the most gifted cultivator within the Zhao residence, and indeed the entire Deqin Empire. Yet, he was not only overlooked, but was also branded as a waste, receiving such disdain within his own household. Was the Zhao king truly blind? Furthermore, he expected a mere 5th-level nirvana scion to incapacitate a prodigy who had attained the pinnacle of nirvana. One could only ponder the old man's reasoning. Mo Qingyi also found the Zhao royal household particularly strange. Although she held no fondness for Zhao Wuxie, she had never contemplated the idea of incapacitating him. As a biological father, how could he send one son to ruin another, and in front of so many witnesses, speak so nonchalantly about it? It was as if he had no concern about being overheard. She could not fathom the dynamics of this family. However, she began to understand why Zhao Wuxie, despite being an extraordinary cultivator, chose to bear the title of waste rather than reveal his true capabilities. If she had such a family, she too might cautiously conceal her strength. On the arena, Zhao Lidong's right hand crackled with lightning as he launched a punch aimed at Zhao Wuxie's dantian. Zhao Wuxie, today, this punch is a retribution for all those years you have toyed with me, refusing to obediently relinquish your bones. Zhao Wuxie subtly shifted to the side, effortlessly evading Zhao Lidong's attack. He then delivered a sharp kick to Zhao Lidong's backside. Zhao Lidong felt as if his entire rear was about to explode with pain. And with a tremendous force, he was sent tumbling off the arena. The initially excited members of the Zhao family found themselves abruptly silenced. They were perplexed by the turn of events, as Zhao Wuxie once again achieved victory in a manner that seemed inexplicable. Not only did they fail to comprehend the situation, but the onlookers were equally baffled. They had anticipated witnessing the legendary prowess of the Thunder Abyss sacred body, only to be disappointed by the rapid conclusion of the confrontation. It appeared that the Thunder Abyss sacred body was not as formidable as rumored. Such a lackluster display was a waste of their expressions. Zhao Lidong struggled to his feet, acutely aware of the scornful gazes directed at him. At no point in his life had he felt such humiliation. Today marked a first. The collective stare of the crowd filled him with rage and shame, and he fixed a murderous glare upon Zhao Wuxie. Zhao Wuxie, I will have your life. With that declaration, he catapulted himself upward, brandishing a lightning whip that he lashed fiercely towards Zhao Wuxie. The crackling thunder of the whip echoed ominously. The spectators nodded in approval. Now this felt like a proper contest. Should the whip find its mark, it would inflict grievous wounds, if not death itself. For lightning is among the most ferocious of energies in this world. Just as the audience believed that the battle was finally gaining momentum, the familiar scene unfolded once more. Zhao Wuxie deftly sidestepped, delivering a soaring kick that sent Zhao Lidong crashing down from the arena. Zhao Wuxie dusted off his trousers and declared, "Elder, he has already lost. Will you not announce the outcome?" The elder turned to Zhao Huizhong, seeking his input, but Zhao Huizhong remained unresponsive. With a resigned sigh, the elder proclaimed, "Zhao Wuxie, this battle has yet to determine a victor. Do you not see that the young master still possesses fighting spirit?" A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. They could hardly believe the audacity of the Zhao royal household, shamelessly altering the rules they had instituted. It was an unparalleled display of impudence. Filled with a sense of justice, Imo Qingyi prepared to voice her objections, but a glance from Li Qingyang made her reconsider, and she fell silent. In that moment, she fully grasped Zhao Wuxie's precarious position within the Zhao royal household, and an involuntary wave of sympathy surged within her for him. Observing the scene from the arena, Zhao Wuxie decided he would no longer indulge this farce. He spoke, "Enough. I concede this battle." Zhao Huizhong immediately rebuked, "Zhao Wuxie, what is this nonsense? What do you mean you concede? Do you take issue with the rules set forth by this king?" Zhao Wuxie remained silent, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Zhao Huizhong. The meaning behind his stare unmistakable. Enraged, Zhao Huizhong slammed his hand upon the armrest of his chair, which splintered under the force. "Impudent! You ungrateful wretch! Who granted you the audacity to question this king?" The crowd instinctively lowered their heads, discreetly wiping the sweat from their brows. Zhao Huizhong, seasoned in battle, radiated an overwhelming aura of authority and menace, rendering the onlookers too intimidated to meet his gaze. Zhao Wuxie straightened his back and locked eyes with Zhao Hua, enunciating each word with deliberate intensity. "I wish to know, did you murder my mother?" At this proclamation, the onlookers instinctively lowered their heads even further. Yet their ears perked up with curiosity about the unfolding drama. Lu Xiangling, in a state of distress, felt beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She was acutely aware that her husband was a man of extreme cruelty and ruthlessness. He would show no mercy simply because Zhao Wuxie was his biological son. As expected, upon hearing Zhao Wuxie's inquiry, Zhao Hua's formidable aura erupted, stirring a tempest around them. A powerful oppressive force cascaded towards Zhao Wuxie. "Unfilial son, how dare you question me? The king, kneel before me." At that moment, Zhao Lidong interjected, "Father, allow me to handle this wretched brat." Having been cast off the platform twice in succession, Zhao Lidong's fury ignited. He vowed to reclaim his honor, otherwise, he would be the subject of ridicule throughout the entirety of the Great Qin, having lost twice in a row to a talentless waste. Thus, he interrupted his father, determined to ensure that Zhao Wuxie faced him at peak condition. Otherwise, even a victory would be tainted with accusations of unfairness. Observing Zhao Lidong's unwavering resolve, Zhao Hua retracted his oppressive force and resumed his seat on the newly brought chair. "Very well. Since my son wishes to engage, I shall leave this unruly child in your hands." "Yes, father," Zhao Lidong replied, a cruel smile curving his lips as he approached Zhao Wuxie. "Wretched brat, this time, I will not hold back. I am resolved, even if it costs you a bone. You shall pay the price." Zhao Wuxie glanced at the worried Lu Xiangling before turning to Zhao Lidong, stating, "Initially, I intended to forgive your transgressions over the years for the sake of your mother. Yet, to my astonishment, you seek to take my life. Your murderous intent disturbs me greatly. Therefore, I shall show no mercy in our encounter. Moreover, your mother possesses admirable qualities. It is a pity that her judgment faltered in choosing such a morally corrupt man, resulting in your existence as a scoundrel. What a shame." Zhao Hua's forehead throbbed with rage, and Zhao Lidong shared the sentiment. The others within the Zhao royal household secretly reveled. Knowing that Zhao Wuxie's fate was sealed, the king would surely execute him. The initial concern among the Zhao royal household members that Zhao Wuxie might indeed be a prodigy worthy of the king's favor now seemed unwarranted. Regardless of Zhao Wuxie's innate talent, the fact that his mother was a servant had predetermined his destiny from the moment of his birth, irrespective of his potential. He would merely serve as the wedding garment for the true heirs of the Zhao royal household. The onlookers from outside the Zhao royal family exchanged glances, stifling laughter. They dared not express their amusement. Internally, they mused. This young man truly possesses audacity, daring to mock the king's character before all. Everyone felt that their attendance today was not in vain, having witnessed such a captivating spectacle. In the entire arena, only Qin Fengming was laughing heartily. Mo Qingyi quietly transmitted to Li Qingyang, "Master, could you perhaps rescue him later?" Li Qingyang snorted coldly. "This fool is seeking his own demise. He deserves it." Knowing well that Zhao Huaizhong is devoid of paternal affection, he still dares to provoke him. After enduring for so many years, due to a mere clash of egos, all has come to naught. Foolishness. He should have continued to endure and remain hidden, not revealing himself so prematurely. "But master," Mo Qingyi interjected, "didn't you say that a sword cultivator should be bold and unyielding? Yet, if he chose to remain in hiding, wouldn't that imply he possesses no talent for swordsmanship?" Despite the truth in her words, the pressing issue remained. No matter how exceptional his talent, what purpose does it serve now? The Zhao father and son would never allow him to flourish. Obviously, that is impossible. A dead genius. Does he still qualify as a genius? So, will you intervene or not? "This, I must contemplate," the master replied. On the arena, the two combatants locked eyes, sensing the palpable murderous intent in each other's gaze. Zhao Lidong sneered. "You little bastard. Today, I shall send you to meet your deceased mother." With that, he conjured a net of electricity that enveloped Zhao Wuxie. The crackling electricity erupted around Zhao Wuxie. Zhao Lidong continued to sneer, clearly finding this battle simpler than he had anticipated. The spectators wore expressions of regret, realizing that this young man was merely a loudmouth, a pitiful fighter. Mo Qingyi looked on with suspicion, pondering whether he intended to continue hiding. Li Qingyang shook his head subtly. Did he not feel it was a bit late to consider hiding now? Qin Fengming was utterly perplexed. She could not fathom why Zhao Wuxie had become so weak. Wasn't he quite formidable when he was in bed? Laughter erupted from Zhao Lidong, who believed victory was in his grasp. Zhao Wuxie glanced at the electric net surrounding him and inquired, "Is this the extent of your thunderous power? You are supposed to be the Thunder Abyss sacred body. Can you not summon a bit more vigor?" Hearing Zhao Wuxie's mockery, Zhao Lidong's eyes widened in disbelief. "How are you still standing? Are you unharmed?" Chapter 61. Demonic Arts. Zhao Wuxie patted the electricity coursing through him and questioned, with such feeble currents, "What do you think could possibly happen to me? You little bastard. How dare you mock me? Fine. Today, I shall demonstrate the true power of my Thunder Abyss sacred body." As the words left his lips, he unleashed a bolt the thickness of a wrist, charging directly towards Zhao Wuxie's dantian. In the blink of an eye, it penetrated inside. The crowd collectively held their breath for Zhao Wuxie. Realizing the severity of the situation, this young man was indeed ruthless, intent on destroying his own brother's dantian and severing his path to cultivation. Zhao Lidong sneered. "How does it feel, little bastard? Enjoying it? Put some effort into it. Haven't you eaten? Put in more effort. This thunder is simply too weak." Zhao Wuxie's words were so cutting that they further unsettled Zhao Lidong's already fragile resolve. The power of thunder in his hands grew thicker and more ferocious. Zhao Wuxie slowly closed his eyes and swiftly began to circulate the Dragon Elephant Thunder Prison technique. The wild lightning, upon entering Zhao Wuxie's body, was dispersed into fine strands of current, which were then consumed by the cells within him. The thunder nucleus in his cells was gradually thriving. Observing Zhao Wuxie with closed eyes, the onlookers mistakenly believed that his entire being had been pierced by the lightning, and a sense of sympathy began to wash over them. This lad, despite his foul mouth, seemed not to have committed any grave misdeeds. The Zhao royal household was indeed too ruthless. Qin Fengming wore a grave expression, unable to comprehend how Zhao Wuxie could have been struck by lightning. Could he not evade it? Did he not possess the strength of the Nirvana realm? Why was he not utilizing it? Lu Xiangling's face turned pale. She had never expected her son to be so relentless. Zhao Huai wore a cruel smile at the corners of his mouth. The members of the Zhao royal household exhibited satisfied grins. With Zhao Wuxie's demise, they would no longer have to live in fear. Mo Qingyi anxiously urged, "Master, please take action. Otherwise, he will truly perish." Li Qingyang abruptly rose from his seat, prepared to intervene, when suddenly, he sensed something amiss. On the arena, Zhao Lidong, who had been laughing heartily, now appeared flustered. He felt his power of thunder being absorbed at an astonishing rate. He attempted to sever the flow of lightning, but found himself unable to halt it. The thunder within him surged towards Zhao Wuxie like a mud dragon plunging into the sea. "You little bastard. Stop, stop." But Zhao Wuxie, in the midst of his fervent absorption, could not possibly halt. At that moment, Zhao Wuxie's body refinement technique was operating at an incredible speed. Before long, he advanced to the second layer of the technique, enhancing his ability to absorb Zhao Lidong's thunder. Terror etched itself on Zhao Lidong's face as he felt his cultivation gradually decline. If this continued, he would lose all his power. He struggled desperately to escape. But the more he resisted, the tighter the grip became. He could not break free, and now even words eluded him. Moments later, his cultivation dropped from the 5th layer of nirvana to the 4th, and this decline persisted. Eventually, the onlookers realized the anomaly in the arena. Why does Zhao Lidong look so tormented? Could it be due to the guilt of having inadvertently killed his own brother? I don't think so. I know this guy. He is not the type to feel remorse. Then what is the cause of the anguish on his face? Wait, why has his cultivation diminished? Mo Qingyi gazed at Li Qingyang, puzzled. Master, what is happening? Why is Zhao Lidong in such agony? In contrast, Zhao Wuxie seems utterly at ease. Has the situation reversed? Li Qingyang stared blankly at the arena, finally exclaiming in disbelief. That scoundrel Zhao Wuxie seems to be absorbing the opponent's thunderous power. Upon utterance of these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Wasn't this thunderous power the most violent force in existence? Could it truly be absorbed? Wouldn't his body explode? Who could answer such a question? However, the scene on the stage indeed appeared to depict Zhao Wuxie absorbing the thunderous energy of his adversary. At that moment, Zhao Lidong's cultivation had plummeted to the 3rd layer of nirvana, teetering on the brink of descending to the 2nd layer. In this critical instant, Zhao Huai acted. He struck towards Zhao Wuxie with a forceful palm. Zhao Wuxie jolted awake, severed the absorption of the thunderous power, and swiftly executed the movement technique 1,000 illusions and confounding steps, transforming into a mere afterimage, evading Zhao Huai's attack. Zhao Huai's pupils constricted. Unfilial son. So you can cultivate? Confess, who taught you these ruthless demonic arts? Today, you dare to employ them against your own brother. How wicked you are. The crowd was taken aback. Had Zhao Wuxie truly endured such relentless lightning strikes without a scratch? Moreover, was that truly demonic power? It appeared otherwise. Shouldn't demonic arts exude an aura of malevolence? The spectators were left perplexed. Zhao Huai prepared to strike once more. Unfilial son, since you have fallen into the demonic path, do not blame me for enacting justice on behalf of heaven. I shall abolish your cultivation before all. Zhao Lidong, rising from the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury, bellowed, Father, this battle is mine. I must defeat him myself. I refuse to lose to this worthless fool. Zhao Huai cast a deep glance at Zhao Lidong. Perceiving his wavering resolve, if he did not personally defeat Zhao Wuxie, it was likely he would fall prey to inner demons, halting his progress and possibly shattering his path of enlightenment. Zhao Huai nodded in acquiescence. Very well. This unfilial son shall be entrusted to you. With that, he coldly directed his gaze at Zhao Wuxie, transmitting a warning. In this contest, you are permitted to lose, but not to win. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise is as tragic as your mother's. Zhao Wuxie returned the cold gaze. Did you truly murder my mother? Humph. And if so, what of it? A mere servant dares to negotiate with me. Very well. I shall remember this grudge. What? Do you still wish to kill me? What is there to fear? Unfilial son. Do you believe you can walk out of the royal mansion alive today? Zhao Wuxie glanced at Zhao Huai, noting his cultivation was at the 8th layer of golden core. However, his maid, Yulinger, was also at the 8th layer of golden core. Coupled with the treasures he had bestowed upon her and his sword techniques, escaping this place should not pose a challenge. Now that Zhao Wuxie had inherited this body, he ought to take action on its behalf. It was time to repay a debt of karma. Chapter 62. Breakthrough. Zhao Lidong roared, Little bastard. Prepare to face my wrath. This time, I shall hold nothing back. With that, he unleashed a torrent of violent, thunderous energy emanating from his body. In the sky, 2 clouds transformed from white to black, heralding the onset of thunder and lightning. The terrifying thunder seemed to respond to his summons, striking down from the heavens. At that moment, Zhao Lidong appeared to embody the very essence of thunder. All the lightning obeyed his command, instilling a profound sense of dread among the onlookers. It was evident that he was indeed the sacred body of Thunder Abyss, capable of influencing the celestial storms. Zhao Wuxie smirked, thinking that the lightning still lacked intensity. It required a little enhancement. Thus, he discreetly consumed a drop of heavenly spirit liquid. As the liquid coursed through him, Zhao Wuxie's power surged dramatically, and the force of the lightning in the sky escalated. An increasing number of thunderclouds converged above the Zhao Wangfu, the layers thickening and darkening, pressing ever lower, creating an oppressive atmosphere that was almost suffocating. Some gazed at the heavens, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Was this truly the authentic power of the sacred body of Thunder Abyss? It was utterly terrifying. Would it strike us? Should we take cover? Surely not. This young man dared to wield it, which must indicate his confidence. Would he truly unleash such lethal force against his own brother? The people of Zhao Wangfu were indeed merciless. Li Qingyang and Mo Qingyi felt an unsettling familiarity with the thunder. Qin Fengming pondered silently, recalling how the young man had been struck by lightning countless times before without harm. Surely, this time would be no different? Lu Xiangling was already pale with fear. Zhao Huai nodded secretly, feeling that Zhao Lidong had not brought shame upon him. Only Zhao Lidong was inwardly lamenting, utterly vexed. He distinctly remembered wishing to summon just a couple of thunderclouds. How had so many gathered? Would the lightning strike him? Just as he was engulfed in terror, the furious power of the thunder descended upon Zhao Wuxie. In an instant, he was submerged by the lightning. Zhao Huai's expression reflected relief, while Zhao Lidong laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I knew it! I knew it! I am an extraordinary talent. I am the master of the Thunderway." The spectators felt a chill run down their spines. The father and son duo were indeed ruthless. With such celestial lightning, there would likely be nothing left of him. At that moment, Lu Xiangling was so terrified that she felt weak all over. Had it not been for her maid supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. Qin Fengming frowned in confusion. Something was amiss. Surely, he would not simply succumb without trying to evade. Li Qingyang and his apprentice exchanged doubtful glances. No matter how they perceived it, this scene bore an uncanny resemblance to their first encounter with Zhao Wuxie. At this juncture, Zhao Wuxie, seated amidst the lightning, was meditating, breaking through his cultivation while absorbing the power of the thunder. His level had already ascended to the 4th tier of the extraordinary realm. Observing the thinning thunderclouds above, Zhao Wuxie consumed the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th drops of heavenly spirit liquid, propelling his cultivation to the 5th tier of the extraordinary realm. Then came the 6th layer of the extraordinary, the 7th layer of the extraordinary, the 8th layer of the extraordinary, the 9th layer of the extraordinary, and the pinnacle of the extraordinary. His dragon elephant thunder prison technique has also ascended to the 3rd layer. The storm clouds in the sky multiplied, to the point where everyone could distinctly feel a tingling sensation on their scalps, their hair standing on end. The onlookers inwardly mused. Does Zhao Lidong harbor such animosity towards his own brother? Is he truly intent on reducing his sibling to ashes? Nevertheless, the tempestuous clouds were terrifying. Several individuals trembled in fear, exclaiming, "I say, young Master Zhao, since you have already secured victory, hasten to retract your divine powers. Enough is enough. Indeed, the heavenly thunder is enough to frighten anyone. If this continues, the arena will surely be obliterated." Zhao Huai also felt it was time to intervene. Thus he voiced, "All right, Lidong, cease your divine powers." At that moment, Zhao Lidong's expression grew troubled. He had realized that the thunder had long exceeded his control. Yet, before such a large audience, he found it difficult to speak the truth. After all, it was exceedingly embarrassing. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuxie, at the heart of the tempest, felt an unprecedented sense of ease. He had initially worried that a rapid breakthrough in cultivation might pose hidden dangers. However, it now appeared that such concerns were unfounded. After all, the celestial elixir was a treasure of heaven and earth, not merely a condensed spiritual liquid, but also capable of aiding cultivators in comprehending the Tao and their techniques. Presently, his chaotic creation true scripture had also advanced to the 3rd layer. Even if he were to break through to the golden core stage at this moment, he would feel no pressure. Thus, Zhao Wuxie gathered his spiritual energy, forming a vortex in his dantian, continuously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy and compressing it. A dark void materialized around him, drawing in the spiritual energy from a radius of 10 miles. The onlookers were left in astonishment. What was happening? Was there a gust of wind? As if thunder was not enough, now there was a storm. Was he truly intent on reducing his brother to ashes? No. This was not wind. It was spiritual energy. What? Could it be that someone had broken through in their cultivation? Yet, the commotion was rather excessive. Was it not? As they observed, a gel-like membrane formed in the center of the arena, distorting the light and rendering the scene increasingly blurry. The members of the Zhao royal family exclaimed, "Could it be that His Highness the young master has broken through?" Indeed, this is the only explanation. Otherwise, how could this spiritual energy possibly be drawn in by Zhao Wuxie? Are you jesting? Zhao Wuxie had already been struck down. How could he create such a disturbance? Wasn't the arena only occupied by His Highness the young master? With such a great uproar, could it be that His Highness intends to break through to the golden core stage in one fell swoop? Surely not. If that were the case, then our young master's talent would surely surpass that of the sword god Li Qingyang. The crowd from the Zhao royal family erupted in cheers. Only Li Qingyang frowned in silence. Mo Qingyi secretly transmitted, "Master, could it be that young man? Who else could possibly create such a tempest?" Indeed. I worried for nothing. It appears he is safe. Zhao Huaizhong commanded, "Seal off the arena. We must not allow any disturbances during Li Dong's breakthrough." At his command, a battalion of black-armored soldiers emerged, forming an impenetrable barrier around the stage. These soldiers were seasoned veterans, their formidable prowess evident, all of them possessing extraordinary abilities. A palpable aura of menace emanated from their faces, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Under the watchful gaze of these warriors, the crowd was paralyzed with trepidation, afraid to make even the slightest move. At the center of the arena, Zhao Lidong was in a state of unease. How had he come to be perceived as on the verge of a breakthrough? In truth, he had no intention of such a feat. How would he explain this predicament once he emerged? Should he simply tell them he had not broken through? That would be utterly humiliating. After much contemplation, devoid of any clear solution, he resolved to take a desperate gamble. He sat cross-legged, preparing to force a breakthrough. However, the speed at which Zhao Wuxie absorbed spiritual energy was far beyond that of Zhao Lidong. The moment Zhao Lidong drew in the energy, it was swiftly siphoned away by Zhao Wuxie before it could even reach his dantian. Despite Zhao Lidong exerting every ounce of his strength, he could not seize even a wisp of energy, leaving him utterly frustrated. He gazed toward the eye of the storm, where he faintly perceived a figure seated in meditation. Though obscured, he could ascertain it was indeed a person. A chill ran down Zhao Lidong's spine. Could it be Zhao Wuxie? That was improbable. Hadn't he already perished at his hands? Zhao Lidong was engulfed in confusion, yet the tempest's ferocity deterred him from drawing near, relegating him to a distant observer. After an extended period, Zhao Wuxie finally succeeded in coalescing a golden core and achieved the second layer of the golden core stage. The storm clouds above gradually dissipated, and the vortex of spiritual energy vanished. Zhao Wuxie exhaled a breath of murky air. At that moment, the onlookers finally grasped the scene unfolding on the stage. Wait, how is Zhao Wuxie still alive? They murmured in disbelief. It was indeed perplexing that such a fearsome force of thunder had not obliterated him. Zhao Lidong wore an expression akin to one who had seen a ghost. Why are you still alive? Do you wish for my demise so fervently? He sneered. You wretched brat, today I shall slay you. With that, Zhao Lidong conjured a ball of lightning in his hand and hurled it at Zhao Wuxie. In response, Zhao Wuxie raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending Zhao Lidong hurtling through the air once more. The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, wasn't Zhao Lidong supposed to have just broken through? Why is he still so feeble? He has been sent flying again, they exclaimed. And this is the so-called Thunder Abyss sacred body? He is nothing more than a useless wretch. They scoffed. I could evade that kick with ease. Frustration boiled within Zhao Lidong as he heard the crowd's derision. In a flash, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, reappearing on the arena in an instant. As he prepared to launch another attack, Zhao Wuxie swiftly lifted his leg. The events unfolded with astonishing rapidity. The onlookers barely discerned what had just leapt onto the stage before the figure was sent tumbling off. Zhao Huazhong abruptly rose from his seat, unleashing a palm strike towards Zhao Wuxie, exclaiming, Unfilial son, why aren't you kneeling before me? The crowd was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. How could Zhao Huazhong, an elder, involve himself in a conflict among the younger generation? Such behavior was utterly disgraceful. Zhao Wuxie remained steadfast, directing a finger forward. A blade of sword energy sliced through the air, effortlessly cleaving the palm strike in two. Upon witnessing this display of sword energy, Li Qingyang could no longer remain seated. His gaze fixated on the immovable Zhao Wuxie, and he felt as if he were beholding the very sword that had repeatedly disturbed his seclusion. A weapon he had longed for with fervent desire. What was happening? Could he possibly be something other than human? No, that was the essence of sword intent. But how could this be? How could someone so young grasp the concept of sword intent? What did that make of Li Qingyang's own decades of sword practice? Had it all been for naught? Li Qingyang's heart was tumultuous with disbelief. The others were equally bewildered, their eyes glued to Zhao Wuxie, unable to comprehend the immense power behind that single gesture. How could he have withstood an attack from a golden core expert at the 8th level? Moreover, what was Zhao Wuxie's true strength? Why could they not see through his capabilities? Zhao Huazhong was astounded. Although he had not exerted his full strength in that palm strike, it was still a blow from an 8th level golden core master. How had this young man managed to deflect it? There was something peculiar at play. As Zhao Huazhong feigned composure and prepared to strike again, Zhao Lidong staggered to his feet. After several failed attempts, with his face now covered in blood, he appeared utterly grotesque. He shouted at Zhao Wuxie, Do you think this is enough to defeat me? You underestimate me far too much. Zhao Lidong, in a frenzy, charged at Zhao Wuxie. Zhao Wuxie did not even spare him a glance, his focus solely on Zhao Huazhong, for he was the true threat. Zhao Huazhong cried out, Lidong, come back. You are no match for him. It's impossible. He is but a waste. How could he possibly contend with me? I was merely unprepared. I will continue to fight him. As Zhao Lidong lunged forward with a spear aimed at Zhao Wuxie, a flash of lightning enveloped Zhao Wuxie. In an instant, A bolt of thunder struck Zhao Lidong, causing him to roll his eyes back and collapse onto the ground. The formidable Thunder Abyss sacred body had been knocked unconscious by lightning. The spectators were left in a state of bewilderment. This was likely the weakest Thunder Abyss sacred body in history. Zhao Huazhong roared in fury, "You ungrateful wretch! He is your own brother. How could you inflict such harm upon your kin? Are you even human? When he sought to kill me, where was your intervention? He is the legitimate firstborn, the heir apparent, and what are you? Merely the offspring of a lowly maid. How could your life ever be compared to that of Li Dong? So, did you silently permit him to take my life? If so, what of it? If your life could solidify Li Dong's resolve, I dare say it would not be a loss at all. Why not sacrifice your own life to strengthen his determination? Father." Zhao Wuxie's words pierced through Zhao Huazhong's hypocrisy, leaving him momentarily at a loss. This time, Zhao Wuxie was prepared to unleash his full power. With a single punch, he struck forth. Before the fist reached its target, the terrifying gust of wind sent Zhao Wuxie's clothing billowing violently. Realizing the immense force behind this blow, Zhao Wuxie dared not meet it head-on and deftly evaded Zhao Huazhong's assault with agile movements. Zhao Huazhong's formidable fist crashed down upon the arena, shattering it into countless fragments and sending debris flying. Zhao Wuxie soared into the air, drawing forth the Tian Shui Xian sword. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the heavens, the sharp sword aura resembling a silver river as it surged toward Zhao Huazhong. In response, Zhao Huazhong unleashed another punch. The imprint of his fist countered all the sword energy, yet his hand was also shattered by the blade's force, revealing the stark whiteness of bone. Zhao Huazhong's expression shifted dramatically. What? Is that actually sword intent? Upon uttering these words, the onlookers were taken aback. Has someone in the Great Qin Empire comprehended sword intent once more? When did this happen? Such a significant event, and they had received no prior notice? Shouldn't the one who mastered sword intent be the sword god Li Qingyang? How could it be this unknown, young lad? How old could he possibly be to have cultivated sword intent? A tumult of questions surged in their minds, creating a storm of bewilderment. Chapter 64, The Blood-Red Ape. Zhao Huazhong's right hand was drenched in blood, his arm trembling uncontrollably as he gritted his teeth and demanded, "Rebellious son, when did you comprehend sword intent? Was it solely to confront me?" Zhao Wuxie replied with a smile, "Do not overestimate your importance. My comprehension of sword intent has nothing to do with you. Rebellious son, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you believe I won't disinherit you from the Zhao royal household right now? Really? That would be splendid." Zhao Huazhong was seething with rage. He drew his sword from his waist, preparing to attack Zhao Wuxie. Lu Xiangling urgently called out, "My lord, please calm down." But in his fury, Zhao Huazhong was beyond reason, unwilling to heed anyone's advice. To defy my command and challenge me in front of so many. What use is such a rebellious son? You shall die. He swung his sword down with tremendous force, the blade's energy surging toward Zhao Wuxie's forehead. Zhao Wuxie stood resolute, brandishing his sword, and with a single stroke, executed a sword across the ages. A slender beam of sword energy clashed with the oncoming blade energy. The bystanders were momentarily blinded by the terrifying sword intent emanating from the clash. This strike carried an awe-inspiring momentum, as if it sought to cleave the very heavens apart. Li Qingyang gazed at that sword energy, entranced, unable to avert his eyes. He had never anticipated that such a powerful and exquisite swordsmanship existed in this world. This profound mastery of the sword was precisely what he had sought for half of his life, yet had never attained. His entire body trembled, and he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before Zhao Wuxie and pay his respects, pleading to be accepted as a disciple. However, he understood that such an act was beneath him. After all, he was the head of the sword pavilion. If he were to kneel, it would undoubtedly stir a tumult within the entire sect. Reflecting on the time he had considered taking Zhao Wuxie as his apprentice, he couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. At that moment, Imo Qingyi was also captivated. As a practitioner of the sword herself, she recognized the immense value of Zhao Wuxie's technique. She was astonished to discover that he had concealed such depth. Not only was his cultivation remarkably advanced, but his swordsmanship was also fearsome, surpassing even that of her master. The memory of her previous mockery towards Zhao Wuxie made her wish to slap herself in frustration. The young scions of the Zhao royal family were already terrified. They had never imagined that the seemingly unremarkable and easily bullied Zhao Wuxie harbored such terrifying strength, formidable enough to contend with a master like Zhao Wang. The realization that they had often bullied him in the past filled them with dread. Would he seek vengeance against them? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air as the clash of blade and sword energy erupted violently. The resulting energy wave forced Zhao Wuxie to stagger backward. His expression darkened. It seemed that battling against someone at the 8th level of the Golden Core was, in fact, a considerable challenge for him at the second level. Zhao Huai let out a cold snort and slowly raised his long blade, preparing to attack once more. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, and his long blade shattered into fragments. When he lifted his gaze again, he found himself left with only the hilt. With a disdainful grunt, he flung the hilt to the ground, demanding a proper sword from his royal arsenal. At his command, an elder hurriedly flew towards the weapons storehouse. Zhao Wuxie's eyes glinted with cold intensity as he swung his sword, instantly slaying the elder, a golden core practitioner at the third level, within moments. The crowd gasped in horror, never expecting that this illegitimate son of the Zhao family would dare to commit murder in public. Did he not fear Zhao Wang's wrath? Simultaneously, they were astounded by Zhao Wuxie's strength. At such a young age, he had attained the second level of the golden core and could effortlessly battle opponents of higher levels. Zhao Huai's eyes blazed with murderous intent. To kill before him was a blatant affront. Unfilial son, you dare to take a life in my presence. You shall not survive this day. A spectral figure of a blood-red ape emerged around Zhao Huai, towering at 10 zhong. It beat its chest as if striking a war drum, emitting a roar that pierced the eardrums of all present. The crowd was dumbfounded. To deal with his own son, he even summoned the blood demon ape technique. It is said that this martial art is the national secret technique of the former imperial dynasty, a supreme royal-level skill of immense power. However, it is equally sinister. Once employed, it leads to a relentless cycle of death until the enemy is vanquished. The battle intent only dissipates upon annihilation of the foe, otherwise, it results in a bloodbath. Clearly, the Zhao king has developed murderous intent towards his own son. Before one could react, the blood ape lunged forward, delivering a devastating punch towards Zhao Wuxie. In a flash, Zhao Wuxie evaded the attack, narrowly escaping the blow. Although the blood ape missed, the terrifying force of its punch sent shockwaves through the audience, causing chaos among onlookers. Zhao Huai roared in anger, "Unfilial son. If you have the guts, do not dodge." A cold smile crept across Zhao Wuxie's lips. The opponent was at the 8th level of the golden core stage, while he himself had just reached the 2nd. The disparity in strength was monumental. Why would he not evade? Thus, Zhao Wuxie utilized his agile movements to deftly avoid the blood ape's relentless pursuit. Time and again, the ape's fists met only air, crashing into the ground and fracturing the earth beneath. Yet, despite its furious attempts, it could not lay a finger on Zhao Wuxie. Nor could Zhao Wuxie inflict any harm upon Zhao Huai. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a distant Zhao family member, head of the family. "Catch the knife." A disciple tossed a blood-red long knife towards Zhao Huai. The blade radiated a sinister glow, clearly a weapon of exceptional quality. Seizing the knife, the blood ape swung it with ferocity. The air split apart in its wake, causing the earth to shatter, and even the distant scripture pavilion was cleaved in twain. The spectators were paralyzed with fear, their hearts racing as they hastily fled the Zhao royal residence. The members of the Zhao household quickly evacuated, seeking refuge at a safe distance to observe the spectacle. After all, battles involving golden core cultivators were rare, especially when the combatants were father and son. Such a conflict was not to be missed. Zhao Wuxie continued to evade. He had not anticipated that the blood ape could further amplify the blade's destructive force. Skillfully maneuvering amidst the lethal energy, he struck the ape's leg with his sword, leaving behind a horrific gash. Yet, the injury was ephemeral, quickly mending itself. Zhao Huai, encased within the blood ape's form, was impervious to ordinary attacks. Zhao Wuxie ascended along the ape's calf, delivering a series of slashes, akin to a nimble flea darting about. Zhao Huai grew increasingly exasperated, yet he was unable to grasp Zhao Wuxie. "Unfilial son, stop dodging. Fight me head on." Chapter 65. Another breakthrough. Zhao Wuxie disregarded Zhao Huai's words, treating them as if they had fallen on deaf ears. He was not foolish enough to engage in a direct confrontation. While evading the blood ape's strikes, he waited for an opportune moment. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, Qin Chongqing laughed heartily. "I initially feared that the Zhao royal residence would become unwieldy, but it seems my worries were unfounded. Who would have thought that the illustrious Zhao Huai would be at odds with his own son, with a son endowed with such extraordinary talent? How could one even contemplate his demise?" The crowd observed from a distance, gazing towards the Zhao royal residence, where a tempest of blade energy surged. One mansion after another lay in ruins, reduced to mere debris. In a matter of moments, the Zhao royal estate resembled a scene of utter catastrophe, strewn with shattered walls and deep, terrifying trenches marking the ground. As the battles raged on, Zhao Wuxie found his internal energy nearly depleted, his evasion growing increasingly sluggish. Zhao Huai, noticing the fatigue etched upon Zhao Wuxie's face, erupted into laughter, taunting, "You wretched son, keep dodging. Your cultivation is inferior to mine." I wonder how long you can endure. Zhao Wuxie offered no retort. Instead, he retrieved a drop of heavenly spirit liquid and swallowed it. As the liquid coursed through him, his cultivation surged dramatically. Zhao Huai's pupils constricted in shock. What sorcery was this? How could this brat break through amidst battle? Was it the immense pressure he had exerted that forced this sudden advancement? Determined to thwart Zhao Wuxie's ascension, Zhao Huai swung his blade once more. Zhao Wuxie's expression grew grave. Within his dantian, his technique was in frenzied motion, demanding caution. He discreetly activated his heavy eye, meticulously tracking his opponent's strike. He deftly evaded the incoming blow, and in that moment, his cultivation ascended to the third level of the golden core. As his power surged, ominous clouds gathered above once more, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Hadn't Zhao Lidong, that useless fool, fainted? Why was there thunder again? Zhao Huai, equally perplexed, wondered at the sudden shift in weather. Before he could ponder further, a thunderous roar echoed as a bolt of lightning struck, landing squarely on the blood ape's forehead, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through its massive form. Zhao Huai flinched from the shock, while Zhao Wuxie stood beneath the blood ape, torn between reprimanding the creature for obstructing his tribulation. After enduring the lightning strike, Zhao Huai assumed it was a mere coincidence and raised his blade once more, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Zhao Wuxie. However, as he lifted his weapon, another bolt of thunder crashed down from the heavens. The immense current traveled down the blade, leaving him numb and disoriented. Zhao Wuxie smirked coldly. Fool, clad in armor, soaring to such heights, and raising your blade high. Who else should the lightning strike if not you? Silence. What I choose to do requires no counsel from you. Zhao Huai, obstinate in his ways, dismissed Zhao Wuxie's words. He swung his long knife, shattering a bolt of lightning, and sneered, a mere thunderbolt is nothing to fear. Yet, as if responding to Zhao Huai's hubris, the storm clouds thickened, darkening ominously. Within that inky expanse, an incredibly fearsome thunder was brewing. Zhao Wuxie's eyes glimmered with anticipation. If he could absorb the power of the heavenly thunder, perhaps his dragon elephant thunder prison technique could break through to the fourth layer. At that moment, he too could manipulate a portion of the thunderstorm, much like Zhao Lidong. Zhao Wuxie gazed eagerly at the sky, where a bolt of lightning, fiercer and more robust than before, surged towards him. With a smile, Zhao Wuxie closed his eyes, preparing to embrace the baptism of the thunder. However, after a prolonged wait, the lightning still had not descended. He opened his eyes, filled with suspicion, just in time to witness Zhao Lidong disperse the thunder with a single strike. The old man staggered, nearly losing his balance. Zhao Wuxie's lips twitched in irritation. That old fellow had thwarted his moment of glory whenever he encountered danger. This old man never displayed such enthusiasm. Zhao Huai, panting heavily, stared at the sky. Observing this, Zhao Wuxie wielded his long sword, slicing through the firmament with ease. It effortlessly breached Zhao Huai's defenses like a rainbow piercing the sun, and he thrust his sword towards Zhao Huai's neck. Halt! A resounding voice boomed from behind. In an instant, Zhao Wuxie found himself locked in the gaze of several individuals. It seemed that should he advance even an inch further, his life would be in peril. Driven by the instinct for survival, Zhao Wuxie retreated several dozen meters. Qin Chongqing chuckled. I never anticipated that the Zhao royal mansion harbored such hidden talents. At merely 18 years of age, you have already achieved the third level of the golden core. Such talent is rarely surpassed, even by the scions of the sacred and divine realms. Truly, heaven has favored our Qin. One of Qin Chongqing's guards scolded, you there? Why do you not kneel before his majesty? Qin Chongqing waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. Zheng is not a petty man. At this moment, Zhao Huai finally regained his composure from the shock. He secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, reflecting on how perilous it had been. Had Qin Chongqing arrived even a moment later, he might have truly perished at the hands of this rebellious son. He bowed and said, I pay my respects to your majesty. Qin Chongqing replied with a smile, no need for formalities. Zhao Aiqing, you have raised two fine sons. Both are exceptional talents. Zhao Huai chuckled awkwardly, not at all. They still have a long way to go. Oh, by the way, Zhao Aiqing, is your son betrothed? In response to your majesty. He is already engaged to the daughter of Zhang Shilang. Is that so? What a pity. I had intended to marry my precious princess Yushin to him. Zhao Huai shot a cold glance at Zhao Wuxie, but, with Qin Chongqing present, he refrained from losing his temper, struggling to maintain his composure. Following this battle, Zhao Wuxie's reputation soared. Across the entire Qin Empire, tales of his valor spread like wildfire. Countless individuals believe that had the current emperor not arrived in time, the illustrious Zhao Wang would undoubtedly have met his demise. Zhao Wuxie emerged as the unequivocal leader among the younger generation of the Qin Empire. Spies from the neighboring states of the later Jin, southern barbarians, Chu, Wei, Qi and Yin promptly relayed news of today's battle back to their homeland. Li Qingyang and his disciple once again arrived at Zhao Wuxie's courtyard. Observing the desolate scene around him, ravaged by thunderous calamities, Li Qingyang was overwhelmed with emotions. Just a few days had passed, yet this young man had grown to a stature that even he had to look up to. The magnificence of that sword strike was indelibly etched in his mind, impossible to erase. Chapter 66. Joining the Sword Pavilion. Zhao Xiao. Might I inquire as to who your master is? The legendary sword god, Li Qingyang, respectfully bowed. Zhao Wuxie shook his head and replied, I have no master. How can that be? If you have no master, how could you possibly wield such terrifying swordsmanship? At the tender age of 18, you have already grasped the essence of sword intent. Li Qingyang could hardly believe Zhao Wuxie's words, for they transcended his understanding of the sword path. He could not fathom that someone could reach the golden core realm through self-teaching alone at such a young age. Nor could he accept that one could comprehend sword intent without a mentor's guidance. Zhao Wuxie stated, believe it or not, I truly have no master. Very well. If you are unwilling to disclose, I shall not press further. However, may I extend an invitation for you to serve as an elder in my sword pavilion? Serving as an elder in your sword pavilion, what benefits might that entail? Li Qingyang chuckled. As an elder, you would have unrestricted access to all the precious scriptures within my sword pavilion, along with a monthly stipend of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, you would enjoy the protection of my sword pavilion. I trust you are aware of the recent battle at the Zhao Royal Mansion, which has surely made your name resound throughout the world. Countless formidable warriors may seek your life. Should you become an elder of my sword pavilion, you would undoubtedly avoid much unnecessary trouble. After all, in today's realm, few dare to provoke my sword pavilion. Zhao Wuxie pondered this and found the allure of the elder position somewhat lacking. He was not concerned about attracting trouble, especially with the four symbols guardian array protecting him. Ordinary experts would find it nearly impossible to breach his defenses. Seeing Zhao Wuxie remain unmoved, Li Qingyang continued, what do you think of my disciple Qingyi? What are you doing, master? Do not speak. You are discussing important matters with others. Zhao Wuxie took a moment to appraise Mo Qingyi, stating, she is indeed quite beautiful, and her figure is commendable. Mo Qingyi blushed at Zhao Wuxie's compliment. Li Qingyang, pleased with Zhao Wuxie's response, smiled and said, if you are willing to join my sword pavilion, I can arrange for Qingyi to marry you. Ah, master, how could you? Mo Qingyi exclaimed, her face a mixture of indignation and anticipation. Her gaze frequently darted towards Zhao Wuxie, growing increasingly satisfied. After all, individuals like Zhao Wuxie, with exceptional talent, formidable strength, and striking looks, were a rarity. Zhao Wuxie contemplated the proposition. While he acknowledged Mo Qingyi's attractiveness, he found himself lacking in need for additional romantic entanglements. Whether it be the princess, Snow Ant, or Yulinger, each was a paragon of beauty. He felt quite content and saw no necessity to pursue other women. He shook his head and replied, your disciple is indeed remarkable, but I am already engaged to another. I must decline your kind offer. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingyi's expression froze in disbelief. She had never anticipated that someone would refuse her. Previously, she was always surrounded by admirers. Li Qingyang also felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he had never expected that his first attempt at matchmaking would end in such a polite rejection. This was quite a blow to his pride. However, the thought of giving up on someone as extraordinary as Zhao Wuxie was difficult for him to accept. Thus, he continued, Zhao, do you know why our sword pavilion is renowned for its swordsmanship? Zhao Wuxie appeared perplexed, thinking to himself that since it was called the sword pavilion, it ought to be famous for swordsmanship, not for light techniques. Li Qingyang went on. This is because the founding place of our sword pavilion features a cliff with numerous naturally formed sword scars. Our sect's ancestor comprehended the essence of swordsmanship there, which ultimately led to the establishment of our sword pavilion. If you become an elder of the sword pavilion, you may freely contemplate the mysteries of that cliff. Zhao Wuxie stroked his chin, feeling a twinge of interest, yet still harbored a hint of hesitation. He inquired, what must I contribute if I join your sword pavilion? You need only bear the title. There is no requirement for you to take on any duties. Of course, if our sect faces a dire calamity, I hope you will lend us your aid. But if you are unable to assist, we shall not impose. Truly, I need not do anything. That sounds akin to being an honorary elder. Indeed, that is what an honorary elder is. However, should you wish to serve as a full elder, you would be most welcome. After contemplating for a moment, Zhao Wuxie concluded that joining the sword pavilion seemed to present nothing but advantages. He nodded and replied, very well. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyang was overjoyed. As long as Zhao Wuxie had joined the sword pavilion, even without any effort on his part, his name alone would attract a host of talented individuals to the sect. It was indeed a golden opportunity. Li Qingyang then produced a jade token from his robe and handed it to Zhao Wuxie, saying, "In the future, should you encounter any difficulties, present this token and inform others that you are an elder of the Sword Pavilion. They will not dare to trouble you if you face insurmountable challenges. Our Sword Pavilion has branches throughout the Great Qin Empire, and you may seek their assistance." Zhao Wuxie nodded in agreement. Not long after Li Qingyang departed with the distracted Mo Qingyi, Qin Fengming arrived at the courtyard. She surveyed her surroundings before crouching down, her demeanor visibly despondent. Zhao Wuxie, puzzled, asked, "What troubles you?" "I am to be married." "Oh, what do you mean by oh? My body has already been tarnished by you. Do you not feel any responsibility? What do you wish to do? Take me away. Let us flee far and wide." Zhao Wuxie was taken aback. What was this woman thinking? This was a feudal state, where the land belonged to the emperor. As long as she remained in the Qin kingdom, capture was inevitable. However, if they were to leave the Qin kingdom, those forces that harbor animosity towards the Qin state will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to capture the princess alive. At that time, it will surely lead to complications. Qin Fengming gazed at Zhao Wuxie with a sorrowful expression. "Are you truly going to take me away to a distant place? Where shall we go? Anywhere will suffice. In any case, I refuse to marry your brother." Zhao Wuxie scooped the plump Qin Fengming off the ground and declared, "Come, let us retreat indoors, where we can engage in a more profound discussion." "Oh, how bothersome." For hours later, after this amiable exchange, Qin Fengming's spirits were considerably lifted. Breathing heavily, she exclaimed, "You scoundrel! If you do not take me away, I shall inform my father, claiming that you have treated me lightly. I shall have you executed." Zhao Wuxie stretched lazily and replied, "Then go ahead and tell him. Even if he learns of this affair, he would never dare to harm me. Why not? I am his most cherished daughter. If you have wronged me, how could you possibly escape unscathed? Which of your eyes perceives that you are his favorite? If he truly cared for you, he would not have disregarded your wishes by marrying you off to Zhao Lidong." Qin Fengming fell into contemplation. After a long pause, she inquired, "What shall we do then? Are you truly willing to watch me marry your brother? Let's wait a few days. Once my strength is sufficient, I will take you away. Rest assured, I shall ensure we depart before your wedding. Really, you must not deceive me. Of course it is true. Have faith and await my arrival." With a mixture of belief and skepticism, Qin Fengming left Zhao Wuxie's courtyard. The following morning, a decree arrived from the palace. Zhao Wuxie, accused of indecency towards the great Qin princess, was exiled to the frontier. A squadron of heavily armored cavalry surrounded Zhao Wuxie's residence. One of the commanders bowed and said, "Young master, please do not make this difficult for us. Let us escort you north to guard the borders." With a resigned sigh, Zhao Wuxie replied, "Very well. But I must see the princess first." Upon hearing this, the commander was overjoyed. Before receiving the decree, he had learned that Zhao Wuxie was the second son of the Zhao royal household, possessing immense strength and an unruly demeanor. He had previously worried that Zhao Wuxie might defy the emperor's orders. It seemed such concerns were unfounded. Zhao Wuxie mounted a dragon steed, pulling the reins as the creature galloped swiftly towards the princess's residence, with his guards in close pursuit. "Speak. What transpired? How did the great Qin emperor become aware of our relationship?" Qin Fengming, hands on her hips and chest puffed with pride, exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Of course. I informed him. Did you not say I could report to my father at will? I never imagined you would take it seriously. Why not take it seriously? Is this not precisely what you desired?" Zhao Wuxie felt a headache coming on. Qin Fengming truly was a madwoman. In her relentless pursuit to annul the engagement, she was willing to forsake her own honor. "Sister-in-law, are you truly unafraid of losing face? Did I not say before that if you remain patient for a few more days, I will help you escape?" "Humph. This princess does not believe you. You men are all worthless scoundrels, abandoning your kin the moment you don trousers. I trust no one but myself. Furthermore, I am no longer your sister-in-law. My marriage has been annulled by the emperor." "What? Annulled? How could Zhao Lidong possibly agree to this?" Qin Fengming chuckled. "Of course he does not agree. But my father has already betrothed Princess Yuzhen to him, leaving him with no choice." At this moment, in a secluded courtyard of the Zhao Wang residence, Zhao Lidong trembled with rage. He had not anticipated that upon awakening from his stupor, he would be informed of his new title as the cuckold king. The one who had placed this ignoble crown upon his head was none other than his most despised rival, Zhao Wuxie. "Mother, release me. I must confront him once more. This time, I must emerge victorious." Outside the door, Lu Xiangling shook her head helplessly. She understood that Zhao Wuxie had likely spared her son out of respect for her. If she allowed her son to continue his reckless pursuits and provoke Zhao Wuxie, the consequences would be unimaginable. Would Zhao Wuxie still show her son any mercy after all this? She feared the answer was no. She would not permit Zhao Lidong to march towards his demise. At that moment, Zhao Huaizhong returned from outside, snorting disdainfully. During this period, you shall remain at home under my watch, forbidden from venturing out. But father, I am unwilling to accept this. That scoundrel Zhao Wuxie has humiliated me beyond measure. I must kill him. I must take his life with my own hands. Zhao Huaizhong sighed, reluctant to express his true thoughts so bluntly. He did not believe Zhao Lidong could best Zhao Wuxie. That detestable illegitimate son had grown to a point where even he found it difficult to contend with him. Sending Zhao Lidong out would likely be tantamount to a death sentence. Father, I cannot accept this. This clan competition was meant to be my opportunity for fame and glory. But Zhao Wuxie has ruined everything. He has even sullied my betrothed. I must slay him. Slay him. Zhao Huaizhong replied, My son, worry not. I have already informed certain individuals who will assist me in eliminating that ungrateful wretch on the way. Therefore, you need only bide your time and concentrate on your training at home. Zhao Lidong excitedly rushed to the window, exclaiming, Father, is this truly so? You intend to send someone to kill that wretched spawn? Feeling the pain in his right fist, Zhao Huaizhong seethed with fury, his voice cold as he replied, Indeed. This ungrateful child has brought disgrace upon our noble Zhao Wang residence, turning me into a laughingstock throughout the entire Qin Empire. If I do not slay him, my rage shall never abate. Excellent, father. After you kill him, do remember to bring back his head. I wish to fashion it into a drinking vessel. Very well. I promise you. After Zhao Huaizhong and Lu Xiangling departed, Zhao Lidong remained alone in his chamber, laughing foolishly. Kill. Ha ha. At that moment, the stone statue within his room erupted in a crimson hue. The bloodthirsty aura instantly enveloped the entire chamber. A sinister laugh echoed from the statue. Young man, have you considered my proposal? If you merge with me, you will instantly attain the formidable strength of a perfected golden core. That Zhao Wuxie you speak of is nothing more than a mere trifle. Zhao Lidong, with an expression of trepidation, gazed at the floating statue, an instinctive sense warning him that this entity was undoubtedly malevolent. Even without you, I can seek vengeance. So, do you intend to live your life as a coward, subject to the scorn of others? That Zhao Wuxie not only vanquished you, but also claimed your fiancée. Now, the entirety of the great Qin Empire mocks you, deriding you as the green-haired turtle. Do you truly wish to be a figure of ridicule for all eternity? Zhao Lidong bellowed, Silence. I am not the green-haired turtle. Your fiancé now lies in Zhao Wuxie's embrace, while you, the green-haired turtle, can do nothing. Do you wish to escape? Do you desire vengeance? Do you long for respect and admiration? Then accept me. Merge with me. Let us become one. Let us break free from here and wreak havoc upon those who have humiliated you. Zhao Lidong, this is your only chance. This is your singular opportunity to defeat him with your own hands. Hurry, open your mind to accept me. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Lidong, compelled by an unseen force, slowly approached and touched the statue. Suddenly, the statue erupted with a blinding crimson light. A pitch-black shadow surged into Zhao Lidong's 7 orifices. The entire room was engulfed in a sanguine glow. Zhao Lidong let out a tortured scream towards the heavens. Chapter 68, Blood Rain Tower. Zhao Wuxie, with one arm around Yu Linger, rode atop a dragon steed, marching grandly towards the northern frontier. Their entourage comprised 52 individuals, all seasoned warriors, battle-hardened and resolute. However, their cultivation levels were not particularly high, with most being at the body refinement stage, and the most accomplished barely reaching the acquired realm. Could such strength truly traverse the frontier unscathed? Would they not be devoured by demonic beasts along the way? Zhao Wuxie was burdened with numerous grievances he wished to express. But seeing his guards, all obedient and diligent, he ultimately stifled his frustrations. Zhao Wuxie inquired, Commander Wang, are there any military engagements in the Northern Territory at present? Commander Wang respectfully replied, For now, there are no conflicts, only occasional assaults by demonic beasts that disturb the cities and harass the populace. How many demonic beasts are we speaking of? Perhaps anywhere from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Is the population in the northern region substantial? Not particularly. The land is vast and sparsely populated. The largest city barely houses 1 million inhabitants, incomparable to the cities within our borders. Is life difficult on the frontier? Rest assured, young master, His Majesty has instructed us to ensure your comfort. You need only remain in the frontier for a year before returning. I meant the common folk. How do they fare? General Wang scratched his head and lamented. The common people are indeed suffering greatly. The harsh winter is relentless, compounded by the frequent raids from the northern barbarians and the menace of ferocious beasts. Life is exceedingly difficult. Not long ago, several towns were decimated by these monstrous entities. Who commands the northern border? What is his relationship with King Zhao? It is General Yueguan who oversees the northern frontier. I cannot ascertain his rapport with King Zhao. On his journey, Zhao Wuxie incessantly sought information regarding the border. From the soldiers' accounts, he learned that the situation at the northern front was far from optimistic. Although the northern barbarians had not caused disturbances in recent years, beast tides erupted frequently. Numerous towns had been completely devoured by these creatures. Presently, many of the border towns were merely remnants, where the surviving populace of previously besieged cities had gathered. The generals stationed at the border acted independently, like scattered sand, displaying a chilling indifference to the lives of the common folk. As long as their own towns remained intact, they would even turn a blind eye to their comrades being slaughtered by the beasts, or to the devastation wrought upon the cities. As night fell, the group gathered around the hearth, roasting several freshly caught hares. Zhao Wuxie took it upon himself to prepare the meal, for in his past life on Blue Star, he had worked in a barbecue establishment. Thus, grilling the hares was no daunting task. Before long, the enticing aroma of the roasted hare wafted through the air. He handed the finished dish to Yulinger, who eagerly embraced the treat and exclaimed, "Delicious. Master, your culinary skills are exceptional. This is the finest hare meat I have ever tasted." As the night deepened, an unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings. This tranquility, however, instilled a sense of unease in Zhao Wuxie. After all, in his former residence, a secluded courtyard, he was accustomed to the nightly symphony of insects and the calls of wild beasts. Why was it so eerily quiet tonight? Something felt amiss. Zhao Wuxie slowly closed his eyes, melding his consciousness with the flora and fauna around him. His awareness traversed through the underbrush, streams, and thickets, until he finally discerned an anomaly. He abruptly rose, declaring, "Come forth. No need to hide. I see you." The soldiers immediately stood, drawing their blades, their faces etched with vigilance as they scanned the vicinity. "Young master, stand behind us. We shall protect you." Yulinger also heightened her senses, surveying the surroundings, yet found nothing. "Master, I cannot discern the presence you speak of. Where is this individual?" Zhao Wuxie pointed a finger, and a bolt of thunder erupted from his hand, followed by a resounding boom as sparks ignited in the depths of the forest. From the shadows emerged a figure, cloaked in black, wielding two crimson curved blades, and emitting a piercing voice reminiscent of a night owl. "No wonder you are the son of Zhao Huai. Your alertness is commendable." Zhao Wuxie inquired, "Who sent you to kill me? This matter is not for discussion. Moreover, as a dying man, what purpose does your insatiable curiosity serve?" Zhao Wuxie scrutinized the individual before him, dismissing him as merely a golden core stage 2 cultivator, yet he had the audacity to speak so boldly. With a swift motion, Zhao drew his sword and lunged towards the neck of the cloaked figure. The man in black merely smirked, and unexpectedly, a woman clad in black appeared at his side. She wielded a lace-trimmed black umbrella, forged from dark mysterious iron. With a deft flick of her wrist, several iron swords shot forth from the umbrella, hurtling towards Zhao Wuxie. In midair, Zhao executed a graceful roll, narrowly evading the onslaught of the iron blades. The man in black chuckled at Blood Rain Tower. "We take our assignments seriously and have thoroughly investigated your background. You are merely 18 years old. Yet you have attained Golden Core Stage 3 and possess a terrifying sword intent at the same level. How could we dare to underestimate a master such as you? You have now made it onto our assassination list. Your demise is inevitable. Surrender quietly, lest you suffer a worse fate." "What? You are from Blood Rain Tower?" The soldiers nearby turned pale with fear upon hearing those words. Blood Rain Tower was known as the most formidable and fearsome assassin organization across the entire Tianxian continent. They claimed that as long as the payment was sufficient, no target was beyond their reach. Those who appeared on their assassination list, regardless of their status, be they royal or noble, were marked for death without hesitation. Even a monarch would think twice before provoking them. Legends spoke of Blood Rain Tower's origins in the divine realm, while others suggested they hailed from the sacred domain. In any case, it was clear that they were not a mundane force from the Xianyuan realm that could be trifled with. With Zhao Wuxie now on their list, the onlookers believed his fate was sealed. Zhao Wuxie activated his heavy eye, surveying his surroundings and noting the two adversaries, one at Golden Core Stage 2 and the other at Stage 8, a formidable pair indeed. Yet, he deemed them insufficient. Turning his gaze towards the woman in black, he commanded, "Behold my eyes." The woman, puzzled, looked his way. In an instant, as Zhao's eyes opened and closed, two violet beams of light erupted forth, piercing through her eyes and obliterating her head, continuing to devastate the trees behind her for 100 meters. She collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The event transpired so swiftly that the crowd remained in a state of shock. The man in black shouted in horror, "Heavy Eye? How can you possess the Heavy Eye?" With a flick of his hand, Zhao severed the man's arm cleanly. "Ah!" The man clutched his wounded limb, gritting his teeth as he attempted to flee. Chapter 69. The Spy. Yet, Zhao Wuxie would not allow him to escape so easily. Following leisurely behind, he kicked a stone, which flew through the air and pierced the man's calf. The cloaked figure fell to the ground, and Zhao pointed his sword at his neck, demanding, "Speak. Who commissioned you to kill me? Who sent you?" The man clad in black laughed heartily. "Zhao Wuxie. With your remarkable talent, even without any commission, the assassins of Blood Rain Tower will seek to eliminate you for practice. Just await your demise." Ha ha ha. With that, he breathed his last. Zhao Wuxie wore a look of regret. These assassins truly exhibited professionalism, resorting to suicide at the slightest disagreement, as if it were a trivial matter. After collecting the belongings of the two assassins, he raised his gaze to the sky and declared, "Old fellow, I am aware that you are watching me. Today I, Zhao Wuxie, shall issue a grave warning. Should you dare to inform Qin Changsheng of today's events, I will ensure your demise in the future." Upon hearing these words, the head of the Astral Monitoring Bureau, far within the palace, trembled violently, dropping his brush onto the official document before him. He gazed in terror at the image of Zhao Wuxie, inwardly exclaiming, "How did this young man discover my presence? Could it be the unique ability of his dual pupils?" The head of the bureau felt a surge of dread. Since assuming his position, he had never been detected by anyone. This was a first. He sighed deeply, feeling an acute headache. It seemed that the role of monitoring was fraught with peril, constantly risking offense to others. If he were to withhold information about Zhao Wuxie's dual pupils from Qin Changsheng today, it would be an act of disloyalty. Should Qin Changsheng learn of it later, he might face dire consequences. Yet, if he divulged the information, he would surely provoke Zhao Wuxie, who did not appear to be a benevolent figure. The head of the bureau felt a heavy weight in his heart. At that moment, Qin Changsheng abruptly entered, inquiring, "What news? Have you discovered anything regarding Zhao Wuxie? Who is his clandestine master?" The head of the bureau shook his head, replying, "I have not seen his master." Qin Changsheng stroked his chin, deep in thought. No master? Could he have acquired some ancient inheritance? If that is the case, then Zheng will not treat him lightly. Your Majesty, are you suggesting? Ha ha ha. Naturally, to seize his fortune. This young man, having received such an opportunity, does not present it willingly to Zheng. How infuriating. But how do we explain this to the Zhao royal family? I have already spoken with Zhao Huai, and he said that Zheng can handle it as he pleases. The head of the bureau felt a chill run down his spine. The princes and emperors were indeed heartless, showing no regard for familial bonds. Suddenly, Qin Changsheng shot a glance at the head of the bureau. "I instructed you to monitor Zhao Wuxie. Have you not noticed anything unusual between him and the princess?" Cold sweat broke out on the head of the bureau's forehead. The intensity of Qin Changsheng's gaze was terrifying. He fell to his knees, exclaiming, "I am guilty. Rise. However, should there be a next time and you dare to withhold information, Zheng will not spare you." "Yes, Your Majesty." After Qin Changsheng left, the head of the bureau slowly rose from the ground, still shaken. He wiped the sweat from his brow and set fire to the official document he had intended to present to Qin Changsheng regarding Zhao Wuxie, reducing it to ashes. He had hesitated about revealing Zhao Wuxie's dual pupils to Qin Changsheng, but now it seemed, given your cold-hearted and ungrateful demeanor, I find no reason to remain steadfastly loyal to you. Upon coming to this realization, Jianzheng felt an immediate release of the pressure that weighed upon his heart. The guards, now utterly astonished, stood speechless. They had not anticipated that within such a brief span, Zhao Wuxie could annihilate two formidable Golden Core masters from the Blood Rain Tower, one of whom was an extraordinary 8th-layer Golden Core expert. Such prowess and innate talent were undeniably terrifying. Zhao Wuxie regarded the guards with hesitation, contemplating whether to eliminate them to keep his trump card hidden. Sensing Zhao Wuxie's hostility, the captain immediately bowed and declared, "Young master, we shall remain fiercely loyal to you and will never betray you." Zhao Wuxie smiled and replied, "There is no need for such words. I naturally trust your loyalty. Come, I have some gold coins for you to share." He produced a handful of gold coins from his bosom, distributing 5 coins to each guard. The guards joyfully accepted the coins. That evening, thunder roared ominously in the sky, and 15 individuals were struck dead by lightning. The following morning, Zhao Wuxie observed the remaining group, their eyes rimmed with fatigue. He asked with a smile, "What has happened to you all?" Captain Wang replied, "Young master, we are unsure how it occurred, but the sky rumbled with thunder all night, resulting in the unfortunate demise of 15 of our comrades. It is truly horrifying." Zhao Wuxie remarked nonchalantly, "It must be due to our position on the mountain. We are quite close to the storm clouds, so being struck is to be expected. Indeed, I recall that during our previous time on the mountain, we frequently encountered lightning. You truly possess great knowledge, young Master Zhao." Zhao Wuxie glanced at the fortune values on their foreheads, noting that they had neither increased nor decreased. It appeared they harbored no ill will toward him, nor had they developed any particular fondness. Clearing his throat, Zhao Wuxie stated, "The events of my battle with the Blood Rain Tower last night are not to be disclosed. not even to His Majesty the Emperor. The group exchanged glances, though perplexed. They nodded in agreement after having accepted Zhao Wuxie's money. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Great Qin Empire, a throng of young men and women gathered near the Zhao Wang mansion, eager to catch a glimpse of Zhao Wuxie. Several beautiful young ladies clamored to marry him, while the young men knelt before the mansion, unwilling to rise, hoping to be accepted as his disciples. The tales of Zhao Wuxie's exploits had spread throughout the capital, proclaiming him a sword immortal who had defeated the illustrious Zhao Wang with a single strike. His reputation was swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of the Great Qin Empire. Zhao Huai, overwhelmed by the fervor, had attempted to disperse the crowd multiple times, yet they clung to him like a stubborn adhesive. This only deepened his disdain for Zhao Wuxie. Meanwhile, at the Zhang residence, Zhang Chunxiao was already regretting her decision, exclaiming, "Mother, I told you we should not have called off that engagement. Behold, Zhao Wuxie has become remarkably formidable. He was destined to be my husband. Now, all has been usurped by that shameless Zhang Qingying." The middle-aged woman furrowed her brow, astonished that Zhao Wuxie possessed such terrifying talent for cultivation. Yet, regretting now serves no purpose, does it? "Mother, I care not. I shall marry Zhao Wuxie, and him alone. Mother, you must speak to father. Urge him to seek out the Zhao Wang." Within the Zhao Wang's residence, Zhao Huaizhong felt utterly drained by the demands of these individuals. However, he could not disclose that Zhao Wuxie had been dispatched to the frontier. After all, this matter pertains not only to the dignity of the royal family, but also to the esteem of the Zhao Wang's household. Witnessing the obsequious Zhang Shilang, his fury intensified. "You wish for your daughter to alter her engagement? To replace it with Zhang Chunxiao and be betrothed to Zhao Wuxie?" "Indeed, your highness Zhao Wang." The veins on Zhao Huaizhong's forehead throbbed, his grip tightening around the armrest of his chair. With a resounding crack, the chair splintered into pieces. Zhang Shilang collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 70. Seizing the body. Do you presume this engagement is a trifling game, that it can be amended at will? One moment changing to this person, the next to another? Or do you believe this prince to be easily bullied? "I dare not. I truly dare not. Your highness Zhao Wang. Begone." "Yes, yes. I shall depart at once." Zhao Huaizhong was already on edge, and this man further provoked his ire. Recently, upon hearing Zhao Wuxie's name, his anger would flare. Just yesterday, news arrived from Shiyu Tower of a failed assassination, demanding additional compensation. Moreover, the informants he had placed around Zhao Wuxie had inexplicably lost contact. He could accept a few individuals going missing, but over 10 top-tier intelligence personnel vanishing overnight without a trace was intolerable. That ungrateful son, how did he uncover those spies? Furthermore, Shiyu Tower is proficient in the art of assassination, yet it has never been reported that they faltered. How did that ungrateful son evade assassination? Additionally, it seems that Shiyu Tower suffered considerable losses this time. What secrets does that ungrateful son possess? As these thoughts plagued him, a headache ensued. Fortunately, Qin Chongqing has recently taken a keen interest in this ungrateful son. With his intervention, surely there will be no further failures. Zhao Huaizhong rubbed his temples, feeling an overwhelming weariness. Lately, Zhao Lidong's mind has been in disarray, and his wife, Lu Xiangling, has also been acting strangely, though he could not pinpoint why. After being dismissed, Zhang Shilang left in a dejected state, uncertain how to explain the situation to his wife and daughter. "What is that?" A sudden burst of crimson light captivated Zhang Shilang's attention. He slowly approached a particular room. Was there not a beam of red light just now, or has it vanished? He licked his fingers and then punctured the door and window, peering inside. He chanced upon Zhao, whose body was drenched in crimson, making him resemble a creature stripped of its skin, complete with a pair of horns sprouting from his head, enveloped in a sinister aura of blood. He appeared anything but human. Zhang Shilang, gripped by terror, stumbled backward in fright. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Lidong abruptly opened his eyes. Who is outside? Zhang Shilang, paralyzed with fear, lost control of his bodily functions, his pants thoroughly soaked. In a panic, he attempted to flee, but his legs had turned to jelly. Refusing to obey, Zhao Lidong swiftly retracted his horns and the ominous aura, then forcefully pushed open the door. He looked down to find Zhang Shilang, trembling and weak-kneed, emitting fearful sounds. Seizing Zhang Shilang by the collar, he disregarded his struggles and yanked him into the room, shutting the door firmly behind them. With piercing eyes, he stared at Zhang Shilang. "Old man, speak. What did you just see?" Zhang Shilang, wide-eyed with terror, stuttered. I saw nothing." Yet the fear in his eyes revealed the truth. Zhao Lidong grinned wickedly. "Old man, even if you did see, what of it? Today, you shall not escape." As his words fell, the sinister aura erupted from him, his form once again turning crimson. His eyes transformed into scarlet vertical slits. and elongated fangs sprouted from his mouth as he sank them into Zhang Shilang's neck. Gurgling sounds echoed as Zhang Shilang flailed his legs in vain, his body visibly withering away. Zhao Lidong, with a satisfied expression, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It had been centuries since he had tasted blood, having been sealed by the monks of the Jinshan Temple. Curiously, just days prior, several chains binding him had inexplicably shattered, allowing his spirit to break free from Zhao Wuxie's seal, ultimately succeeding in usurping Zhao Lidong's body. The blood demon surveyed its new form with great satisfaction. This body exceeded its expectations. It was the sacred body of Thunder Abyss, its thunderous power adept at masking the deathly and sinister energies emanating from it. However, the downside was that being a creature of darkness, it perpetually exuded a deathly aura and sinister energy, which incessantly eroded its corporeal form. It required fresh blood to balance the energies within. Today, Zhang Shilang had fortuitously stumbled into its path, practically delivering himself as a feast. The blood demon glanced at the lifeless corpse on the ground, and with a swift motion, reduced Zhang Shilang to a cloud of dust. Having completed this grim task, it feigned nonchalance and settled onto the bed to cultivate. Now that it had successfully usurped a body, its cultivation had only reached the 6th level of nirvana. Moreover, being confined by Zhao Huai, it was wise to remain hidden for the time being. As it refined the blood energy within, it harbored sinister thoughts of seizing Zhao Wuxie's body once its cultivation was restored. That pair of enchanting double pupils. It was utterly tantalizing. Zhao Wuxie led Yulinger to a secluded cave. After establishing the 4 symbols array around them, he entrusted the last drop of celestial essence he possessed to Yulinger. At present, her cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. Should she attain the perfection of the Golden Core, no one within the entire Qin Empire would rival her. Recently, the number of assassins fixated on Zhao Wuxie had become overwhelming, leaving him devoid of any sense of security. If Yulinger could swiftly break through to the pinnacle of the Golden Core, he would find considerable solace. "Linger, are you prepared?" he inquired. Yulinger nodded, and after consuming the celestial essence, she slowly closed her eyes. Zhao Wuxie commanded the soldiers to retreat several hundred meters, forbidding them from peering in. As Yulinger engaged in her cultivation, the surrounding flora began to grow wildly. It wasn't long before they were enveloped by a dense thicket, the canopy shading the sun, casting an eerie darkness. The wood elemental spiritual energy surged towards the cave with fervor. Yulinger's cultivation ascended rapidly. In a brief span, she broke through to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, mere inches away from perfection. Upon concluding her training, she resembled a contrite child. "I'm sorry, master. I failed to reach the perfection of the Golden Core and disappointed you." Zhao Wuxie smirked mischievously. "I once mentioned that apologies are futile. Actions speak louder. Today, I shall administer a proper punishment." "Huh, woo-woo." Zhao Wuxie mounted her, intent on delivering a thorough chastisement. Chapter 71, Golden Lin City in the distance. The soldiers awaited, perplexed as they gazed at their commander. "Commander, do you sense the earth trembling?" "I feel it too. The tremors have intensified since they began." "What could this be? You ask me? How would I know?" "Commander Wang, should we alert young Master Zhao? I fear it may be an earthquake." Commander Wang rolled his eyes. "What? Do you believe your cultivation surpasses young Master Zhao's?" The soldier scratched his head. "I'm merely concerned for him. After all, it's rare to encounter someone so generous. He doesn't need our concern." Over 4 hours later, the tremors finally ceased. Zhao Wuxie took Yulinger's hand and returned to the ranks. Bodyguard Wang remarked, "Young Master Zhao, we must hasten our journey. Otherwise, we may not reach the border in time. What's the rush? Even if we arrive late, it's the Emperor who will fret, not us." "But is that truly wise?" "Rest assured, even if I am late, they wouldn't dare to take action against us." Zhao Wuxie scoffed, considering his journey to the border as already a concession to that old man Qin Shangshan. If they expected him to arrive punctually, they could find somewhere else to cool their heels. Time swiftly passed, and half a month had gone by as Zhao Wuxie ambled along his journey, pausing frequently. The heat was unbearable, making haste impossible. When the weather cooled, he relished the opportunity for slumber, disinclined to rush. And when it rained, it was even more of a reason to delay. They would wait until the rain ceased before resuming their travels. Initially, Commander Wang and his subordinates were in a frenzy, anxious and restless. However, as time wore on, they found a semblance of calm. After all, no amount of urgency could alter their fate now. They were bound to be late. Zhao Wuxie and his companions continued their leisurely pace, to their astonishment, covering merely 30 miles in half a month. This predicament weighed heavily on the assassins who anxiously awaited their arrival, yet no sign of Zhao Wuxie and his companions emerged. In a secluded tea house, a muscular man, exasperated, slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "Damn it, you imbecile. Did you miscalculate the time? Have Zhao Wuxie and his entourage already departed? A gaunt, sharp-featured man, equally puzzled, replied, that shouldn't be the case. I calculated the timing precisely. Moreover, the Lord of Dongling City explicitly informed me that Zhao Wuxie and his group did not pass through their territory. Is it possible they took a detour? Impossible. This route is the safest, most reliable, and shortest path. He has no reason to seek a longer, treacherous path. But where could they be? They can't have vanished into thin air. Perhaps I should go and search for them. Go ahead. I shall remain here. The burly man plopped down onto a chair and began sipping tea. The slender figure swiftly vanished from sight. Over the past half-month, Zhao Wuxie imparted the 1,000 illusions step to Yuling. With this newfound agility, her strength surged considerably. Through days of cultivation, he had successfully refined his first avatar, whose prowess was nearly on par with Zhao Wuxie himself. Zhao Wuxie retrieved the items acquired from the assassins a few days prior and presented them to Yuling. Among them was a primary sacred-level tome, transformations of 1,000 changes, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and a set of exquisite divine-grade attire known as the Water Moon Skirt. The skirt shimmered, reflecting the beauty of a radiant full moon, casting a mesmerizing glow. Upon donning it, Yuling appeared ethereal, her stunning visage resembling a fairy lost in the mortal realm. Zhao Wuxie gazed in awe. Blushing, Yuling inquired, Master, is it truly acceptable for me to wear this? What could possibly be wrong? What are you worried about? I fear it may attract too much attention. Fear not, for I possess another tome that can not only alter your appearance, but also conceal your aura. Zhao Wuxie produced the sacred-level primary tome, transformations of 1,000 changes, obtained from the system, and handed it to her. Yuling eagerly began her studies. In no time, she transformed her elfin ears into human ears, and the radiance of her water moon skirt, along with her aura, became subdued. With anticipation, she looked at Zhao Wuxie and asked, Master, may I now remove the black cloak? Zhao Wuxie nodded gently, then tenderly caressed the strands of Yulinger's hair. Before long, the earth began to tremble once more. The distant soldiers had already grown accustomed to this phenomenon. After a considerable time, Zhao Wuxie and his companions finally returned. The crowd was instantly captivated by Yulinger's beauty, as she had been shrouded in a dark robe until now, making this her first appearance before them. Many silently marveled at Zhao Wuxie's good fortune, wondering if that was why the mountains had been quaking recently. Zhao Wuxie proposed, let us take the waterway this time. But, young Master Zhao, if we traverse by water, it will take us on a longer route. When shall we arrive at the northern frontier then? Why? Are you anxious? No, not at all. Let us proceed as you suggest, young Master Zhao. Thus, Zhao Wuxie and his entourage made their way to the ferry. They had not traveled far when a lean assassin arrived, panting and scanning the surroundings with a puzzled expression. Where is everyone? What is going on? Wasn't it agreed that we would meet nearby? What are those intelligence agencies doing? In a fit of rage, he struck a nearby tree, shattering it to splinters. At that moment, Zhao Wuxie and his group had reached the ferry. By the shore lay a luxurious boat. Zhao Wuxie approached a rotund man clad in silk and inquired, Good sir, where does this vessel sail to? The man was about to respond when a nonchalant young master, bearing a long sword on his back, strode over. Impatience etched on his face. Hurry up. What sort of establishment dares to share a boat with me? Return from whence you came. The rotund man, visibly troubled, replied, Dear guest, this boat is bound for Jinlin City, but it has already been chartered by that young master. Would you be willing to wait for the next one? How long until the next one arrives? Approximately 3 days. Zhao Wuxie frowned, finding the wait excessively long. The young master on the boat urged, You glutton! What are you still doing here? Get your crew to set sail at once. I am in a hurry to apprentice at the Sword Pavilion. If my affairs are delayed and I fail to be selected, you shall face dire consequences. Of course, I shall have the boat ready immediately. A lady in a flowing purple gown emerged. Jin Changsheng, you are causing trouble again. Be wary, for my lady may choose to ignore you in the future. Upon hearing this, Jin Changsheng quickly adopted a different demeanor, ingratiatingly saying, Xiaozi, I am merely trying to ensure that no one disturbs Miss Mous' rest. You must explain this on my behalf. Humph, you can explain it yourself. Xiaozi glanced at Zhao Wuxie and his companions, stating, My lady has said that this boat can accommodate 2 more passengers. Young master, you may board. Zhao Wuxie surveyed the soldiers behind him and said, Gentlemen, let us part ways for the time being. We shall reunite upon reaching Jinlin City. The soldiers exchanged glances, perplexed. But young Master Zhao, we have received orders to escort you to the border. Are you stronger than I? Not exactly. It's just, then it seems I no longer require your escort. The group of soldiers furrowed their brows, and finally, Commander Wang let out a resigned sigh, saying, It seems we have no choice. Young Master Zhao, we shall meet again in Jinlin City. Chapter 72. Apprenticeship at the sword pavilion inside the cabin. A beautiful woman clad in a white skirt was preparing tea and inquired. May I ask your esteemed name, young sir? I am Zhao Wuxie. May I know your name, fair maiden? Jin Chongqing stepped protectively in front of Zhao Wuxie and declared. Her name is Mou, and I am Jin Chongqing. With that, he cast a provocative glance at Zhao Wuxie. Mou, already accustomed to such antics, continued. I just heard you plan to head to the border. May I ask what your purpose there is? Humph. This fellow isn't truly heading to the border. If he were, why take the waterways? That would be a roundabout route. In my opinion, this unknown lad should simply be dealt with. Mou felt a tinge of helplessness. She had not wished to share the boat with Jin Chongqing, but alas, he clung to her like a persistent leech. However, she was fortunate to have encountered Zhao Wuxie along the way, bringing him aboard to serve as a shield against Jin Chongqing's unwelcome advances. Zhao Wuxie smiled and replied, Indeed. I do intend to visit the border, but I also wish to stop by the sword pavilion. Jin Chongqing rolled his eyes. You think you can just waltz into the sword pavilion? You speak as if you belong there. Mou interjected. Could it be that young Master Zhao, like us, intends to seek apprenticeship at the sword pavilion? Oh, is the sword pavilion currently accepting disciples? Humph, what pretense? Everyone in the Great Qin Empire knows that the sword pavilion recruits disciples once every 5 years. After saying this, Jin Chongqing turned to Mou with a flattering expression. Rest assured, Miss Mou, with my family's connections, I will certainly secure a position for you as a servant disciple. Zhao Wuxie looked bewildered. What did you say? A servant disciple? Aren't you supposed to take an examination first to become an outer disciple? Jin Chongqing scoffed. Do you think the title of outer disciple is easily attained? The sword pavilion only admits 2 or 3 outer disciples every 5 years. The number of prodigies vying for a spot in the Great Qin Empire is overwhelming, and to emerge from among them is akin to scaling the heavens. Seeing Zhao Wuxie still appear confused, Jin Chongqing frowned and continued. Only those with exceptional talent, like ourselves, are qualified to be servant disciples. Someone like you probably doesn't even qualify to enter. Zhao Wuxie glanced at the two. Mou had a cultivation level of the 8th layer of meridian opening, while Jin Chongqing was at the 6th layer. With such strength and talent, the sword pavilion would indeed overlook them. Throughout the journey, Jin Chongqing had been boasting about his swordsmanship and the formidable strength of his family, occasionally demonstrating his sword skills on the boat. Zhao Wuxie observed closely and noted that his grip on the sword was incorrect. Meanwhile, the woman named Mou occasionally struck up conversations with Zhao Wuxie. In a fit of rage, Jin Chongqing nearly wished to thrust his sword into Zhao Wuxie. He pulled Zhao into a corner and spoke through gritted teeth. That woman, Mou, is under my protection. Should you dare to harbor any intentions towards her, I will not spare you. Zhao Wuxie, upon hearing this, merely smiled nonchalantly. Rest assured, I have no such thoughts. Humph, you had better not. Jin Chongqing retorted. Zhao Wuxie shook his head inwardly. Every woman he had been with was far more exquisite than the merely passable Mou. Upon returning to the cabin, Mou inquired. What did Jin Chongqing discuss with you? Zhao Wuxie shook his head, replying, Nothing of significance. Mou furrowed her brow. Her initial fondness for Zhao Wuxie had waned. After all, it was rare to encounter a man as handsome and charismatic as he. Yet, she was disillusioned to discover he was a coward who allowed himself to be bullied without resistance or a word of protest. In the days that followed, Mou ceased to engage Zhao Wuxie. Jin Chongqing, satisfied, believed his warning had been effective and thought Zhao Wuxie was quite perceptive. He occasionally cast approving glances at him. Zhao Wuxie simply shook his head, offering no explanation. With the woman's distractions removed, he found a newfound peace. Returning to his quarters, he glanced at Yulinger and curiously asked, Why have you donned the black robe again? I dislike being scrutinized by others. I wish only for you to see me. She replied. Zhao Wuxie smiled gently, pulling her into his embrace, his hands wandering with increasing boldness. Master, they might hear us, she cautioned. Fear not. I shall keep my movements subtle, he reassured, waving his hand as 8 flags were planted in the corners of the room, creating a soundproof barrier. Meanwhile, Mou felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly toppling her onto the deck. Clutching her chest, she asked, What is happening? Why is the ship suddenly so turbulent? The maid in the purple dress also appeared unsettled. Miss, I am uncertain. I shall inquire with the captain. The portly captain, sweating profusely, pondered the situation. What is going on? I have traversed this route countless times without encountering such turbulence. Jin Chongqing frowned, noting the unsettling rhythm reminiscent of his escapades in brothels. He quickly dismissed the thought, chastising himself. After all, a man of his stature could hardly create such a commotion, let alone anyone else. The ship rocked violently but ultimately avoided any disaster, finally arriving safely at Jinlin City. Everyone exhaled in relief. their faces pale and drained of color, except for Zhao Wuxie, who, beaming with vitality, descended the ship with Yulinger in tow. Mo cast a puzzled glance at Yulinger, having previously been too captivated by Zhao Wuxie's handsome visage to notice the mysterious woman in black beside him. At this moment, the moon spirit donned a black cloak, her face obscured and entirely unrecognizable. Mo wore a displeased expression, silently pondering. Could it be that Zhao Wuxie has been neglecting me all this time for the sake of this woman? Is it possible she surpasses my beauty? Having grown up amidst the adulation of others, she firmly believed no woman could rival her allure. Jin Changsheng, too, was intrigued. The woman by Zhao Wuxie's side possessed an impressive figure. Though shrouded in a cloak, her alluring curves were unmistakable, hinting at her exceptional nature. Jin Changsheng promptly blocked Zhao Wuxie's path, declaring, "Halt! How rude of you! After all this time, you conceal someone without introducing us." Chapter 73, Captured Alive. Oh, she is my maid, named Moon Spirit. She is feeling a bit unwell and cannot be exposed to sunlight. Nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? What kind of ailment prevents one from seeing the sun? Moon Spirit gradually lowered her mask, revealing an exquisite visage. Jin Changsheng was instantly captivated, his gaze transfixed. In his previous escapades, he had encountered many courtesans, yet their beauty paled in comparison to that of Moon Spirit. Mou and her maid were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated the existence of such a perfect woman. Not only was her face extraordinarily beautiful, her skin fair, but her figure was also irresistibly enticing. Mou cast a glance at herself, a wave of profound inferiority washing over her. How laughable. Just moments ago, she had thought to mock Zhao Wuxie's lack of discernment. Now, it seemed the one lacking in judgment was herself. After revealing her face briefly, Moon Spirit promptly donned her mask once more. Jin Changsheng appeared unsatisfied, then turned to look at Mou. The woman he had just deemed ethereal now seemed merely a commonplace beauty. His interest in Mou evaporated, and he sought to curry favor with Moon Spirit instead. However, Zhao Wuxie shot him a cold glare. Jin Changsheng instinctively recoiled, feeling as if he were under the scrutinizing gaze of a fearsome beast from the abyss, rendering him too intimidated to act recklessly. Thus, the group traversed in silence, entering Jinlin City. Upon their arrival, the city lord received the news and abruptly rose from his seat, incredulously staring at the kneeling subordinate. "What did you say? The son of the Zhao King has arrived in our Jinlin City? How can this be? Was he not exiled to the frontier? How could he possibly be on my territory? My lord, this matter is indeed true. That young rascal Zhao Wuxie has entered the city." Li Fuzhen's countenance grew grave. He had received a secret edict from the emperor. Should Zhao Wuxie be encountered, he was to be captured alive and discreetly delivered. Li Fuzhen felt a headache coming on. This task was rather perilous. Engaging someone who could contend with an 8th-level Golden Core Master was no trivial matter, let alone the question of whether he could even defeat Zhao Wuxie. Even if he could overpower him, he would not dare to seize him. After all, if he did so, would not the Prince Zhao harbor a grudge against him? Although rumors abound that Zhao Wuxie is not favored by Zhao Huaizhong. What if these rumors are mere fabrications? Would he not then be courting his own demise? The more Li Fuzhen contemplated this matter, the more he sensed an underlying intrigue. Zhao Wuxie, possessing such extraordinary talent and being the beloved son of Zhao Huaizhong, would naturally be cherished by any reasonable person. How could they possibly become adversaries? He harbored serious doubts, suspecting that this was a ruse orchestrated by Zhao Huaizhong for self-preservation. A theatrical performance staged by the father and son to create a facade of discord, thereby alleviating the emperor's suspicions towards the Zhao royal household. The logic of his reasoning became increasingly compelling. As these thoughts plagued him, he found himself beset with a throbbing headache. To take action against Zhao Wuxie would mean incurring the wrath of Zhao Huaizhong, yet failing to act would likely provoke the wrath of the emperor of the Great Qin. Alas, what a predicament this was. The matters concerning Jinlin City and the border regions were at odds with one another. How could they have encroached upon his territory? This young man, why was he not adhering to the conventional path? Moreover, it had already been nearly half a month, and he had yet to reach the border. Still meandering within the confines of Great Qin. Given such a short distance, he could have crawled there by now. Young man, do you truly not fear the emperor's wrath? Just as he was engulfed in these troubled thoughts, a captivating and elegant young woman entered the room, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, bearing a tray of invigorating medicine. The atmosphere around her transformed into one of radiance upon her arrival. The soldier kneeling on the ground could not help but steal glances, his eyes brimming with longing for the lady. Fortunately, he was aware of his station. After a brief moment of distraction, he swiftly pinched himself, regaining his composure. This woman was indeed the most beautiful in Jinlin City. Merely a few glances had nearly led the soldier to lose his senses. Wang Wan'er placed the tray on the tea table and approached Li Fuzhen, gently massaging his temples with tenderness. Husband, what troubles your mind? Why do you wear such a furrowed brow? Li Fuzhen cast a glance at the invigorating medicine on the table, and a chill ran down his spine. Alas, this woman, while undeniably beautiful, was also rather ferocious. In just 3 short months, she had nearly taken his life. He had distinctly felt his vitality waning during these days. Often suffering from aches and pains, his legs trembling as he walked. This woman was truly a blade that scraped to the bone. Li Fuzhen silently lamented. He then expressed the predicament he was facing. Upon hearing his concerns, Wang Wan'er covered her mouth and laughed, causing the soldier's eyes to widen in astonishment. What a trivial matter, she exclaimed. You simply need to ask, in this world, who holds greater power, the Emperor or Prince Zhao? Surely, it is His Majesty. Then why are you worried? If Prince Zhao seeks trouble with you, simply state that you are acting under orders. If he wishes to cause a stir, it should be directed at the Emperor. That being said, what if he refuses to reason? Would he dare? Now that Zhao Huaizhong has just achieved a great victory, his merits overshadowing his sovereign, the ministers in the court are struggling to find an excuse to take action against the Zhao royal residence. If he dares to target a powerful regional official, would that not provide His Majesty with a justification to eliminate him? I believe Zhao Huaizhong cannot possibly be a fool. Such a straightforward truth, I am certain he comprehends it. Otherwise, he would not be staging this drama of father-son discord. Li Fuzhen, upon hearing this, was suddenly enlightened and burst into hearty laughter. My lady, you truly are my wise companion. Wang Wan'er licked her alluring crimson lips and replied, Husband, since I have accomplished such a significant feat, how do you intend to express your gratitude? Wang Wan'er cast a seductive glance at Li Fuzhen. He immediately shivered, embarrassment washing over his face. My lady, I have been quite fatigued of late. Wang Wan'er pouted, her expression filled with lament. Husband, you have already rested for 8 days. Why do you still need to rest? I have been preoccupied with official duties. He quickly diverted the topic. Now that we have decided to take action, I have heard that Zhao Wuxie possesses formidable strength. How shall I proceed? My husband, with so many subordinates, is there truly not one capable enough? These useless fools. If they were truly of any use, I would not be so exhausted every day. Wang Wan'er, upon hearing this, was immediately indignant. So it is these incompetent subordinates that prevent us from living a blissful life every day. Indeed, my lady, it is precisely because of their ineptitude that I often require rest. The soldier kneeling on the ground secretly grumbled. If you are incompetent, how can you blame us? Utterly shameless. However, despite his internal complaints, he dared not voice them. Wang Wan'er devised a plan. My husband, since we cannot confront him directly, let us employ cunning. Chapter 74, Boss. Let's book a room. My lady, how shall we be cunning? Host a banquet, set up a trap, and slip a drug into his drink. Then, take the opportunity to capture him alive. Brilliant, my lady. Li Fuzhen glanced at the soldier still kneeling and commanded, Why are you still on your knees? Hurry and deceive him into coming. Yes, I shall go at once. After a considerable time, the soldier returned and knelt down, saying, Lord of the city, that fellow will not come. What? Why will he not come? Could it be he has discerned our intentions to harm him? No, my lord. That fellow said he does not know you and is not familiar with you. Hence he will not come. Li Fuzhen was instantly rendered speechless. What kind of reason is this? Is this how Zhao Huaizhong raises his son? Does this lad not understand the concept of social interaction at all? As a bastard of the Zhao royal residence, he has no desire to forge connections with the powerful and instead turns them away. It is simply outrageous. He shows no ambition whatsoever. No wonder Zhao Huaizhong does not favor him. Wang Wan'er inquired, Have you clarified the identity of the city lord? I have indeed explained. However, he claimed to be unfamiliar with your name. That scoundrel. He infuriates me beyond measure. Wang Wan'er chuckled. I find myself increasingly intrigued by this illegitimate son of the Zhao royal residence, since he is unwilling to approach and make acquaintances due to his ignorance. Let us take the initiative to seek him out. Why should I? As a formidable cultivator at the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm, must I deign to placate a mere youth? The thought of this spreading would be utterly humiliating. So, does that mean you want to go? If you wish to go, then go by yourself. I shall not accompany you. Very well then, if you will not go, I shall. Shortly after Zhao Wuxie and his companions entered the city, Mou remarked, Young Master Zhao, let us part ways here. The mere thought of standing alongside a woman more beautiful and alluring than herself made her uneasy. Thus, upon entering the city, she eagerly chose to separate from Zhao Wuxie and his group. Zhao Wuxie nodded in agreement, not particularly inclined to remain with them either. Jin Chongqing showed no intention of leaving. Ever since he laid eyes on Yu Linger's true form, he appeared utterly entranced. Mou, accompanied by her maid, took a few steps before realizing Jin Chongqing had not followed. She coldly scoffed, Jin Chongqing, Why do you linger? Jin Chongqing replied indifferently. You may go ahead. I wish to spend a little more time with young Master Zhao. Humph. You said it. Don't regret it later. Xiaozi, let us depart. Mou left with Xiaozi. Zhao Wuxie cast a glance at Jin Chongqing, who was leering at Yulinger. You ought to leave. Do not compel me to take action. You wouldn't dare. Do you even know who my young master is? I have no interest in knowing. I only know that you are quite bothersome. If you persist in pestering me, I shall not hold back. Hey, I refuse to believe you would dare lay a hand on me. Do you understand that I am a dignified cultivator at the 8th level of the Meridian Opening Realm? Before he could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning enveloped him instantaneously, ensnaring both him and his attendant within the electric net. After a series of crackling sounds, Zhao Wuxie led Yulinger away from the scene, leaving the two behind, enveloped in smoke, convulsing on the ground. As they walked, Yulinger asked, Master, when do you suppose Commander Wang and the others will arrive? They should take a few more days. After all, land travel is slower than by water. No matter. We can enjoy a few days at the Sword Pavilion in the meantime. Indeed, Master, I shall follow your lead. The two made their way toward the Sword Pavilion when a stunning woman clad in a purple palace gown approached. Just a few steps into her path, she unexpectedly stumbled, falling directly into Zhao Wuxie's embrace. As he felt the soft and fragrant beauty in his arms, he steadied her by supporting her curvaceous figure with one hand and gently resting the other upon her elevated bosom, whispering with concern in her ear, Madam, do take care. You mustn't fall. Wang Wanner was taken aback by Zhao Wuxie's boldness, never expecting to suffer such a mishap before a younger man. Shouldn't this fellow be tending to his own arm? How did it come to this? However, one must admit, this lad is quite handsome. He is leagues more attractive than that scruffy old man back home, especially with his robust physique and the palpable aura of virility that stirs a flutter within Wang Wanner. Moreover, she had not been in such close proximity to a man in quite some time. Being so near Zhao Wuxie made her feel weak and flushed, compelling her to draw even closer. A mischievous smile crept upon Zhao Wuxie's face. This woman, her fall was far too contrived. It was evident she was targeting him. Most likely, she was an assassin. Yet, her cultivation was astonishingly low, only at the 3rd layer of Meridian Opening. He even began to suspect whether she was attempting to swindle him. Wang Wanner lingered in Zhao Wuxie's embrace, momentarily dazed until her maid discreetly cleared her throat, prompting her to recall her intentions. She feigned a grimace, attempting to appear in excruciating pain, but her enchanting visage only conveyed a sense of playful charm. Oh, my foot. It hurts so much. Zhao Wuxie observed her poor acting with amusement and decided to indulge in some playful banter. Madam, is your foot grievously injured? My foot is in such pain that I cannot walk, young sir. Could you assist me in returning home? My family is waiting for me, she lamented, exaggerating her distress. Her maid chimed in, yes. Young sir, please escort my lady home. You are our only hope. I can help you. A disheveled beggar eagerly volunteered, raising his hand exuberantly while gazing at Wang Wanner. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Zhao Wuxie cleared his throat and lifted Wang Wanner effortlessly. How could I allow the lady to walk? I shall carry you. Hey, no. I can walk myself. Not a chance. If your injury worsens, I would feel remorse. Sir, you must set my lady down. This is not appropriate. Wang Wanner's maid followed closely, perspiring with anxiety. Yet, Zhao Wuxie disregarded her entirely. Wait. Young sir, that's not the direction to the Lord's mansion. You're going the wrong way, young sir. Why are you taking my lady to the inn? Please halt. I am taking her to the inn to secure a room, of course, with her injuries so severe. As a gynecological expert, how could I allow her to return alone? I must conduct a thorough examination. There is no need for that. Truly, it's unnecessary. My lady is fine. Landlord, please prepare the finest room for me. At that moment, Wang Wanner, cradled in Zhao Wuxie's arms, felt her head spinning. Hadn't they agreed to take her home? Why were they now headed to book a room? The innkeeper, equally bewildered, stared in disbelief. How could the woman in this young man's arms resemble the lady of the Lord? What was going on? The lord of the city has been deceived. Meanwhile, Li Fujian, far away in the city lord's mansion, anxiously awaited his wife. Chapter 75. Massage. At this moment, in a certain dense thicket, a sharp-featured assassin wiped the blood from his hands, his face ashen. So that's it. This fool didn't head to the border, but ran to Jinlin City. How infuriating. He has outsmarted me. He placed his finger to his lips and whistled. A falcon swooped down, landing on his shoulder. The assassin tied a letter to the falcon's leg and released it into the sky. Commander Wang knelt on the ground, pleading, You promised that if I confessed, you would let me go. May I leave now? The assassin chuckled, Of course. Commander Wang, overwhelmed with gratitude, nodded vigorously. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for sparing my life. He glanced at the pile of corpses on the ground and turned to flee. Yet, just as he took a few steps, His head exploded in a mist of blood. The thin assassin sneered, "Fool. Did you think you could see my face and live?" Zhao Wuxie held Wang Waner in his arms, producing a gold coin and slamming it onto the table. "Innkeeper. A room, the best one you have." The innkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze evasive. I'm afraid we have no rooms available at the moment." Zhao Wuxie smirked. "You are lying. Your inn clearly has dozens of rooms." The innkeeper, with a pleading expression, implored, "Please, sir, I beg you, go elsewhere. I truly cannot give you a room." Zhao Wuxie waved his hand, and all the room keys hanging on the wall behind the innkeeper flew into his grasp. He selected one and ascended the stairs. The innkeeper was left trembling on the floor, thinking, "It's over. If the city lord finds out his wife is in a room with another man here, I am doomed." Wang Waner, in Zhao Wuxie's embrace, struggled desperately. Even she, in her naivety, sensed the impending events. Let me go, let me go." Zhao Wuxie playfully smacked her on the backside. "Silence." Wang Waner felt a jolt, a tingling sensation coursing through her body. It was her first experience of being struck, and the feeling was peculiarly exhilarating. The maid behind Zhao Wuxie was frantic, her attempts to catch up failing miserably. She couldn't fathom that someone like Zhao Wuxie existed in this world. Meeting him for the first time, he was already taking someone to a room. How impatient could he be? If he truly put a green hat on the city lord, she would be in deep trouble. She had to prevent this from happening. Zhao Wuxie kicked open the door and placed Wang Waner on the bed. At last, she regained her composure, curling up and staring at Zhao Wuxie in fear. What are you going to do?" Zhao Wuxie grinned mischievously. "What do you think I'm going to do? Don't you know?" "What?" "I'm afraid you cannot approach me. My husband will not spare you." Zhao Wuxie reached out and grasped one of Wang Waner's feet, removing a shoe to reveal her small foot clad in a white sock. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted towards him. Instantly, Wang Waner's face flushed crimson, and with a nervous expression, she inquired, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Zhao Wuxie remained silent and proceeded to remove her other shoe, casually taking off one of her white socks as well. "Oh, be gentle." Zhao Wuxie held her foot, gently squeezing it and asking, "Is this the foot that is injured?" Blushing fiercely, Wang Waner bit her lower lip, suppressing any peculiar sounds that threatened to escape. She shyly nodded. "Yes, it is indeed this foot." A smile crept onto Zhao Wuxie's lips. "Very well, allow me to assist you." "Ah, that feels nice. Please don't stop." At that moment, a maid finally caught up, and she happened to witness Zhao Wuxie massaging Wang Waner's feet. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Thank goodness. It's merely a massage. But wait, something felt amiss. While he was massaging her feet, why were his hands incessantly kneading? Why is he working his way up to her calves? What on earth is this scoundrel up to? What? His hands have even ventured up to her thighs. What does this have to do with her twisted ankle? The maid grew increasingly anxious as she observed Zhao Wuxie's hands continuing their ascent. Wang Waner's skirt had been lifted to her waist, revealing her long, fair legs. What? How could this be? Why isn't she wearing anything underneath today? The maid began to sweat profusely, glancing anxiously at Wang Waner. She was utterly dumbfounded. "Madam, how can you allow him to take advantage of you like this? Not only do you fail to stop him, but you also seem to be enjoying it with your eyes closed. And how can you produce such shameful sounds? You were never this vocal with the lord of the city." As the maid listened, she couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush. Yu Linger, standing nearby, cast a glance at the maid. If this girl dared to spoil her master's pleasure, she would be swiftly ejected. The maid, perceiving the intense threat in Yu Linger's gaze, promptly sealed her lips, swallowing back the words she intended to say. Having always been perceptive, she could easily decipher the meaning behind that look. Zhao Wuxie gently lowered Wang Waner's skirt and said, "Madam, our treatment has concluded. How do you feel now?" Wang Waner's expression was one of lingering desire, her eyes betraying an indescribable emotion. The maid let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness, this young man is truly a gentleman, merely providing a massage. But why does Madam appear so reluctant to leave? Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Madam, are you all right? Who dares to take advantage of this situation? Step forward." The door was forcefully kicked open by Li Fuzhen, followed by the innkeeper, whose face bore a fawning expression. Upon seeing Zhao Wuxie, he pointed at him and exclaimed, "It is he. He attempted to violate the city lord's wife." Li Fuzhen, perspiring and panting heavily, glared at Zhao Wuxie with murderous intent. "You audacious brat. You dare to lay your hands on my woman." Wang Waner promptly leaped from the bed to intercept Li Fuzhen, saying, "My lord, it is not as you think. This young gentleman was merely administering a healing massage, without any ulterior motives." The young girl nodded vigorously. "Indeed. This young man is a true gentleman. He has done nothing inappropriate towards the lady." Li Fuzhen, still skeptical, inquired, "Is that so? My lady, you truly were not wronged?" Wang Waner shot him an indignant glance. "What? Do you wish for me to have been wronged? My lady, I would never wish for such a thing. Li Fuzhen approached, gently supporting Wang Wan'er's arm, asking, My lady, where exactly are you injured? Wang Wan'er replied softly, I will explain later. And we should express our gratitude to young Master Zhao for saving me. What? You say he is Zhao? Wang Wan'er quickly interrupted Li Fuzhen. My lord, should we not invite him to the city lord's residence as our guest? Oh, yes, indeed. You are right, my lady. I must host a banquet to properly honor this young brother and express our gratitude for his care of you. After assisting Wang Wan'er with her shoes, Li Fuzhen turned, his gaze filled with fury towards the innkeeper. You old scoundrel! How dare you slander my wife and tarnish her reputation? You deserve to die? The innkeeper immediately fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing and pleading. City lord, spare me. I never intended to damage the city lord's wife's reputation. Humph. Go to hell and repent. With a single punch, the city lord sent the innkeeper crashing to the ground. Then, surveying the surroundings, he commanded his subordinates. Kill. Eliminate everyone in this inn. Yes. The armored guards behind the city lord marched towards the other rooms of the inn. Zhao Wuxie hurriedly interjected. City lord. These individuals have committed no offense. Why should the innocent suffer? Li Fuzhen coldly retorted. They have seen things they should not have. They all deserve to die? Zhao Wuxie wished to protest further, but the massacre within the inn had already commenced. The air was soon filled with agonizing screams, followed by a nauseating stench of blood permeating the entire establishment. Before long, the guards returned in unison to reporting to the city lord, the area has been cleansed. Li Fuzhen laughed heartily. Excellent. Well done. He then turned to Zhao Wuxie with a smiling demeanor. Young Master Zhao, may I have the honor of inviting you to my residence for a discussion? Zhao Wuxie regarded this smiling tiger with an indescribable sense of revulsion. Yet, a mere ant at the third level of the Golden Core stage was not worthy of his concern. However, he was exceedingly curious as to the reason behind this man's persistent desire for him to visit the city lord's residence. Zhao Wuxie nodded slightly. Since that is the case, it would be more respectful to comply. Very well. Young Master Zhao, please follow me. At the banquet, Li Fuzhen had prepared a sumptuous feast for Zhao Wuxie. The dining table was laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Furthermore, Li Fuzhen summoned all the courtesans of Jinlin City to the lord's residence. Each of them was clad in scanty attire, mere strips of fabric barely concealing their alluring forms, which shimmered enticingly under the light. They danced with captivating grace, their bodies occasionally brushing against Zhao Wuxie. Meanwhile, Li Fuzhen repeatedly urged Zhao Wuxie to partake in the wine. However, Zhao Wuxie remained composed, abstaining from both drink and distraction, presenting himself as a paragon of virtue. This intrigued Wang Wan'er, who had never encountered such a temperate and principled gentleman. In comparison, her own husband seemed utterly lacking. Zhao Wuxie gazed at the provocative women, devoid of any interest. They were a collection of individuals who had been with countless men, while they appeared pristine. Their true nature was anything but. He had no desire to contract any ailments. As for the so-called fine wines, he had endured enough of those insipid concoctions in his past life, forced to drink with insufferable leaders. If it were not for social obligations, he would not indulge in such wretched beverages. Seeing Zhao Wuxie dismissive of both women and wine, Li Fuzhen was taken aback. How could this young man remain indifferent in the presence of such beauty? Was he perhaps a eunuch? As for the notion of a virtuous gentleman, he found it hard to believe. Any normal man would be captivated by such allure. Thus, he rose slowly and said, Young Master Zhao, please enjoy yourself here. I have a matter to attend to and shall return shortly. Grabbing Wang Wan'er, he led her to a secluded room and inquired, Madam, this scoundrel drinks not a drop. Does that mean the drug we put in his wine is rendered useless? Had I known, I would have placed it in the food. Wang Wan'er replied with a smile. Why the haste? If it doesn't work this time, we can always try again next time. But what if he finishes his meal and departs? Wang Wan'er pondered, realizing this was indeed a plausible scenario. If it were anyone else, such an event might be unlikely. However, Zhao Wuxie's temperament was notoriously eccentric, utterly defying expectations. Throughout the banquet, he concentrated solely on the food, showing no interest in the women or the inhabitants of the lord's residence. As if the company around him paled in comparison to the meal laid before him. Was this truly the behavior of a normal person? Wang Wan'er contemplated and suggested, How about this? I shall whisper sweet nothings in his ear. I refuse to believe there exists a man who can remain impervious to my charm. What? That will not do. In the event that that scoundrel seeks to take advantage of my lady, what shall we do? Wang Wan'er extended her delicate hand and gently caressed Li Fuzhen's face, exclaiming, Fool, do you think if I were to be taken advantage of, I would not speak out? Moreover, we are within the city lord's mansion. Who would dare to act recklessly? Li Fuzhen pondered for a moment and found her reasoning compelling. Furthermore, judging by the earlier banquet, it was highly likely that the scoundrel had some physical issues. Even if my lady were to lay bare in his arms, he would likely be incapable of any bold actions. With this realization, Li Fuzhen felt a sense of clarity. Then let my lady take the lead. Wang Wan'er smiled and, with a sway of her alluring hips, entered the banquet hall, gracefully approaching Zhao Wuxie. She draped her hands over Zhao Wuxie's shoulders, leaning her face closer to his, allowing him to catch a whiff of her intoxicating fragrance. Zhao Wuxie maintained an air of composure, yet one hand discreetly ventured beneath Wang Wan'er's skirt, gently stroking her delicate foot. Wang Wan'er immediately stiffened, taken aback by his audacity, stealing a nervous glance at Li Fuzhen. She sighed in relief upon realizing he remained oblivious to the unfolding scene. Chapter 77. Enraptured by spirit, Zhao Wuxie inquired, "My lady, is your leg feeling well now?" Upon hearing this, Wang Wan'er caressed her ample bosom, secretly relieved. She had initially thought Zhao Wuxie sought to take advantage of her, only to realize he merely intended to check on her well-being. A warmth enveloped her heart. It had been a long time since anyone had shown such concern for her health. How unexpectedly considerate and gentle this young man was. Noticing a peculiar expression on Wang Wan'er's face, Li Fuzhen asked, "My lady, what troubles you?" Wang Wan'er, flustered, replied, "Oh, I am fine, truly. My husband, please continue." Li Fuzhen, puzzled, wondered what she meant by continue, as he had done nothing out of the ordinary. Wang Wan'er was in a flurry of emotions, completely forgetting her earlier intentions. Her legs felt weak, trembling uncontrollably, and she instinctively squeezed them together. Her brow furrowed, her cheeks flushed, and she bit her lower lip, as if suppressing something within. Li Fuzhen waited in silence for what felt like an eternity, growing increasingly perplexed. Just moments ago, his wife had confidently asserted that she could handle Zhao Wuxie, yet now she was silent. What was her plan? After the banquet concluded, Zhao Wuxie prepared to take his leave, igniting a sense of urgency in Li Fuzhen. He frantically gestured to Wang Wan'er, but she, feeling utterly limp and drenched in perspiration, appeared lost in thought, oblivious to his frantic signals. In desperation, Li Fuzhen rushed in front of Zhao Wuxie, blocking his path. "Wait, you cannot leave." Zhao Wuxie frowned. "Is there something more, my lord?" Li Fuzhen stammered, "You cannot depart." "Why?" Because. His eyes darted about, searching for words. Finally, his gaze fixed upon Wang Wan'er, and he pointed at her, declaring, "My lady has something to say to you." "Indeed, my lady has words for you." Why does your lady wish to speak to me?" She stammered, perplexed. "How would I know? In any case, you ought to inquire with her yourself." After saying this, he firmly placed his hand on Zhao Wuxie's shoulder, propelling him towards Wang Wan'er. Then, Li Fuzhen gave Wang Wan'er a gentle pat on the shoulder, saying, "My lady, did you not mention that you had something to convey to him?" Startled by the sudden gesture, Wang Wan'er trembled slightly. What did you just say, my lord?" Li Fuzhen, with a playful glint in his eye, teased, "My lady, did you not just say you had something to share with young Master Zhao?" Wang Wan'er, momentarily taken aback, stared wide-eyed, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. After a brief pause, she recollected her thoughts and hurriedly replied, Yes. I do have something to discuss with young Master Zhao, but it's rather inconvenient at the moment. Might I come to your room this evening to speak in person?" Zhao Wuxie's eyes widened in astonishment, pondering, is this an invitation? Yet he wondered if it was appropriate to say such things in front of her husband. Casting a glance at Li Fuzhen, he noticed that the old fellow not only bore no ill will but appeared rather pleased. Zhao Wuxie thought to himself, surely this old man has some peculiar inclinations. Li Fuzhen remarked, since my lady has words to share with you, you should stay. Do not let my lady's good intentions go to waste. Zhao Wuxie, still bewildered, nodded in agreement. That evening, Zhao Wuxie, having shed his garments, was soaking in the bath. Moon Spirit, assisting him with a gentle scrub, remarked, Master, I can't shake the feeling that the Lord and his lady are up to something. They seem to have ulterior motives regarding you. Zhao Wuxie chuckled, I am well aware. Yet, what can a mere third-level golden core cultivator achieve? In the face of absolute strength, all tricks are but dust and shadows. Moon Spirit nodded in agreement. With her own cultivation at the 9th level of golden core, she reassured herself that should danger arise, she could simply whisk her master away from harm. In a secluded room within the Lord's estate, Li Fuzhen inquired, My lady, now that this young man has been ensnared, what shall we do next? My lord, what of that cup of soul intoxication? It remains preserved in my secret chamber. But why do you ask? My lord, I intend to use the soul intoxication to render that young man inebriated. No, that soul intoxication is exceedingly precious. How can we squander it on him? My lord, this is not the time to be stingy with fine spirits. Remember, one must be willing to risk in order to gain. Li Fuzhen, still looking pained, reflected on the rarity of the concoction, crafted from a myriad of celestial materials. Not only did it enhance cultivation, but it also fortified the soul. He had dedicated decades to gather the rare ingredients, expending great resources, and had only managed to brew a meager cup. Even after its successful creation, he had been reluctant to partake. He intended to wait until the day he transcended the tribulation realm to consume such a precious item. How could he possibly part with it? My dear, it is not that I am unwilling, but why must it be this way? Do we truly need to expend such great effort on this scoundrel? Could we not simply use a sedative? Wang Wanner rolled her eyes and replied, the opponent possesses the strength of the Golden Core realm. Tell me, how much sedative would be required to incapacitate someone of that caliber? At the banquet earlier, I refrained from mentioning it, but the wine had turned a milky white. It was as if it were directly indicating its toxicity. If it were you, would you drink it? Li Fuzhen appeared quite embarrassed and defended himself. I merely wished to ensure absolute certainty. Perhaps I added a touch too much, but the flavor is undoubtedly fine. He would never suspect. Wang Wanner could not help but roll her eyes again. Hurry and present that cup of soul drunk. Let us finish this quickly and find peace of mind. Li Fuzhen lamented, my lady, must it truly be this way? Shall we not consider an alternative potion? Then tell me, what other potion would suffice? You must understand that masters of the Golden Core realm possess not only acute senses of smell, but also highly sensitive taste. Ordinary substances cannot deceive them. Only this soul drunk can ensure that anyone below the tribulation realm will be downed in a single cup. After much contemplation, Li Fuzhen remained indecisive. Wang Wanner continued to persuade him, my dear husband, if you do not make a decision soon, that scoundrel will escape. By then, if His Majesty lays the blame upon us, it will not simply be a matter of a cup of wine. Li Fuzhen gritted his teeth. Fine, let us proceed. I shall fetch the wine for you immediately. However, my lady, how do you intend to make that scoundrel drink it? Wang Wanner smiled coyly. When it comes to dealing with men, I have my methods. You need not worry about this matter. Chapter 78. The cup of wine. The door to Zhao Wuxie's room was knocked upon, and from outside came Wang Wanner's soft and charming voice. Young Master Zhao, are you available at the moment? I am. For you, my lady, I am always available. Wang Wanner entered, holding a small cup of wine on a tray. Oh, why are you bathing? I apologize. I shall leave at once. Zhao Wuxie, lounging over the bathtub, laughed. Since you have already entered, why leave? It would only arouse suspicion. Wang Wanner found herself in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. Moon Spirit, having approached, pushed Wang Wanner inside, then closed the door and quietly secured the latch. Wang Wanner was immediately flustered. Zhao Wuxie teased, my lady, you come to my room in the dead of night. Could it be that you cannot sleep and seek someone for company? Wang Wanner trembled. I am not. I merely came to deliver wine. Oh, drinking wine at midnight. Is this the cup of wine we share before entering the bridal chamber? Ha! Wang Wanner's face flushed crimson. You must not speak nonsense. I truly only came to deliver wine. Zhao Wuxie's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Wang Wanner, delivering wine at midnight. And you came in person. Do you wish to harm me? Zhao Wuxie stood up from the bathtub and approached Wang Wanner. She, frightened, retreated repeatedly. She swallowed hard, feigning composure as she said, you mustn't act recklessly. This is the Lord's mansion, and I am the lady of the Lord. Zhao Wuxie's nostrils flared as he caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance, instantly falling into a state of rapture. Delicious, truly delightful. Wang Wanner's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, I'm not that fragrant. I just finished using the restroom and haven't bathed yet. You mustn't smell me anymore. Zhao Wuxie lowered his gaze towards Wang Wanner's bosom, causing her to become increasingly flustered. You mustn't look. Oh, are you not preparing this for me? Are you forbidding me from even looking? Should I taste it with my eyes closed? That is not it. How could I prepare this for you? I am the lady of the Lord. I can only let my husband taste it. Oh, if that is the case, then you may leave. Zhao Wuxie appeared dejected, utterly perplexed by the woman's behavior. It was clear the wine was meant for him. Yet now she not only forbade him from smelling and looking, but also from tasting. Seeing Zhao Wuxie attempt to dismiss her, Wang Wanner panicked. Why are you acting this way? Why turn hostile so quickly? It's not that I'm unwilling to let you taste. It's just that there are so many people here. It's quite inconvenient. Zhao Wuxie remained bewildered, unable to comprehend her words. Nevertheless, he waved his hand, and 8 flags were planted at the room's corners, stating, this formation can shield all eyes and sounds, allowing you to speak and act freely. Feel free to express yourself loudly. No one outside will hear. Wang Wanner glanced around, noting the formation enveloping them entirely, even covering the ground. She immediately felt tears welling up, retreating further. You are indeed prepared. How can you do this? I am the lady of the Lord. Zhao Wuxie scoffed internally, thinking, what does being the lady of the Lord matter? To me, you are merely a beautiful woman. At his words, Wang Wanner resembled a startled rabbit, hastily unbolting the door and fleeing in distress. Zhao Wuxie remained confused, while Li Fuzhen, waiting in his room, excitedly inquired, "What happened? Did you succeed, my lady?" Wang Wan'er, holding back tears, shook her head. Upon seeing the tears on her face, Li Fuzhen grew alarmed, gripping her shoulders with a serious expression. "My lady, what's wrong? Did that rascal bully you? Speak to me. You're making me anxious." Wang Wan'er shook her head again, murmuring, "No, he didn't bully me. It's just... I'm sorry, I couldn't complete the task." Hearing this, Li Fuzhen sighed in relief. "Thank goodness, my lady, as long as you are unharmed." "What transpired in there?" Through her sobs, Wang Wan'er recounted. "He asked if this was our ceremonial wine, implying that after drinking, we would consummate our union." "What? How outrageous. That scoundrel. Just wait and see how I'll deal with him." "My husband, don't go. You cannot defeat him." Li Fuzhen, upon hearing those words, was instantly disheartened. Though harsh, they bore undeniable truth, rendering him speechless. After all, no matter how arrogant he might be, he could not possibly believe that his prowess could rival Zhao Huaizhong's. "My lady, what shall we do?" he inquired. Wang Wan'er huffed humph. "Does he not wish to share a cup of wine? I shall indulge him." With that, she declared, "Let us see how he intends to consummate this union." Li Fuzhen nodded discreetly and whispered, "Excellent, my lady. Once you enter the chamber, should that scoundrel dare to pursue improper intentions, shatter your cup as a signal, and I shall rush into your aid." "Very well, my husband. Await my good news." Zhao Wuxie gazed at the return of this delicate beauty, perplexed. "What transpired? Why have you returned?" Wang Wan'er replied, "Humph. Did you not wish to share a cup of wine? I shall drink with you." She then produced a large vessel of wine, poised to pour. Upon seeing the hefty jug, Zhao Wuxie was reminded of a previous life where excessive drinking led to dire consequences. His scalp prickled with anxiety, and he quickly interjected, "No. I have no desire to drink at present. You should return." Wang Wan'er trembled with indignation. "Did you not just express a desire for shared wine? How can you go back on your word?" "I was merely jesting." She lifted a cup filled with intoxicating nectar, saying, "Drink this, and do not waste my goodwill." Zhao Wuxie vehemently shook his head. "No, I shall not drink." Without hesitation, Wang Wan'er raised the cup and drank it all in one go. "Impressive capacity," Zhao Wuxie remarked. As soon as he spoke, Wang Wan'er pressed her lips against his, delivering a mouthful of exquisite wine into his mouth. Zhao Wuxie's eyes widened in astonishment, mentally exclaiming, "How ravenous this woman must be to seek out a wild man at such an hour." Seeing that Zhao Wuxie had consumed the wine, Wang Wan'er smiled slightly, preparing to leave. Yet, as any normal man would, Zhao Wuxie could not let such an opportunity slip away. He seized her, drawing her into a passionate kiss. Wang Wan'er stiffened in surprise. She had not anticipated his boldness. To prevent him from taking further advantage, she hurled the wine cup to the floor, the crisp sound of shattering glass resonating throughout the room. However, Zhao Wuxie's hands had already ventured forth, and Li Fuzhen had yet to arrive. Suddenly, Wang Wan'er recalled the magical array present in the room. As she felt her garments gradually loosen, panic surged within her. She struggled with all her might. Yet her body felt so weak. It was less a struggle and more a seduction. Zhao Wuxie mused to himself, "This woman is truly audacious." Thus, he grew increasingly audacious. Realizing her inability to escape, Wang Wan'er surrendered to the situation. She thought, "Let him indulge a while longer. After all, he has already consumed the wine. Its effects will soon take hold. Humph, he is doomed." After a brief moment, Wang Wan'er let out a piercing scream. She finally realized that something was amiss. This scoundrel. Why was he not yet intoxicated? However, at this point, it was too late for Wang Wan'er to consider resistance. Though it seemed she was not particularly inclined to oppose him. Yu Ling'er, standing nearby, remained vigilant, constantly monitoring Li Fuzhen's movements to prevent him from disrupting her master. Outside, Li Fuzhen paced anxiously like a fly, lamenting, "Why has it taken so long? Is there no sign of activity? Could it be that things have gone awry?" He contemplated entering several times, yet he feared that such an action might jeopardize Wang Wan'er's plans. Time and again, he suppressed his urge. This feeling was truly tormenting. Approximately 4 hours later, Wang Wan'er finally emerged. She leaned against the wall, her legs trembling uncontrollably, her eyes vacant, and her face flushed. Li Fuzhen rushed over to support his wife, urgently transmitting, "Madam, how did it go? Were you successful?" Wang Wan'er cast a complex glance at Li Fuzhen and hoarsely replied, "It failed. Let us go? That man is a monster. Where is my soul intoxication? Is it still there? Speak up. This is driving me mad." Wang Wan'er shook her head. He drank, but he did not get drunk. Li Fuzhen was infuriated, his frustration palpable. His soul intoxication, gone just like that. And to top it off, a failure. His heart ached at the loss. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap that extravagant woman across the face. If it weren't for her insistence on using the soul intoxication, he wouldn't have incurred such a substantial loss. just as he was about to express his anger. He looked down at Wang Waner, her face flushed, glistening with perspiration, resembling a lotus emerging from the water. His heart softened. Such a beautiful wife. Who could bear to strike her? With a smile, he suggested, "Madam, it has been quite some time since we've shared an intimate moment. How about tonight?" Wang Waner coldly replied, "Let us postpone it. I'm not in the mood." Li Fuzhen was taken aback by her response. In the past, it was always Wang Waner who initiated, while he would feign reluctance. Why had the tables turned today? Furthermore, Wang Waner's peculiar gait piqued his curiosity, prompting him to inquire. "Madam, what happened to you?" "Oh, I twisted my ankle." "Huh, didn't you earlier say it was all an act?" "I just twisted it now." Oh, madam. "Let me carry you." "Get off. Don't touch me." Inside the room, Yulinger spoke nervously. "Master, that woman's wine seemed to have issues. After you drank it, did anything happen?" Zhao Wuxie chuckled. "That wine, called soul intoxication, is quite remarkable. I had already discerned everything during their scheming. I have now sealed it within my belly. Once I find a secluded place, I can refine it." Yulinger immediately felt reassured. The next morning, Li Fuzhen, reluctant to part, grasped Zhao Wuxie's hand and said, "Young Master Zhao, why are you leaving so soon? Won't you stay a few more days? I have prepared many delightful activities for you." Zhao Wuxie glanced at Wang Waner. Wang Waner hastily lowered her head, yet her gaze occasionally darted towards Zhao Wuxie, imbued with an indescribable nuance. Li Fuzhen, following Zhao Wuxie's line of sight, spotted his wife and chuckled. "What's this? Are you somewhat reluctant to part with my wife? Why not stay a few more days? After all, what's a few days?" Zhao Wuxie turned to Wang Waner and inquired, "Madam, do you wish for me to remain a few more days?" Blushing, Wang Waner replied, "It is entirely up to your pleasure." Zhao Wuxie chuckled lightly and nodded in acquiescence. "Very well, since the lady insists on my lingering for a few more days. I shall stay, not merely for myself, but for you." Wang Waner's cheeks flushed even deeper. That afternoon, Zhao Wuxie remarked with a smile, "Madam, are you, like me, so forlorn that your soul wanders?" Wang Waner, seated alone at her vanity and lost in the mirror's reflection, suddenly trembled. Her beautiful eyes filled with panic as she scanned her surroundings, realizing she was alone, ensconced within a protective formation. She whispered, "How did you get here? Leave quickly. My husband will see." Zhao Wuxie grinned. "That fellow is currently with a doctor, seeking treatment. Your husband, I must say, is rather unwell." "Humph, even if he is unwell, I am not someone you can easily lay a hand on." Zhao Wuxie teased, playfully twirling a strand of Wang Waner's hair and inhaling its fragrance. "Last night, I did more than just lay a hand." Wang Waner's face instantaneously turned crimson. "You must leave quickly, lest he discovers you." Zhao Wuxie chuckled and swept Wang Waner into his arms, heading towards the bed. She gasped, "Don't." Meanwhile, Li Fuzhen was seated obediently in a corner, having his pulse checked by a doctor. Eagerly, he asked, "Doctor, what medicine should I take to restore my former vigor?" The old man inwardly scoffed. "Former vigor? I have watched you grow, and you were never particularly vigorous. If it weren't for your fortunate birth into the Li family as the legitimate eldest son, and the endless supply of elixirs you received, it would be a marvel that you even found a wife." Naturally, he dared not voice these thoughts, pretending to be profound. The old man stroked his beard and said, "No worries. With this divine physician at your service, all will be resolved. Just one prescription from me, and I assure you, you shall remain in bed for an entire day and night." "Really? That is splendid. Truly, you are a divine physician," Li Fuzhen exclaimed, elated. For it had been far too long since he had shared a bed with his beautiful wife. Today, he was determined to showcase his prowess. Chapter 80. A change in taste. That old man possesses no miraculous elixirs. What he prescribes is nothing more than an aphrodisiac, an exceptionally potent one. A mere drop could drive a bull wild. Over the years, this old man has thrived on these aphrodisiacs, unaware of the countless men he has rendered impotent. However, his status as the chief pharmacist of the city lord's estate shields him from scrutiny. Thus, no one dared to provoke him. Li Fuzhen's frail constitution was, to some extent, directly linked to this elderly man. Had it not been for Li Fuzhen's commendable cultivation, he would have likely met the same fate as others, reduced to a eunuch. Gazing at the large bowl before him, exuding a foul odor and bubbling ominously, he hesitated and pointed at the concoction, inquiring, "Is this potion truly effective?" The old man, appearing as a sage from beyond the world, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Drink it." Upon hearing this, Li Fuzhen suppressed his nausea and gulped down the noxious brew. No sooner had he finished than his eyes turned bloodshot, steam billowing from his nostrils, making everyone appear as enchanting maidens in his sight. He surveyed the surroundings until his gaze settled on the old man. Noticing Li Fuzhen's predatory stare, the elderly man was struck with fear and leaped from his seat, silently lamenting, "This is dire. I should have advised him to return home before consuming the potion." Before he could contemplate further, Li Fuzhen lunged at him, pinning him to the ground and passionately kissing him, followed by a frantic tearing of his garments. The old man cried out, "My lord, this is a grave mistake. I am not your wife. My lord, I am over 80 years old. Please do not jest with me in such a manner." Regrettably, Li Fuzhen was beyond hearing any of this. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: release. Unrestrained release. The old man, glancing towards the soldiers outside, extended a desperate arm, shouting, "Help! Please save me. Your lord has gone mad. Someone, come quickly." The soldiers outside, indifferent to his pleas, kindly closed the door behind them. Listening to the old man's anguished cries from within, one soldier shook his head in disbelief. How has the Lord's taste become so peculiar? Not even the old man is spared. "Hush! Keep your voice down. Don't let the Lord hear you. Otherwise, he'll drag you in and then ask if you can endure it." Upon hearing this, the soldier shuddered. "That is indeed terrifying. I want no part of it. Alas, the lady of the Lord is so beautiful. Marrying our Lord is a profound waste. Indeed, I used to wonder why the Lord rarely shares a chamber with his wife. It turns out he has this peculiar preference. How utterly unorthodox. We must be cautious. The Lord may take an interest in us in the future, especially you, old Zhang. You should be most wary." "Why me?" "Well, you're slightly plump, round-faced, sporting a beard, and you have a penchant for high white socks. Truly the Lord's ideal. Is it too late for me to shave my beard?" "Ha ha. Clean yourself up and await the Lord's visit. I want no part of this. Mu Gu, you must save me. I am your man." That evening, Wang Wan'er waited for a long time, yet Li Fuzhen did not return. Her heart brimmed with uncertainty. The following morning, Li Fuzhen finally emerged from the old man's embrace. Rubbing his eyes, he felt disoriented, as if surrounded by unfamiliarity. He distinctly remembered that after consuming the miraculous medicine yesterday, a beautiful woman had appeared in the room. He had then rushed toward her, exclaiming with joy at the exhilarating release he experienced that night. Truly, it was a delightful experience, and that medicine proved to be quite extraordinary, allowing him to indulge throughout the entire night. Li Fuzhen smiled softly as he prepared to dress, only to look down and find an elderly man lying lifelessly on the floor. A wave of shock washed over him. What on earth had transpired? Where was his wife? He vividly recalled that a woman, even more stunning than his spouse, had been with him. He scanned the room, yet there was no sign of her. Not a single female presence remained. A cold sweat broke out across his brow as he grasped the old man's throat, lifting him from the ground. "You old fool. Speak. What happened last night?" The elder suddenly awoke, gasping for breath, his face a mask of terror. However, his throat was constricted, rendering him mute. Observing the old man's pleading expression and reflecting on the events of the previous night, Li Fuzhen, for reasons he could not fathom, felt an unexpected surge of compassion for him. He even found the old man to possess a certain charm. Gradually, he released his grip. Clearing his throat, he warned, "What transpired last night must remain a secret. Let no one else know, or I shall not be so lenient." The old man stood frozen in place, bewildered. How could the lord of the city have changed so drastically? Based on his usual temperament, he would have surely ended his life. Why had he not done so today? Outside, the gathered crowd was drenched in cold sweat. Must we remain silent? Are we no longer considered human? Please, spare our lives. The soldiers trembled in fear. Upon stepping outside, Li Fuzhen cast a glance at the soldiers surrounding him, over 100 in total. His expression darkened as he realized the extent of his indiscretion. He had unwittingly exposed many to the events of the previous night. It was his own fault for indulging in grand displays and always bringing his entire retinue along. Now, he found himself in a precarious situation. Killing them was unthinkable, yet so was letting them go, especially since many were his own relatives. With his hands clasped behind his back, he feigned nonchalance and declared, "What occurred yesterday must not be spoken of." "Yes, my lord." The crowd responded, as if granted a reprieve. After taking a few steps, he seemed to recall something important. Suddenly halting, the soldiers felt their hearts drop. Li Fuzhen scratched his head and said, "You all remain here to keep watch over the old man. He must not escape, understood?" "Yes," they replied, their expressions peculiar, silently wondering if the lord intended to keep a hidden mistress. Yet, they dared not inquire further. Wang Wan'er watched as Li Fuzhen returned, her face flushed with embarrassment. She felt guilty, believing herself to be a wicked woman for having done so much that was wrong toward Li Fuzhen. Simultaneously, she silently vowed that there would never be a next time. She also intended to make amends with Li Fuzhen today. Upon seeing Wang Wan'er, Li Fuzhen felt an inexplicable sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. However, he harbored no intention of compensating Wang Wan'er, as he suddenly found her less alluring than before. He repeatedly chose to evade her advances, while Wang Wan'er wore a countenance filled with sorrow. In the subsequent days, Zhao Wuxie frequently sought private conversations with Wang Wan'er. Initially, She symbolically refused, yet ultimately, she engaged wholeheartedly in their exchanges. Meanwhile, Li Fuzhen often vanished from sight, leaving Wang Waner utterly disheartened and perplexed as to why her husband was constantly avoiding her. During this time, Zhao Wuxie reveled in his pursuits, indulging in the delectable cuisine provided by Li Fuzhen and enjoying the music and dance of courtesans he had lavishly hired. He relished the attentive service of Li Fuzhen's wife, feeling as though he were living a life akin to that of a celestial being. Were it not for pressing matters at hand, he would have had no desire to depart. As Wang Waner lay in Zhao Wuxie's embrace, she reluctantly implored, "Can you not stay a few more days?" "Must you leave?" Zhao Wuxie, stroking her gently, replied with a righteous demeanor, "I cannot, for I must defend my homeland and uphold justice. How could I disregard my duties to the nation for mere romantic entanglements?" Wang Waner gazed at Zhao Wuxie, entranced. She had never before encountered a man with such grand ambitions and aspirations. Zhao Wuxie, feeling slightly overwhelmed by her gaze, stammered, "My lady, what are you doing? Please, calm yourself." Li Fuzhen interjected with a smile, "Young Master Zhao, are you truly not staying a few more days?" Zhao Wuxie glanced at the blushing Wang Waner and replied earnestly, "I cannot linger. I must take my leave." Upon hearing this, Li Fuzhen clapped his hands, and a pair of beautiful sisters appeared, gracefully carrying a tray. On it lay approximately 500 spirit stones. Li Fuzhen said, "Young Master Zhao, the road ahead is long, and my hospitality has been lacking. Please take these spirit stones to spend as you wish." As Zhao Wuxie placed the spirit stones into his storage bag, he chuckled awkwardly. "This is quite embarrassing." Li Fuzhen responded, "Young Master Zhao, while you are at my lord's estate, there is no need for formality. Consider this your home." "Very well. I shall certainly return to visit from time to time." Zhao Wuxie laughed heartily. "Excellent. Young Master Zhao, I wish you a safe journey. Please convey my regards to His Highness Zhao Wang, and I hope you might speak a few kind words on my behalf." "Of course I shall." Having recognized that he could never hope to capture Zhao Wuxie's attention after failing to ensnare him previously, Li Fuzhen, a seasoned player in the political arena, decided to cultivate a friendship with Zhao Wuxie and the Zhao Wang estate to maximize his own interests. After Zhao Wuxie departed from the Lord's estate, the Moon Spirit said, "Master, Commander Wang and the others have yet to arrive." Zhao Wuxie furrowed his brow. He had spent a total of 8 days with Wang Waner. Logically, these individuals should have arrived by now, even if they had to crawl. Moreover, they were all seasoned soldiers, marching faster than ordinary troops. It made no sense for them to still be absent. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Wuxie declared, "Never mind them. Let us first visit the sword pavilion. Whether they are present or not makes little difference." Indeed, as Zhao Wuxie and his companions continued on their way, they encountered a man clad in a black brocade robe, holding a fan and exuding an air of superiority. Surrounding him were several individuals, all eager to curry favor, including Zhao Wuxie's old acquaintance, Mou, and Jin Chongqing. The man in black occasionally cast glances at Mou's bosom, and instead of being offended, she puffed out her chest, facilitating his scrutiny. Jin Chongqing, witnessing this, wore a foolish smile instead of expressing indignation. Zhao Wuxie approached them, puzzled, and inquired, "Miss Mou, did you not go to the sword pavilion to seek a master? Why are you still here?" Upon seeing Zhao Wuxie, Jin Chongqing's eyes flashed with fear. However, after glancing at the man in black, he felt a surge of confidence and bellowed, "What are you?" Upon seeing my senior brother Zhang, "You dare not pay your respects? Kneel and apologize at once." The man in the black robe wore a smug expression, showing no intention of intervening, as he believed the situation was entirely justified. The others around them wore mocking expressions. Mou averted her gaze, pretending not to recognize Zhao Wuxie. Zhao Wuxie grinned and said, "Young Master Jin, it seems you are itching for trouble, daring to speak to me in such a manner." Upon hearing this, Jin Chongqing quickly scurried behind the man in black, stretching his neck to shout, "Scoundrel! How dare you speak in such a way before young Master Zhang? That is a grave disrespect towards senior brother Zhang. Do you wish to court death? Kneel and confess your mistakes." The so-called senior brother Zhang cast a cold glance at Zhao Wuxie, then looked skyward, awaiting Zhao Wuxie's apology. The onlookers pointed and whispered among themselves, "Who is this person? How dare he act so insolently before senior brother Zhang? He clearly lacks any upbringing. Indeed, he travels with a cloaked lady. One might think she is an enchanting beauty. Exactly. What airs he puts on, as if he were someone remarkable." At this, Jin Chongqing recalled the beguiling face of the moon spirit. He leaned closer to the man in black and whispered, "Senior brother Zhang, that lady behind him resembles a celestial fairy. Such a rare beauty must not be overlooked. Otherwise, one would regret it for a lifetime." Jin Chongqing assumed his voice was low enough to go unheard, but none present were deaf. Their curiosity piqued. They turned their attention to the moon spirit. The man in black, visibly intrigued, began to speak, quickly removed the hat. But before he could finish, a blue lightning serpent coalesced and lunged towards his face. The crackling thunder sent chills down one's spine. The man in the black robe was paralyzed by fear, a trickle of urine already seeping through his trousers. Just when he thought his doom was imminent, the lightning serpent veered sharply, striking the forehead of Jin Chongsheng. The thunder descended like an overwhelming force, extinguishing life utterly. Beside him, the black-robed man's hair stood on end, resembling a patch of wild grass. The crowd fell silent in terror. They had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable man possessed such extraordinary power. Moreover, his audacity to commit murder in broad daylight left them aghast. They swallowed hard and stealthily retreated behind the black-robed figure, convinced that he was a disciple of the Sword Pavilion. How could this young man possibly rival a disciple of such a renowned sect? Meanwhile, the black-robed man inwardly cursed, "These bastards! You insulted others only to hide behind me and draw their ire. You are truly despicable. And how do you think I could contend with him? His mastery of lightning is not only swift and precise, but also devastatingly powerful. I would likely perish before I could even draw my sword." Chapter 82. The Dark Prison. At this moment, Zhao Wuxie resembled a deity of thunder. An aura of electricity surrounded him, crackling with sharp explosions. The group huddled behind the black-robed man wore expressions of sheer terror. Yet, a few brazen individuals continued to provoke him. "You dare to commit murder in the open. Look at our senior brother Zhang. He will bring you to justice. Senior brother Zhang, hurry up and deal with him. Yes, avenge Jin Chongsheng." The black-robed man felt his hand tremble around his sword. If he could, he would turn and deliver a resounding blow to those fools. Did they not see that this harbinger of death was beyond his reckoning? Did they not notice his trousers were soaked in fear? Why drag him into their death wish? Another clap of thunder resonated, claiming yet another victim. The black-robed man was frozen in terror. Why did this fiend insist on striking with the lightning so close to his own face? Did he not have the decency to allow him a moment to wash his face? Those still standing finally began to grasp the gravity of their situation, silencing their clamorous voices. Yet, some dim-witted souls persisted, urging, "Senior brother Zhang, act swiftly. Don't let this murderer escape. Indeed, Senior brother Zhang. He is a vile and malevolent being. You must kill him." The black-robed man's legs weakened with fear. At that moment, he dared not utter a word. Terrified that even a single sound might be misconstrued by Zhao Wuxie as a provocation, leading to his own demise. Who would he turn to for justice then? Mou and her young maid stood speechless, utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that Zhao Wuxie, who had accompanied them throughout their journey, possessed such formidable strength. With a swift stroke, Jin Chongsheng was slain. How ironic that they had previously regarded Zhao Wuxie as a coward, too intimidated by Jin Chongsheng to retaliate or report to them. It turned out that he simply chose not to stoop to the level of such a lowly insect. Now, Jin Chongsheng had finally succeeded in provoking him, resulting in his own demise. A flash of lightning grazed the face of the cloaked man, and in an instant, more were struck down by the thunder. All those who perished had previously dared to challenge Zhao Wuxie. The remaining onlookers were utterly subdued. Zhao Wuxie bared his gleaming white teeth and coldly declared, "You wretches, should you dare to act so arrogantly before me again, I shall ensure your slaughter. Do you understand?" The crowd, trembling in fear, nodded vigorously in agreement. "We understand. We understand." At that moment, a patrol of soldiers, witnessing the scene, approached immediately, asking, "What is happening here? Why are there so many bodies lying on the ground?" Those cowering behind the cloaked figure, trembling at Zhao Wuxie's presence, saw their salvation and eagerly pointed at him, exclaiming, "Sir, quickly apprehend him. He is a murderer. He killed all these people. Indeed, we can all testify. Yes, yes, this man is a demon. He kills on sight. Sir, you must not let him escape." The cloaked man, now in a state of shock, appeared agitated, hoping the soldiers would swiftly execute Zhao Wuxie. Mou felt a pang of regret. What did it matter if one possessed great strength and talent? Without the wisdom of forbearance, one could not escape the fate of an untimely demise. Just moments ago, she had contemplated how to win Zhao Wuxie's favor with her charm. But now it seemed entirely unnecessary. A dying man required no effort on her part to appease. Instead, it was this senior brother Zhang who truly deserved her attention. She turned her gaze toward the cloaked man and smiled, resolutely deciding to keep him close. If need be, she would even offer herself to him. Zhao Wuxie, turning to the soldiers, remarked, "Oh, they are merely sleeping. You need not concern yourselves." The soldiers immediately recognized Zhao Wuxie. After all, they had recently witnessed the city lord frequently hosting banquets in his honor, and they dared not provoke him. "Ah, it is young Master Zhao. With him present, there surely can be no serious matter at hand." The soldiers were taken aback. What was happening? When had these soldiers become so polite? Why were they treating this man with such deference? What did it mean that with young Master Zhao around, there was nothing to worry about? A multitude of questions swirled in their minds, eager to be voiced. One bold individual pointed at Zhao Wuxie and insisted, "Sir, that's not true. Those people are not asleep. They were killed by this scoundrel. You must bring him to justice. You insolent fool. How dare you slander young Master Zhao? You seek punishment." Crack. A whip, dark and barbed, struck the man's face, tearing a chunk of flesh away. Oh! The chilling screams sent shivers through the entire street, causing the townsfolk to turn their heads in alarm. Yet, upon realizing that it was a soldier enforcing the law, they lowered their gazes, unwilling to involve themselves in the matter. Zhao Wuxie mused internally. Compared to this group of soldiers, I truly appear as innocent as a lamb. The captain of the soldiers pointed at those who sought to trouble Zhao Wuxie and commanded, "Bring forth this group of slanderers and imprison them in the dark dungeon. Leave not a single one behind." Yes, the mere mention of the dark dungeon sent a tremor through the crowd. This dungeon was no trifling matter. It was reserved by the city lord for the most heinous criminals sentenced to death. Once incarcerated, none emerged alive. Within its depths lay not only a myriad of bizarre and twisted tortures, but also an unending array of punishments. There existed tortures that one could scarcely imagine, executed with a creativity that knew no bounds, tormenting the victims in countless ways each day. "Soldier, we were mistaken. We did not slander him. This fellow is indeed a murderer," one of them cried out. "Yes, soldier, don't slap my face. Don't hit me. I said nothing." The townsfolk shook their heads in secret, finding the outsiders both foolish and amusing for daring to claim the soldier was in the wrong. Here, apart from the city lord, the soldier was akin to a deity. How could he possibly be mistaken? Was this not courting disaster? Thus, in full view of the crowd, those who had insulted Zhao Wuxie were escorted by the soldiers to the dark dungeon, while several lifeless bodies lying on the ground were gently removed, ensuring that not a single corpse would be left to suffer the chill. The captain of the guard approached Zhao Wuxie with a sycophantic demeanor, jogging to his side. "Young Master Zhao, may I inquire if you have any technical suggestions or guidance regarding our work? You all have done well. Take this gold and treat your comrades to drinks. You have worked hard." "Yes, thank you, young Master Zhao." Zhao Wuxie generously bestowed upon them 30 gold coins, causing the captain to feel an overwhelming urge to defect and pledge allegiance to him on the spot. Zhao Wuxie was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a sense of relief. After all, this was not the capital. The cost of living here was exceedingly low, and 30 gold coins could suffice for their military salaries for many years. The surrounding townsfolk stood in awe, realizing, no wonder these ruthless soldiers held such respect for this young master. With such a lavish display of generosity, they would gladly serve him, even as mere dogs, if given the chance. The captain of the guard then gestured toward the man in the black robe, saying, "Young Master Zhao, should I apprehend this person as well? I am but an outer disciple of the Sword Pavilion. You cannot take me." "And what of the Sword Pavilion? Does it not fall under the jurisdiction of our great Qin? Moreover, what right do you, a mere outer disciple, have to flaunt yourself before young Master Zhao?" Zhao Wuxie waved his hand and said, "All right, that should suffice. Although this individual has displayed a degree of arrogance, he has not committed any egregious acts. Let us spare him for the time being." "Indeed, young Master Zhao." After the patrol team departed, Zhao Wuxie took his leave with Yulinger. Throughout the entire encounter, he did not cast even a single glance at the man in the black robe, as if doing so would be a waste of mental energy. Once Zhao Wuxie had left, the black-robed man sighed in relief. His taut nerves finally began to ease. He sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Just moments ago, he had genuinely believed his life was in peril. His black robe was drenched in sweat. As for Mou, she had long since become entranced, her gaze fixated solely on Zhao Wuxie. In her eyes, he was the only one of significance, while the so-called brother Zhang had been utterly frightened by an ordinary soldier, rendering him akin to refuse, hardly worthy of notice. Zhao Wuxie was her ideal match. Seeing Zhao Wuxie and his companion preparing to depart, Mou hurriedly followed, her maid trailing behind her. "Young Master Zhao, wait for me." Zhao Wuxie had no intention of acknowledging this superficial character. He continued walking with Yulinger, not looking back. Mou relentlessly pursued them. Yet curiously, despite Zhao Wuxie's leisurely pace, she could not seem to catch up. Exhausted and breathless, she ultimately had to concede defeat. Yulinger laughed and remarked, "Master, with a woman like Mou, you need not offer her anything, merely beckon with your finger, and she will willingly await you in your chamber." Zhao Wuxie, caressing Yulinger's soft waist, replied, "Do you think I am the sort to crave every woman? That woman pales in comparison to my length." "Master, you are so annoying," she retorted playfully. "Oh, dare you insult me? Just wait and see how I deal with you." As they journeyed, Zhao Wuxie encountered numerous young men and women. Approaching a young girl, he inquired, "Pardon me, miss, what is happening today? Why are there so many people heading to the sword pavilion?" The girl, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise, exclaimed, "You don't know? Today marks the recruitment of disciples for the sword pavilion. That is why so many are flocking there." At that moment, a jarring voice interrupted from behind, "Ching Ching. Do not converse with this fellow. He is clearly trying to take advantage of you. Everyone here is here for the sword pavilion's assessment. How could he not even know the time? Dukong, silence yourself. Just because you are lecherous and despicable does not mean everyone else is like you." The man shot Zhao Wuxie a resentful glance before continuing, "Lu Qingqing, you are my betrothed. How can you side with a stranger? Dukong, be quiet. We are not even engaged yet. When did I become your fiancé? Humph. My father has already proposed to your Lu family, and the elders have consented. You cannot deny it. Be silent. My parents have not agreed, and I refuse to marry you. Humph. This matter is not up to you. You must marry. Whether you like it or not. Come with me to my home, and let us wed." With that, he reached out to seize Lu Qingqing. She struggled fiercely, unwilling to be taken back. "Let go of me. I refuse to return. I wish to go to the sword pavilion to seek a master." The onlookers cast a glance their way, then shook their heads and continued on their journey. None seemed inclined to intervene. After all, the recruitment ceremony at the sword pavilion was about to commence. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting another 5 years. It was hardly worth sacrificing such a rare chance for a stranger. Zhao Wuxie could no longer bear to watch. This was no different from forcibly abducting a maiden. Thus, he grasped Dukong's hand firmly and rebuked, "Cease this at once. The young lady has clearly expressed her unwillingness to marry you. Why persist in this coercion? Do you presume to meddle in the affairs of the Du family? You seek death, boy?" Dukong commanded the attendants behind him, "Seize him. Beat him to death. If he dies, it will be on my account." "Yes." The attendants approached Zhao Wuxie with cruel smiles. "Stop. How dare you raise your hand beneath the sword pavilion?" A woman clad in the garb of an outer disciple of the sword pavilion glared angrily at Zhao Wuxie and his companions. Dukong immediately bowed, saying, "Esteemed one, you arrived just in time. This brat seeks to elope with my bride. Please, help me adjudicate this matter. The Lu family has even accepted my betrothal gifts, and we were to wed. Yet this woman has chosen to run away with this scoundrel." The woman's interest was piqued as she turned her curious gaze toward Zhao Wuxie. "Is this true?" Lu Qingqing hastily interjected, "That is not the case. My parents never consented to my marriage to Dukong. It was the elders of my family who secretly accepted the betrothal gifts without our knowledge. I never agreed to marry him. As for this gentleman, I do not know him at all. He merely witnessed Dukong's attempt at forced marriage and sought to rescue me." The female disciple shot a glance at Lu Qingqing, noting her ample figure with displeasure, and coldly retorted, "I am inquiring of him. What business do you have speaking?" "Silence." Lu Qingqing immediately fell silent, her face a picture of grievance. The disciple, who had little patience for those who rushed to the aid of attractive women, directed her frosty gaze at Zhao Wuxie. "I am asking you a question. Are you deaf? Speak." Chapter 84. Encountering Dong Tianbao, Zhao Wuxie regarded this outer disciple of the sword pavilion, who resembled a shrew, with disbelief. "What concern is it of yours? Why are you so agitated?" The room fell silent at his words. This young man truly had audacity. He had not even ascended the mountain yet, and had already offended an outer disciple of the sword pavilion. Did he not fear the repercussions of being ostracized and barred from entering the pavilion? Dukong scoffed repeatedly, mentally cursing, "This fool is truly dim-witted." The woman glared at Zhao Wuxie, her face dark with displeasure. "Do you know who I am, boy? I do not. I care not who you are. Mind your own affairs. How audacious of you. Open your eyes wide and behold. The attire I wear is that of an outer disciple of the sword pavilion. Should you offend me, do you believe I cannot sever your ties with the sword pavilion for all eternity? Do outer disciples of the sword pavilion possess such authority? Who do you think you are intimidating? Very well, wait for me. If you succeed in being chosen as a disciple of the sword pavilion, I shall eat filth before you." With that, she stormed up the mountain. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. This young man was indeed impulsive. Why must he act so recklessly, sacrificing his future for a fleeting moment of satisfaction? They instinctively distanced themselves from Zhao Wuxie, fearing that the female disciple would misconstrue their association with him. Dukong chuckled derisively, "Huh? You are finished. How dare you offend a disciple of the sword pavilion?" Lu Qingqing, filled with guilt, addressed Zhao Wuxie, "I am so sorry. It is all my fault. If it were not for me, you would not have made an enemy." Zhao Wuxie replied with a smile, "No worries. It is of little consequence. Besides, I did not come here to seek a master." Dukong mocked once more, "Keep pretending. Who comes here that is not seeking a master?" One of the servants behind him inquired, "Young master, should we take action now?" "No hurry. He has already offended a disciple of the sword pavilion. Let us ascend the mountain together and witness how this fellow becomes a lost cause. Ha! Zhao Wuxie turned to the still self-reproaching Lu Qingqing and said, "Why are you not leaving? If we delay any longer, we shall truly be eliminated." Lu Qingqing frowned and replied, "Now that we have offended that female disciple, we may not have a chance to be selected. It would be futile to go. The one who offended her is me. What relevance does it have to you? No buts. Come with me." Zhao Wuxie, with one arm around Yu Linger and the other holding the small girl's hand, ascended the mountain. "You scoundrel! Release me at once. Let go of my wife." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuxie casually placed his hand on Lu Qingqing's delicate shoulder. Du Kong was instantly filled with rage. Initially, Lu Qingqing felt somewhat uncomfortable with Zhao Wuxie's hand on her shoulder and wished to reject it. However, seeing Du Kong's fury, her expression brightened, and she leaned closer into Zhao Wuxie's embrace. Zhao Wuxie was somewhat taken aback. This girl was indeed bold. Moreover, would this display of affection be too ostentatious as they approached the sword pavilion? Yet, he had no intention of pushing her away. After all, it felt rather delightful. Behind him, Du Kong trembled with fury. "You stop right there. You better let go of my wife." Zhao Wuxie feigned ignorance and continued his ascent, still embracing both girls. Du Kong and the group of servants behind him were panting heavily, yet they could not keep up. Lu Qingqing was filled with confusion, for she clearly remembered that Du Kong possessed peak-level strength, while she herself was merely at the 6th level of the meridian opening. Logically, he should have greater stamina than her. Why could he not catch up? Why was he already panting after just a few steps? How could he himself feel no fatigue at all? How peculiar. She then turned around and noticed that the others were not faring much better. Several individuals sat weakly on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Lu Qingqing mused to herself, "These fellows truly lack stamina." She glanced up at Zhao Wuxie and observed that he appeared completely at ease, showing no signs of distress. At that moment, she finally noticed that Zhao Wuxie had his other arm around Yu Linger. Curiously, she inquired, "What is your name, dear sister?" "I am Yu Linger." "Oh, it seems I have yet to ask for your name." "And you, young sir, what is your name?" "I am Zhao Wuxie." Oh. Lu Qingqing found herself at a loss for further conversation and gradually fell into silence. As Zhao Wuxie continued walking, a familiar voice suddenly rang out ahead. "You all better lift me up. If you manage to carry me, there will be ample rewards for each of you. Young master, we truly cannot carry you any longer. Please spare us. I no longer desire your rewards. How can you all be so useless, lacking even a smidgen of willpower? You all deserve to remain my subordinates. Young master, I shall serve you for a lifetime. It is an honor to be your servant. What a disgrace." Dong Tianbao sat in the palanquin, scolding the 8 men carrying him for their lack of strength. The bearers were drenched in sweat, panting heavily. One of the subordinates, with unwavering determination, shouted, "Young master, I shall serve you for a lifetime. It is an honor to be your servant." His resolute gaze resembled that of a loyal follower. Dong Tianbao was amused by his response. "Good lad. Such flattery is delightful. You shall be rewarded." He casually tossed a gold coin to the subordinate. "Thank you, young master." "Young master, I too wish to flatter you." "Very well. Let me hear your praise." "Young master, in my heart, you outweigh even Mount Tai. You scoundrel. How dare you call me fat? I shall punish you by making you drink until you are sick tonight." "Yes. Thank you, young master." "Ha! Truly a cheeky fellow." The onlookers were envious, thinking, "That is hardly a punishment. Clearly, it is a reward." They began to ponder whether they should abandon the sword pavilion and instead serve this little chubby master, for with his generous nature, a few years under his command could lead to financial freedom. Zhao Wuxie laughed heartily. "Dong, my dear brother. Long time no see. You scoundrel. Which blind fool dares to take advantage of me? 2 of you, go and give him a good beating." "Yes, young master." Immediately, 2 guards charged towards Zhao Wuxie. However, after just a few steps, upon seeing Zhao Wuxie's face, they halted. "Zhao Gongzi, what are you doing here?" "What nonsense, Zhao Gongzi. Give me a good beating." Dong Tianbao, struggling in the palanquin, finally turned to see Zhao Wuxie's visage and his eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 85. Are we lost? "Ah, is that you? My dear Zhao? What brings you here? You rotund fellow. I shall grant you another opportunity to articulate your thoughts." "Ha! Brother Zhao, I have missed you dearly." Dong Tianbao struggled to rise and then scampered over, eager to envelop Zhao Wuxie in a grand embrace. However, as he took a few steps, he noticed the 2 beauties nestled in Zhao Wuxie's arms. Instantly, Dong Tianbao raised his thumb in admiration, chuckling, "Truly, my brother Zhao, you are remarkable. Wherever you go, beauties flock to you." Lu Qingqing felt a bit shy under his gaze and attempted to extricate herself from Zhao Wuxie's grasp. Yet, he held her shoulders firmly, rendering her escape futile. Zhao Wuxie inquired, "Dong fatty, what brings you to this place?" With a cheerful grin, Dong Tianbao replied, "I have come to seek a master." Zhao Wuxie glanced at his cultivation level, astonished to find it only at the 3rd level of meridian opening. This was truly astonishing. After all, Dong Tianbao's father was a high-ranking minister. His family was influential and engaged in maritime trade, never lacking in wealth or resources for cultivation. How could this lad's progress be so meager? Was he not rendered ineffective? Which sect would dare to accept him? Zhao Wuxie regarded Dong Tianbao with a peculiar expression. Unable to bear the thought of discouraging him, Dong Tianbao discerned the unspoken sentiments in Zhao Wuxie's gaze and offered a wry smile, saying, "Do you think I wish to seek a master? I had no other choice. What transpired? Pray tell." Sighing, he continued, "It all circles back to that incompetent prince. He is truly disappointing. He was foolish enough to attempt to assassinate the 3rd prince right under the emperor's nose, leading to the prince's deposition. My father has also suffered the consequences. He has been dismissed and is now confined to our home, enjoying retirement. As you know, our family is engaged in maritime trade and is quite affluent. Now that the Dong family has fallen from grace, all the nobles in the capital are salivating, eager to seize a piece of our fortune. To restore our family's prestige, I secretly slipped away to the Sword Pavilion to seek a master and hone my skills. Since the downfall of the Golden Temple, the Sword Pavilion has ascended to become the most formidable sect in the kingdom of Qin. Dong Tianbao believes that by joining the Sword Pavilion, its esteemed reputation will surely intimidate those nobles, preventing them from daring to act against the Dong family. Yet, what if Qin Changsheng were to target the Dong family? Could the Sword Pavilion truly protect them? This seems rather implausible. After all, not long ago, did Zhao Huai not eradicate the Golden Temple? In Zhao Wuxie's eyes, Qin Changsheng was a cunning individual and scrupulous in his pursuit of immortality, even scheming against his own son. Perhaps he had already set his sights on the Dong family, given their considerable wealth, which is crucial for the path to cultivation. Zhao Wuxie asked, "Is your father aligned with the prince?" "Indeed. My father has always adhered to the principle of primogeniture and has been a steadfast supporter of the prince." "What is the state of the court now? Has the 3rd prince ascended to the throne?" Dong Tianbao shook his head. "The emperor has not even mentioned it." Zhao Wuxie understood the implications all too well. After all, Qin Changsheng has long harbored aspirations of immortality. Should he achieve success in his cultivation, what need would he have to establish an heir? Moreover, even if he were unable to attain eternal life, he is merely 40 years old, at the prime of his life, surrounded by numerous beauties in his harem. Siring a few more sons would be an effortless endeavor. Zhao Wuxie inquired once more, "Is the 3rd prince truly willing to accept this? Has he not taken any action?" "Indeed, he has. He incited a throng of ministers to kneel at the palace gates. In a fit of rage, His Majesty punished several officials and commanded him to return home for self-reflection. Ironically, it is the 6th princess who has inexplicably garnered the emperor's favor. Now, the court officials are in a state of disarray, with many speculating whether His Majesty intends to pass the throne to the 6th princess. This so-called 6th princess is none other than Qin Fengming's wife. Although Zhao Wuxie has not seen her for quite some time, he can easily surmise that she must be grinning from ear to ear. She likely dreams daily of reigning supreme. This woman ought to consider that her father, the emperor, is still quite young. Even if he were to pass the throne to her, it would be a long wait indeed. When he returns to the capital, he should discreetly remind that foolish woman, for she is his first love and he cannot allow her to be made a fool of. Dong Tianbao asked Zhao Gu, "I recently heard my father say that you have offended His Majesty and were thus dispatched to the frontier. Why are you here now?" Zhao Wuxie smiled faintly. "Am I not on my way? I am currently en route to the frontier." Dong Tianbao was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. His entourage bore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. As for Lu Qingqing, cradled in Zhao Wuxie's arms, her mind buzzed upon hearing their conversation about court affairs. Particularly, when Zhao Wuxie referred to the current Grand Tutor's son as Fat Dong, she was rendered speechless. The Lu family is a formidable clan, possessing considerable influence in the region. Yet, compared to the Dong family, they are akin to a dragon facing mere ants. And now, the man embracing her was casually conversing with the Grand Tutor's son. Could it be that this young Master Zhao is of significant standing as well? How foolish she had been to worry that young Master Zhao might face retaliation from Du Kongshi. It now seemed that her concerns were unfounded. Lu Qingqing felt as though she were in a dream, having encountered someone of such stature on her journey. Her curiosity regarding Zhao Wuxie's identity only intensified. After some time, Dong Tianbao finally regained his composure and cautiously asked, "Zhao Gu, are you lost?" Zhao Wuxie shook his head. "Not at all. I have been heading toward the northern frontier." Dong Tianbao, somewhat uncertain, turned to one of his guards and queried, "Does the route from the capital to the northern frontier pass through Jinlin City?" The guard shook his head. "Young master, the northern frontier does not lie in this direction." Upon hearing this, Dong Tianbao stomped his foot in distress. Zhao Gu, you are lost. What shall we do? You have taken such a long detour. At that time, it would be impossible to arrive at the border on schedule. If I were late, His Majesty would surely impose punishment, and Brother Zhao, you would be in trouble. Zhao Wuxie chuckled, saying, what is there to panic about? The mere fact that I can go to the border already grants him sufficient respect. As for arriving on time, I never intended to do so. Brother Zhao, you must tread carefully. Not to worry, as long as His Majesty does not intend to sever ties with the Zhao Wangfu. He would never punish me for such a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Dong Tianbao found it quite reasonable. Meanwhile, his group of subordinates had already broken into a cold sweat. They secretly thought, this young Master Zhao is truly unyielding. He doesn't intend to give His Majesty an ounce of face. If His Majesty were to learn of this, and knowing how closely he associates with our young master, would they not face repercussions? This cannot happen. Dong Tianbao is our benefactor. If he falls, where shall we find such a generous master again? Chapter 86. A murder occurs. Brother Zhao, are you also planning to take on a master? No, I merely intend to witness the spectacle. After all, I have yet to see the grand ceremony of apprenticeship. Suddenly, an exceedingly discordant voice emerged from behind Zhao Wuxie. Witness the spectacle? Humph, you speak with such arrogance. Thinking this sword pavilion is your family's establishment? Come and go as you please. Zhao Wuxie turned around to see a young man wielding a long sword, wearing an expression of defiance. Among the crowd, a cross-eyed man shouted, I've seen him before. He is the unrivaled prodigy of Dongyang City, Yang Shao. I never expected him to come to the sword pavilion to take on a master. This spells disaster for us. Our trip may end up being in vain. Yang Shao smirked, feeling a sense of pride. It seemed his reputation was indeed well known. Even those from Jinlin City had heard of him. Dong Tianbao, perplexed, inquired, the unrivaled prodigy of Dongyang City? What on earth? Is he strong? Brother Zhao, have you heard of him? No. There are hundreds of cities in the Great Qin. Had you not mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a city. Instantly, the crowd was left in shock by the remarks of Zhao Wuxie and Dong Tianbao. It is worth noting that Yang Shao was indeed a prodigious talent. He began practicing swordsmanship at 6, and by 10, he could wield his family's profound sword techniques better than the elders of his clan. At 13, he broke through to the body refinement stage. By 17, he reached the postnatal stage. Now at 18, he has achieved the pinnacle of the postnatal stage and mastered the way of the sword, rendering him invincible throughout Dongyang City. Even individuals from nearby cities had heard of his name. The previously shouting individual angrily retorted, you two ignorant bumpkins have never even heard of Yang Shao. What a disgrace for those who practice swordsmanship. Zhao Wuxie and Dong Tianbao exchanged glances, both thinking that this person must be quite unhinged. Their awareness of this so-called Yang Shao had no bearing on him. Why was he so agitated? Zhao Wuxie declared, let us go, Fatty Dong. We need not pay heed to these fools. Onward. Oh, quite right. The man, still relentless, shouted, you scoundrel. Stop right there. Who are you calling a fool? Yang Zhao's face darkened with anger. After all, he was a gifted prodigy. How could this group so brazenly belittle him? It was utterly intolerable. Drawing his sword, he pointed it at Zhao Wuxie and declared, halt. Since you dare to look down upon me, I presume your strength is formidable as well. Come, face me in combat. Zhao Wuxie shook his head. I have no interest in fighting you. A man with crossed eyes let out a hearty laugh. Weren't you quite impressive just now? What is this? Now you lack the courage to accept his challenge? Truly a coward. He then glanced at the two women in Zhao Wuxie's embrace. Jealousy and resentment flashing in his eyes. He despised those who were handsome and had a way with women. He continued to mock. What a useless scion. Even when seeking a mentor, you must have women attending to you. You need others to carry you while you walk. Pathetic waste. Yang Shao also looked at Zhao Wuxie with derision, scolding him harshly. A person like you, who cannot even muster the courage to confront a strong opponent, has no right to practice the sword. Your very existence is an affront to the sword art. You are unworthy to wield a sword, let alone join the sword pavilion. I command you to roll down the mountain and never practice the sword again. Otherwise, should I see you wielding a sword in the future, I shall sever your sword-wielding arm. The onlookers regarded Zhao Wuxie with mockery, believing that offending a prodigy like Yang Shao meant the end for him. They silently thought, deservedly so. This is what you get for boasting. Lu Qingqing, cradled in Zhao Wuxie's arms, turned pale with fright. She wished to plead for him. But just as she opened her mouth, Zhao Wuxie's fingers slipped into her mouth, rendering her speechless. As for Dong Tianbao and his subordinates, they were already doubled over in laughter. They could hardly believe there existed such a fearless individual. One who dared to challenge a Golden Core realm practitioner despite being merely in the postnatal realm. Others chose not to stoop to his level, granting him mercy. Yet he remained ungrateful and continued to speak arrogantly. Was he courting death? Yang Xiao admonished, "You fat fool. What are you laughing at? You're no better. Get down the mountain at once. Never practice the sword again. Do not insult the sword art. Otherwise, I shall also sever your pig's trotter." Dong Tianbao instantly wiped the smile off his face. His subordinates glared at Yang Xiao with fury. At Dong Tianbao's command, they would surge forward to eliminate this ignorant wretch. Just a mere postnatal insect, daring to be so insolent. He must be tired of living. With such meager strength, he would only suffice to open doors for the elite in the capital. Dong Tianbao turned to Zhao Wuxie and said, "Brother Zhao, do not hesitate to strike. If you refrain, I shall unleash my men." Zhao Wuxie was incensed by this arrogant fool. Initially, he believed that this individual had struggled in his cultivation and had eagerly awaited the Sword Pavilion's recruitment of disciples. However, if he were to engage in a fight now, it would undoubtedly affect the other's performance in the upcoming assessment. Thus, he did not wish to sever the opportunities of another due to a momentary verbal dispute. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that this individual was not only foolish and arrogant, but also exceedingly malevolent. With alarming frequency, he threatened to sever limbs. Such a person must not be spared. The ever-provocative individual with crossed eyes taunted, "Ah, young Master Yang, why extend courtesy to these two imbeciles? Just dispatch them directly, lest they continue their boastful prattle." Yang Xiao replied with a mocking grin, "What is the haste? To punish without teaching is simply not my style. Those unaware might think I am merely wielding my influence to intimidate." No sooner had he spoken than a resounding explosion echoed through the air. A finely crafted head erupted violently, splattering Yang Xiao's face with blood. The corpse of the man with crossed eyes crumpled to the ground. Yang Xiao, now drenched in crimson, wore a look of sheer horror. What had transpired? How did this individual explode? He scanned his surroundings, yearning to scream. Suddenly, he turned to see a face, shrouded in an ominous darkness, glaring at him with palpable malice. Could it be that this person had acted? Surely not. He had stood right beside me, doing nothing at all. Yet, why had this fellow's gaze shifted to such a terrifying intensity? Why was his own body trembling? Am I afraid of him? Impossible. He is merely a coward too timid to accept his own challenges. How could I possibly fear him? Just as he steeled his courage to draw his sword and chastise this intimidating figure, he suddenly felt the air around him warping incessantly. Almost immediately, he sensed his head being constricted by 4 walls of air, pressing inward from all directions. Then, with a thunderous bang, he was plunged into utter darkness. Until his last breath, he remained bewildered by the events that had unfolded. The onlookers were instantly seized by terror, their screams piercing the air. "Ah, murder! Murder!" Chapter 87. Impersonating an elder. Upon hearing the commotion, members of the Sword Pavilion hastened to the scene. Among them was the meddlesome woman from earlier, who immediately fixated on Zhao Wuxie with a frigid glare. "It's you again. Speak. How did those two perish?" Zhao Wuxie replied nonchalantly. "These two intended to sever my arm, and I crushed their skulls." The woman scoffed, "You little brat. Do you take me for a fool? With your slight frame, you could crush another's head?" The surrounding crowd echoed her sentiments. "Indeed, this boy relishes in boasting. I have listened to his bluster all along. Claiming he does not wish to offend the emperor, he acts as if he is some grand figure." They mocked. And that deceased rotund fellow boasted of being the son of a grand minister. Yet, they had never even heard of Yang Xiao. Clearly, these two were nothing more than simpletons from a backwater. The crowd regarded Zhao Wuxie and his companion with disdain, while Lu Qingqing, cradled in Zhao Wuxie's arms, wore an expression of skepticism. She pondered internally. Could it be that everything they just claimed was false? A mere deception? Dong Tianbao was incensed, his fury reaching a boiling point. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. Back in Kyoto, they only dared to mock his weight. No one had ever questioned his identity or ridiculed his origins. The female disciple from the Sword Pavilion sneered, "I've encountered many street con artists like you. You think that by boasting a few grand claims, you can infiltrate our Sword Pavilion? Huh, not a chance. With me, Lu Hong, here. You shall not enter our Sword Pavilion. Depart from this mountain at once, or do not compel me to take action." In a state of helplessness, Zhao Wuxie produced the jade token of his esteemed elder status. He had intended to ascend the mountain discreetly and depart just as quietly, especially since he was being pursued by a legion of assassins. However, it appeared that subtlety was no longer an option. He raised the jade token towards the woman and declared, "I am an elder of your Sword Pavilion." Lu Hong seized the token, barely glancing at it before casting it to the ground. She mocked, "You little fool. This token looks rather convincing. But how dare you impersonate a disciple of our Sword Pavilion? You are courting death." Laughter erupted from the crowd. This young man was indeed inflating his claims to the point of absurdity. Had he claimed to be an outer disciple, they might have been somewhat deceived. But to assert that he was an elder? Surely, others could see through such a blatant lie. After all, Where in the world would one find such a young elder in the sword pavilion? Lu Qingqing, nestled in Zhao Wuxie's arms, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She mused, "This young master Zhao seems quite admirable, but his penchant for boasting is truly excessive." Dong Tianbao's eyes flickered with intrigue. He was aware of Zhao Wuxie's strength and pondered that perhaps he genuinely could be an elder of the sword pavilion. After all, he had heard that Zhao Wuxie's swordsmanship talent exceeded even that of Li Qingyang, being the first in the Great Qin Empire to grasp the essence of sword intent. Such a gift in swordsmanship would not be out of place for an elder. Zhao Wuxie glanced at the shattered jade token on the ground, shaking his head inwardly. It was astonishing that such a grand establishment as the sword pavilion would use such inferior materials for their tokens. He found it utterly absurd. A piece of iron would have been more durable than this. One toss, and it shattered. How embarrassing this situation had become for him. Zhao Wuxie inquired, "What makes you so certain that I am an impostor?" Lu Hong replied with smug assurance, "I have seen every elder in the sword pavilion. Yet, I have never seen you. Did your sect leader not inform you that there is a new elder in the sword pavilion?" At that moment, the bystander who had previously mocked Zhao Wuxie added, "Even if there is a new elder, it could never be you. Have you looked in the mirror to see your own worth? And you fat pig, what are you staring at? With a physique as portly as yours, you dare aspire to join the sword pavilion?" Dong Tianbao, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Zhao Gu, do not intervene. I shall personally teach this scoundrel a lesson." Zhao Wuxie was taken aback, wondering if Dong Tianbao might be a hidden master. Had he misjudged him all along? He scrutinized Dong Tianbao's dantian for quite some time. No discernible pattern emerged. Regardless of perspective, he appeared to be at the meridian opening stage. Just as doubts began to cloud his mind, two of Dong Tianbao's guards surged forward, seizing the passerby who had previously insulted him. Subsequently, Dong Tianbao stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to the man. The crisp sound resonated, leaving listeners wincing as if feeling the sting themselves. "What are you doing? On what grounds do you strike me?" "I strike you simply because you deserve it," he retorted, following up with a flurry of slaps until the man's face swelled grotesquely. Dong Tianbao shook his arm and commanded, "Call me grandfather. Otherwise, I shall continue my assault." The man cried out, "Miss Lu from the sword pavilion, please save me." At that moment, the woman named Lu Hong was utterly stunned. She could hardly believe that someone would dare to commit such an act of violence right before her eyes. After all, this was the territory of the sword pavilion. Just as she prepared to reprimand him, she suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. The crowd gasped in shock. What is happening? Why did this woman fall down for no reason? They looked around in panic, seeing nothing amiss, which only heightened their fear. Several individuals with weaker resolve began to weep, pleading to go home. Dong Tianbao glanced at Zhao Wuxie, quickly deducing that he must have intervened yet again, for he alone possessed the requisite power in this situation. Dong Tianbao felt a surge of gratitude. He understood that Zhao Wuxie was likely concerned that the commotion might adversely affect his examination, hence his willingness to offend the sword pavilion to act discreetly. As for Dong Tianbao's subordinates, they too had grasped the unfolding events and were left in complete awe. With a sinister smile, Dong Tianbao gazed at the swollen-faced man, asking, "Will you call me grandfather, or shall I continue to beat you? Choose." The man, glancing at the unconscious Lu Hong, hoped she would awaken in time to rescue him. Unfortunately, he had fallen victim to Zhao Wuxie's mental assault, making it unlikely for him to regain consciousness soon. The man cast a desperate look at the bystanders, but they all averted their gazes, recognizing that this did not concern them, and why should they intervene? Each eliminated contender eased their own competitive burden. With no other option, the man reluctantly pleaded, "Grandfather, please spare me. I acknowledge my mistake." Dong Tianbao erupted in laughter. "Very well, release this fool." The man nodded eagerly in compliance. Once Dong Tianbao and his company had departed, he resumed muttering curses at them. With Zhao Wuxie's assistance, Dong Tianbao faced no further obstacles as he ascended the mountain. Curiously, he inquired, "Brother Zhao, why do the stairs of the sword pavilion seem so peculiar? In the past, when my guards carried me, they never appeared so fatigued. What has changed this time?" Chapter 88. The pretense of worthlessness. Zhao Wuxie remarked, "The staircase of the sword pavilion has been enhanced with a magical array. As one ascends, the pressure of the formation intensifies, effectively weeding out a number of individuals." "Oh, that explains it. No wonder my guard seems so feeble." Lu Qingqing pondered aloud. "Fear not. As long as you remain by my side, this minor suppression is but a trifle." Zhao Wuxie replied confidently. "Humph, you are merely boasting." Zhao Wuxie offered no further explanation, while Dong Tianbao and his companions erupted in laughter. Dong Tianbao chuckled, "What a remarkable feat, my brother Zhao. Even without revealing his identity or strength, he manages to attract such a beautiful lady." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she frequently stole glances at Zhao Wuxie's face. Strangely, the more she looked, the more shy she became. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. As they ascended higher, the number of individuals succumbing to exhaustion increased. They beheld Zhao Wuxie leisurely ascending the mountain, flanked by companions, and were left in awe. How can this fellow appear so unfazed? This indulgence seems excessively delightful. Trailing behind Zhao Wuxie was a portly little man being carried in a sedan chair. Is there no justice in this world? One nobleman lamented, enviously observing their comfort while he and his peers struggled. In a fit of envy, he turned to his servant. Hurry up and carry me. The servant, taken aback, trembled at the command. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gasped, My lord, please jest not. With my petite frame, whether I could even ascend is questionable. To bear you would surely cost me my life. Humph. Will you carry me, or not? Dare you refuse? I shall break your legs upon our return. With no other recourse, the servant begrudgingly crouched down. The young nobleman leapt onto his back, nearly toppling him. With great effort, the servant steadied himself and began to stagger up the mountain. Internally, he cursed the ancestors of Dong Tianbao for this misfortune. If not for that conspicuous little man, he would not be in such dire straits. Others still climbing the mountain, inspired by this spectacle, soon began to mimic the behavior, compelling their servants and maids to carry them as well. The elder overseeing the climb at the sword pavilion was taken aback, spitting out his tea. After years of managing this staircase formation, he had never encountered such a situation. Previously, disciples had ascended with utmost sincerity, diligently making their way up, even when utterly exhausted, without ever resorting to being carried. All this had changed with the arrival of that little man. How could this be handled? If this motley crew of pretenders managed to reach the summit, could they truly be allowed to remain as mere errand disciples? At that moment, a white-haired elder entered and inquired, What troubles you, old Mu? You appear quite flustered. Elder Mu let out a sigh and gestured towards the shimmering light curtain in midair, saying, Elder, please take a look. How did it come to this? Elder Mu replied with a wry smile, It's all that little chubby fellow's fault. When we ascended the mountain, his own servant carried him, which prompted others to mimic his behavior. Upon hearing this, the grand elder burst into laughter. I was wondering what the matter was. Surely, you don't believe these servants possess the ability to carry these young masters and mistresses up here, do you? At this, Elder Mu suddenly understood. He happened to glance over and saw a young master angrily kicking his servant, exclaiming, You useless wretch. You can't even handle such a trivial task. What use are you? Meanwhile, several young mistresses were slapping their maids, declaring, If you cause me to miss the selection of the servant disciples, I will flay your skin. However, just as these young masters and mistresses were reveling in their moment of authority, they abruptly rolled their eyes and fainted. The two elders were taken aback. Grand Elder, what is happening? Why have they suddenly collapsed? The Grand Elder thought to himself, You ask me, but who should I ask? Yet, he was reluctant to admit his ignorance, as maintaining his dignity was paramount. He cleared his throat and said, Perhaps they are simply exhausted? After all, they have been climbing for quite a while. Elder Mu furrowed his brow, pondering, Is that truly the case? How did I not notice? Were they not just vociferously berating others? How could they suddenly succumb to fatigue? My knowledge is limited. Do not deceive me. Before long, Zhao Wuxie and his companions finally reached the mountain. Zhao Wuxie surveyed the surroundings, noting several outer disciples stationed as guardians. The two elders were attentively observing the heavenly curtain above. Elder Mu cast a deep glance at Dong Tianbao before shifting his focus to the group of bodyguards accompanying him. Feeling a surge of astonishment, although the bodyguards were drenched in sweat, their breathing remained steady, entirely unlike the others who lay sprawled on the ground. What could possibly be the reason? How could transporting a person be such an effortless task? It seemed that those who engaged in aerial maneuvers were the ones succumbing to exhaustion. Could it be that these bodyguards were prodigies of cultivation? During the upcoming assessment of qualifications, they must be thoroughly tested. Zhao Wuxie approached and inquired, Elder, may I ask where the sect leader is? I wish to meet him. Elder Mu rebuked him sternly. How dare you? The sect leader is not someone you can simply demand to see. Remain here quietly. Once you pass the selection and become an outer disciple, you shall have the opportunity to meet him. The others participating in the selection exchanged knowing smirks, internally condemning. This fellow dares to seek a shortcut in front of everyone. Thankfully, the elder is enforcing the rules and preventing this rascal from exploiting a loophole. Zhao Wuxie frowned. He truly did not wish to attract undue attention. His intention in coming to the sword pavilion was merely to gaze upon the stone cliff, after which he planned to descend quietly. Now, it seemed he was indeed required to participate in the selection alongside these individuals. Dong Tianbao approached and whispered, Brother Zhao, may I ask, are you truly an elder of the sword pavilion? Zhao Wuxie nodded in affirmation. Dong Tianbao's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Zhao Gu. You must lend a hand to your younger brother later. Zhao Wuxie replied. I cannot ascertain whether they will extend a favor to me, but if I encounter Li Qingyang, I will certainly advocate on your behalf. Dong Tianbao was immediately filled with exhilaration. Excellent. Truly a good brother. With your assurance, I am at ease. Lu Qingqing silently shook her head. Alas, young Master Zhao is boasting again. What a pity that such a good person like him has fallen into this vice. She couldn't help but sigh, casting a reproachful glance at Dong Tianbao, thinking to herself, it must be this rotund fellow who has led young Master Zhao astray. Chapter 89. Testing qualifications. Zhao Wuxie waited for a considerable time, yet Li Qingyang did not make an appearance. Initially, he intended to inform the group of elders that he was a newly appointed elder. However, the thought of his identity token being shattered by that woman, Lu Hong, left him feeling quite distressed. Yulinger discreetly transmitted her voice. Master, shall I use my spiritual sense to help you locate Li Qingyang? Zhao Wuxie shook his head. No? This is someone else's territory. There are many formidable individuals here who may detect it. Such an action would be exceedingly impolite. Upon hearing this, Yulinger withdrew her eager spiritual sense. Left with no other choice, Zhao Wuxie and Yulinger began to meditate. Time flew by, and afternoon arrived. Elder Mu announced, all right. Those who have not ascended the mountain need not come up now. The outer disciples immediately blocked the staircase, preventing those who had just arrived from proceeding. Please, brother. I'm almost there. I beg you, let me go up. Yes. We have traveled a great distance. Please allow us to ascend. No. Rules are rules. Return in 5 years. Zhao Wuxie, hearing the commotion, slowly opened his eyes, astonished. He had not anticipated that the selection method for disciples at the Sword Pavilion would be so peculiar. The climbers had varying times of arrival. Some had arrived early, gaining an advantage, while others had come late, suffering the consequences. There was no semblance of fairness to be found. However, he was surprised that Mou and Du Kong had not been eliminated. At that moment, Mou was drenched in sweat. She was alone, clearly having abandoned her mate along the way. Upon spotting Zhao Wuxie, her eyes brightened, and she rushed over. Young Master Zhao, do you remember me? We shared a boat. Zhao Wuxie nodded indifferently. Mou smiled. Young Master, we shall test together later. As she reached to link her arm with Zhao Wuxie, Yulinger immediately wrapped her arms around one of Zhao Wuxie's. She knew that Zhao Wuxie did not favor this woman. Mou was left awkwardly standing there, clearly remembering Yulinger's stunningly beautiful face, which made her feel somewhat inferior. At that moment, Du Kong approached, and, upon seeing Lu Qingqing sitting with Zhao Wuxie, became enraged. You shameless hussy, how dare you flirt with other men? Just wait until we descend the mountain. I shall deal with you two scandalous lovebirds. Zhao Wuxie's gaze turned icy. He should have dealt with this man at the foot of the mountain. He had indeed been excessively kind. Lu Qingqing, frightened, nestled into Zhao Wuxie's embrace. This only fueled Du Kong's fury. You're doomed. I will kill you. I will surely kill you. The surrounding crowd was instantly drawn to Du Kong's shouts. At that moment, Lu Hong approached, scolding, be quiet. No uproar in the Sword Pavilion. As she drew near, she noticed Zhao Wuxie again. You again, you scoundrel? Why are you always involved in trouble? Zhao Wuxie couldn't help but roll his eyes, retorting, look closely. It was this fellow who was shouting, not me. Even if it wasn't you who shouted, the current situation arose because of you. You must bear the responsibility. People like you should just roll down the mountain. Seeing this, Du Kong was immediately agitated. He thought to himself, could it be that this woman has developed feelings for me? Otherwise, why would she keep helping me? With this thought, he felt increasingly proud. If he could win her over, wouldn't the position of the Du family head be his for the taking? Thus, he scrutinized Lu Hong. Though her appearance was somewhat lacking, she was a disciple of the outer sect of the Sword Pavilion. A little ugliness was bearable. At worst, he could simply avoid lighting candles in the future. Du Kong gritted his teeth, making a determined resolution, and cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Hong. Noticing this, she shot him a cold glare. You too. Get down the mountain. Du Kong's heart sank at her words. How could this be? Hadn't she begun to like him? Before he could ponder further, Elder Mu announced, all right, everyone, we shall now commence the assessment of your cultivation aptitude. Place your hands on the stone behind me. It will gauge your potential. If you can stir even one sword from the sword mound into a tremor, you will pass and become an outer sect disciple. If you can awaken 3 swords, you will become an inner sect disciple. If you can awaken 6 swords, you will be a true disciple. Now let us begin. Lu Hong glanced at Zhao Wuxie and said, you're fortunate. I shall temporarily spare you. But once the assessment concludes, I will ensure you are sent down the mountain. Zhao Wuxie had no intention of engaging with this madwoman, and chose to close his eyes instead, infuriating Lu Hong to the point of gritting her teeth. At that moment, Dong Tianbao asked, how many swords can be awakened at most? Elder Mu chuckled, since our sect's establishment, The most gifted individual has only awakened 9 swords. But that was many years ago. You need not feel pressure. Merely awakening 6 swords is sufficient, for 6 swords signify exceptional talent. Upon hearing this, Dong Tianbao wiggled his bottom and leaned toward Zhao Wuxie, saying, "Brother Zhao, I'm going now. Good luck." Dong Tianbao approached the stone sword standing behind Elder Mu. The stone sword loomed at a height of 5 zhong, pointing toward the heavens, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The crowd scrutinized Dong Tianbao, their concealed laughter echoing in their hearts. A mere ant, possessing only the 2nd layer of qi refining. Such qualifications were unworthy of testing. Elder Mu was equally astonished. In all his years presiding over the sect's entrance examinations, he had never encountered someone so lacking in cultivation. Fortunately, the servants accompanying him exhibited commendable prowess. Perhaps they would yield some surprises. Yet, the youth seated on the ground, flanked by 2 individuals, remained a puzzle. His cultivation was entirely obscured from Elder Mu's perception. What was the reason behind this? Furthermore, the enigmatic woman in black robes beside him, why did he frequently overlook her existence? It was as if she were but a figment of imagination. Was it possible that his own cultivation had gone awry? Elder Mu shook his head in silence. Dong Tianbao inquired, "Elder, what should I do?" Elder Mu gestured towards the palm print on the stone sword, instructing, "Simply place your hand within." Upon doing so, Dong Tianbao exclaimed, "Huh? Why is there no change?" His confusion was met with uproarious laughter from the crowd. The absence of a reaction signifies your lack of talent. "You're worthless. Hurry down," someone jeered. "Indeed. What are you still doing up there? It's utterly embarrassing." Chapter 90. Be my maid impossible. How could my talent be so abysmal? Elder Mu sighed, shaking his head. "Alas, young brother, the truth is as such. Please step down." Over the years, Elder Mu had encountered many like Dong Tianbao and had long since grown accustomed to such disappointments. With a dejected expression, Dong Tianbao prepared to leave the stage when Zhao Wuxie interjected, "Wait. It seems that your testing stone has yet to activate the formation." Laughter erupted once more, particularly from Du Kong, who mocked shamelessly, "You naive fool. Do you even know what a magical artifact is? This item requires no formation. You're simply hilarious." Lu Hong, too, could barely contain her laughter, thinking how utterly clueless this boy was. Only Elder Mu and the Grand Elder exchanged concerned glances before commencing their examination. They soon discovered that indeed, the formation had not been activated. Elder Mu addressed Dong Tianbao, "Hold on, don't descend just yet. Our testing stone was unprepared. Please try again." Dong Tianbao's spirit's sword, "Really? That is wonderful. I knew my talent couldn't possibly be this poor." The crowd looked on in astonishment at Zhao Wuxie, surprised that this young man had indeed spoken the truth. Du Kong snorted derisively, "Humph. Just a lucky guess. But what will another test change? A waste is still a waste." Once Elder Mu activated the formation, he beckoned to Dong Tianbao. "All right, begin." Taking a deep breath, Dong Tianbao slowly approached the stone once more, gathering his courage to place his palm upon it. At that moment, the stone sword emitted a faint golden glow. In the distance, the sword mound on the back mountain was adorned with numerous swords, 2 of which slowly floated in midair, emitting a faint trembling sound. Elder Mu wore a look of satisfaction. "Very well. You have passed, and may become an outer disciple of my sword sect." Dong Tianbao was overjoyed. "Excellent. I knew I could do it." The others, who had initially appeared tense, were astonished to see such a seemingly inept individual succeed. They thought to themselves, "If he can pass, surely I can too." It seems this assessment isn't as difficult as it appeared. Consequently, a wave of eagerness swept through the crowd. Upon descending the platform, Dong Tianbao strutted with pride. "Zhao Gu, did I not tell you I could do it? Ha! It's just a pity. I was so close to becoming an inner disciple. Alas, I knew you could do it, young master. You are truly remarkable." Zhao Wuxie nodded in acknowledgement. "Congratulations." Seeing Dong Tianbao so jubilant, he could not bear to dampen his spirits. In truth, with Dong Tianbao's talents, he would not have passed the assessment at all. It was Zhao Wuxie who, discreetly employing his sword intent, had manipulated the swords within the mound. Otherwise, with Dong Tianbao's innate abilities, he would have elicited no response whatsoever. With this auspicious beginning, Du Kong was the first to rush forward. "Let me go? Do not compete with me." A throng of individuals scrambled forward, eager to test their own qualifications before Du Kong could. I'm first. Do not compete with me." Elder Mu immediately interjected, "One at a time. Why the haste?" The crowd reluctantly retreated. As soon as Du Kong stepped up, his hand eagerly reached out. The stone sword emitted a faint golden glow, and a sword within the mound stirred restlessly, seemingly poised to lift off the mountain. The crowd erupted in excitement. "Another one has passed. This assessment seems easier than before. Has the difficulty been lowered?" Elder Mu also wore a look of contentment. Reflecting, the qualifications of this group are quite commendable. Du Kong felt a swell of pride. Although only one sword had responded, it was sufficient for him to gain entry into the sword sect. Once I enter the sword sect, I shall relish crushing that vixen Lu Qingqing and her treacherous lover. I will make him suffer in the most excruciating manner. Just as everyone expected the sword to soar into the air, Zhao Wuxie smiled faintly and pointed to the ground. The sword, which had seemed ready to ascend, abruptly plunged into the mountainside, embedding itself firmly, leaving only its sheath visible. Du Kong was left dumbfounded. What is happening? Why isn't it flying? Why has it embedded itself? Elder Mu was equally perplexed. Having overseen assessments for many years, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. What could this possibly mean? Did this count as passing? Elder Mu glanced at the Grand Elder, who was also staring blankly at the sword lodged in the mountain. Utterly baffled, he coughed hoarsely and declared, according to the rules, announce it. The elder in charge nodded in response and proclaimed, not qualified. Next, Du Kong's face turned ashen. Just moments ago, he had been fantasizing about how to deal with Zhao Wuxie and his companions, only to be met with the disheartening news of his failure. The atmosphere grew tense as several others also failed the examination. The remaining candidates exchanged apprehensive glances, hesitating to take the stage. Lu Qingqing trembled with anxiety. Zhao Wuxie inquired, Qingqing, do you truly wish to join the Sword Pavilion? Lu Qingqing looked at him with surprise and replied, of course I want to join the Sword Pavilion. After all, it is the most powerful sect in our nation. If I could become a disciple there, I would no longer have to endure bullying or be forced into marriage by my family. Zhao Wuxie shook his head and said, it is not that simple. Wherever there are people, there will be grievances. Do you think that once you join the Sword Pavilion, you will be free from being bullied? In reality, you would merely be changing the venue of your suffering. How could that be? Who would dare bully someone from the Sword Pavilion? Zhao Wuxie chuckled softly. In this world, strength prevails no matter where you go, and the Sword Pavilion is no exception. If your abilities are insufficient, you will be bullied by other disciples. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's face turned pale. She had naively believed that simply becoming a disciple of the Sword Pavilion would resolve all her problems. Zhao Wuxie's words made her realize how simplistically she had viewed the situation. He reached out and gently caressed her adorable face, smiling as he said, as long as you become my maid, no one in this world will dare to bully you. Really? Can you truly protect me forever? Naturally. As long as you are obedient and listen to me, I will always protect you. Lu Qingqing nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes. I will be very obedient. I will do whatever you say. Chapter 91. 6 Swords. Zhao Wuxie grasped Lu Qingqing's chin, gently lifting her face for a closer examination. He thought to himself, quite impressive. Her skin was as fair as snow, smooth as silk. Though she had reached adulthood, her face appeared youthful, almost like that of a little girl. Her figure was remarkable, with a bust so ample it seemed ready to burst from her clothing, and her rounded hips complemented her alluring physique, which contrasted starkly with her innocent face. Zhao Wuxie declared, from today onward, I shall be your master. Address me as master for me to hear. Lu Qingqing nodded, yes, master. Mo watched enviously, yearning to become Zhao Wuxie's maid as well, ideally one who could share his bed. Du Kong, witnessing Zhao Wuxie's playful teasing of his fiancée, felt an overwhelming rage boiling within him. He stormed over, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Wuxie. You brat, dare to reach out again, and see what happens. Zhao Wuxie smirked. Not only do I dare to reach out, but I also dare to kiss her. Having spoken, he boldly kissed Lu Qingqing's delicate face in front of Du Kong. Instantly, Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a cooked shrimp. Du Kong trembled with rage. You are utterly intolerable. I shall not let you go unpunished. Lu Hong rebuked sharply, be quiet. At once, Du Kong dared not utter another word. Mo slowly approached, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she gazed at Zhao Wuxie, saying, my lord, may I become your servant? Dong Tianbao and his entourage silently raised their thumbs in admiration. Du Kong and Lu Hong exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom the situation. Zhao Wuxie appeared to possess unremarkable abilities. Why, then, were so many enchanting women drawn to him? Was it merely his handsome visage? If that were the case, it seemed profoundly unjust. Zhao Wuxie regarded Mo. Though her appearance was indeed striking, her thoughts were too intricate, her mind riddled with complexities. He found her unappealing. He preferred the endearing simplicity of Lu Qingqing, the unconditional obedience of Yu Linger, the unrestrained passion of Wang Wan'er, the playful coyness of Qin Fengming, the gentle wisdom of Shui Yi, and even the naive ambition of Lu Xiangling, who wished to be wicked yet lacked the intellect to do so. However, he had no fondness for Mo. With her calculating disposition, shaking his head, he replied, I already have 2 maidservants and do not require another. At his words, Mou's face flushed with humiliation, a deep sense of indignation piercing her heart. How could this man insult her so profoundly? She had lowered herself so much. Yet he still rejected her. Was she truly so worthless that she lacked even the qualification to be his maid? Consumed by humiliation, Mou stormed away. Du Kong, eyeing Mou with fervent interest, immediately followed. I am willing. I am willing. You may be my maid. Mou shot him a cold glare. Get away from me. In a fit of anger, Mou ascended the testing platform, placing her palm upon the testing stone. Suddenly, the stone erupted in brilliant light, causing 6 swords within the sword tomb to soar into the air, emitting a resonant hum. The onlookers were left speechless. Elder Mu and the Grand Elder trembled with excitement. Wonderful! Who could have imagined that we have a prodigious talent in our midst? Our sect shall gain another true disciple. Just then, 4 figures soared into view. Who has summoned these 6 swords? Let me see. Old Fire, your last disciple was taken by me. This time, the disciple shall belong to me. Ridiculous. The last one chose me willingly. The same rules apply. Let her choose for herself. Zhao Wuxie glanced around, recognizing none of the figures. The 4 individuals beheld Mou on the stage and instantly recognized her as the prodigy. One of the women inquired, Young lady, would you be willing to take me as your mentor? I can impart to you the unparalleled swordsmanship. The other 3 promptly extended their offers as well. Elder Mu glanced at Elder Da and asked, Elder Da, with such remarkable talent, do you not intend to claim her as your own disciple? I am too old for such pursuits. Let them have her, he replied. The onlookers were filled with envy. Mou stood there, momentarily stunned, as she processed the rapid turn of events. Just moments ago, she had been dismissed and unwanted, even relegated to the status of a servant. Now, she had transformed into a coveted genius within the sect, eagerly sought after by others. The astonishing speed of these developments left her somewhat bewildered. With her head held high, Mou surveyed the crowd below, particularly glancing in the direction of Zhao Wuxie, her expression one of pride. She yearned to witness the look of regret on his face. However, she was destined for disappointment, as Zhao Wuxie remained composed, as if nothing had transpired. Anger flushed her face. You may feign indifference, but soon enough, we shall see the true measure of your abilities. You will surely regret your dismissal of me. The mere thought of what was about to unfold filled Mou with excitement, causing her cheeks to inexplicably flush, leaving the nearby men parched with longing. Fortunately, Mou was aware that this was a recruitment event. She cast a glance at the 4 elders and ultimately chose one of the female elders. The other 3 departed with looks of disappointment. Dong Tianbao lamented, Zhao, you should not have turned her down. Just imagine if you had accepted. You would have had a true disciple of the Sword Pavilion as your servant. What a tantalizing prospect. Li Qingqing frowned, saying, Master, what a pity. She was so close to becoming your servant. Mou listened intently, her face alight with satisfaction. Lu Hong scoffed. To think a true disciple of the Sword Pavilion would serve you as a servant is rather presumptuous. Are you not afraid of the repercussions from our sect? Moreover, it seems you are rather foolish. To have rejected such a grand opportunity, truly a sign of a wretched fate. Du Kong added with derision. Some individuals are simply born to be unfortunate. Even when fortune presents itself, they cannot seize it. Have you looked in the mirror? Do you even think you are worthy to refuse Mo Shinzi? Young lad, are you trembling now? You don't even dare to step forward to test your potential. Ha! Zhao Wuxie shook his head. I did not come here to find a mentor. I am seeking the leader of the Sword Pavilion. Du Kong sneered, such bravado. If you're capable, go up there now. Zhao Wuxie rose and strode towards the stage, addressing Elder Mu. Might I inquire when Master Li is expected to return? Elder Mu huffed, if you wish to see him, you must pass the assessment first. Zhao Wuxie sighed in resignation as he approached the stone. At that moment, Mou suddenly spoke. Zhao Wuxie, shall we place a wager? Zhao Wuxie furrowed his brow, reluctant to engage with the woman before him. Yet, out of a sense of courtesy, he inquired, what do you wish to wager? Mou chuckled coldly. I propose a bet on your innate talent. If your abilities surpass mine, I shall marry you. Conversely, should your talents fall short, you will publicly apologize and then prostrate yourself to lick my feet. What say you? Upon her declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Such a fortunate turn of events. This young man must be incredibly lucky. Regardless of the outcome, he stands to gain immensely. Indeed, even if I had to lick the feet of the illustrious Mo Shinzi daily, I would gladly do so. Who is this young man? What extraordinary fortune he possesses. Did you not hear? Mo Shinzi just referred to him as Zhao Wuxie. Elder Mu's expression grew grave. This name bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the illegitimate son of the Zhao royal family, renowned for his prowess in the sword arts. Could it be a mere coincidence? No one dared to ponder whether he was indeed that same illegitimate son, for the notion was simply too shocking. How could someone who nearly shattered the heart of the sword god, Li Qingyang, possibly appear here? Mou's master, Zhang Min, frowned and cautioned, "My dear disciple, do not act impulsively. I would not wish for my newly acquired apprentice to be taken advantage of in such a public manner." Mou, with unwavering determination, replied, "Master, this matter is of utmost importance to me. I implore you not to intervene." Seeing Mou's steadfastness, Zhang Min refrained from further persuasion. The crowd regarded Zhao Wuxie with a mix of envy and jealousy. Zhao Wuxie shook his head and declared, "I refuse this wager." The crowd was instantly taken aback. Who would decline such a surefire opportunity? Is this young man truly foolish? A group of men felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and pry open Zhao Wuxie's head to discern what thoughts lay within. Mou, incensed, demanded, "Why do you refuse? Do you look down upon me? Not at all. I simply have a prior engagement. Therefore, I ask that you refrain from jesting. You cannot possibly believe you would win against me." Zhao Wuxie replied with a smile, "When it comes to swordsmanship, there is no one in this world who can surpass me." Just as the crowd prepared to mock him, Zhao Wuxie extended his hand, resting it upon the stone. Suddenly, the stone erupted in a resplendent radiance. The golden light shone like a brilliant sun. The onlookers were blinded by the brilliance. How could this be? The light was overwhelmingly intense. It surpassed even the glow emitted during Mo Xianzi's assessment. Does this not imply that this person's talent is greater than that of Mo Xianzi? Impossible. How could such an extraordinary genius exist in this world? I refuse to believe it. This must be a flaw in the formation. Yes, there is certainly an issue with the sex array. I demand that everyone's talents be reassessed. Yes, a reevaluation is imperative. Just as the crowd was in an uproar, the swords from the sword tomb on the back mountain flew forth in unison, encircling Zhao Wuxie and hovering above him, emitting a harmonious, melodic vibration that resonated throughout the entire sword pavilion. The swords were densely packed, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Every single sword within the sword tomb had gathered. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the multitude of swords hovering above Zhao Wuxie, unable to articulate their disbelief. Was it not agreed that attracting just 6 swords would qualify one as a prodigious talent? Yet, this young man had drawn in an overwhelming multitude of swords. What did this signify? Was such talent even human? At that moment, Dong Tianbao was trembling with excitement, exclaiming, "He is my elder brother. Look, that is my elder brother up there." Meanwhile, the once arrogant Lu Hong had lost all semblance of her previous bravado. Her face turned ashen as she recalled the jade pendant Zhao Wuxie had revealed at the foot of the mountain. A chilling thought crossed her mind. Could it be that he had not lied? He truly was the newly appointed elder of the Sword Pavilion. If that were indeed the case, Lu Hong reflected on her previous words, and the moment she had smashed the pendant with her own hands. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. As for Du Kong, he was completely paralyzed with fear. Having offended such a swordsmanship prodigy, he felt utterly doomed. His legs felt weak and unresponsive, and he yearned to flee down the mountain, yet found himself unable to move. Among the crowd still gathered, several individuals had already collapsed to the ground, rendered helpless by the chilling aura emanating from the swords, trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Wuxie glanced at the swords above him and waved his hand decisively, commanding, "Return." In unison, the swords flew back like a great river, cascading into the sword tomb, landing on the mountain like dumplings. The spectacle was truly magnificent. It drew all the elders of the sword pavilion out of their quarters. Even the reclusive Grand Elder emerged. The onlookers immediately bowed respectfully to the Grand Elder, who paid them no heed but instead flew to Elder Mu's side, urgently inquiring, "Elder Mu, what is happening? Has a prodigious talent emerged within our sect? Why have all the swords in the sword tomb been stirred?" Elder Mu pointed at Zhao Wuxie and stated, "That young brother over there, he just tested his swordsmanship talent." The Grand Elder's heart skipped a beat at this revelation, and he turned to look at Zhao Wuxie. However, Zhao Wuxie's aura had completely retracted. He exuded no discernible fluctuations of cultivation nor any trace of sword intent, leaving the Grand Elder perplexed. Just as he pondered, the other elders began to compete for Zhao Wuxie. "I want him. I am in need of a disciple, so do not contest with me. He is mine. Anyone who wishes to contest must first reckon with my sword." At that moment, Zhang Min also realized the situation and swiftly approached Zhao Wuxie, saying, "Young Master Zhao, would you consider taking me as your teacher? I have a host of beautiful female disciples under my guidance. Junior Sister Zhang, you have erred. How can you attempt to entice the sex prodigies with your allure? You would only corrupt their resolve. Young brother, I believe it would be wiser for you to take me as your teacher. I possess the formidable strength of the second layer of the golden core. My prowess is indeed extraordinary. What of the second layer of the golden core? Is there anyone who lacks it? I, too, am at the second layer of the golden core. Young brother, you ought to take me as your master." I shall undoubtedly impart all my knowledge and wisdom to you. Furthermore, being of advanced age and without offspring, you must understand that upon my demise, all that I possess shall rightfully belong to you.